these paintings are so uninspired. Justina! It's a bit too grand if you ask me. Imagine the detectives come into your home and just roast everything. Start, new game. We have 5 cases. I assume we start with case 1, unless you guys want to just go straight to case 5. I don't know if we'll be confused. I love some good pixel art. Me too. This is very pretty. Oh. Paper Perjury is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons living or dead or actual events is purely coincidental. Okay, so anybody who might be murdered in this game, not real. Any murder in the game, not real. They can't harm you. They can't get you. No murders here, only perjury. I'm trying to figure out what the mysteries could be. I tried not to read anything too far ahead of this, besides the fact that they told me it's like Ace Attorney. That's all I know. April 16th. Unknown. This is Detective Ernest Hunt's office. I'm away from the office. Please leave a message. Detective, this is Chandra Lear, the witness from yesterday. I lied yesterday. There's more going on than I was letting on. I made a terrible mistake and I need your protection. I think my... Murder? Already? Wait, is it murder already? Because I'm excited. Oh, we are blessed on this fine sleuthy Saturday. Chandra, please forgive me. Oh no. Malice Souls, welcome to the stream. Murder? Apparently so. April 16th, 8 a.m. Azure City Police Precinct number 5. Station lobby. This is it, my first real job. As a clerk. My name is Justina Smith. I'm a newly hired police clerk working at Azure City's 5th Police Precinct. Though, when I told my parents, they seemed to think I was signing on as a cop. I'd rather avoid that sort of dangerous life. I'm more than content just doing paperwork. Aww. Cozy paperwork game. Not that I'm afraid of action. Everyone always says I'm too headstrong. Still, I'm really nervous. Stay calm, Justina. All you have to do is do your job well and keep your head low. Here we go. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Maybe there's someone around here I can ask. Excuse me, sir. Hello. Sorry, miss. I'm in a hurry. Wait, I work here. I mean, well, today's my first day. I'm here for the clerk role. Oh. In that case, I'm Detective Ernest Hunt. Unfortunately, that's about all the pleasantries I can give right now. Something important just occurred, and I need to get going. Miss Earl is our senior clerk here. Go speak with her for your assignment. I like his hat. And the turtleneck. It's kind of cute. Your station should be in the back. Time's ticking, gotta run. Geez, someone's in a hurry. Well, at least I know where my desk is now. Time to meet my supervisor. You can now view the profiles of the people you meet during a case. Your collected profiles can be found in the case file. Oh. Good old Patty hat. Isn't he cute? Okay, I have my ID. Justina Smith, 22, green eyes, brown hair. That's Ernest. He's 35. His birthday is February 13th. I don't know how we know this already, but his birthday's coming up. He's a detective. Location, who knows? I don't know. He ran off somewhere. A detective working at Azure City's 5th Police Precinct. I'm not a fan of his coat. What a weird thing to write down in your profile. Okay. Man, he's cool and all, but what an ugly ass coat. Oh my gosh, sick hat. Ratboy, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. And Koro, welcome to the stream. What's going on? Location, our hearts. Not the coat, though. Excuse me, I'm looking for Miss Earl. Oh my god, the hair. If you're here to speak with an officer, please wait in the lobby. What? Oh no, I'm not a civilian. How dare you think I'm a civilian? Well, maybe I am. Does an office job here make me a civilian? Office job? Can I see some ID? ID. I think I brought that with me. You can view your collected evidence at any time by checking the case file screen. To present evidence, select a piece of evidence from the list on the right, then press the present button to show it. Present? Oh, maybe I have to, like... Hold on. Oh, present. Brush off? My gosh. I just have to remember which pocket I stuck it in. Here you go. My ID. Perfect. You're the new girl. I'm Sue P. Earle. Welcome to your new office. I'm Justina Smith. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the head, and before today, the only clerk here at this branch. However, this is not the time for chit-chat. Today is a busy day, and we need you working right away. There's a police report from yesterday that I need you to file. Something came up recently that requires my full attention. I trust that you can handle a simple filing job. Yes, ma'am. Make sure all the information matches up correctly. Once you're done, let me know. Ooh. Sue P. Earle, as in Super Earl? Guess so. Super Earl? Sue P. Earle? Could be. I want to know why everyone is in a rush, but I can ask her about it later. Right now, I need to get to work. Well, it's about as basic as a workstation could be. So much for getting trained. Hopefully I can figure this out myself. Let's see here. There's the detective's summary, a witness statement, and a couple of pieces of evidence. Thief's path. Footprints found at the crime scene. Spacing of the prints indicates that the thief walked calmly towards and away from the safe. Window. The window the thief entered from, it unlocks from the inside only. Safe. Money for the Klaus orphanage was stored here. Half of it was stolen. You can't steal from orphans. Okay? I feel like that's worse than just regular stealing. No evidence of tampering. Case summary updated. Now you can access the summary section of the case file. The summary section contains the detective's brief on the case as well as a log of what you've accomplished during a case. Done and done. Looks like everything is here. Let's see. I should look over everything real quick before I file them. Now for the witness statement. Good thing the detective recorded it. The camera's on. We can begin when you're ready. Hey, that sounds just like the detective I spoke to earlier. With the ugly jacket. Sorry, his ugly coat. This must be his case, then. Can you provide your name and occupation for the record? Certainly, I'm Chandra Lear. I work as a maid at the Eubank estate. I appreciate the cooperation. Now can you describe the events that took place earlier? Of course. Statement. I was cleaning the hallway when I heard a noise coming from this room. I went inside and saw someone taking money out of the safe. I couldn't get a good look at his face, but he was clearly a 6-foot-tall man carrying lockpicks. When he saw me, he took some of the money and ran to the window, making his escape. I couldn't catch him, so I checked the safe. Half of the money inside was stolen. I called the police to report the crime shortly afterwards. I see. Seems to me like it was a simple robbery. Wait a second. Something about what she said just seems off. Did she just lie? Oh my gosh, not a witness lying. Can't trust anyone, can you? I need to look over her statement again. I'm sure there's a problem somewhere. When I find a line I think has the problem, I can press the dispute button to present evidence. Submitting it is as easy as clicking present on the evidence that contradicts the statement. I won't leave this computer until I find this contradiction. Oh, interrogation. Chandelier's statement, the house robbery. Okay, what's wrong with this? May as well steal from orphans. What are they gonna do? Tell their parents? Please. Have you seen this before? Very contradiction style. Alright. I was cleaning the hallway when I heard a noise coming from this room. I went inside and saw someone taking money out of the safe. I couldn't get a good look at his face, but he was clearly a 6-foot-tall man carrying lockpicks. When he saw me, he took some of the money and ran to the window, making his escape. I couldn't catch him, so I checked the safe. Half of the money inside was stolen. I called the police to report the crime shortly after. So I feel like what was wrong with the window? Didn't the window have something? Oh, well, actually, here's the brief. I didn't even read this before. Did someone say contradictions? We know we love those. On April 15th, around 5 p.m., we received a phone call from Chandelier, the maid of the Eubank estate. She called to report that a thief had broken in and stolen a large sum of charity money from her employer's home. Due to rain earlier that day, the thief left muddy footprints throughout the room. The estate's front gates were picked open with lockpicks. Currently, we are still searching for the man. Okay. Investigation log. Good thing I kept this old notepad around. I'll write things down that happen as the day progresses. I love, like, in a game when the notebook is like, good thing I have this notebook. I should start writing that in my notebooks. Every time. I have a new one for stream because I ran out of pages of my old one. Good thing I have this notebook to keep stream notes. I can always review my notes as new facts unfold. Now I sound like a detective. You do. Okay, what else did we have? Oh yeah, the window. The window the thief entered from, it unlocks from the inside only. The safe, no evidence of tampering. Footprints found at the crime scene, indicates that the thief walked calmly towards and away from the safe. Okay. I mean, he could have just unlocked the window from the inside though, right? Unlocks from the inside. It does. But he was inside, so yeah, that's fine, right? The thing is, how did he get... He walked calmly, but she says he ran. Oh. Couldn't catch him, so I checked the safe. Ran to the window, but it looked like he was calmly walking to the window. Alright, let's see. Dispute. She said the thief ran, but the evidence shows the thief calmly walked as if he wasn't afraid of being caught. Good catch. Why would she lie about that? I should let Miss Earl know what I found. Big Dumbledore said calmly vibes. Miss Earl! What is it? It's the witness's statement. It doesn't add up. I was reviewing the case file and I think she lied. She told the detective that the thief ran in a hurry, but the evidence seems to indicate the opposite, that the thief had walked calmly. Let me see that file. I see. I think you're right. The police need to speak with Miss Lear again. She clearly didn't see the thief. Sorry to say, that would be impossible. Impossible? Why? About an hour ago, we got a call from the Eubank estate. The thief returned this morning, and this time he attempted to take Miss Lear's life. What? Thankfully, she survived, but she's currently in a coma with a life-threatening head injury. No murder. Sorry, guys. I thought it was murder. It's just a head injury. Alright. Around the time you showed up, our lead detective went to investigate. I've been processing the paperwork over the call. Lead detective? You mean Detective Hunt? I see you've already met. Yes, that's him. So what do we do now? We'll call the detective and inform him. He can decide what to do next. Until then, keep Miss Lear's statement with you. You might need it later. But why would the thief return to the scene of the crime? There has to be more to it. I think I'll speak with the detective when he gets back. Great. Statement. Miss Lear lied about the thief running towards the window to escape. She claimed the thief was a tall man holding lockpicks. Music so far be groovin'. I love the music so far. It's a bop. April 16th, 10:47 a.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, station lobby. Detective Hunt has returned. I hope my tip helped him. Excuse me, Detective Hunt? I'm busy, right? Hold on. You're that new girl, right? The one Miss Earl told me found that clue. Yes, I'm Justina Smith, sir. Looks like our newest member already wants to be out on the front lines. You misunderstand, sir. Standing in front of an armed criminal is not what I signed up for. In any case, maybe you can help me. Help you how? I could use your help getting a confession from our thief. Follow me to the interrogation room. Oh, wait, what? And he's gone. How on earth am I supposed to help him? This is just like anytime you start a new job. This is the vibe. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I'm just a baby. April 16th, 10:50 a.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, viewing room. There you are. The chief wants us to start the interrogation right away. Now hold on just a minute. I'm a police clerk. What exactly do you want me to do? Write down everything you two say? No, I want you to help me interrogate the suspect. Interrogate? I don't know how to interrogate someone. You're a police officer. How could you not know how to interrogate someone? Because I'm not a police officer. I was hired to do paperwork. Paperwork is the true life of a police officer. You'll do fine. But I feel a little underqualified to be in charge of an interrogation. I'm the one in charge. You're here to help. Besides, you're young. You being there might make the suspect lower their guard. Well, I guess I'll help as much as I can. All you need to do is listen to their statements, and if you find a flaw, point it out. It's exactly the same as what you did on the computer. But what if their statement is perfect? As long as the suspect is hiding something, there will always be a flaw somewhere. You'll just have to find those flaws until the truth comes out. You sound like you expect the suspect to lie. Oh no, a suspect lying? Unheard of. I do, and you should too. The jacket isn't that bad, that's what I'm saying. Like, why were we hating on the coat? I think he looks great. But that's my opinion. Sometimes the flaw might not be immediately obvious. You can question the suspect to ask for more information. They might reveal some additional information that could be helpful. Right, so I question the suspect if I want clarification and I dispute when I find a flaw? You got it. See, you're a natural interrogator. We need an ironclad confession, so we need to find all the flaws in the suspect's statements. Easier said than done. Wait, am I even allowed to go in there? Save any further questions for the suspect. He sure is impatient. The colors just don't go like they should. Oh no. So some of us don't like the coat, some of us do. I don't know. I feel like it's not bad enough to write in your notebook. He's a cool and all, but ugly coat. Maybe he's colorblind. Exactly. Did we think about that? Could have been. April 16th, 11 a.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, interrogation room. So this is the inside of an interrogation room. I'm lucky I'm here on the police side. And on the other side is our thief. I thought the witness said they were male. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had to grab my assistant. Since when was I his assistant? She's new here, so let me catch her up to speed. As part of your arrest, you agreed to completely cooperate with us. And you're gonna hold up your end of the deal, right? On my honor as a police officer. Then your ears better open themselves for the greatest plan of the entire criminal underground. All she did was go through a window. I wish more criminals had your enthusiasm. Please state your name for us. I am the great and cunning Hannah Overyor. Hannah Overyor? No lies so far. You're doing great. Keep it up. Oh. Stop patronizing me. I stole from one of the wealthiest men in the city. And I arrested you for the crime in less than 24 hours, but by all means, keep bragging. No comeback? Then let us continue. You are currently only being charged for the crime of larceny, so hold on, what about... All in due time, Miss Assistant, we have a criminal giving a full confession. That takes priority. What's he getting at? She committed the assault too, right? Why is he not charging her for that as well? Wait, who is he calling Miss Assistant? As I was saying, all we need is your official statement. Are you ready, Miss Assistant? Ready as I'll ever be. Then, Miss Yor, you may begin at any time. She steals from wealthy men. I stan her. All right, Hannah Overyor's statement. A theft I am proud of. Around 4:30 p.m., I snuck into the Eubank estate. I spotted the safe. It's inside stuffed with treasure. I used my trusty lockpicks to open the window, and I made my way inside. I pilfered the safe of its contents, grabbing about half of the money inside. I can't believe it took you an entire day to find me. I thought the police were better than that. Hey, sir. Is something wrong, Miss Assistant? Her statement seems off. You think there's a problem, go ahead and find it. My job as a mentor is to ensure you do it correctly. But you're not my... Oh, never mind, I'll do it myself. If we're focusing on her first crime, then the attempted murder can be ignored. Around 4:30 p.m., I snuck into the Eubank estate, spotted the safe, it's inside stuffed with treasure. I used my trusty lockpicks to open the window, and I made my way inside. You couldn't have because the window only opens from the inside, correct? Correct. If she was outside. Oh, maybe I can question her, actually. I didn't question her on all the other stuff. Lockpicks. Every great thief carries a set of lockpicks with them. I needed them for this heist. I keep mine in my hair. I thought those were just hairpins. Hang on, why did the detective let her bring lockpicks in here? Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about the window. Where is that? Spotted the safe. Use my trusty lockpicks. Dispute. The window doesn't open from the outside. Miss Yor, you couldn't have opened the window. The window in the room only opens from the inside. No lockpicks could get you around that. Oh! I could explain. You see, the weather was really warm that day. The maid opened up the window. I just got the details mixed up. Let me explain. Ooh. Don't you love when the suspect's like, oh wait, I'm confused. I mixed up the evidence. It's okay. Hold on. Wait, let me run it back. All right, part 2. When I snuck into the estate, the window was already open. Sorry, we forgot that. So I simply climbed in. That's when I spotted the safe. I used my trustworthy tools to open up the safe. I just mixed up the window and the safe. She already lied once. How can we trust her confession now? That's the thing, we can't. That's why it's up to you to find the flaws in it. But what if I can't find anything? You should be the one handling this. You'll find it, I believe in you. Man, he just doesn't want to do his job. Real helpful. When I snuck into the estate, the window was already open. Okay, fine. I simply climbed in. That's when I spotted the safe. I used my trusty tools, but the safe wasn't tampered with. Right? Half of it was stolen, no evidence of tampering. So how would she have picked the lock if it wasn't tampered with? Maybe? Miss Yor, how did you open the safe? You said you opened it with your lockpicks, but there's no sign of tampering. It can only be opened with a code. Your tools would be useless. I've never said that my tools were my lockpicks. I mean my greatest tool of all. Patience. The friends we made along the way. I just waited for the maid to open up the safe. I robbed it after she left. Miss Yor, I doubt both of your statements are true. You're saying that Miss Lear opened both the safe and the window and then just left the room? Yes. Detective, that doesn't make any sense. That would have to be the biggest coincidence ever. But not impossible. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to counter her claim right now. Bitch is grasping. Oh my gosh. She's like, yeah, it was patience. That's what I used. The real tool at hand. Hannah, should I arrest you now or you want to wait? I don't know. So safe access. Hannah claims that Miss Lear opened the safe and the window before leaving the room. The safe can only be opened through a passcode. I don't know her reasons. I only took advantage of them. What now? Something is wrong with her story. I know it. There has to be another way to draw out the truth. Miss Yor, can you explain the purpose of your lockpicks? You mean these? Well, they pick locks, as the name implies. I just keep them in my hair for safekeeping. You just said that you waited for the maid to open the window and the safe. So then why were you carrying lockpicks? I have good reason for that. One that Miss Tacky Green's suit will accept. Okay. It's not as tacky as the orange jumpsuit you'll be wearing. Oh. You tell him, Justina. Now, this is not the time for colorful quips. Please, Miss Yor, tell us your story. Rude. Alright, the lockpicks were needed to enter the estate. Oh, sorry, those just clicked twice. There's a gate with a padlock that I picked in order to get on the property. Gate with a padlock, okay. I placed my lockpicks in my hair afterwards. I had no need for them once I got to the window. Sir, is she telling the truth about the gate? She is. We found the gate and the lock was picked. Then she's telling the truth. How do we go any further? Don't think about her lying. Think more about how the evidence doesn't support the truth. You're the one in charge here. Can't you tell me the answer? True leaders just sit behind desks all day giving orders. I'll look over the statement again. Alright, the lockpicks were needed to enter the estate. I'm gonna question her on some of these things, because I feel like it kind of makes sense. How did you know you would need lockpicks? I always bring lockpicks with me. You never know when they'll come in handy. Guess that makes sense. She is a thief after all. Now I'm going to be suspicious of anyone with hairpins. There's a gate with a padlock that I picked in order to get on the property. Why didn't you tell us this before? You didn't ask. That's not a good reason. You're supposed to be confessing. You're the one asking the questions. Maybe you're just bad at your job. It's my first day. This isn't even my job, I'm just a clerk. Alright, I placed my lockpicks in my hair afterwards. Why did you put your lockpicks away? What if you needed them? Why would I? The safe and window were open. Plus, I needed my hands free to grab the money. So you didn't take your lockpicks out at all after entering the room? Nope, not even once. Thank you, let's carry on. I had no need for them once I got to the window. Okay. That's quite the coincidence, the maid opening both the window and the safe. How would your plan have even worked if she didn't? I would have improvised. I had all the tools I needed. Patience, you know? It just so happens that my greatest tool of all was my luck. Sorry, not patience, it was luck this time. How would you have gotten into the safe if she hadn't opened it? I had my lockpicks as backup. But the safe doesn't even have a hole to put the lockpicks in. Yeah, well, I didn't know that. It doesn't matter because the maid opened it for me. Let's move on before steam starts coming out of my ears. Okay, how do we dispute any of this? I feel the strip nap coming in fast. Oof, cozy cozy. Lockpicks in her hair, but the maid said it was definitely a tall man. See, that's what I don't understand. Like, that's what we started with. I'm like, this isn't even who I thought was gonna be our suspect. Let me look at the thing here. We have the thief's path. Okay, we have the footprints, window, safe. Tall man holding lockpicks. So maybe we can say something with that. Place my lockpicks in my hair afterwards. Okay, so let's dispute it with the statement. Thief was a tall man holding lockpicks. I don't know. Miss Yor, did you know Miss Lear gave a recorded statement? So? In her statement, she said that the thief was a 6-foot-tall male and had lockpicks. Her description of you was wrong, but there was one key detail about you she mentioned, that you had lockpicks. If she only saw you during her escape, she would have seen them as hairpins. Something happened in that room, and it wasn't a simple robbery. I can explain! No, please, allow me. Earlier today, I saw that the footprints you left in that room showed you walking away from the safe. Normally, I would expect a thief like you yourself to simply run away. One possibility was that she lied about seeing you. However, if she knew about the lockpicks, then she clearly had seen you. Maybe she saw that I picked the lock of the gate to get onto the property. We only found that lock after we arrived and interviewed her. Miss Assistant, do you know why Miss Lear was in the room with our thief? Oh, the truth is, Miss Lear was the true thief. There was never a robbery at all. The two knew each other. She was trying to stop the robbery. We need more testimony from Miss Yor. I feel like I need more testimony, but like, it also would make sense if they knew each other and they were in cahoots. Singing Nomads, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. This looks adorable. It's very cute. I'm having a good time so far. Let's get more testimony. What happens if I say that? Have more faith in yourself. You have plenty of information. Oh. I'm always like, I want more. Like, okay, the truth is they knew each other. How about that? I feel like that seems right. This whole time, you said you wanted to confess to get a plea deal. Yet, that was never the reason. This was all meant to hide your relationship with Miss Lear. That's exactly it. After getting your tip on the footprints, I came to a conclusion. The thief must have been someone Miss Lear knew. So I asked the Eubank family about her friends, and your name came up. Getting your bank records was the hard part, but that's how I proved you were the thief. How did you get her bank records? I have my connections. Stop asking too many questions. Anyways, it's clear you hid your relationship to keep Miss Lear from being arrested as well. The two of you were working together. You're mistaken. If we were working together, why wouldn't she just let me right through the front door? She wouldn't even need me. She could have just robbed the safe herself. I think my assistant can explain that, can't you? Why did the two of them stage the robbery as they did? The truth is, they were in a rush. The front door was not possible. Miss Lear could not leave the estate. They wanted the police to know a thief stole the money. Oh gosh, I mean, the girly pops were stealing, and I don't know why. It's like cute Phoenix. Isn't it cute? It is very much like Phoenix, right? The truth is, they weren't in a rush, I don't think. Why would they want the police to know? Even the music is Phoenix coded. It's so cute. I know a guy who knows a guy. We've got connections, it's okay. Maybe she couldn't leave the estate. But that doesn't make sense. Alright. Correct again, and we did get involved, so their plan at that point was successful. They knew that the money being stolen would make the news, and if Miss Lear says a male thief stole the money, it would throw our investigation off. We trust Miss Lear, of course. So, unless you want us to throw the full extent of the law at you, we need your real confession now. You win. I'm no great thief. Your robbery might not have been very great, but you did try to steal away the truth. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe you. How could you crack jokes at a time like this? Lighten up, Miss Assistant. We won this round. We can have some fun now. You haven't taken this seriously at any point. Miss Yor, we have a few questions to ask now. Don't you already know everything? Just throw me in a jail cell. I don't think you were stealing based out of greed. If you were, why would you only take half the money? So I want to offer you a chance to tell us why you stole the money. You know what the money in the safe was used for, right? It was charity money, but I don't know which charity it was for. It's a charity run by the Eubank estate. They raise money for a local orphanage. I have to say, stealing money from orphans doesn't paint you in the best light. That's what I'm saying. Every year, Mr. Eubank raises money for the charity, but he's been lying about how much he receives. The amount they raise and the amount that goes to charity are different. Chandra helped with the fundraising and she figured out there was a discrepancy. Hold on. If he's wealthy enough to have a charity, why is he stealing money from it? Hold on, Miss Assistant. None of this is proven. She lied once already. We have to take the rest with a grain of salt. She's already proven herself to be a liar. Calm down. Still, why would he keep the charity money in the safe? Wouldn't a bank account be safer? Banks keep records. If he was ever audited, the records would reveal what he did. The Eubanks own one of the largest investment firms in the country. They know how to avoid leaving any paper trails. But why would he give Miss Lear the code to the safe? Well, I don't really know. Chandra never told me. So why did the two of you get involved? Chandra couldn't accept what was going on. She told me about what she found and what her plan was, so I agreed to help her. And what were you planning to do with the money after you stole it? Well, we didn't figure that part out. We didn't expect to get caught so quickly. You know, if you told me that you planned to anonymously donate that money, I could almost respect this little plan. Regardless, we'll still have to charge you. Charge me? But please, at least let Chandra off with a lighter sentence. I was the one who stole the money. All she did was open the window in the safe. I know you'll go arrest her after this, but you have to understand that. Oh no! She doesn't know? I'm sorry, Miss Yor, we have some bad news. We got a call from the Eubank estate this morning. Miss Lear was attacked and is in critical condition. No, you're joking, right? You're just trying to get me to say more. Well, you'll be charged with larceny. I'm afraid, pending further investigation, you're also being held under arrest for attempted murder. What? No, why would I try to kill Chandra? We're best friends. I would never hurt her. I believe you, but we don't have a choice right now. You'll be detained here until further notice. I can assure you, however, that your cooperation won't go unnoticed. You have the legal right to a public defender if your case goes to court. To hell with a lawyer? Why did you just... hide this from me until now? Did you just want to watch me struggle? We love a struggle, though. You're evil. The both of you. Everything they say about cops is in the city, you corrupt, heartless monsters. I'm sorry, but it would be in your best interest if you didn't speak to us further without a lawyer. The two of us would be best be going now. I wish I could do more for you, Hannah. Oh man, that was brutal. My gosh. Watch people struggle? I can't imagine why someone would do that. No idea. How would that be interesting? TK, how are you doing? I've heard of struggle bus, but struggle cops? Girl, you did not say to hell with the lawyer. I mean, is Hannah wrong, though? That was cruel. That was sneaky. I mean, we didn't know that she didn't know. So, we're not at fault. But this Hunt guy, I don't know. He may have an okay coat, but that was sneaky. My apologies, Miss Smith. That wasn't something I planned on having you see. You being heartless like that? Neither did I. Wait a second, you actually used my name. You're hereby free from being my assistant. You can go back to your normal duties. If it means anything, you certainly did well back there. If you already knew everything, why did you need me in the first place? When Miss Earle told me how you found that clue, I decided I wanted to test your critical thinking skills. Looks like I was right to test you. You solved the case like a pro. I hope you didn't mind me having a bit of fun in there. I don't know. Given how things ended, I wouldn't call any of that fun. I know, she meant most of that for me, not you. Either way, I don't want you to have to face any more of that because of me. So what are you gonna do now? Her best friend nearly died, and she's our #1 suspect. I'm going back to the crime scene to try and clear her name. So if you'll excuse me. Hold it. Hold it. I never agreed to stop being your assistant. Hannah said something I want to see for myself. I might not be a police officer, but please take me with you. I think I borrowed you from Miss Earle long enough. Keeping you away any longer would only anger her and risk your job. Do you really think I'm that quick to boil? Miss Earle, wait, how much did you hear? Enough to have an opinion on the matter. Ernest, take her with you. If you think she can help solve the case, it would be foolish to not even let her see the crime scene. I'll make sure Hannah is treated well until you solve the case. Are you sure? What about Justina's duties here? Her paperwork can wait. She can always work overtime. Hello? I just got here! You want me to stay overtime on my first day? Would you rather just stay here and miss all the fun? Alright, deal. I'll go. Good. Do look after her, Ernest. It's still only her first day. Yes, absolutely. Really? Overtime? I can't. Well then, Miss Assistant, are you ready to go? Sir, yes, sir. Perfect. Here's the keys. I'll show you to the car. Wait, you want me to drive? Of course, the assistant always drives. Besides, it's a good test of your driving skills. You never know when we might be in a highway chase. Follow me. That was how my relationship with Detective Hunt began. I went from a desk job to field work in a matter of hours, all because of one small contradiction. Little did I know how much this single case was going to change my life forever. End of case 1. Ooh, I'm already hooked. Well, this seems like a, not great for your first day at work, but alright. Driving minigame. I'm hoping not. I'm very bad at driving in games, so I'm hoping we don't have to drive. But we can look at case 2 now. The lawyer's name is Sue. A bit on the nose. A little bit. It's cute. I feel like all the Ace Attorney names are like punny on the nose stuff, you know? Okay. Case 2. After solving the mystery behind the robbery, we left for the Eubank estate to find out why Miss Lear was attacked. All the while, my new detective friend was telling me the details of how he found Miss Yor. We arrived just as he finished. April 16th, 12:20 p.m., Azure City, outside the Eubank estate. And then I brought her to the interrogation room before you joined the fun. You know the rest. We left that room with Hannah claiming we're awful people. I wouldn't consider any of that fun. Regardless, it's all the more reason for us to prove her innocence. Then who attacked Chandra? It couldn't possibly have been the Eubank family, right? I have a few ideas, but a good detective avoids becoming tunnel-visioned. It's important to have a fresh perspective on things, and that's where I come in. Precisely, you catch on quick. So what do we do now? Now comes the fun part of being a detective. Investigating. That is the best part. Seeing as this is your first investigation, would you like me to run you through the basics? Yeah, sure, why not? Alright, it's pretty simple. Each time we come across an area to examine, we have a few different options. The first option is to look around for clues. We can investigate the immediate area for any details that stick out. Doing so is the best way for us to find evidence, which we can then use in our investigation. Second, we may come across witnesses. The best. When we do so, it's important for us to collect their statement. This is similar to what suspects give during their interrogations, but this time we simply take their words and write them down for later. You might find that some witnesses aren't entirely truthful in their statements. When this happens, we can review their statement and point out the contradiction, just like we do in the interrogation room. Not everyone will have a flaw in their statement, however, so don't go running around accusing people without a reason. But that's my favorite part. I don't know, I love just interrogating people, accusing them left and right. Like, you look like a murderer. In addition to their statements, we can also just talk to the witnesses. Doing so is another good way to uncover information. I enjoy running around accusing people with no reason. It's the best part of any detective game, I think. Finally, once we're ready to move on, we can travel to another area. We have free reign of the house, so we can move around as we'd like. Whenever you want to talk to me, we can come back here. I'll have more to say as the case unfolds. Come back here every once in a while to hear more. Now then, let's get started. You can now track your current leads through the summary section of the case file. Okay. Let's talk about Hannah first. I'm still not sure about Hannah's story. Why would the Eubanks want to steal charity money? I can think of a number of reasons. I'm sure she's telling the truth. Whatever happened to she lied once already, we have to take the rest with a grain of salt. That was Detective Hunt speaking. Ernest Hunt says she's innocent. But don't you have your doubts? Yeah, I have my doubts. Still, I believe her. I don't think any actor could fake the anger she had. It did feel real. It would be so much easier if this was all an accident. Blame it all on bad luck. Okay, let's investigate. Alright, the window. This infamous window at this point. Did you eat my leftover pasta? I swear I'm innocent, but I'm proud of you for accusing people of things they didn't do. Good job. True struggle best fashion. If it walks like a murderer and quacks like a murderer, it's probably a murderer. Just saying. I see an open window up there. Why would you want to keep the window open on such a cool day? I don't know, for a breeze? Why are we judging? We'll have to take a closer look at it once we're inside. Okay, what about the door? For a wealthy family, the house seems less grand than I expected. Justina, in this economy, that's a great house. What do you mean? My gosh. What did you expect, a luxurious palace the size of a stadium? Home prices are going up far faster than most wages. You tell her, Hunt. Oh my gosh. She's like, I thought this would be like more castle-like. This is still prime real estate. At least they keep their home modest rather than driving up the prices even further. I suppose so. Police car. So how was my driving? You never drove above the speed limit. You even dipped 5 below on the freeway. I was driving a police car. I had to set a good example. You know, studies show that slower drivers cause more accidents than faster ones. Really? I guess I'll look that up later. Okay. Walking up to people on the street telling them, hey, your face screams murderer. Why would a rich person want even more money if they thought they could get away with it? Seems like a silly question. Apparently she has high opinions of houses and jackets. That's true. She's like, I guess, if you say so. Let's go to the foyer. What do you mean? This house is gorgeous. I don't know why she was being sassy about the house. This looks great. I could never. Justina's kind of judgy. Coats and houses out here catching strays. April 16th, 12:25 p.m. House foyer. Wow, this place is much more impressive on the inside. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Maybe we judged too quickly. Don't get too distracted by the lion's den before meeting the lion itself. I prefer hummingbird's nest myself. Oh, she's so cute. After all, they represent optimism and playfulness, traits that we all use in our lives. I see you brought a new guest. Welcome to my home. I'm Ferris Eubank. Oh, hi. I'm Justina Smith. It's a pleasure to meet you. My, you are quite nervous. Some tea should calm those nerves. Care for a cup? No, I would hate to impose. Now, you're a guest in my home. I simply must offer you a drink. Then let's save the cup until after we're finished. Fair enough. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? I thought you caught the thief earlier this morning. We did. That case is already wrapped up with a shiny bow. We're here about the attack on your maid, Miss Lear. Why, I can still hardly believe that Chandra was attacked. Just this morning she was getting my tea ready, and before I knew it, the police were here. I hope for her sake you can lock away that wicked thief for what she did. Is her tea on fire? What happened to her tea? Why are you rocking that monocle? It's very cool. Do you have a canteen of tea? She's just like carrying it on her hip? I didn't know we could do that. That's a great use of free will. Just a whole canteen of tea. Sorry, a canteen of fire. I don't know why it's on fire now, but looks great. I don't know. What exactly is in that tea? Your cooperation in this manner is greatly appreciated. Of course, I'll help in any way I can. In that case, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Can you tell me where you were when Miss Lear was attacked? Let me think. Oop, statement. I feel like if Nina plays this on a future stream, we need to find her that jacket. I will go hunt down a jacket. We'll have to do a full coat roast. A can tea, you might say. Canteen of tea, a can tea. This morning I was having breakfast in the dining room with the rest of the family. After my husband finished eating, I stayed by myself in the dining room. We adopted a stray cat yesterday, and so I was feeding him. I was there the whole time until the police came. I believe it was shortly after that when Chandra was found. Okay, Ferris was in the dining room by herself until the police came. She claims she was there feeding the family's cat. Okay. Now access collected witness statements through the summary menu of the case file. Can anyone verify your whereabouts? Not a soul, I'm afraid. I suppose that makes me a suspect? Of course not. You don't have a motive. We only wanted to know where you were. Justina, she is a suspect. I know it's your first day on the job, but come on. Taking care of the stray cat you just got? I don't know. Your partner here seems to have a different idea. Guilty as charged. Here's a tip, Miss Assistant. Lack of motive does not mean lack of guilt. Chandra's family detective. We would never hurt her. Then you should have no issue with us looking around to confirm that. Well, you're free to look around. After all, you already caught the culprit. What's with his attitude? I should have a talk with him outside. A stern talking to. How dare you have an attitude with someone who is not a suspect? Interrogate the cat. That's a great idea, too. Alright, let's talk about Eubank Investments. Mrs. Eubank. Please, dear, call me Ferris. Ferris, could you tell me about Eubank Investments? It's an investment firm that our family runs. We provide the funds to transform empty land into beautiful destinations. My husband is the founder and CEO. I run the legal department. The whole legal department? Wow. It's hardly that impressive. A single cup of oolong tea is far more complex than anything I do. Don't let her modesty fool you, Miss Assistant. Eubank Investments has dealings all around Azure City and beyond. It would be impossible for them not to run into a lot of legal issues. I bet you're the life of the party detective. Well, you don't get to detect What? You don't get to detective on good looks alone. Anyways, it was her who secured the company's first major property development. That success led the company to where it is today. No need to flatter me, detective. After all, my husband did all the planning. I just carried out those plans. Excuse me, when was this major investment exactly? I believe it was about a decade ago. I see. I never thought I'd be meeting Mrs. Eubank. To think all of that happened 10 years ago. Are you doing all right, dear? If you're feeling tired, perhaps some tea would help. Why is she pushing this tea? I don't know. The tea is very sus. Huh? Oh, no, sorry, I was just thinking. I'll keep my pass to myself. If you're hungry, feel free to help yourself to the kitchen. Some delicious food might ease that mind of yours, I don't know. I mean, maybe she's just being hospitable, but why are we offering tea and food? Tea and snacks? Usually I'd say yes, but it seems sus in this case. We should be heading to the crime scene. We have an investigation to conduct. She only takes one sip. How much tea is spilled on the floor? Or how tiny is the cup? I don't know. Everything about that tea is weird. I should pay both places a visit. Alright, so we can review the statement. Oh, I can dispute anything she says. Okay, cool. Having breakfast. I don't think there's anything that I thought was weird. I thought maybe a question, but this is only if I have something to dispute. Adopted a stray, feeding the stray. Police came. Okay. Cool. Let's back it up. Investigate this room. Do not complain about people offering us food. You know what? I shouldn't complain. In every other circumstance, I would never complain about that. How much of the tea went on fire? There's so many questions to be answered. There's some lovely plants. Do you mean the Plantanic brothers? They have names? Why, they're valuable members of our home. Nothing makes you feel more invited than being greeted by the Plantanic brothers. Then why keep them in the corners? Even plants can be shy. They get frightened easily. It's because those are partial shade plants. They can only take so much sunlight. You're no fun, detective. The tea is definitely poison. I think so. Those paintings. Is something wrong? These paintings are so uninspired. Just, yeah. The palette is completely dull. Judgy, judgy. What's the point of painting something without any soul or creativity? Art is more than just pictures to put on a wall. I didn't know you had such strong art opinions. Thank my parents, they're artists. Staring at art is just second nature to me. Sorry for the rant, I know it's weird. It's not weird at all. A good detective can walk into a room and pinpoint whatever stands out. It just means you have a good pair of eyes. How does the detective know so much about plants? Maybe his previous cases were about, like, plant murders. I don't know. The walls are purple. A dull palette is helpful for not being overwhelming. Yeah. I don't know, I thought they were kind of cute. I like the color scheme because, yeah, the walls are very bright. Justina's giving big first semester of college vibes. Just an opinion about everything, which is great. That's quite the window. Now we're judging the window. Oh, I just love all the light it lets in. It makes our home feel so alive. Excuse me. It's a bit too grand if you ask me. Imagine the detectives come into your home and just roast everything. All that light must be blinding from the stairs. A brighter world is never a bad thing, detective. My gosh, this poor woman. Sorry, Alex, thank you for the lurk. Off to Hot Pot. Go enjoy. Sorry, I missed that. I just backed up. Alright, travel to... Let's go to the crime scene. Let's start there. April 16th, crime scene. Roast the ceiling lights next. Let's do it. What's next? Maybe the wallpaper in this room? It's strange how familiar this room is now. Imagine how I feel coming and going from this room so often. I ought to be paying rent at this point. You'd have to sell everything you own to afford rent in a place like this. Anyways, hold it right there. This is an active crime scene. Civilians can't just wander around here. Perfect timing. I was wondering where you were. Red, welcome back. I see you brought a guest. Miss Assistant, let me introduce you to the lead detective, Sophie Swift. Oh, I love that name. Nice to meet ya. Wait, what do you mean lead detective? I thought you were in charge. Red handles robberies. I'm the one who handles homicides and attempts at homicide. You must be Justina Smith, correct? Wait, how did you know that? I have it written right here. Justina Smith, a clerk working under Sue P. Earle. The chief told us about you last week. He showed us a picture and everything. Wait, how come Detective Hunt didn't know me? Why would you look at the time? I really ought to be going. You forgot, didn't you? Keen as ever, I see. Is he always like this? For as long as I've known him, he has a good heart, though. Anyway, Sue told me you got a confession from the thief. We got a confession for the robbery, but she didn't attack Chandra. Justina here couldn't bear to see an innocent person accused like that and begged me to bring her here. Hey, don't listen to him. Well, since you're here, let me give you the rundown. Yay. Sophie Swift, sister of Samantha Swift? Maybe. Don't forget to watch out for cat supplies. We gotta look for any evidence that this cat even exists. Because I don't believe it. I don't buy it. The detectives are very judgy. Truly. Around 8 o'clock this morning, Miss Lear left a voicemail for Red that seemed to be cut off abruptly. It sounded like someone had attacked her. I was sent over to investigate. I got here at about 8:10. Mrs. Eubanks greeted me on my arrival, and we headed towards the trophy room where we believed Chandra may have been. The door was locked tight, so I had to force it open. Chandra was inside, unconscious. She had clearly been attacked. I confirmed she was alive before we transported her to the hospital. I see. So what was the weapon? We haven't found one yet. I was told that she had been hit on the back of the head with a flat and blunt object. We know it must have had blood on it, given the injury. But everything we've tested so far has come back negative for blood, so we believe the culprit must have taken the weapon with them. I have the medical report right here. Take a look at it. Woo! A report from the hospital Chandra is being treated at. She suffered a single blunt force wound to the back of the head from a flat object. There were no other injuries present. What if it's still in the house? Shouldn't we just test everything? Not without reasonable suspicion or a warrant. It'd be ruled as inadmissible and thrown out otherwise. Right now, we only have grounds to test what's around the crime scene. I guess that makes sense. It does make things harder, though. It's a necessary evil. So for now, let's just investigate this room. We might find something. Let me know if you have any questions. Oh yeah, let's talk about it. Arrival speed. I want the cat to exist because then maybe we can pet the cat. I am hoping for cat, but I'm also a little weary because I'm not quite sure that she's telling the truth. Something about the T is throwing me off. It took me 20 minutes to drive here. How did you get here so fast? Believe it or not, I'm the fastest member of the force. If criminals think they can outrun the law, they haven't met Zephyr. Zephyr? That's my ride, just a standard issue motorcycle with some custom upgrades. I know all the ins and outs of the city. Trust me, whenever there's a murder, I'm the first one there. Good to know. So why is Hannah the prime suspect in this? I don't see anything that ties back to her. Well, there isn't anything direct, but given how the body was found, our best assumption is that the thief had to have returned. We talked to the chief. He doesn't want us going after the Eubanks. The Eubanks have a lot to sway in the city. Unless we had ironclad proof, let's just say the fallout would be enormous. I certainly hate to get on their bad side. So with nothing else going on, our best guess remains the thief. That's awful. Whatever happened to innocent until proven guilty? That only applies in a court of law. The police have much simpler priorities when making an arrest. So until we find the true culprit, Miss Yor is the prime suspect. Why the long face? We're here to prove her innocent. Our system isn't perfect, but it'll work out in the end. Far from perfect. Judgy, judgy. I'm surprised you don't mind us hijacking your investigation. Red may seem a bit absent-minded, but really he's dedicated to the core. Even if I try to stop him, he'd still worm his way into this. Besides, he's the better detective. If anyone could solve this case, it's him. But this is your case. Don't you want to be the one to solve it? Well, Red has his quirks, but unlike me, he has the actual brains to back it up. I'd only get in the way, so guarding the crime scene is the best I can do. I got promoted to detective last month because I gave the most speeding tickets, not for my investigation skills. The chief just wants me as an example to the other officers, an incentive to issue more tickets. Don't put yourself down, I'm sure you're a great detective. We all have our skills. I drive fast and Red finds criminals. I accept that. Well, I haven't. You've been here all morning. You must have uncovered something. Well, there is one thing. The order of when everyone arrived here. First was Mrs. Eubank. She greeted me at the door and led me here. Then the chef came up. He had a frying pan, so I figured he came from the kitchen. After that, Mr. Eubank claimed to have heard a sound and rushed downstairs. See, you have a detective's attention to detail. But that's not all. Mr. Eubank's statement is important. Why's that? Well, if he had heard the thud, he must have been close to the crime scene, right? So I think he must have been in the room upstairs. What's above this room? The victim's bedroom. A frying pan? Also sus. I don't know. I feel like all of the suspicious objects lead back to the kitchen. We should go. That can't be a coincidence. Let's go investigate that room. I couldn't find anything when I looked, but you two might be luckier. Then try again. A second look might be all you need. Red, how long have you been listening? Since about 11 sentences ago. You found the clue, you should find the proof. I'll stay here and watch the scene. You should go. You're way better than me at this. Take my assistant with you. I taught her everything, so it'll be like I'm there in spirit. Like I needed your help to look at an object and comment on it. Sure, I'll go with you. I want to be there when you find that proof. Alright, let's do it. But only for the bedroom. I'm leaving the rest of the house to Red. Once you're done collecting evidence, just head to her room. I'll meet you there. Okay. Sounds good. Plot twist, Hunt is completely inept and has been trying to hide that fact. I kind of want to believe that. Let's investigate this room. Okay. The rug. I'm not a fan of this rug. I don't know what else I was expecting. I'm not a fan of this rug. It doesn't match the carpet at all. It needs more color variety. Green and purple would help it pop more. But it's super fluffy. What I would give to be a cat and just roll around without a care. It looks fine to me, says the man who looks like a walking lobster. He nice. He's been working really hard to infiltrate the crustacean smuggler's ring. Not the roast. You're right. I was being too crabby. When this is over, I'm going shopping for new clothes. We cannot just bully this man into going on a shopping spree. Oh my gosh. Justina, what are you a fan of? Detective, it's the safe from this morning. You mean yesterday. You only saw it this morning from a tape recorded yesterday. Time is just an excuse to display power over others. I learned about it this morning, therefore it only existed since then. We also met this morning, so have I only existed since this morning? Detective, it's the safe from yesterday. It doesn't seem to be relevant to our current case, so let's leave it alone. Okay. Ew, what is that? What's this? Looks like a white bedsheet, but it's covered in a bunch of dirt and grass. Detective Swift, do you know what this is? No idea. It was there when we secured the room. Whoever left it must have been in a hurry. Well, Chandra was in here. Maybe she was planning on cleaning it when she got attacked. But there's no bed in here, or anything for washing sheets. How did it get this dirty? Strange. I'll record it for later. Okay, bedsheet, a white bedsheet covered in dirt. It was found stuffed inside a drawer in the trophy room. Christina is quickly becoming my most unlikable protagonist. She just says everything that comes into her head. No filter. I kind of admire that. I wonder what's in here. Looks like a landline, but it's covered in hair? It's cat fur. Red found some yesterday. Cat fur? Are you saying there was a cat in here? Not just any cat, an orange and white Siamese cat. Given how fresh the fur was, I'd say it was shed no more than an hour before it was discovered. I asked Mrs. Eubank about it, and she said it was from the family cat. Really? None of that was in the police report. Why leave it out? I brought it up to the chief, but it was dismissed as irrelevant. He said, what are we supposed to do? Claim the cat as a witness and request testimony? Cats do make for poor witnesses. What does that mean? Cats notice everything. If the cat could testify, I would trust the cat more than a human. As for the phone, we believe this phone was used to call the police this morning. We're not sure how it ended up here. Perhaps the thief tried to hide it. I'll take note of both. Okay, trophy room cabinet. A storage cabinet found in the trophy room. There were small traces of orange cat fur inside, which were left on the day of the robbery. And then the telephone. A telephone found stuffed inside a cabinet in the trophy room. It's been disconnected. Okay, the dress. Who keeps a single yellow dress hung up like this? Mrs. Eubank says it's what she wears when watching her husband play golf. She says it's easier to find it when it's next to the golf clubs. I'm surprised she wouldn't wear something fancier. She can afford whatever outfit she wants, but goes for a tacky yellow. I hope whoever wrote the script just had the best time doing it. It's simple and elegant, like her personality. You need a better eye for fashion, Red. There's more to style than just throwing on whatever. I'm a simple man. All I need is something that fits me. We can tell. Why are they all so mean? Oh my gosh. Says the guy wearing all red like a lobster. You want simple to wash it? It's golf. Oh yeah, grass messes up everything. That is true. There's some golf clubs over here. How strange. This blue one has had its head polished, but not the rest of it. I guess Chandra was cleaning it when she got attacked. That's what we thought, but there's nothing in here for cleaning a golf club with. According to the Eubanks, after delivering breakfast, Chandra was asked to clean the blue one. Is there a golf tournament coming up? Maybe Mr. Eubank will use it there. Then why would he want this one cleaned? These clubs are just for show. What do you mean? He keeps his real clubs in his room. These three are his lucky clubs. These three are more to show off. Claims he carried them to a few tournaments he won. Strange. Why would he just want one cleaned then? I didn't ask him. Don't worry about it. If it's connected to this case, we can ask him later. Do you think any of these clubs could have been the weapon? We tested them for blood, but they came back negative. I'll add this to the evidence. Okay. Weird. The club might be the one. It might be. Why were we cleaning just the one? One of Owen's lucky golf clubs. Although Chandra had been asked to clean them, this one is still partially dirty. Tested negative for blood. Okay. According to this trophy, Mr. Eubank got first place at a golf tournament recently. Apparently, he's won plenty of trophies in the past. One magazine said, a true visionary. When his company's stock goes up, his golf score goes down. Isn't a low score bad? Golf is about getting the ball in a hole with the least number of swings, so a low score is best. If he's so great, why display only one trophy? If he's so good at golf, why does he only have one? Huh, you make a good point. Unless he has another room. This room is usually bare given his previous record. Okay. I think the weapon is the canteen. It could be. That could knock a person out, for sure. So, the culprit came in through this window, huh? Given that the door was locked, they would have had to leave through it as well. But then why would they close the window? Surely a thief escaping in a hurry wouldn't put in the effort to close it. It does seem odd, but it was closed when we got here. Whoever attacked Chandra must have closed it. Okay. Justina, he at least has a trophy. You have nothing. What do you mean? She got overtime! She's got something. Alright, so we've looked at everything. Let's go to the bedroom. I think that's the one that's above us right now. April 16th, 12:20 p.m. bedroom. Here we are, Chandra's bedroom. Are we really in the same house? This room is a bit bland. Maybe she prefers being minimalist. That or the Eubanks don't pay her enough. Either way, a modest room makes our lives easier. Seems nobody is here right now. Alright, let's investigate the dresser. Can we click the chandelier? I feel like we judge it. I think it's just the ones that are on the side. I wish we could click on everything. But yeah, I need Justina to run through the house and roast every item. Let's check this chest for clues. You mean this dresser for clues? No, it has drawers that you pull, so it's a chest of drawers. Dressers are short and wide, while chests of drawers are tall and narrow. This is a short and wide, therefore it's a dresser. Is this really that important? Let's just look inside. There's some golf club cleaner and what looks like a camera? Why would there be a camera in here? The inside seemed broken. Judging by the dust, I'd say it was hidden away on top of the wardrobe. Some of the parts have fresh club cleaner on it. So whoever put it here must have been using the club cleaner. But why is it broken? The scratches on it means it must have hit the floor pretty hard. That would have been enough to break it. With the fresh club cleaner on it, it must have been broken today. I doubt it simply fell on its own. Just one mystery on top of another. Let's add both to the evidence. Alright, club cleaner. Golf club cleaner found in Chandra's chest of drawers. It's used to polish and clean golf clubs. A small broken camera found in Chandra's chest of drawers. It was broken today and there are traces of golf cleaner on it. Dust markings show it may have been hidden on top of the wardrobe. Spooky. Is arguing over dressers the best use of our policing budget? I mean, apparently we're working all day, working overtime, so we have all day. I like this room better than the other rooms, honestly. It's very cozy. I do like it. You got all the essentials. I think it's great. The other rooms are big and empty. This room is a bit cold. This window must be why. It's letting a draft in. Why is it open? We found it open when we got here. Did Chandra open it? No idea. Best to leave it all alone for now. This must be the window I spotted outside. An open window in Chandra's room. Why would she leave it open on such a cold day? Alright, we have wardrobe. For a maid, there sure is a lot of cat fur in here. Especially around this wardrobe. I wonder what's inside. What the? You finally found me. I've been waiting here forever. Now hand over your badge, Miss Detective. Hello? You were in there the whole time? Hang on, you know her already? Of course, she's... Fi. My name's Fi. Or Fee. Is it Fee or Fi? And this is my cat, Toasty. Hi, Toasty. Nice to meet you both. My name's Justina. I'm here to help out with the investigation today. So this is the Eubanks cat. He's super cute. I think he likes you, miss. So why exactly does she want your badge, detective? I may or may not have promised to play hide and seek with her this morning, and I bet my badge on it. Turns out she's really hard to find. Have you really been in here this whole time? Yup, and since you never found me, I won. Now, give me your badge. But I did find you. No, you didn't. The green lady found me, so it doesn't count. She takes hide and seek seriously. Hey, let's worry about the badge later, okay? Right now, I want to ask you a couple of questions about today. I love Toasty. Like, that's the perfect name for that cat. That cat is, like, lightly toasted. Such a good name. Well, Toasty and I are really tired, so we're having trouble remembering things. Maybe you could jog our memory with some money? You want us to pay you? Father tells me that information is worth more than gold, so I'm not gonna talk to you for free. I can't believe I'm being extorted by a kid. Detective, what do we do now? Hold on, I got an idea. Tell you what, Fi, how about we play a little game instead? A game? I like that they're both thinking. We're listening. You answer all our questions honestly, and Justina will give you whatever you want. But if we catch you lying, I get to keep my badge. Deal? Hang on, I didn't agree to that. Hey, I already put my badge on the line. Take one for the team. Alright, fine. I really hope this kid is bad at lying. So how does that sound to you, Fi? Deal. What do you want to know? I don't remember hearing about her at all in the police report. I wonder if she saw anything. Let's start from the beginning. Where were you yesterday when the robbery happened? Ha! That's easy. You better get ready to give us the piggyback ride of a lifetime. My back is already aching from the thought. I really hope Detective Swift knows what she's gotten us into. Okay. This girl is committing crimes in front of the police. Can we arrest her? That's bribery. I know, we should just cuff her right now. Well, before all the police came, Chandra wanted to play hide and seek. Toasty and I, we decided to hide in the kitchen. I waited there for a while, and by the time I came out, all the police were here. Chandra never found us, so I won. I see. Gotta spot a lie for the sake of my spine. Fi claims she was playing hide and seek in the kitchen during the robbery. She was never found by the time the police arrived. Oh, okay, we can keep investigating and then we'll talk to her again. There's so much cat fur around this wardrobe. Cats tend to shed more during the spring to prepare for the summer heat. Given that it's April, this amount of fur is normal. Cats know no bounds. Okay, the Eubanks' cat leaves a prominent trail of shed fur wherever it goes. A bunch was clumped around Chandra's wardrobe. You know, assuming just because Fi hangs out there with Toasty, right? Nothing weird about that. Some of the wallpaper is peeling. Yeah, I noticed that earlier. We should check it out. Leave no stone unturned. But what if we make it worse? It's just wallpaper. We can fix it up. Alright. Oh my. Look behind the paper. There's a small hole. I think this must be some kind of storage space. Do you see anything in there? Looks like a filing drawer. There's a bunch of important documents inside. What do you mean? Insurance paperwork, medical documents, Chandra's passport. It's all properly labeled. Hang on. There's something missing here. Can see a spot for a file, but there's nothing inside. I'll note this down. Okay, Chandra's passport, which was found in a small storage space hidden behind her wallpaper. She seems to have stored other important documents here, but something next to it was taken. That missing spot. We should check this for prints. Oh, you won't believe this! Chandra's prints are there, but there's another set of prints too. Whose? Mr. Eubank himself. Wait, how did you identify prints so quickly? I carry a small device for it. It holds a small database of prints that I can quickly check against. We got a sample of everyone's prints earlier. These prints are pretty fresh too. I'd say they were left today. Science can tell if fingerprints are fresh? It's not science, the paper is still sticky. No dust on it from being exposed for too long. So it had to have been peeled today. If the fingerprints are on the sticky side, that means it showed up today. Wow, she knows her stuff. Oh my gosh. Looked away for a bit. Are we still on case 1? We are on case 2. But it's still all the same story. Owen's fingerprints. Fingerprints belonging to Owen Eubank were found in Chandra's bedroom on the sticky side of her peeling wallpaper. They were left today. Also, Rook's Honor, welcome to the stream. I spend most of my conversations looking for lies and waiting for my chance to object as well. I mean, that's a good way to live, I think. 2 kinds of evidence from 1 clue. Nice work. Yeah. What's wrong? It's just, I was here earlier. I didn't bother to check behind this wallpaper. I could have found this. But the sad music is killing me. But you found those prints, and you noticed that missing file. And if you hadn't come here, no one would have found it. But we did find it! It's a 2-person job! Let's just keep investigating. Okay. I should talk to her about this after the case. About her low self-esteem? Yes. A bit shorter than Phoenix cases then. I think so. Which I like. Nice bite-sized pieces. Alright, painting. This painting looks so sad. The mountains are crying out in pain. Crying out in pain? Yes, look at the one on the far back. Its side was chopped off. A chip that size could only be missing because of human activity. That or the artist just didn't notice. Of course the artist noticed. Every detail in a painting like this is deliberate, every brushstroke, every line. You sound like you're an artist yourself. No, I'm terrible at it. My parents are artists, though. Sorry for getting a bit carried away there. Don't worry about it. You're cute when you get all fired up like that. Okay, dating sim when? When is the dating minigame? Let's move on. Ooh. Said I'm cute? Okay. This bed looks so bare with only that thin sheet. I expected a bit more from a maid. She must not have made her bed this morning. It sounded like she was rather busy. I can make my bed in under a minute. What's her excuse? A minute? My personal record is 36.13 seconds. What's yours? I can't remember the last time I made my bed before work. I must have forgotten. How about I just add the bed to evidence for now? Okay, the bed in Chandra's room where she sleeps at night, it's missing its sheets, leaving it quite bare. I mean, we did find the dirty sheets in the trophy room. Damn, judgmental much? I mean, I don't think we've stopped judging since we got here. What a quaint phone. Hang on, it looks like it's damaged. The receiver is cracked. Perhaps someone dropped it? There are even tiny bits of plastic on the floor. Maybe. Let's add it to the evidence. The telephone in Chandra's room, the receiver has been damaged with chipped bits of plastic found on the floor. Alright, so that's all of the evidence in here. Let's chat with Toasty. Do you mind if I pet Toasty? Go ahead. He's really soft. We got to pet the cat. Mission accomplished. That's all we cared about. Toasty used to live outside. He'd always come say hi to us. I'm glad Toasty has a new home. My neighborhood has more stray cats than I can count. You should adopt one of them. I hated seeing Toasty without a home. I'll think about it. I don't really like the idea of trying to grab one of those feral cats off the street. My gosh. Detective Swift's badge. Why did you want Detective Swift's badge? So Toasty can become Detective Toasty. He's a cop who doesn't play by the rules. Fine, cops are supposed to follow the law, not break it. Detective Toasty should set a good example. That's boring. We like our way better. Vi really is just a kid. Alright, let's look at the statement. Can you tell us again where you were during the robbery? Okay. Before all the police came, Chandra wanted to play hide and seek. Toasty and we decided to hide in the kitchen. I waited there for a while, and by the time I came out, all the police were there. Chandra never found us, so I won. Okay. I don't think I have anything that contradicts that. And I haven't been to the kitchen yet, so maybe there'll be something there. Ferris was in the dining room by herself until the police came. She was feeding the cat. Oh. How are you feeding the cat if Toasty was with us? I don't know. You know? But that just contradicts Ferris's statement. I don't think that contradicts... I don't know who's right or who's wrong. Medical report. Huh. Okay. I was playing hide and seek in the kitchen during the robbery. Just never found. I'm in the kitchen. Oh yeah, look for the cat fur in the kitchen and the cat fur in the safe room too. That is true. Cat fur. Okay, let's go look for cat fur in the kitchen, because then that will actually like fully tell us whether he's lying or not. Alright. Let's just end it there. We'll go search some more. Not travel. To the kitchen. April 16th, kitchen. It seems a pair of red and green bell peppers have entered my pot. Ah, detective, you're back! Mr. Curry, I'm back with the newest member of the police's veggie garden. I'm Justina Smith, the, green bell pepper. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Oliver Curry, personal chef to the Eubank family. Tell me, detective, do you have any news on Chandra? Unfortunately not. She's still recovering. Thankfully, it's not life-threatening. I can't believe someone would attack her! Could y'all... Oh man, he threw a y'all in there. I gave him the wrong voice. Is he Southern? Could y'all give her this box of food when you see her next? She didn't eat any breakfast this morning, and that hospital food isn't even fit for rats to eat. Couldn't he just bring her food himself? Well, whatever, I'll just take it. I read the report from yesterday, but you didn't come up. Where were you during the robbery? I was on vacation up until yesterday. I was gone for the past few days to visit my parents. It took a whole day of travel just to get back here. I arrived about an hour after the robbery. We checked his claims this morning, and he only showed up after the robbery. Speaking of this morning, where were you when Chandra got attacked? Why do you ask? Just doing a routine investigation. I can't believe you see a cook and give a non-shorty voice. I'm so sorry. I should have gone straight Southern to begin with. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, I already told you all of this, but I'll say it again. Statement. I spent most of the day cooking. Chandra came in here this morning to bring the family their breakfast. After that, I stayed here in the kitchen cleaning until I heard she was attacked. The police had already found her in the trophy room by then. Alright, Oliver claims that he was in the kitchen during the attack. The police found Chandra before he arrived at the scene. Alright, let's chat it up. A whole day to travel. That must have been exhausting. It certainly was, but no matter the distance, they're my family. Then why work here? Couldn't you work closer to your family? They would have forced me to work in the family business. No, Sherry and I are much happier here. Sherry? My frying pan. She's my most trusted companion. I take her everywhere I go. Who names a frying pan? And why are we judging? Right, so what exactly is your family's business? They run a restaurant back home. Not much artistry there. Everything is fried. Here, I'm free to make anything I wish. Don't the Eubanks decide what you cook? They might decide their meals, but how I prepare them is entirely up to me. My creativity runs free in this kitchen. I see. All this talk about food is making me hungry. I can see. I should add his frying pan, Sherry, to the evidence. Justina would hate Lynette. Truly. Oliver's favorite frying pan. He carries it with him everywhere. And we had that one statement about the cook walking up with the frying pan, so that checks out. Mr. Eubank. Sounds like Mr. Eubank is a good boss. He's a wonderful boss, such a joy to cook for. When he's hungry, he never minces his words, never hums and haws. No, he always knows exactly what he wants. Sounds reasonable to me. I'm lucky to have a boss as kind as him. Not all of them are like that. Many personal chefs are treated poorly. They're seen as expendable. Chandra and I, on the other hand, have been treated well by Mr. Eubank. You've been rather quiet, sir. Well, I'm glad to hear he does the bare minimum for his employees. You have a problem with Mr. Eubank? I do, but not because he's a bad boss. Why then? I have my reasons. You should go meet him yourself, Justina. He's usually in his office upstairs. He is? Then let's go pay him a visit. I suppose we need his statement. Well, we can head there whenever you're ready. Okay. Let's investigate the kitchen, though. Mineralberry, how are you doing? You also plan to play the new psychological horror game? Maybe. I'm not a horror fan, but I'm getting better at it. Tsunagari Chess School. It's a new visual novel like Doki Doki. I had never heard of it, so thank you for putting it on my radar. I will check it out. I have no clue if I'll play it, because I only play horror within Spooktober times. But maybe. I'm getting better about being scared while playing games. So we'll see. Stop staring at me, you overgrown side dish. Oh my gosh. I don't need to be guilt-tripped into eating my veggies. Not a horror fan, says the woman who played through several Resident Evil games, Silent Hill, etc. I said I'm getting better at it, okay? I'm working on it. I just need a cozy break. I'll look into it though. Although Doki Doki scares the crap out of me. I see you have taken an interest in my salad. Oh, yeah, it looks tasty. As tasty as a salad can be. Why are we dissing salads? Salads are great. The finest, of course, for the Eubanks. Anything less and I would be no different than a greasy fast food cook. I better not tell him about my high school job. Wine. Oh wow, this is some fancy wine. Let's see. Our winery started over 50 years ago by a pair of brothers with nothing except 2 cows and a dream. They worked hard growing the best ingredients in order to deliver the finest taste to your mouth. If you want quality, always look for the 2 cow logo. Impressive, but I still don't know what kind of wine this is. I do appreciate games like Doki Doki that present themselves as completely normal and then flip the script. It's great. Fantastic writing. Still scares me. I really like this painting. The countryside landscape looks so peaceful with the muted color palette. My mom paints as a hobby. This was a gift from her, so I could be reminded of home. You're from the country? Yep, a small town called Appleton. It's a farming town way out to the east. The Eubanks didn't care. They hired me off my food alone. A lot of those wealthy folk treat us like we're lessers, but just because we're from the country. Well, the Eubanks seem quite nice at least. Oh, now we like muted color palettes. I know, like the opinion changes from room to room. That's a lovely bouquet. They are yellow poppy flowers. Mrs. Eubank says they represent optimism. Just like hummingbirds. She loves to be optimistic, so those are her favorite. They're very pretty. I should buy some for my room. Huh. I wonder what's in here. Don't open that! Sus! Ew. Sorry, what's in there anyways? It's cat food. The Eubanks got some while I was away. I can't stand the smell of that stuff. Surely it can't smell that bad. Well, it does! It doesn't help that I'm allergic to cats! So why keep the food here then? The Eubanks don't know I'm allergic and I don't want to cause a fuss. They want it in here, so it stays in here. This job is important to me. The Eubanks want a cat, and I don't want them replacing me over it. Thankfully, Mrs. Eubank has a no cat policy in the kitchen. But if the cat was in the kitchen when they were playing hide and seek, I don't know. I'd be red as a tomato otherwise. Well, why don't you look for a place to work without any cats around? Work doesn't grow on trees. I applied to hundreds of places before I landed this job. I won't let a single cat take that away from me. Alright, Oliver is apparently extremely allergic to cat fur, so he avoids contact with the Eubanks cat. Luckily for him, no cats are allowed inside the kitchen. Interesting. Stove hood. What's this hood for? It captures smoke and grease from the stove and carries them out of the kitchen. Oh really? I've never seen one. How sad! The smell of grease must be dreadful in your kitchen. I'm used to it. Food is food after all. I can't stand it and it makes the kitchen smell awful. Plus, it's a health hazard. Depending on where you live, it might be required by law. I bet it's another case of the landlord forgetting to tell me. Okay. We've talked about everything else. We can talk... Well, I guess let's move around to everything and get more info. I didn't see any cat hair in here, but he got really weird about the cupboard. So maybe there's cat fur in there. It's funny because my dad's cat is named Oliver. That's fun. What a coinky ding. Alright, let's go to the office. We'll have Mr. Eubank. Looks like no one's here at the moment. I should go explore other areas more and come back here later. Oh, okay. Let's go outside. Yeah, let's talk. Varys. You know, you could have been nicer to our host. She's a suspect in an attempted murder. I was only being fair. If I go easy on her, she might take advantage of that kindness. I understand that, but you took it way too far. We shouldn't treat every potential suspect like criminals. I know you mean well, but you haven't met the people I have. We can't afford any risks. Sounds like there's a story there. There is, but that's for another day. I'll hold you to that. Alright, Oliver Curry. You're pretty friendly with the chef. A wise detective always befriends the cook. That way you get the best snacks. There. So it's all just for the food? Justina, it's always just for the food. Come on. Not just for the food, Miss Assistant. I was hoping he might have seen something. When I found out he was away during the robbery, I crossed him off my list of suspects. I see. So you befriended him to get information. Clever. Bingo. Only afterwards did I try his cooking. I'm taking my compliment back. You and Detective Swift are pretty different. If I were to paint you two, I'd use oil paint for you and watercolors for her. Sorry, but your analogy is lost on me. I mean, you're very patient and methodical, while she's very intense and prone to fly away. I still don't get it. Oh, never mind. Sir, were you aware that Fi was in the bedroom? Nope, I didn't arrive until after Sophie played hide-and-seek with her. I figured she could find her on her own. She almost lost her badge. You should have helped. But she didn't, did she, Miss Assistant? I guess. Okay, that's all I can do here. See if there's more things I can talk about. Wait, have I been to every place already? Crime scene, kitchen, bedroom. Yeah, office is the only place I haven't been to. So I think we have to maybe figure out Fi's stuff. So maybe we can tell her, like, the cat wasn't allowed in the kitchen. The Judgy McJudgy Pants assistant is talking about being mean? Could you imagine? Alright. Play hide and seek. Toasty and I waited there for a while, and by the time... Hold on, Toasty and I, we decided to hide in the kitchen. You're not allowed in the kitchen, though. So let's see. Maybe Oliver's statement? Or the... Oh, Oliver's allergy. There we go. Oliver is apparently extremely allergic. No cats are allowed inside the kitchen. Bye, we already spoke to Oliver. He said cats aren't allowed in the kitchen. You couldn't have hid there with Toasty. You did? How would he know? He wasn't there. He went on some trip. That's true. How can we prove Toasty wasn't there? Well, crap, there's gotta be a way. I just have to think. Can I prove Toasty couldn't have been in the kitchen? Could I? Could I prove that? Here's the proof. Because Ferris was in the dining room feeding the family cat. Not allowed in the kitchen because kids never do stuff they aren't supposed to, obviously. I think this is important that the family cat was in the dining room. I think that might be it. Oliver isn't having an allergic reaction. Her claim is that Oliver was gone. So, I don't know. How do we prove that? Because should I just present the statement again? Or the allergy again? Sherry. And Oliver was in the kitchen. Show her your badge. Wait, wrong game. Leftover fur would still make him have an allergic reaction, right? That is true. Yeah, I'm thinking it's either the fact that Oliver didn't have a reaction or that the cat was in the dining room. The cat fur. Can I just present the fur as a whole? Just that the fur is everywhere the cat goes? Let me present fur. Maybe that's like the piece. Toasty likes to shed a lot, doesn't he? In fact, everywhere he goes, he seems to leave a trace of it. But I don't remember seeing any sort of cat fur in the kitchen. If you had really hid there with Toasty, there would have been cat fur all over the place. And poor Mr. Curry would have been sneezing like crazy. Fine, you win! I wasn't in the kitchen. You could keep your stupid badge. I didn't want it anyways. Whew, good work, Justy. My badge is safe. Justy? Sophie, if you weren't in the kitchen, then where were you hiding? Toasty can't remember. This again? Think, Justina, there's gotta be some way to figure out where she was. Evidence that shows where Fi and Toasty were. Do I have that? I have the evidence right here. Where were they? Spreadsheet. Cabinet. There were small traces of orange cat fur inside the trophy room cabinet. Alright, let's try that. We found cat fur in the trophy room. Detective Swift said she found it yesterday, and it was no more than an hour old. So I think you and Toasty were hiding in the trophy room when the robbery happened. Okay, I was hiding in there, but you can't tell anyone. Why didn't you tell the police about this? I'm not supposed to go in there, and Toasty isn't either. I didn't want to get in trouble. If Father found out, he'd try to take Toasty away. I couldn't let Toasty go back in the wild. I need you to tell us about what happened yesterday. It'll help us find out what happened to Chandra. Do you promise I won't get in trouble? I mean, fine. We promise. I won't cuff you right here and there. Here and now. Well, I heard Chandra and someone else there. I think they were taking stuff out of the safe. I got really scared. I told Oliver about it. He already knows what to do. Hang on, Oliver knew? He never mentioned that. I was scared about what might happen to Chandra. Father started being really mean to her, and I thought Oliver could help her. Oh no, you don't think. Let's not jump to any conclusions yet. We'll make note of this for later. Thank you, Fi. You helped out a lot. And so did you, Toasty. Look at Toasty being the best witness. Can I get a piggyback ride as thanks? Yeah, can she? Don't encourage her. Alright, new confession. Vi was actually hiding at the crime scene during the robbery. She told Oliver about Chandra's involvement in the robbery. Okay, good stuff. Let's go back to the kitchen. You. I should listen to his statement again. Spent most of the day cooking. Chandra came here this morning to bring the family their breakfast. After that, I stayed here in the kitchen cleaning until I heard she was attacked. The police had already found her in the trophy room by then. Is there anything here that would be like, well, you would have already known that by then? Toasty MVP. I want to jump to conclusions. It's my favorite type of jumping. Okay. Maybe I don't have anything to contradict yet. I feel like I knew about the robbery, but he's talking about the attack, so that's two different things. Alright, hold on. Let me just get out of this then. Okay. Maybe I'll find something later. Let's see if we can go to the office now. Ah, he's here! April 16th, 12:45 p.m. Office. Forget the foyer. This is the real lion's den. Detective, maybe we should... Good afternoon, Mr. Eubank. I'm back. Too late. Ah, Detective. Have you finished dealing with our little rat problem yet? Rat problem? The scurrying, thieving rat in my home? We've dealt with the thief. We're here on other matters. This is my assistant, Justina Smith. Justina, this here is Owen Eubank, founder and CEO of Eubank Investments. An assistant? I didn't know you were a detective of prestige. Hey, I'm not a trophy. She wanted to tag along to see a pro at work. We're here to find out more about the attack on Chandra. I'm sorry to say, but I won't be much help in the matter. Why not? This is your house, isn't it? Surely you know what goes on here. If you must know, Miss Smith, I only saw Miss Lear during breakfast and we hardly spoke at all. I have no idea what happened after that. Now, I'm really quite busy right now and I don't have time for all these inane questions. Real helpful, this guy. Clearly the window isn't going to look through itself. Nevertheless, we still need to record your statement. Just give us a few sentences and we won't bother you again. You officers are always such a bother. Fine, but let's make it quick. I don't like him. Already? Just no. Is it the monocle or is it the, like, umbrella cane looking thing? A Around 7:30 this morning, I went down to the dining room to have breakfast with my family. Miss Lear came to serve us the food, and that was the only time I saw her. After that, I went straight back to my office, where I remained for the rest of the morning. Not long after, you all showed up and told me Miss Lear had been attacked. Okay, Owen claims to have had breakfast with his family where he saw Chandra. Afterwards, he claims to have gone directly to his office where he remained until the police arrived. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Eubank. We'll need to have a look around and ask you a few more questions, and then we'll be out of your way. Miss Assistant, let's get to work. Right. Alright, let's chat. It's the words he's saying. Yeah. Let's see, golf club. Mr. Eubank, I understand that you asked Chandra to clean one of your golf clubs today. May I ask why? A friend of mine wanted to borrow it for an upcoming tournament. Since those are my luckiest clubs, he hoped it would give him an edge. He was supposed to come today, but we had to reschedule. Yeah, I bet. Seems like he asked Chandra to clean it by chance. Okay. Mr. Eubank, I was reviewing the case file for the robbery this morning. I have to ask, why does Chandra know the code to the safe? Do I need a reason? Well, no, it's just odd. If you must know, it's because she's a trusted employee. She did a lot of accounting work. Giving her the code made things easier for the both of us. Does that answer your question? Yes. This doesn't add up. If he's embezzling money, then why would he trust Chandra? Did he have some reason to believe she'd keep it a secret? Feels like blackmail. I don't know. Alright, top shelf. There are quite a lot of history books here. History is a wonderful thing. It defines who we are, and yet we can only ever experience it once. For example, this book that I'm currently reading, it's about Azure City, how Azure City went from being a small city-state to the sprawling capital it is now. To grow so fast simply by merging with other city-states over the course of a scant 50 years, it's truly marvelous. It certainly is. This is what I get for sleeping through history class. Bottom shelf. What's this? A guide to taking care of monocles? I didn't think they actually wrote books on this. A monocle is a gentleman's best friend. It would be a crime to not keep it clean. Gentleman's best friend? Doesn't your wife wear one as well? Hers is a simple accessory. Mine is a prescription. I can't see with my left eye without it. I don't know which of those statements surprises me more. Let's see what's going on his... Let's see what's on his computer. Is this a video game? Melody Man 12. Stop snooping around. Sorry, but I have to ask, why would a man of your age be into video games? Woo! The tea! Like, you're old! I'm calling it, he was hooking up with Chandra and they were embezzling together. Hashtag spicy plot twist. I like it. I'm only in my 30s! I was there when Melody Man started fighting for everlasting music. I see. I guess even Owen had a childhood. Judgy, judgy, judgy. Okay, look. As if video games have an age limit. He's only in his 30s! This is an expensive lamp. Looks like the price tag is still on it. This thing is worth more than my entire month's salary. Be careful around that. I already had to replace that lamp once. What happened? That nuisance of a cat came running in here and knocked it over. A whole lamp? That cat must be all muscle. If it were up to me, that cat would never have stepped foot in this house. What stopped you? My wife. She was determined to take that cat in. Once that woman sets her mind on something, nothing can stop her. I see. Alright. Let's travel. Where are we going? Justina, you are a video game character. Stop being so judgmental. So meta. Alright, let's see if we can chat about... Oh, I guess I already talked about... No, I can't talk about Mr. Eubank. Interesting. Okay. Let's travel to... Foyer. What's, like, not adding up and that we need to still... cross-reference? Because I feel like I've looked everywhere, I've talked to everyone. Dining room. Bed sheet. Yeah, we just have the dirty bed sheet. We already knew about the cabinet. She was hiding in the cabinet. Telephone disconnected. One of Owen's lucky golf clubs, although Chandra had been asked to clean them. This one is partially dirty. Club cleaner, camera, bedroom window. Alright, we already, like, got her statement. Confession, all that. Passport. Oh, the fingerprints. Maybe I can talk to him about his fingerprints. He put his grubby hands all over things. I forgot about that. Owen. Alright. 7:30, I went down to the dining room to have breakfast with my family. That seems fine. Miss Lear came to serve us the food, and that was the only time I saw her. Okay. After that, I went straight back to my office, where I remained for the rest of the morning. I don't think you did. Because I have your fingerprints. Fingerprints belonging to Owen Eubank were found in Chandra's bedroom on the sticky side of her peeling wallpaper. They were left today. Mr. Eubank, as part of our investigation, we searched Chandra's room. Inside, we found a small, hidden filing cabinet. If you were in your office all day, then why did we find your prints there? Ooh, pop that monocle off. Why, I must have touched it some other time. That drawer was covered behind freshly peeling wallpaper. Those prints had to have been left today. You can't be serious. This is an outrageous invasion of privacy. Who authorized you to start dusting my house for fingerprints? We have the right to test for fingerprints as part of our investigation, so long as we have just cause. Now, you can either confess here, or we can do this at the station. Is this really how you're going to treat innocent bystanders? Only the ones who are lying. Now, start talking. I need to speak with Miss Lear over a delicate matter. I went there for that. If you just give me a moment, I can explain all your worries away. Oh, try that again. Okay, so you did leave your office at some point. No one could have known she was in her room. Me visiting her is unrelated to this assault. That's why I kept my visit to myself. It was all just a massive coincidence. I should listen to his statement again. He might be lying. Okay, no one could have known she was in her room. Me visiting her is unrelated to this assault. That's why I kept my visit to myself. It was all just a massive coincidence. Okay, so no one would have known she was in her room? Medical reports. No, how would no one have known? Phone, the club. Cleaner. Maybe she ran out of cleaner and went back upstairs to get her cleaner. Small broken camera. Ooh, maybe he was looking at, ooh. Did he have a secret camera on her? Ooh. Okay, maybe it's that. Maybe it's the creepy camera we found. The window being open. I mean, that's also true. Could see through the window. Oliver didn't say anything about... Okay, yeah. Okay, let's do the camera. This seems weird. There's a way someone could have known. We also found a camera in that room. Before it was broken, someone had been spying on her. That person could have been you. I don't know what you're talking about. I never put any camera in there. We know that Chandra worked with the thief and that you were suspicious of her. You should have reported it to the police. It was an internal matter. I needed to deal with it myself. This is beginning to sound like a clear motive for assault. How dare you? You can't possibly presume I attacked her. Why else would we find your fingerprints in that room? Why else would you have been spying on her? I went into that room, but not to attack Miss Lear. I'm sorry, I spat. There was something important in there that I needed. Once I had it, I left. I have a witness who can verify as much. Oliver came out of her room. Oliver was in there? He didn't tell us that. What was he doing there? I didn't ask. He just said she wasn't there, and then he left in a hurry. So tell me, just what were you looking for in that room? That's none of your business, Detective. That's fine, I already know the answer. This morning, our thief told us something very interesting. She mentioned that the charity money was wrongly calculated. I think Chandra had proof of it. So I'd wager a guess you took it, and then tried to end her life to tie up the loose ends. I would never harm her! That charity money was perfectly calculated. You have no grounds to doubt that. So what are you hiding from us? Let's hear it. You're a fool to take the word of some common thief over my own, especially without a smidge of evidence to back it up. An innocent woman is being charged with attempted murder. Any decent human would want to help her. That wretch stole from me, filled my home with police officers, and you think I should help her? I have no sympathy for her. She's getting what she deserves. You can say that to her face after I drag you back to the station. Detective, you're taking this too far. He's right, we don't have any proof of any of this. Escalating things is only going to cause more problems. Seems your little assistant here has more sense than you. Oh, hello, Nathaniel, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the struggle bus. Struggling through games, life, very invested in attempted murder. Why aren't we dragging Oliver into this interrogation yet? I didn't have anything to prove Oliver wrong yet, so we'll eventually, I'm sure, there's something sus there. I will have your job for this, detective. One phone call to the chief of police and I'll ensure you never work in the city again. Let's go, Justina. We'll solve this case ourselves. I can't believe him. We're going outside right now. Alright, we have Owen's confession. Owen admits to having entered Chandra's room close to the assault in order to take something. He claims to have seen Oliver leave her room and that Chandra was not present. Alright. Detective! What's gotten into you? I'm sorry you had to see that. I should have handled things better. You're right, you should have. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've gotten us in? Did you hear what he said in there? You could lose your job over this. I stand by what I said. He knows more than he's letting on. Maybe so, but that's no reason to accuse the man of attempted murder. You can't reason with his kind. Being nice to them will only let them take advantage of you. His kind? What, guys with monocles? The rich. The people who have enough money to change the world but would rather hoard it all to themselves. They'll do anything to cling onto their power, no matter who they have to hurt in the process. That's why he embezzled all that money. If bringing him down means I lose my job, then so be it. If he's so wealthy, why would he risk embezzling even more money? Because he can. Well, I think you're wrong. We have no reason to think he's a bad person. Sure, he's a little rude, and he did lie to us. Twice. But I bet there is more to him than that. You're naive, Justina. But you're right. I shouldn't have acted the way I did. It's just... the Klaus orphanage is very important to me. I let that cloud my judgment. I'm sorry. Apology accepted, but why is the orphanage important to you? Justina doesn't care about orphans. Noted. That's a story for another time. We have a case to solve. Right, I think it's time we pay a visit to Mr. Curry. Alright, let's go to the kitchen. Why did you lie? Or I guess omit information. Let's talk about your statement. I spent most of the day cooking. Chandra came here this morning to bring the family their breakfast. After that, I stayed here in the kitchen cleaning. So you say I have evidence otherwise. Oliver. Mr. Curry, we spoke to Mr. Eubank. He told us that he saw you coming out of Chandra's room this morning. He did? Is that true? I'm sorry, Detective, but I refuse to answer that. You refuse? I won't speak to either of you without a lawyer. I see. Well, then we'll have to do this the hard way. Mr. Oliver Curry, you're under arrest for the assault and battery of Chandelier. You'll be coming back to the station with us for questioning. You can speak with an attorney once you're there. Miss Assistant, let's head out. Roll in. Right. What's going on? Oliver, where are they taking you? We're taking him for questioning. He refused to speak to us any longer, and so we have no choice but to arrest him. Is that so? You come into my house, snoop through all my things, and now you're trying to arrest my staff? Oliver, don't say another word to them. I'll meet you at the station. Huh? Oliver is a trusted member of this household. I'll see his defense through. Ferris, please, you don't have to do this. I know what I'm sorry. I know what I'm doing, Oliver. My husband told me the things you said to him, Detective. I know what you're trying to do. You came into my own home and threatened my husband, and now you want to pin this crime on my chef. I think it's time someone put you in your place. She stormed off in a rage. Get ready, Miss Assistant. This is only the beginning. We still have a long day ahead of us. We headed back to the station, Mr. Curry in tow. The ride back was silent. Nobody wanted to speak or knew what to say. I didn't know what to think. Did Mr. Curry attack Chandra? If so, why? End of case 2, part 1. Ooh. Why are you cooking an onion while we're going to the station? Hey, at least it will smell good in the cop car, right? Nice sauteed onion. April 16th, 3:30 p.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5 viewing room. Here I am again, outside the interrogation room. I took the opportunity on the way over to check out, or clean out my notes. Seem nervous, Miss Assistant. Of course I'm nervous. Interrogating one person was hard enough, and now I have to do it with a lawyer in the room. I'm not qualified for any of this. Why aren't you handling this? You should think more highly of yourself. You've got a perfect confession record. Most detectives would kill for that. Yeah, perfect record of 1. Terrible thieves are one thing. I dealt with customers trying to swindle my dad enough times to handle that. But I've never dealt with a lawyer. She's just another obstacle in the way of the truth. Remember, nothing she says can change the facts. This is a test of logic and reason, same as before. As long as we have the facts on our side, the truth will reveal itself. You're going to get us a confession, Miss Assistant. I'll keep Mrs. Eubank off your back. If anything goes wrong, I'll be the one taking the fall. I trust you to see this through. But what if we miss something? What if Mr. Curry is innocent? Well, that's what we'll find out. Just trust your instincts, Miss Assistant. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, let's go. Hold it. Miss Earl? What's wrong? Ernest, I don't know what you did back at the estate, but the chief is livid. He wants you in his office immediately. The chief will have to wait. We have an interrogation to conduct. This isn't even your department, Ernest. If the chief finds out, have I ever led you wrong before, Sue? Excuse me, losing my voice. I need you to trust me on this. Keep the chief busy. I'll handle him after this is done. I never saw you, but if you two mess this up, I won't be able to protect your jobs. This applies to you too, Justina. No. If I lose this job, I don't know how I'm going to pay my rent. Don't worry about that. We have everything we need to win this case. But we only proved he went to Chandra's room. We don't have grounds to arrest the man. When the police arrived this morning, Ferris was with Detective Swift, and Owen was snooping through Chandra's bedroom. Oliver is the only one accounted for. I hope you're right, Detective. Let's get started. Fudge off, Mrs. Eubank. She's so suspicious. I don't know. If the lawyer's Edgeworth, that would be an awesome plot twist. I would love to see Edgy. April 16th, 3:32 p.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, interrogation room. We brought the onion with us, it's okay. And the tea. Now that we are all here, let's get started. Oliver Curry, now that you have a lawyer, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Were you in Miss Lear's bedroom this morning? While my client acknowledges that he was indeed in Miss Lear's bedroom, he denies having anything to do with her attack. My client was simply looking for Miss Lear, and upon finding out she was not in her room, he left. I wish it was that simple. Someone attacked Miss Lear, and it wasn't the thief. Miss Yor and Miss Lear were working together. She'd have no reason to attack Miss Lear. Have you considered that they may have had a falling out, Detective? Perhaps this Miss Yor wanted the money for herself. Either way, my client is not involved. Mr. Curry, why were you really in Chandra's room at the time of the attack? I was just looking for her, I swear it. Why were you looking for her? Does that matter? I have a right to privacy. You don't need to answer that, Oliver. Look, detective, I don't care what sob story that thief gave you, but you have no grounds to try and pin this on my client. Hannah might be a thief, but she wouldn't simply kill her dearest friend. I'll stake my badge on it. You have no proof my client was at the scene of the crime, only at Miss Lear's bedroom. We'll see about that. Mr. Curry, just give us your official statement as to your movement at the time of the crime. Tell them the truth, Oliver, and this will all be over soon. Great. Oliver Curry's statement. First course, visiting Chandra. After finishing breakfast, I decided to speak with Chandra privately. I thought she was in her room, but when I looked, she wasn't there. Looking back, she must have been in the trophy room already. After all, she called the police from the phone in that room, and that's where you found her. The phone? The phone, you say? Okay. So you say. Then I passed by Mr. Eubank on my way back to the kitchen. That's where I remained until Chandra was found. Alright, let's go back to that phone. What'd you say about that phone? She called the police from the phone in that room. That's where you found her. Okay. In the trophy room phone. Let's take a look at this trophy room telephone that was disconnected. Stuffed inside the cabinet. Let's see. It's true, Mr. Curry, that there's a phone in the trophy room. However, Miss Lear couldn't have used that phone. When we checked the trophy room, that phone wasn't even connected anywhere. Preposterous. Huh? How do you know that phone was disconnected prior to the attack? Have you considered that the thief could have done that to try and cover their tracks? Besides, where else could she have called the police from? I'm glad you asked, Mrs. Eubank. Allow me to show you. This is what Miss Lear phoned the police on. Okay, what do we have? Not that phone. Chandra's phone. Receiver's been damaged. I'm sure it's that phone. That's the only other phone we have. And maybe she was attacked. I don't know. The camera? The camera phone? Hold on, wait. Camera. This phone. It's the only other phone, right? Because she didn't know about the camera. It was a spy camera. Let's see. There's another phone in Miss Lear's own bedroom, which had been damaged, almost like the phone was dropped. The voicemail she left was abruptly cut off when she was attacked. The phone breaking would explain that. That's complete conjecture, Miss Smith, and you know it. How do you know that Miss Lear's phone wasn't already broken? Miss Lear was in the trophy room. We already know this much. Allow me to explain. Ruby music for an interrogation. I love the music. Rebuttal. A delightful explanation. Please. We've already established that Miss Lear was in the trophy room. Not only is that where her body was found, there's also a solid reason. Owen had asked her during breakfast to clean one of the golf clubs. It is clear she never had a chance to do so, as the thief intercepted her then. I thought Oliver would be the only one we had to question. It's her job as a lawyer to speak on behalf of her client. Don't let it get to you. If Oliver is guilty, her argument is sure to have a hole in it. And what if Oliver is innocent? If that's really the truth, then that's what we'll reveal. Don't focus on finding a lie, but rather why the evidence doesn't support her claim. Alright, we've already established that Miss Lear was in the trophy room. Sure, why not? Not only is that where her body was found, there's also a solid reason. Owen asked her during breakfast to clean one of his golf clubs. That is true. It is clear that she never had a chance to do so, as the thief intercepted her then. Well, yeah, because it's like only partially cleaned. Didn't we prove his real golf clubs are in his room, not the room she was found? Yes, but he told us that his lucky golf clubs that he asked her to clean, he was lending to somebody. So those are the golf clubs. They're just not the ones he plays with. So that's at least right. Let me question her on some of these things. Just question. I agree, she must have been there at some point, but she could have left and returned to her room. Why was her body in the trophy room then? Maybe she came back before she was attacked. Miss Assistant, you realize that would mean Oliver didn't attack her, right? I'm just speculating on possibilities. Let's carry on. Not only is that where her body was found, there's also a solid reason. Why was the landline there disconnected then? As I stated before, perhaps the thief hid it away to cover their tracks. That's ridiculous. Why would a thief hide a phone? Why did the thief break into our home in broad daylight to begin with? We can speculate on reasons all we want, but unless you have proof otherwise, let's drop it. Okay, clean the golf clubs. That's correct. Right, he mentioned that a friend wanted to borrow it. But why make her clean it right away? Couldn't it have waited? My husband spends most of his day in an office. He doesn't encounter Chandra often. He saw her during breakfast, and so that's when he mentioned it. Fair enough. Chandra is always prompt in her duties. If you ask me, I think he just wanted an excuse to search her room. It is clear she never had a chance to do so, as the thief intercepted her then. Because it is partially cleaned. How are you so sure she didn't have a chance to clean the club? It's just an assumption. I can't imagine another reason she'd be lingering in that room. It sounds like if I can prove her wrong here, she won't have much of a leg to stand on. Oh, sorry. Let me get to that last one. Never had a chance to do so. The golf club. One of Owen's lucky golf clubs. Although Chandra had been asked to clean them, this one is still partially dirty. But we also have the cleaner in her room. My thought is that she only cleaned part of it and then had to get more cleaner? I don't know. Used to polish and clean golf clubs. It's in the bedroom. Maybe I show the golf club for this. Let me see what she said. Never had a chance to do so. Okay. I think I'm just gonna show the golf club. I'm not certain though. Wasn't there golf club polisher spilled somewhere? It was on the camera. You are right. The camera has golf cleaner on it. I don't know how that proves her wrong. It's like one of those things like we're piecing it together faster than the game, and like, what does the game want us to show? Because there's golf club cleaner from the drawers, and there's golf club cleaner on the camera, and the golf club is only partially cleaned. So what does that mean? Let me just show the club. Let's see what happens if I do that. Wonder if there's like a life system. Because I don't want to lose lives. Oh my gosh. Rabu, how are you doing? This game looks cool. It's very fun. It's Paper Perjury. It's very much like Phoenix Wright, like Ace Attorney vibes. So it's been a good time so far. Mrs. Eubank, Chandra was asked to clean that golf club, was she not? She was, but she clearly never got the chance to do so. But there's an issue there. She did. We found the golf club partially clean. She must have been interrupted while cleaning it. Well, I suppose you're correct. It's clear the thief attacked her while she was cleaning. My argument still stands firm. I wouldn't be so sure, Mrs. Eubank. There's a critical flaw in your theory, and I can prove it. Miss Lear couldn't have cleaned the club in the trophy room, and this is why. The club cleaner was in the bedroom. Yeah? She's saying the maid never had a chance to clean it, but it's partially clean, so she had a chance to at least start cleaning it. Yes. So we've proven that wrong, and this is the reason why it wouldn't have even been in that room. The cleaner's all over the bedroom, not in the trophy room. Let's see. The cleaner from the golf club is found in Chandra's bedroom, not the trophy room. It's clear that Chandra took the golf club into her bedroom as she was cleaning it. She called the police. That's when she was attacked. Hang on, how do you know she didn't just wet a rag with cleaner and take that to the trophy room? Akin to bringing a packet of ketchup instead of an entire bottle. That would be possible. There's nothing in the trophy room with a golf cleaner on it, besides the golf club. Then how did the club get downstairs? Why is the cleaner upstairs but not the club? If our culprit wanted to make it seem like the trophy room was the real crime scene, they would need to move the golf club. They brought the club down with Chandra, but since the cleaner was stashed away in her dresser, they likely didn't notice it. Critically, whoever attacked her must not have realized that Chandra hadn't finished cleaning the club. Completely baseless. This is all nothing more than just a pet theory. And there is one thing you've overlooked during it. And what would that be? You've yet to explain why exactly Miss Lear would call the police from her bedroom. Allow me to explain. Rebuttal, a tea poorly brewed. If Miss Lear was in her room, why exactly would she call the police? If she was in the trophy room, it's likely that she saw the thief returning into the scene of the crime from the window. Therefore, she decided to call the police, fearing the worst. On the other hand, nothing in her room would have caused her to call the police. Do we really have to play Mrs. Eubank's game? We need an ironclad case. Otherwise, we won't be able to make this stick in court. And I have no choice. Time to break the statement. Since she's wrong about the thief, what caused Chandra to call the police? Okay, why would she call the police from the room? Okay, why would she do that? Nice question. Perhaps she had a change of heart. After all, from what Phi told us, it seems your husband was suspicious of Chandra. She could have feared for her life. My husband has nothing but good Hello. My husband was nothing but good to Chandra. She was family. If my husband suspected Chandra's involvement in the robbery, he would have spoken with her civilly. I suppose that wouldn't cause someone to call the police. There has to be something in that room that would have made her afraid. Okay, if she was in the trophy room, it's likely that she saw the thief returning to the scene of the crime from the window. How would the thief even get to her? The window only unlocks from the inside. She could have had the window open. But why not just shut and lock the window if she saw the thief? People don't act rationally when they are afraid. She must have thought the police were her best option. I guess she has a point. Okay, called the police, fearing the worst. And why would she turn her back on the attacker? If she saw her coming, would she choose to face her? I can't explain her actions, but Detective Swift played us the recording earlier. You could clearly tell from her voice that she didn't know she would be attacked. It's right, I doubt she saw her attacker. But why? Nothing in her room would cause her to call the police. The camera. The camera's a good option. She probably found the camera while she was cleaning, that's why the cleaner is on the camera, and then she called the police. What do you mean? She clearly called the police because she saw someone coming. If she was cleaning the golf club, why exactly would she call? I think the phone call is unrelated to the attacker. Do I have something to prove it? Alright, let's see. Nothing in her room would cause her to call the police. There was a camera in her room. Mrs. Eubank, were you aware that your husband was spying on Chandra? Excuse me? What on earth are you talking about? Why? That's slander. That's a slanderous accusation. Detective, rein your little assistant in before she gets herself into trouble. Go on, Miss Assistant. There was a hidden camera in Chandra's bedroom. When we found it, it was broken. It's clear Chandra had found the camera in her room while she was cleaning, and after breaking it, she decided to call the police. She must have been attacked at that moment while her back was turned. And how do you know my husband put it there? Well, I think my assistant got a little too eager there. Someone certainly put a camera there, and Chandra did break it, but officially we have no means to trace who put it there. I'm glad that's settled. As for the camera itself, what makes you think she found it today? What if she found it on a different day? Simple, that's because the camera had cleaner on it. We found some fresh golf cleaner on the camera, the same that we found in her room. She must have had some on her hands when she discovered the camera. If she found the camera any other time, it would have dried up by now. It's clear that you're going to cling onto this pet theory of yours, but all this time you failed to consider that Chandra was not found in her bedroom. Her body was found an entire floor below. Bodies don't teleport, and my client couldn't have possibly moved her. And why is that? I'll let my client explain. Right, here goes. Oliver Curry's statement. Second course, an impossible escape. Even if I attacked Chandra, the only exit to the room was the door. Her window was open, girl. Mr. Eubank saw me leave the room. he would have noticed me carrying her body. If Mr. Eubank was in Chandra's room the whole time, he would have found her. That is why I couldn't have attacked her. If Chandra was in the room with Oliver, isn't that enough proof? The body was found on the floor below, so there is still room for doubt. No judge would ever accept a guilty charge without more evidence. What about a pro-police judge? We could stack the deck in our favor. Don't be silly, judges are picked randomly. They don't just have one judge to handle every case we come across. So much for doing things the easy way. Alright, even if I attacked Chandra, the only exit to the room was the door. Alright, no, bad Justina. Not the pro-police judge. I want to bring up the window because, I mean, I don't know, maybe you like lowered the body. Because both windows were open, right? An open window. Okay. Actually, Mr. Curry, there is another exit. The window. The window? You think I threw her out the window and she landed in the room below? You wanted another exit, the window is an exit. If that's your angle, then you really are desperate. It should be obvious why the window couldn't have been used, but allow me to explain it for you. Oh no. Out of the window. It's simply impossible that Miss Lear was moved through the window. A fall from that height would have left noticeable injuries. However, the only injury she had was a head wound. Unless you have some way for a body to move down a story without getting injured, your theory is moot. Do I have something that would lower somebody into down a window? Bedsheet. I don't know, it's covered in dirt. That bedsheet has been suspicious, so maybe they did throw her out and then like... That bedsheet's missing from the bed too. That's some tea. Let's look. Bed in Chandra's room where she sleeps at night, it's missing its sheets. Why would her sheets be missing? Because this is the missing sheet. I don't know. It's a theory, but I'll go for it. Actually, there was a way she could have moved through the window unharmed. We found a bedsheet stuffed away in the trophy room. The sheet itself is covered in dirt, meaning it likely touched the ground outside. After attacking Chandra, Oliver wrapped her and the golf club in the sheet and simply lowered them to the floor below. Hold on, that sheet could have always been there. How do you know it came from Chandra's room? That's easy. This is how we know where the sheet came from. Her empty bed. That is one bare bed. When we investigated Chandra's room, we found that her bed had been stripped of its sheet. We never found the sheet anywhere, because it was stuffed in the trophy room the whole time. You can't be serious! I am serious, just look at him. Oliver is clearly strong enough to have lowered Chandra with the sheet. It's the only way her body could have been moved. I believe that's all we need to prove that Oliver is the culprit. Enough! Why are you so determined on pinning this crime on me? This whole time you haven't even considered that your whole case is missing a key ingredient, a motive. Chandra was not only my co-worker, but a friend. We were very close, her and I. Why would I attack Chandra? I have no reason to. Unless you can prove a motive, you've got no grounds to charge me. A motive, huh? I guess I haven't considered that. Something made Oliver want to attack Chandra. This is it, Justina, time to drive the nail into his coffin. You want a motive? I got your motive. You were jealous, you wanted the stolen money, you wanted to protect your job, you have no motive. I mean, maybe the stolen money, but I don't think he's said anything about needing money. Protecting the job is also something that's important to him, but I don't know why hurting Chandra would do that. Let's see. When we spoke to Fi, she mentioned that she told you about Chandra's involvement in the robbery. It's clear when you found out about this, you attacked her, so you could take the money for yourself. Regardless of Chandra's actions, that's completely ridiculous. Chandra didn't even have the money. Her thief accomplice took it. You're on the cusp of something, Miss Assistant. But I don't think this is it. Try again, I believe in you. Okay. I feel like he totally wrapped her in a sheet and lowered her out the window as a weaker point than you have no motive. I mean, yeah, like, I don't even know what your motive would be. It's clear to me, Mr. Curry, that you cared about your job a lot. You made that point abundantly clear when we questioned you earlier. I think you never wanted to attack Chandra, but something happened that left you no choice. Vi told us that she spoke to you about Chandra's involvement in the robbery. I think you went to talk to her about it, and when you noticed her calling the police, you attacked her in the heat of the moment. Answer me one question. What was the weapon? The weapon? We never found the weapon. As I suspected, you never did recover it. The culprit must have taken the weapon with them. If my client was the culprit, you would have surely found the weapon somewhere. He must have hidden it somewhere. I tried calling Detective Swift. I can't find anything there. Then I demand to be released immediately. It's the frying pan, right? It has to be. Without a weapon, you have nothing. Let me make this perfectly clear. The frying pan literally in his hands right now that he takes with him everywhere. Final course, a recipe for failure. If the weapon isn't in the house, it must have been taken. But nobody has left the estate other than the police. There's no way I could have taken a weapon out of the house. I'm not carrying any weapons. Are you blind? You have nothing on me. Okay. Let's chat. Sherry. Oliver's favorite frying pan. He carries it with him everywhere. There is one place none of us have looked. On Oliver himself. According to Detective Swift, the weapon was a flat, blunt object. Just like the frying pan he has now. The same frying pan he arrived at the crime scene with. That's why nobody found the weapon. Nobody thought to check Sherry. Oliver, we need to test your pan for blood. Okay. But why? Just look at it. No blood in sight. You may have washed the blood off, but traces can be found with the right tools. Of course, if you're innocent, we wouldn't find anything, right? This is your last chance to confess, Oliver. Once we test that pan, it's over for you. Oliver, please tell me they're wrong. No, no, no. I can't. Ooh. Oliver. I can't believe it. Oliver, how could you? I'm sorry, Ferris. I never intended for any of this to happen. But why? Chandra was family, Oliver. Vi told me that she was hiding in the trophy room when the robbery happened. She told me Chandra was taking money from the safe. I confronted Chandra and she told me that that money wasn't adding up. She said she was going to expose the Eubanks one way or another. I tried to convince her to change her mind, but she wouldn't listen to me. Then, at breakfast this morning, Owen kept pressuring her. I knew she was afraid. She told me before that she was considering calling the police and confessing to what she did. I went to talk to her privately about it. But then I entered her room. I heard her on the phone. She was about to confess. I couldn't let her do it. I didn't know what else to do. This job, it meant everything to me. After being rejected everywhere else, I had a real job. If you and Owen were arrested, I would lose the best job I ever had. I couldn't go back to my family. I wasn't thinking, and before I knew it, she was on the floor. I had no choice but to frame the thief. I thought then Chandra would be safe. I took up your defense because I believed in you. I thought you were truly innocent. I trusted you. I'm so sorry, Ferris. After getting his formal confession, Detective Hunt escorted Oliver away. Aw, man, Oliver. Miss Smith. Before I go, I thought I should apologize for how I acted there. I should be thanking you. Thank me? I thought you would hate me. As painful as it is, if you didn't step in, the wrong person would have been charged for Oliver's crime. It isn't easy, but at least some good came from all this. There is one more mystery hanging around this case. It seems that everyone believes that your husband is embezzling money from the charity. When we spoke to him earlier today, he denied it, but he was clearly spying on Chandra and he took something from her room. Is it possible that he stole the evidence from her room? Of course not! We've run our business together for years. He would never do that. We even publicly agreed to pay the stolen half out of pocket. Isn't that proof enough? I take it as proof, I really do. But it's Detective Hunt you have to convince. It seems I misjudged you. If you want to accuse my husband, at least be upfront about it. I'm not accusing him. I still think he's innocent. It's just all of this really isn't adding up. I'm gonna make sure the police handle my former friend fairly. This conversation is over. I might have stepped on a landmine. Well, she looks pissed. You alright, Justy? I could be better. I keep thinking about where the money went. I might have pushed her too far. Did you just get back? Yep, I headed back here as soon as I could. In any case, let me be the first to say, congrats, you did it, you solved the case. I'm so proud of you in Red. It wasn't just us, your work helped too. You were the key to connecting Owen to the scene. Without that, we never would have known about Oliver's involvement. That's not traffic cop work, that's grade A detective work. Thank you, Justy. That means a lot. Hey, tell you what, why don't you tag along with me for drinks later? We can have a proper celebration then. Oh, yeah, sure. Great! Zephyr and I will be waiting when your shift's over. Before that, though, I think there's one person we've forgotten about. Wait in the interrogation room. I gotta go grab Red and the guest of honor. I have a feeling I know who she means. April 16th, 4:48 p.m., Azure City Police Precinct Number 5, interrogation room. Oh, hey! Now that we're all here, I want to give you the news. Miss Yor, you are no longer being charged with assault. What about Chandra? She's still recovering from her injuries, but she's woken up. We expect to be able to talk to her tomorrow. Now, of course, the robbery charge isn't being dropped. Both of you will still have to answer for that crime. I expected that, but still. Thank you for finding out who attacked her. I am truly thankful. I take back what I said earlier. You aren't evil. If you continue to cooperate with our investigation, I'll see if the district attorney can provide you some leniency. Wait, what investigation? Isn't it over? Not yet, Miss Assistant. We still have those embezzlement claims to look into. Sue spoke with the chief. Apparently, they've both agreed to let you continue to be my assistant. If you'll work with me again, we can finally uncover the truth behind everything. I want to believe Mrs. Eubank. Embezzlement is unnecessary for someone wealthy like Mr. Eubank. Yet, until I see the answer myself, I can't take her word for it. I'm in. Then let's go back to our desks. We've got a lot of work to get done. Yay. I spent the rest of the day doing my actual job, paperwork. I didn't see much of Detective Hunt. Miss Earle told me that once the chief found out what happened with Mr. Eubank, he got the biggest dressing down of his career. In the end, the fact we still solved the case is what saved him from demotion, or worse. Today was a day that truly changed my life. I don't know what's in store for me in the future, but I know whatever it is, it will be far more eventful than I could have imagined. Yay! April 16th. Huh? Office? Hello, sir. Did you need something? Lowell, my boy, I'm glad you came. Some information has come onto my desk that I need you to look into. BG Turtles LLC, I want you to get me everything you can find on this company. Yes, sir, right away. This would go much smoother without the police snooping around. End of case 2. Cliffhanger. Justina, you're killing me here. Stop trusting the rich. She's like, maybe they're innocent. I don't know. Alright, we got case 3. Rich people wouldn't steal because they don't have to. It's definitely a take. It's a take. It's a thought. Oh, sorry, my nose is running. Alright. Case 3. March? Huh? Azure City Police Precinct Number 5, station offices. Please, I just need a little more time. I'm sorry, but this isn't up for debate. If the chief says it's closed, it's closed. But it's been long enough. We need you working elsewhere. Have the finished case report on my desk by the end of the day. Yes, ma'am. April 24th, 8 a.m., Azure City Police Precinct Number 5, station lobby. It's only my second week at this job, and I already feel like I've aged 10 years. How could so much paperwork pile up so quickly? When I die, I hope I'm reborn into a paperwork-free life. Are you monologuing to yourself again? Miss Earle, I'm ready for the new day. That's the spirit. I wanted to tell you, Chandra was finally released from the hospital. She's waiting in the interrogation room. As much as I would love to have you do the job you were actually hired for, this is more important. Everyone else is already waiting, so get going. Yes, ma'am. Alright, Chandra. April 24th, 8:07 a.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, interrogation room. Sips tea. Welcome to our little get-together, Miss Assistant. Chandra, this is Justina Smith, my assistant for the investigation. Nice to meet you, Miss Smith. Miss Yor already confessed to your involvement in the robbery, so we can skip over that. However, she also claimed that you believed the Eubanks were siphoning off money from the charity fund. Do you have any evidence of this alleged embezzlement? I do. I keep all my records in my room behind that wallpaper. Unfortunately, we already checked there. We found that all we found there was your passport and some unrelated documents. That's impossible. Someone must have taken it. We have reason to believe that Mr. Eubank may have taken something from your room. If you have proof, that's likely what he took. This is slanderous. You have no proof of any of these claims. It's clear she had never had any evidence of this supposed embezzlement. You should drop this while you're ahead, detective. We're perfectly within our bounds to investigate these claims. If you intend to interfere, you can exit the room. Nothing more to say? Good. Chandra, we'll need to get your official statement on these matters. I'll tell you everything I know. Alright. Chandra, sweetie, you don't have to keep holding the feather duster. It's the emotional support feather duster, okay? I get it. I kept track of the donors to the Klaus charity, as well as the accounting. After doing the math, roughly 25,000 alms were missing from the charity money. That money was redirected to a shell company called BG Turtles LLC. If we didn't grab the media's attention, it would have gone completely unnoticed. Alright, Chandra claims that roughly 25,000 alms were transferred from the charity fund to a shell corporation, BG Turtles LLC. Her proof of the embezzlement has gone missing. Do you know why the money was missing? No, but I couldn't find any legitimate reason for the money to have been transferred like that. I hope you realize, without any evidence, all we have here is your testimony. And your testimony doesn't exactly give us much to work off of. Nevertheless, we intend to investigate these claims. You can't be serious! She's already proven herself as unreliable, and you're going to take her word on the matter? I'm going to find out the truth behind this, Mrs. Eubank. Surely you should have no problem with that. With that, I believe we can conclude this little meeting. Then I'll be leaving. Chandra, I'm afraid to say that, as of now, you're officially terminated from your job. I know you've been through a lot, but we have no other choice. You have to collect your things when this is over. Wait! She stormed off in a hurry. Oh no. What a bad week for Chandra. Oh my gosh. Robbery, getting a concussion, losing her job. My gosh. Shell Corporation, BG Turtles, Shell Turtles. It looks like cotton candy, it really does. I can't say I expected anything else. Embezzlement or not, I still committed a crime. Oh yeah, that is right. I guess that's a good reason to be fired. Just kidding, I take it back. I mean, I support women's rights and women's wrongs, but yeah, I guess you did commit a crime at the end of the day. So, consequences. I suppose I deserve this. If it means anything, I promise we will see this through to the end. We should go, Justina. I hate to just leave, but it's best we get going. Please tell me leaving the interrogation room with a sense of guilt isn't normal. You should only feel guilty if you've done something wrong. We have nothing to be ashamed of. Sue will look after Chandra for now. We have a case to solve. But we barely have anything to go on. How do you even investigate this? If we couldn't find anything at the Eubank estate, that means the next best place to look will be the orphanage itself. But if the orphanage was involved, doesn't that mean it's possible there was no embezzlement? Mr. Eubank could have been holding on to the money for safekeeping. We'll have to keep an open mind. Either way, the orphanage should contain all the answers we need. So are you ready to go? Yes, sir. To the orphanage. Hold on just a minute, you two. Miss Earl, what is it? If you're going to the orphanage, you'd better take a look at this first. How did you... She knows everything that goes on in the station. What do you have for us? Do you remember that vandalized car report from last month? Of course I remember. That's a face of pure guilt if I've ever seen one. On March 14th, the orphanage director was involved in a crash after the brakes on his car failed. Oh, right, that case. Wasn't Sophie assigned to that? She was. The landlady reported that the brakes in Bill's car were vandalized by an unknown person. However, she never found the culprit. The director ended up asking for the charges to be dropped after we failed to turn anything up. Why didn't you help, detective? She was promoted earlier that month. It was her first big case, and I wanted her to solve it on her own. Otherwise, she'd just think it was all me. I see. Poor Sophie. The case might be closed, but it's a good reason to reach out to Bill. I'd suggest you keep the embezzlement to yourself until you can figure out what they know. Detective Swift and I will see what we can dig up on BG Turtles in the meantime. Shouldn't she be joining us? The car crash was her case. That's why she can't. The case is closed. You're not there to solve it, it's your cover. But still, do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am. Here's the case report. It should get you up to speed on things. Thanks for digging this up for us. All I did was find the file. If anyone asks, you asked me to find it for you. Oh, and Justina, when you solve this case, take it easy on the drinking. I know what you and Sophie get up to after these cases. How did you... Oh, forget it. What did we do? Oh, no. That's Sue for you. Now, let's get going. It's impossible to keep anything a secret around here, not with her around. April 24th, 8:30 a.m., Klaus Orphanage parking lot. I thought we were going to the orphanage. This looks like a motel. It used to be. Eubank Investments helped convert this old motel into an orphanage a few years ago. At the time, it was the orphanage's only choice, so they took it. You sure know a lot about this place. The director and I go way back. I met him back in high school. But we can talk about that later. Let's head over to his office. Well, let's chat first. I'm still thinking about Chandra. Watching her get fired like that, it was rough. Well, I certainly don't hold much respect for the Eubanks, but you can tell Mrs. Eubanks didn't want to do that. If you were in their shoes, would you fire her? No, I wouldn't. I would give her a second chance. What about you? I think I'd have to. She broke their trust. Justified or not, you can't really recover from that. Well, all we can really do now is solve the case, to ensure her firing wasn't in vain. Yeah, we'll do it for Chandra. Let's take a look. Motel. I gotta say, this is a bit of a dreary-looking building. Not that my apartment building is much better. It may not look like much, but to the kids here, it's home. It's an older building, but they keep it in good shape. I'm surprised it's still here. The land it's on is probably worth a good amount. Maybe so, but I'd rather see it used for something good, like an orphanage, rather than some luxury condo. You got a good point. The city has already seen enough gentrification. There's some pretty flowers. Yellow flowers over there. It's nice to see some greenery amongst all this concrete. Let's see. Looks like there's a sign with them. May all who live here grow as strong and beautiful as these poppy flowers. These flowers were put here by Mrs. Eubank. Glad to see them still here. Sounds like Mrs. Eubank, that's for sure. You know, we could have parked closer. This lot is pretty empty. I don't want any children to see a police car pull up and think there was trouble. So I always park further away when I visit. That's so nice. Why would they think that? If a child runs away, the police are called. When a child needs protection from a bad household, the police are called. Last thing I want these kids worrying about is Bill getting in trouble. Personally, I feel like these things should be left up to social services, not us. Let the specialists handle cases involving children. It's what they're trained for. I never considered any of that. Here I was only thinking about walking less. I wasn't thinking about that, children. Well, I love him. He's great. Looks like a garage. I don't think I've even ever seen a motel with a garage. The original owners of the place used to live here, so that's where they stored their vehicles. Now it's used for maintenance. Wonder what's inside. There's not much to see. Maybe we'll swing by there later. Okay. Let's move to the director's office. April 24th, 8:38 a.m., Klaus Orphanage Director's Office. Hello? Anyone home? Ernest, what are you doing here? Bill, good to see you. Let me introduce you to my assistant, Justina. This is Bill Klaus, director of the Klaus Orphanage. Bill, this is Justina, the newest member at the precinct. Nice to meet you. Congratulations on joining the force. Thanks. Do I seriously look like a police officer? Back on topic, why are you here? Can't an old friend just say hi? You never come here just to say hi, Ernest. What do you want? You got me. I'm here about the accident last month. We never did catch the culprit, so I wanted to change that. Not this again. Look, Ernest, I already told the police to drop it. It's water under the bridge now. I'm not here as a police officer, but as a friend. Someone almost killed you. I'm not letting them get off scot-free. I'm kind of impressed at how he can lie about a real reason. Then why wait a month? And he saw right through it. This isn't really my jurisdiction. I'm not supposed to be investigating this. I guess you could say I finally entered my loose cannon cop phase. Loose cannon cop phase? If I acted too quickly, the chief would throw the book at me. But he's likely forgotten about this case by now. Fine, whatever, I believe you. I really don't have much to say about the matter, but I'll tell you what I told the last detective. Yay! I had just gotten out of a meeting with my landlady when I headed out for my car. Meg was fixing it up for me. I didn't see her around, so I figured she was done. I had barely left the parking lot before the brakes failed and I crashed. Thankfully, I was driving slowly, so I wasn't hurt badly. Can't say the same for my car, though. I haven't been able to drive it since. Alright, on the day of the accident, Bill had left a meeting with his landlady when the brakes in his car failed, and as he was driving slowly, he was uninjured. Meg, you mean your Meg was working on it? Yep, all those years working with the landlady is paying off. Who's Meg? When Bill set this whole place up, she was one of the first kids here. I never thought I'd see her all grown up. You know, she still doesn't want to go to college. She just wants to work in some mechanic shop. I keep telling her that she's capable of more, but she won't listen. Let her live before she becomes old and crusty like us. Speak for yourself, I'm still strong as an ox. You could be too if you ever join me at the gym. If the gym ever gets robbed, I'll be there right away. Until then, a detective's job is never done. Right, always with the excuses, Ernest. Well, since you're here, I suppose you can stay for a while. It's not much, but it is home. Alright, let's chat. I wanted to ask, why open an orphanage in a motel? It's so unusual. It is, but this is an important location. It's within walking distance of both Whitehall Academy and the Church of the First Lotus. Providing a good academic and spiritual education took priority over everything else. Whitehall Academy? It's a pretty prestigious school, the best one in the city. It admits all grades. Plus, it's free for anyone who passes the rigorous entrance exam. And all the children here go there? Yep, I created this orphanage specifically for children who could attend Whitehall. When I met brilliant children like Megan, I wanted to provide that opportunity for them. Any child with the aptitude could come and stay here. Why set up an orphanage just to be close to a school? Can't the kids just live wherever and still go to Whitehall? In theory, yes. In practice, no. Before coming here, some of the kids lived over an hour away, excluding traffic. The time adds up, and most would rather go to a closer school. To them, school is school, each one is the same. But it's not. Where you learn impacts your whole life. Bill speaks from experience. He lived outside the city, but still showed up early every day. It was like he slept in the school. Unlike you, who practically ran into class right before the bell rang. Every single day. Hey, I still got perfect attendance. But if anyone knows the importance of a short commute, it'd be him. It may be small, but for these kids, it gives them the time I wish I had. In any case, this was the only place I could get, so I buckled down and got it. It might have seemed crazy at first, but we made it work. The landlady could give you some more details. She's in her office today. She's in a meeting right now, but knowing you, you won't let that stop you. When you want to head there, Miss Assistant, let me know. Yay. New suspect. Why are you so against Meg being a mechanic? It sounds to me like she found her passion in life. She's capable of so much more. Her grades prove it. She could attend the best college in the city, but instead she just wants to work on cars all day. She only found her passion because of this chance you gave her. Isn't that a success? You know, my parents were pretty adamant that I go to art school when I graduated. They're both artists, so it made sense to them. They thought I had a lot of potential for it. I didn't want to disappoint them, so I did it. I like art, and I learned a lot, but ultimately it wasn't for me. And now, all I have to show for it is a degree that I'll never use. And my actual job is the furthest thing from art you can get. If you push Meg to go to college for something she doesn't have any drive for, she'll just be wasting her time. Time she could be spending pursuing her true dream. Suppose you have a point. I'll give it some thought. Okay. Dropping the case. Why did you ask the police to drop the case? Didn't you want to catch the person who caused it? To tell you the truth, I already know who did it. You do? I thought... Bill, if Swift says the kid didn't do it, he didn't do it. Hold on, what kid? Some kid from the area. He went to school with Meg and graduated last year. When rumor went around about the crash, he took credit for the whole thing. And you're only saying this now? Why wouldn't you want him arrested? Detective Swift had already already looked into him. He's nothing more than a graffiti artist. If he says he did it, he did it. But nevertheless, a lot of employers turn people down for a criminal record, no matter how small. I don't want to ruin the kid's life. If he didn't actually do it, then why take credit for it? How about we find out? Sophie wrote down where he hangs out. Let's go pay him a visit. Ah. I didn't know that so many kids were capable of going to such a fancy school. I certainly couldn't. My childhood was spent struggling for a passing grade. There's a lot of children that, because of their circumstances, can't live up to their true potential. Orphan children in particular are pretty vulnerable to being ignored by the system. People don't think about the education for these kids. They think all they need to do is wait until they are adopted, thinking little about what happens if they aren't. That's why I fight against being a traditional orphanage. I want to break that stereotype. They all deserve a bright future, and I intend to give it to them. Now I feel bad for the kids who can't make it in. You're not alone, but Whitehall thankfully offers tests for all grades year-round, so if they fail once, they can always try again next time. The Klaus Orphanage might seem strange, but there are a few places with such lofty goals. I hope one day this place becomes the standard, not the exception. I hope so too. No wonder he was upset about the robbery. This place means so much to him. Alright, Church of the First Lotus. I forgot the Church of the First Lotus was near here. My parents often used to take me there when I was younger. Getting the kids to attend is the hardest part. Most of them try to avoid coming if they can. I say let them choose if they want to or not. You're wasting your time if you force them. Are you not religious, sir? Religion and I don't get along. I respect Errol faithful, but, excuse me, you won't see me step inside a church willingly. The gods can afford having one less faithful among us. You shouldn't say that. Your next life might be as a flower or a bee if you're not careful. Ernest never joined us at the church when we were younger. Even if he starts now, the best he'll get is a fish. I'll take my chances. Just promise me that if you see a handsome fish in your next life, you won't eat it. Alright, let's investigate. Folders. Excuse the mess, I haven't had time to tidy things up. It's like a teenager's bedroom. We could help you clean up. No, I'll get to it later. So, never? No comment. Let's see, it looks like the orphanage's ledger. Expenses for last month were 15,000 alms, and he paid them all on time. My dad could learn a thing or two about record keeping. Better write this down before I get caught snooping. Alright. The ledger of the orphanage's expenses from last month totaling 15,000 alms, all of which were paid for on time. I'll get to it later, so never. Oh hey, it's me! It's a mood. This painting looks familiar. Oh, Chandra had the same painting in her room. Hey Bill, where'd you get this? It was a gift from the Eubanks. It had some cheesy line attached to it. With hard work and diligence, anyone can soar with great heights. Priceless coming from a family born from wealth. It's like someone stuffed with food wondering how anyone could go hungry. As tone-deaf as it may seem, it's inspiring for the kids. I, for one, would like to think we can live in a world where that's true. I guess that explains why it's mass-produced. Maybe Chandra keeps the painting in her room for the same reason. That's a nice-looking TV. It was part of the motel before we moved in. There's one just like it in every room. Must be tough getting kids to focus on homework with all those TVs around. That's what I thought, but all that's on them is public access and the news. Turns out the landlady's family never paid for more than the most basic cable package. Now I feel bad for them. They don't have streaming? Ugh. You've got a lot of sticky notes here. They're called sticky notes for a reason. He's been stuck to them for his entire life. It's a small price to pay in order to keep track of everything. You've got receipts here from last month. Talk about organized. I don't remember the last time I kept a receipt for something. Whenever Meg or I order something, I keep the receipts for at least 3 months. Looks like she ordered brakes at 1:15 p.m. on the day of the accident. I better write that down. A receipt for car brakes purchased by Meg at 1:15 p.m. on the day of the crash. The brakes were ordered for pickup at the local auto parts store. Trash. Leaving trash on the floor. Even my teenage room was cleaner than this. Wait, what's this? Redline insurance? Just throw it in the trash can, it's worthless. Isn't insurance important? It's who I get my car insurance from. They refused my claim for repairs after the crash. Why? It's not your fault. Try telling them that. They used every trick in the book to make it seem like I was irresponsible. So I gave up. I have kids to take care of and other life obligations. I don't have time to fight a claim like this. But you shouldn't give up, it's your car. Unfortunately, that's how they get you, wear you down until it's too much of a hassle to keep going. The people at Redline might as well be running an organized crime ring. It doesn't matter anyways. I was able to get the money together to repair the car myself. I feel bad for Bill. I hope he can settle this soon. I should keep note of this letter. A letter from Bill's insurance company disputing his claim for damages on his car. Chair! Hey, it's a spinny chair! We have some in the office, but this one looks way more cozy. If you have to sit in a chair all day, you need something good to support your back. This was the best investment of my life. Hey detective, you think Sue could get us these chairs? I think that would require you to stay at your desk for more than an hour. Well, it was worth a shot. Sassy Chef, how are ya? Hello from the gym, happy Saturday to you. Hope the gym is going well. Did the rich people embezzle the money to fix his car? Ooh, maybe. Maybe that's it. There's a whole other plot. I've asked him everything, I've looked at everything. Let's move to Landlady's office. April 24th, Klaus Orphanage Landlady's office. This is quite the office. It's you two again. Ferris? What are you doing here? My husband and I wanted to make sure our relationship with the Klaus Orphanage remains intact. We're not going to stand around while you drag our company's name through the mud. You could even say that they want to make your company disappear. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the wondrous office of the world's greatest illusionist, Maggie Shawn. Hang on, your office? You're the landlady? She's not at all what I expected. Sure I am, now pick a card. I hate to ruin the magic, but her real name is Annie Card. Annie Card. Her parents owned the motel before the orphanage was set up. Ferris, I told you to call me by my stage name. I spent a whole night coming up with it. It's nice to meet you, Maggie Shawn, world's greatest illusionist. I'm Justina Smith, world's greatest police clerk. Aha! I knew you were a cop. My magical intuition told me so. A police clerk isn't... My magical intuition also says you're here to talk about some kind of embezzlement claim. Impressive, your magical intuition is right yet again. I told Annie... Maggie? You know, this office is quite cluttered. Perhaps we should... On second thought, Annie is fine for now. Right, as I was saying, I told Annie about it. If there are any bad apples here, she would know. In that case, what can you tell us about the charity? Well, I can give you the basic rundown. All right. Ooh, Danielle, thank you for paying your struggle taxes. Good on you, staying on top of it. Eubank Investments raises money for the orphanage each year in accordance with the national charity standards. Any money raised by the Klaus charity can only be used directly for the orphanage. Each year, an audit takes place to ensure money is properly handled. Over the past 5 years, we've raised money. We haven't failed a single audit. Okay, according to Mrs. Eubank, any money raised by the Klaus charity can only be used to pay for orphanage expenses. Both parties have passed every audit. Struggle tax evaders unite. Oh my gosh, you're gonna get in trouble one day. Struggle IRS, it's a real thing. Ooh, and Jen caught a barracuda. I love it. Adding to your gold. You lawyers sure know how to say very little with a lot of words. Anything more would be against the interests of Eubank Investments. Say, Annie, have you ever heard of BG Turtles? If you pick a card, I'll tell you. You know nothing about that, I assure you. Stop ruining my tricks! Oh well, it was worth asking. Since we're here, do you mind if we ask you about the car crash last month? Oh, that? I thought Bill decided to drop it. We're here to investigate that matter as well. Seems like a waste of time, but whatever. What do you want to know? Can you tell us where you were before the crash? Sure thing. Yay. To be fair, the bus can't be taxed. We pay cash for the gas, right? I mean, I don't know. You'd think I would know as the person who runs the bus. I'm just charging taxes because I can. Cuff me. I had a meeting with Bill around 1:30 p.m. that day. We took a break about 10 minutes later and I showed off one of my tricks. We finished up around 1:50 p.m. and that's when Bill headed out. I saw someone running away from the building around then, but I couldn't make out who it was. Then, moments later, like magic, boom, Bill crashed his car. Alright, Annie claims that she performed a magic trick for Bill at 1:45 p.m. She also claims that she saw someone running away right before the crash. Thank you, Annie. Do you mind if we look around a bit? Excuse you, but we're in the meeting right now. Perfect. You can keep talking while we look around. I don't mind. I got nothing to hide. Just don't go around trying to figure out my magic secrets. A magician never reveals those. Alright, Ferris. Let's see. How are things back at the estate? It must be different with Oliver and Chandra gone. Our home is shaken, but we are recovering. We've already started the search for their replacements. Okay. In fact, my husband and I have already found a prospective new chef. We plan to interview them tomorrow. I see. How about Fi? It must be quite the adjustment for her. You have no business to just be discussing my daughter. I guess she's still upset with me. You brought up before that Bill passed every audit. Do you happen to have proof of that? That kind of information is on a need-to-know basis. You need to pass a background check. Well, I can tell you that he always paid his rent on time. Always from the orphanage's account, never a penny short. Here, I can show you. Annie, you don't just give out information like that. I'm just trying to help. Don't listen to her, your help is appreciated. Well, it certainly doesn't make our lives easier. If this is the sort of thing Ferris wants to hide from us, it has to be important. Better write it down. I'm starting to think it's not tea in that flask. It might not be. It catches fire very often, so I don't know. This music is so good, isn't it? I love it. According to Annie, all of the orphanage's rent payments in the past month were paid on time from the orphanage's account. Okay, let's back it up. Let's talk to Annie. So tell me, what got you into magic? Poker, of course. Poker? Yeah, I used to play with my family back in the day. Once they left, I didn't have anyone to play with till the kids came. So I taught them all how to play one night, and now it's a tradition. Then one night, I decided to show them a card trick my dad taught me, and it was a hit. They kept begging me to show them more tricks, so I learned more. That's how I fell in love with the art, and stage magic was the natural evolution. She's a natural. I got to see one of her tricks with Bill once, and she blew my socks off. So what kind of magic can you do? I do plenty, but sleight of hand is my favorite. Care for a demonstration? I don't know, card tricks seem a bit too childish. Aren't you a little too old for magic? Hey, a lot of work goes into those tricks, you know? Relax, Annie, you can't please everyone. Sorry, I didn't mean anything against you by it, I just don't really get it, personally. Justina. I'm gonna need you to stop. I really think we hurt her feelings. What's your relationship with Bill like? In a professional sense, he's a great tenant. I've never had any problems with him. He's always paid the rent on time and he covers the maintenance. In return, his rent is dirt cheap. You won't find a better deal anywhere else in the city. Lucky Bill, my landlord just raised my rent. Again. In a personal sense, I'd consider him a good friend. He always runs by his plans for the orphanage with me and I show him my latest tricks. Plus, having him around means I get to play with the kids. If it wasn't for Bill, I would have sold this place off a long time ago. Sounds like they have a pretty good relationship. Alright. Be like Nina and move, you know? Easy peasy. Rent's too high, just find a new place. I heard Bill's side of it, but why rent this motel to an orphanage? It's pretty simple, really. My family left me in charge of this place around 7 years ago. We all knew it wasn't going to last. Nobody really wanted a cheap room in this bustling city anymore. Then land prices went up and property taxes along with it. I just couldn't afford to keep this place any longer. So after 2 years, I was desperately looking for a way out. That's when I met Bill. Bill came to Eubank Investments looking for property for an orphanage. However, he couldn't afford to buy anything outright. We drafted an agreement where Andy would keep ownership of the motel, but with the Klaus Orphanage as the exclusive renter. So only the Klaus Orphanage can rent here? So long as they keep paying rent, the Klaus Orphanage can stay. I drafted the lease myself. It's more solid than liquid ginger and nettle tea. I actually have a copy of the lease here. You can take a look at it. Great. The lease agreement between the motel and the Klaus Orphanage, under which the Klaus Orphanage cannot be evicted except for unpaid rent. Great, great. Bet Justina wouldn't be impressed with his socks either. Probably not. You know, Justina not impressed with anything. Let's take a look at the room. Looks like a box of videotapes? That's where I store the recordings of different magic tricks. I like to watch famous magicians perform tricks so I can study how they do it. It's like playing detective, watching the video over and over until I figure it out. Just watching a video again and again sounds like the worst type of detective work. Magic is all about misdirection. It's really easy to make people focus on one hand while you do something else with the other. Once you spot the sleight of hand, you feel like a genius. If Detective Hunt ever makes me do this, I'm going back to management. Jeez. Alright, so what's in all these boxes? Oh, those? Those are just some car parts I'm saving for Meg. Her birthday's coming up, so I got her some parts to upgrade her ride. Aren't car parts a bit of a strange gift? Are you a bad gift giver? Not to Meg, her car means everything to her. She got an old rust bucket of a car for free, and she turned it into her biggest project yet. Over the years, she's managed to completely rebuild it. It went from not running at all to running better than my own car. She was finally able to drive it for the first time after 2 weeks ago. There's nothing I could get her that she'd like more. Speaking of Meg, is she here today? Yeah, she's still working on Bill's car. What do you mean? She's been fixing it up in her free time since the accident. She's still missing some parts that Bill has to order, but she's been working on everything else in the meantime. If you want to see her, she's in the garage. Sure, I would love to meet her. I'd better write down what she said. According to Miss Card, Meg finished rebuilding her new car 2 weeks ago on April 10th. Miss Card provided her with the parts and taught her much of the process. Okay. I remember these magic tricks. I saw them all the time as a kid. They're pretty simple, but the kids still love them. It never hurts to practice the basics. Want to see one? Maybe after we finish this case. What a quaint little window. Whose car is that? That would be mine. That's yours? But it's so modest. You're rich. What are you doing? I just figured you drive around some kind of expensive sports car or a 5-mile-long limo. Do you also think I swim in a pool of gold in my free time? Well, never mind. Well, whatever. I'll write this down anyways. There's a quaint little window in the landlady's office near the door. It has a decent view of the motel, including the garage. Justina's thoughts are 90% judgmental. Truly. Doesn't let a single thought pass her up. I see you're interested in my magic box. It's part of a grand trick I'm unveiling at my next show. What kind of trick? If you take a card, I might say. The artist starts off with his hands free, but suddenly they're tied up. Then she steps inside while tied up in rope and walks out completely free. What? I want to see. Stop spoiling the fun! That's the last time I show you a trick ahead of time. Don't blame me, blame yourself. I want to see the trick. Still, you must be pretty excited about that show. I am! It's always been my dream to go on tour with my magic. Oh, but this is just a local show. With all my responsibilities here at the orphanage, I can't really up and leave when I want to. So I consider this show to be like a practice run. Let's see. Would you know... You wouldn't know it by looking up at it, but there seems to be some wheels hidden underneath it. I can move it around pretty easily like this. Looks like the back of the cabinet is loose. I think she can get through there. What are you doing? You're ruining the magic. A detective can't leave any stone unturned, Miss Assistant. Oh well, too late now. Might as well add it to the evidence. A cabinet used for one of Annie's magic tricks. The back of the cabinet has a hidden door, and there are wheels underneath it to allow it to be moved easily. Alright, cards. So, what sort of tricks do you do with these cards? There's a special one. I like to play with the kids. We play poker and I make their lunch money disappear. You gamble with kids? How dare you? Only kidding. We only play every Friday for fun. No money involved. It's the one day a week they get to learn some real life skills. After all, if you know how to read a face, you can you take on the world. That's a unique life skill. Unique. Is it really gambling if you know you're gonna whip the kid's butt? I mean, where's the gamble in that? Alright, where else should we go? Garage next, I guess. For Meg. April 24th, 9:56 a.m., Klaus Orphanage Garage. So this is the garage, huh? It doubles as the maintenance room. I wonder if Meg's here. Hey, Ernest. What you doing here? Just here to check up on Bill. I wanted to know if his recovery was going well. Oh, I've got myself an assistant since the last time I was here. This is Justina Smith, my very own protege. By protege, he means I have to lug around all the evidence and drive him everywhere. That, my dear student, is how you learn. Nice to meet ya, Justina. I'm Megan Kanecki, but you can just call me Meg. Pleasure to meet you, Meg. Do you work here? Yep, I do all the maintenance here. Though at the moment, I've been preoccupied with Bill's car. I'm a mechanic too, you know. You seem a little young to be a mechanic. I don't know why Justina needs to bring up everyone's age. I'm perfectly old enough. I just turned 18. I've just got a lot of talent. I even made this helmet myself. Ooh, what you think? Cool, huh? Hold on, aren't those supposed to cover your entire face? Hey, it's still a work in progress. It looks great to me. Anyway, while we're here, we wanted to see if we could finally solve the mystery behind Bill's accident. I really don't think you should worry about it. It was just a harmless prank after all. Harmless? Bill could have died. I don't think it was meant to be that serious. What do you mean? Well, the kids here get bullied a lot, so I think it was just someone who wanted to mess with us and got a little carried away. I don't think any good is gonna come of making a big deal of it. It's better to just let it go. I understand how you feel, but Bill is my friend. Intentional or not, he could have really gotten hurt. I'm not gonna rest until I solve it. Hang on, isn't this just our cover story? Why is he so into this all of a sudden? Well, whatever, I'll just go along with it for now. All we want to know is what happened that day. Can you tell us where you were? Alright, but I don't have much to say. Meg, why are you being sus? Everyone in this game is so sus. I was working on Bill's car the day of the crash. Just fine-tuning some things. I didn't notice any major issues, so I went on break at 1:45 p.m. By the time I got back, Bill was already in the car and he took off. He had an issue with the brakes, and next thing I knew, he had crashed into a tree. I made sure Bill was safe. I couldn't say the same for the car though. It was pretty in bad shape. I've been working on fixing it up, just waiting for a few more parts and she'll be as good as new. Alright, Meg claims she was working on Bill's car until 1:45 p.m. on the day of the crash. Bill has since hired her to repair his car for him, which she has almost finished. So the culprit must have tampered with the brakes during your break. Brakes. I feel like I'll be saying these words a lot today. Yeah, my break is 15 minutes long, so that would have been plenty of time to pull it off. Still, that suggests to me that this was planned. Someone waited until they knew there wouldn't be anyone around the car. That would also mean the culprit must have known the hours you work. Who knows about your schedule? I mean, it's not much of a secret. All the kids know, and so do Bill and Annie. Let's see, I also do part-time work at a mechanic shop. My coworkers there know my schedule here as well. Can't believe she's doing so much at 18. I can barely handle this one job, and I'm 4 years older than her. Doesn't seem like we'll be able to narrow it down with just that then. Say, Meg, do you mind if we poke around in here for a bit? I don't mind, but the accident was a month ago. I'm not really sure what you expect to find. Ooh, let's chat. So, how did you end up becoming a mechanic? Funnily enough, from Annie. When I moved in 5 years ago, I saw her working on her car. Turns out she'd been working with machinery since she was a kid. I started watching her and we bonded over it. Huh, I thought she was just a magician. She's both. It's how she learned how to make her own stage tools. So after getting the basics from her, I started learning more on my own. That's how I got here. I just wish Bill would be more supportive. Bill's a bit of a hardhead, but he does it out of love. Just show him how happy this makes you and he'll turn around. How could someone have messed up the brakes? Weren't you here all day? I left the garage unattended during my break. Perfect time for someone to come. I take my breaks over my old room. Part of me really misses living here. I can't blame you, I moved out of my parents' place, but I visit them so often I forget I ever left. Oh, to be young. Back in my day, I couldn't wait to move out. You say that you're an old man. You're still in your 30s. Years on the force makes you feel old. Oh, man. So, what do you think of Bill? He's nice, if not a bit overbearing. He's always going on about school and church, but he loves kids and he loves what he does. Growing up here wasn't always easy, but it could have been a lot worse. Sounds like a pretty good guy. Yeah, if only he'd quit trying to make me go to college. He'll come around. It's just hard for him to accept that college isn't for everyone. I know how that is. My dad was the same way. Orphanage. What was it like growing up here? It's certainly a unique environment. Sure is. It took some getting used to, that's for sure. But I really liked the other kids that were here. We were all sort of like one big family. Bill was kind of a father figure to us. Still is, I guess. What do you do for fun? Well, you didn't hear this from me, but sometimes we'd pull pranks on Bill. Just harmless fun. One time I swapped out the wiring in his car. Oh, so this is different from, like, taking his brakes out? Weird thing to say right now, considering what we're investigating. The look on his face when the AC dial started changing the radio? Priceless. Note to self, don't let Meg near the cruiser. Okay. In his 30s? So we know this guy is way too old for video games. Clearly. 30s? Ugh. Like, you can't even touch a computer at that age. Let's look. Car. What an interesting car. I take it this is Bill's car? Sure is. I'll have it fully repaired and back to its former glory soon. I'm glad you kept the original paint color. Still yellow as always. This thing always takes me back. Bill and I used to ride this baby for miles. I don't understand why you'd want a yellow car. It's hideous. What did yellow cars ever do to you? I never care about what's on the outside. It's the internals that matter to me. A good engine is what makes a car, and the engine on this one is a thing of beauty. They don't make them like this anymore. Still, this car looks great. I'd never be able to tell it got into a wreck. You did a great job repairing it. What's left to do? Just waiting on a few more parts to come in. Bill already paid me for all the work. His car is a classic, so it needs special parts that are hard to get. It's hard to find a good deal, plus the parts take forever to show up. I'll write this down. Bill's car, the same one that was involved in the accident, it's a rare model and parts for it are expensive and difficult to come by. Box. What a lonely looking box, all alone in the corner. What a loser box that is, just all by itself. Oh yeah, that's where I keep my spare rope. What do you need rope for? It comes in handy for a lot of things. It's good to have on hand. Huh. This one looks all short and frayed, and some of these other ones are all knotted together. Huh, that's weird. I could have sworn I still had a long spool of rope in there. The stuff is useless to me in that state. I guess I'll have to go buy some more. For now, I'll take note of it. A box in the garage for storing rope. It's full of tangled, frayed rope. Meg claims there was originally one long spool of rope inside. Tools. You got a lot of tools here. Justina being one of them. Justina, I have to ask, are you okay? Who hurt you as a child? Like, where's the trauma coming from? Yep, I got everything we need to fix this place up. Wrenches, nuts, bolts, chainsaws. Chainsaws? They make trimming the trees way more fun. That sounds really dangerous. It's completely safe with this helmet. It may be harder to see, but I don't have to worry about anything hitting my face. That makes it even worse. Oh hey, I remembered this thing. What's it called again? It's called a dolly. My dad had one that I rode all the time as a kid. I'd take it to the top of a hill and then roll down. I never knew you were a daredevil. I was, briefly, then my sister ratted me out to my parents. Oh, we found the trauma. Sibling drama. So, what do you use this thing for? It makes getting under cars a lot easier. It's also nice for moving heavy stuff around. Maybe using it like a toy was a bad idea. What's with all the spray paint? Spray paint gets a bad reputation, but it's cheap and versatile. I used this stuff a lot back in high school, so I'm a bit of an expert. Looks like some of these are labeled FN? Those belong to someone I used to know, just throw them away. Did something happen? It's nothing. I'll write that down. A can of spray paint in Meg's garage. Someone has sprayed the initials FN onto it. Hey, detective, a stepladder. It sure is. Let's move on. Hold on, it could be important. It's just a stepladder. Those are never important. Says you. Maybe the stepladder is the key to solving the case. Oh, really? I'd love to hear your theory. Well, maybe they... No, that doesn't work. Why don't you think about it while we investigate, and if you think it's important, then we'll come back here straight away. Fine, but if I'm right, you owe me a latte. And if I'm right, I'll buy you a latte. It seems like a very one-sided bet. Alright, what are you doing here, stepladder? Okay, so we've looked, we've talked. I guess the alleyway's next. Alright. Looks like no one's here at the moment. I should go explore other areas more and come back here later. Let's review statements. I should listen to her statement again. I was working on Bill's car the day of the crash, just fine-tuning some things. I didn't notice any major issues, so I went on break at 1:45 p.m. By the time I got back, Bill was already in the car and he took off. He had an issue with the brakes, and next thing I knew, he had crashed into a tree. I made sure Bill was safe. I couldn't say the same for his car, though. It was in pretty bad shape. I'm working on fixing it up. Just waiting on a few more parts and she'll be good as new. Okay, so we have to find the contradiction in somebody's statement. So we can look over here. Is there... On the day of the accident, Bill had left a meeting with his landlady when the brakes in his car... Sorry, I feel like I'm yelling. Is the music really loud? I'm gonna turn that down just a tad, because I feel like I'm screaming. On the day of the accident, Bill had left a meeting with his landlady when the brakes in his car failed. He was driving slowly, he was uninjured. The ledger of the orphanage's expenses from last month totaling 15,000 alms, all of which were paid on time. A receipt for the car brakes purchased by Meg at 1:15 p.m. on the day of the crash. The brakes were ordered for pickup at a local auto parts store. Hold up. When did you go, Meg? Meg's car. Meg claims she's working on Bill's car until 1:45 p.m. on the day of the crash. Bill has since hired her to repair his car for him, which she's almost finished. But if she ordered the brakes at 1:15, right? That's weird. I'm a little lost because we've had a break in between, so let me just like try that and then we'll figure out if that's what it is. Just fine-tuning some things. Didn't notice any major issues. I went on break at 1:45. But if you didn't notice any issues, like maybe the brakes missing, seems weird, right? I don't know. You know, Meg? Oh, here comes the judgment. I already know. You know, Meg, Bill likes to keep a lot of receipts and records lying around in his office. We found this in his room. You ordered a brand new pair of brakes at 1:15 p.m. just before the accident. If there weren't any issues with the car, why would you order a pair of brakes? Did the audio cut out? Oh no, it's just me. Sorry. I turned my volume down. Huh. Well, I'm surprised he still has that. Bill is pretty bad at throwing away things. Mind explaining why you ordered those brakes? Well, look, I can explain. Oh, man. Those brakes weren't for Bill's car. I ordered them for my own car. The brakes had worn out from overuse. I must have left the receipt in Bill's room. I paid for the brakes myself. I'd show you, but I left my car at home. Something seems off. I should consider looking at her statement again. Okay. New statement. Brakes were not for Bill's car. I ordered them for my own car. Now, we do have something about Meg's car in here. According to Miss Card, Meg finished rebuilding her new car 2 weeks ago on April 10th. Miss Card provided her with the parts and taught her much of the process. Okay. So she had her car 2 weeks ago on April 10th, but this was way before then, wasn't it? The brakes had worn out from overuse. I must have left the receipt in Bill's room. I paid for the brakes myself. I'd show you, but I left my car at home. Okay. Sorry. Maybe I dispute it with the thing about her car. I don't think this is really relevant. Oh, this is the first time we've been wrong. I didn't know what happened if you, like, picked the wrong thing. If it gave you, like, a life bar, like Phoenix Wright or not. I think I'll hold off on this for now. Okay, so the brakes... Maybe if I say it wasn't overused, like you just built your car, right? There we go. So you ordered a brake pedal to replace the previous one in your car. Bingo. The thing is, we talked to Miss Card. She said you finished rebuilding your car 2 weeks ago. The accident took place before then. If you couldn't even drive your car yet, how would the brakes be worn out? Got her. She did? Yeah, that's right. They were worn out, just not by me. Let me explain. Oh, let's revise again. The car I was rebuilding already had brakes, but I found out they were all worn out. Annie usually helps me with the parts, but she didn't have any brakes I could use, so I got them myself. I ordered them online, and then I went and picked them up when I got off work. See, it's really not a big deal. I just worded things wrong. I guess that does explain everything. Maybe she isn't hiding anything after all. Why would we think that? She definitely seems like she's hiding something. Okay, let's see if maybe someone popped up in the alleyway now. Aha! There we go. A likely story. Ma'am, why are you sweating? Why must you turn this garage into a house of lies? April 24th, Azure City alleyway. This art seems... Hey, who the heck are you? Doughboy? You know this guy? I wouldn't forget. This little punk is Fry Noyle. Fry Noyle? But everyone calls him Doughboy because of his art. He vandalizes my dad's shop every week. Psh, I spread my art to a lot of places. What of it? Nickel and Diamonds Antiques, you know the store. Hey, you guys are the ones who keep erasing art! Take your art away from our shop. Mind filling me in? Doughboy here runs around spray painting on various buildings. It's always desserts like cookies and cakes. I see. So, Mr. Doughboy, we heard you were involved in a car accident last month. Klaus Orphanage ringing any bells? Psh, I didn't realize he was like a grown person. I think I gave him a child's voice. Hold on, let me fix that. Psh, that's none of your business, pal. I'm afraid it is my business. I'm Detective Ernest Hunt, and this is my assistant, Justina Smith. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Cops? No way, I ain't talking. You can either talk to us here or at the station, your choice. If you cooperate, we'll leave you and your pastries in peace. Fine, whatever, I'll talk. Yay. He's got a weapon, take him down. He's rebelling against his parents, naming him Fry Noyle. Fry Noyle is a name. That's a wild one. I wanted to pull a little prank on that old orphanage guy. Figured it'd be funny. So about 1:30, I jacked up the brakes in his car. Not much else to it. In and out, no trouble. One of your cops came by later to question me, but she kept insisting I didn't do it. Alright, Fry claims to have visited the orphanage around 1:30 p.m. on the day of the accident. He admits to causing the accident, but Detective Swift seems to think otherwise. So maybe covering up for somebody. This little prank of yours could have killed a man. You should feel ashamed of yourself. Whatever you say, Greenie. Greenie, you little... Don't let him get to you. Right. I guess we have to question him now. This is gonna be a long day. Alright. Let's talk about pastries. I see you're a fan of pastries. Sure am. They're the perfect subjects. Round, soft, sweet. This is what humans were made to eat. I prefer savory pastries myself. Savory? Savory pastries are for cowards. I see. He's very opinionated. Meg. I hear you were classmates with Meg. Were you two friends? Can't imagine why anyone would want to be friends with this guy. There's the judgment. I knew it would be here. Who would be friends with Doughboy? I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe not. Never mind then. If I can ask, why exactly did you decide to become a menace to society and vandalize people's property? Art has no boundaries. I ain't gonna let my creativity be stifled by a bunch of landlords. It ain't always proper and legal. My works make a statement. You should be thanking me for making this dump of a city look better. Graffiti is not making the city look better. Says you. My pastries are beautiful. I just want to bring some life to all this boring concrete. Just because you can't appreciate art doesn't mean other people can't, Greenie. I heard you attended Whitehall Academy. Did you cheat on the entrance exam or something? Wild thing, Justina. Wild thing to say. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I think what she means to ask is why not pursue a career instead of a life of petty crime? You don't think I have ways of making money? Sometimes I auction off my art. I got my own little online fan base, the Doughheads. They donate to me and stuff, keeps my art going. People are paying him to vandalize? That's ridiculous. Why would anyone want to donate to you? Jealous or something? The Doughheads are tired of boring losers like you who try to gatekeep art. Spreading the love and beauty of art and dessert. That's the motto of the Doughheads. Okay. We're gonna need all their names too for prison. Oh no. Look at his beautiful pastry art though. That doesn't belong in prison. Alright, cupcake. That's a pretty cupcake. Show the dead some respect! Dead? I painted this cupcake in honor of the 5th Street Big O Cupcakes. They made the best orange cupcakes this side of town. Until they closed last week. Taken away too soon. Was it really that good? Of course it was. That's why we honor their legacy. Rising costs caused them to sell to a corporate chain. It's a struggle to keep a small business afloat these days. Big O Cupcakes will live on in our hearts. I feel bad for the owners. Alright, pie. Looks like a slice of pie. What kind is it meant to be? It's the best kind of pie. Chocolate. Chocolate? That's too decadent, even for me. Hey, detective, what's your favorite kind of pie? Mine would have to be a warm apple pie. My mom always baked those for our family. Me, I'm a simple man. I like a nice cherry pie. How is that simple? I feel like cherry pie is like the least simple of the answers you could have picked. I feel like apple pie is the default pie, right? Great, now I'm hungry. Deadpan, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. What's this supposed to be? It's a roll cake, Greenie. I always call those jelly rolls. Yeah, but this one doesn't have any jelly. Looking at all these sweets is starting to make me feel sick. Haven't you ever considered painting something else for a change? Something healthier? Like some broccoli? Ooh, would love some broccoli graffiti out there in the world. That sounds amazing. No way! I hate broccoli! I only paint things that bring me joy anyways. Hey, broccoli can bring you joy too. You just have to cook it right. I mean, that is true. I love broccoli, don't get me wrong, but I don't want broccoli graffiti, I don't think. Are we arguing that pictures of sweets are unhealthy now? Yeah. It's like, you need to stop painting cupcakes. Do a vegetable for once, please. Why is this eclair so lifeless? It's just an outline, Greenie. I haven't finished it yet. Outline? You don't really seem like the type to paint with a plan in mind. My art takes a lot of time and thought, Greenie, but I wouldn't expect you to appreciate fine art. Fine art? It's spray-painted desserts! I put a lot of consideration into every drop of paint. It all comes together to form a delicious masterpiece. I see. I wonder how it will turn out. Okay. 2025, man, not a good start. I love the sweets graffiti though, but then again, I love me some desserts. I mean, I think it's cute. I don't know why we're being so judgmental about it. So much spray paint. He put his initials on these cans too. C48E1C and 6D4D3A. What the heck are you talking about? The colors of the spray paint, those are hexadecimal codes. Hexa what? It's just a way of sharing color values, pretty necessary for computers. Color me impressed, you figured it out just by looking at it. What can I say? I'm the daughter of 2 artists. Let's see how long it takes for him to figure out the numbers are on the spray paint. Okay. Let's travel to... I guess we'll start at the beginning. Back at the office. Let's see your statement again. I gotten out of a meeting with the landlady and headed out for my car. Meg was fixing it up for me. I didn't see her around, so I figured she was done. I had barely left the parking lot before the brakes failed and I crashed. Thankfully, I was driving slowly, so I wasn't hurt badly. Can't say the same for my car, though. I haven't been able to drive it since. Alright. I mean, that seems normal. Maybe we look at the case file. See if there's something I missed. Okay. According to Mrs. Eubank, any money raised by the Klaus charity can only be used to pay for orphanage expenses. Both parties have passed every audit. There's also someone running away before the crash. What else? Who else did we have? We had yours and we already, like, said she was wrong. Fry claims to have visited the orphanage around 1:30 p.m. on the day of the accident. He admits to causing the accident, but the Detective Swift seems to think otherwise. We also have spray paint. Oh, the spray paint in her garage has FN, which is Fry Noyle. Okay. Why did it get in there? Rope. Bill's car, the same one that was involved in the accident. It's a rare model and parts for it are expensive and difficult to buy. Not so good. Oh, sorry. On a not so good news, I found out I'm allergic to my detergent. That is the worst. I'm sorry. Switching out detergents, like a whole other thing to like find the right kind. Cabinet. Neat little window. I don't know where we go from here. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts, ideas, but I wonder if there's any more. Let's see. Eubank Investments raised money for the orphanage each year in accordance with the national charity standards. Any money raised by the Klaus charity can only be used directly for the orphanage. Each year, an audit takes place to ensure money is properly handled. For the past 5 years, we've raised money. We haven't failed a single audit. I mean, that seems about right. I don't see anything weird about that. View statement. I had a meeting with Bill around 1:30 that day. Okay, so that would have been the exact same time that we've now heard Fry went to go cut the brakes. About 10 minutes later, we stopped and I showed off one of my tricks. We finished up around 1:50 p.m. and that's when Bill headed out. I saw someone running away from the building around then, but I couldn't make out who it was. Then moments later, like magic, boom, Bill crashed his car. Okay. All seems good to me. Let's go talk to Fry again. Wanted to pull a prank on that old orphanage guy, figured it'd be funny. So about 1:30, I jacked up the brakes in his car. Not much else to it, in and out, no trouble. One of you cops came by later to question me, but she kept insisting I didn't do it. Why would she insist that he didn't do it? $115. Damages to the car. $145. I mean, 130, 145, it's like only a 15-minute, like, window. Like, he could have definitely just taken the 15 minutes to do that. Orphanage lease. Meg's car. It has a decent view of the motel, including the garage. Oh, so if the landlady... if the two of them were in the office, they would have definitely seen the garage. Can I present that? Oh, can I not? Oh, I don't have it open. Sorry. There we go. Present. No. Okay. You're gonna be funny. Backed up the brakes. Wait, did I click the right thing? It's not that. Oh, oh, look, it like crosses it out. That's actually really cool. I like that. All right. I'm assuming the trick she was trying to do was the cabinet trick. I also did forget I can question them, right? No, I can only question them in the interrogation room, I think. I don't know, does anything sound fishy to anyone? I feel like everybody's telling the truth, but maybe it's because I just want to believe everybody, except for Meg. Meg seems very, very suspicious.
Okay.
Chimes. I don't know. This is not a funny prank, James. Fry. Jacked up the brakes in his car. Not much else to it. Okay. I will leave you be, but I really don't. I don't know. Garage. Because I was late to both streams of this game, I have no clue who's sus. Isn't everyone sus at this point, though? She's super sus. I've caught her twice now lying. Let's see. The car I was rebuilding already had brakes, but I found out they were all worn out. Annie usually helps me with the parts, but she didn't have any brakes I could use, so I got them myself. I ordered them online, and then I went and picked them up when I got off work. I see. Oh, see, it's really not a big deal. Just worded things wrong. Like, that seems weird. She's sweaty. I don't get it. Culprit. Outside. Maybe we can chat. How do you feel? You and Bill seem pretty close. Do you come see him often? From time to time, when I get the chance. We're not as close as we used to be. One of the things about being older is that you see your friends less. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I met up with my old friends from high school. Maybe I should get together with them again. In any case, how come you never decided to help solve this case sooner? You seem like the type of guy to move mountains for your friends. I think part of me just forgot it was a crime. To me, it was an accident. Bill walked away from his car alive, and that's what matters most. Remember, this is Detective Swift's case to solve, not ours. Like Sue told us before, this is just our cover. Cover or not, I can't just leave this unsolved. Maybe I could talk to Sophie. Miss Card is quite the character. She seems to care about the orphanage a lot. All my landlord cares about is that my rent is paid on an exact day. It's a unique situation. I'm happy Bill found this place. I'd be a lot less frustrated with renting if I had a landlord like her. If you don't like your landlord, you can always find a better place. Have you seen apartment prices in the city? I'd need my pay to be doubled before I could afford anything better. Either that or I'd have to move back in with my parents. I'm with you there. Meg seems like a pretty skilled mechanic, especially at only 18. When I was 18, I didn't even know how to file my own tax returns. Everyone has something they're good at, not to brag or anything, but I used to be the champion of an arcade. Really? I never have guessed. Looks can be deceiving, Miss Assistant. For example, you may look like an unassuming clerk, but really, you're pretty skilled at detective work. You might even run me out of a job. I've only done as well as I have because of you. I'm not remotely qualified for this. Who says you can't get those qualifications? If you ever wanted to finally join the club, I'm sure you'd be great at it. That is, assuming Sue would let you go. I think I'll just stick with what I'm comfortable with. Paperwork is nice and safe. We have yet to do paperwork. So, I mean, I get that it's nice and safe, but this entire game has been anything but paperwork. Of all the people to be involved in this case, it just had to be Doughboy. You've got quite the grudge against him. That's because he won't stop vandalizing our shop. Art belongs in a museum, not on the side of my dad's store. Customers equate graffiti to crime, and crime means fewer customers. He's been at this for the past 2 months. Every time we try to run him off, he comes right back. Unfortunately, vandalism is a tough crime to fight against. Even if we had infinite resources to throw at the problem, there will always be more graffiti to deal with. One way or another, I'll take you down. Ugh. Okay. Investigate. We already looked at everything here. I am a little stuck. Sorry. Because we did look at that window. You can't see the window. Talk to Annie again about that trick. Meeting with Bill around 1:30. I mean, you did. I trust that. Order for pickup. 145. I just feel like they would have, if they had a meeting in that room at 1:30, they would have seen what was going on. It has a decent view of the motel, including the garage. Cabinet used for one of Annie's magic tricks. The back of the cabinet has a hidden door and there are wheels underneath to allow it to be moved easily. Working on Bill's car until 1:45. So if she was working on Bill's car until 1:45, how could what's-his-face have been there at 1:30, right? Maybe? Maybe. I think I might be onto something. We'll see. I'm pure guesses here. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the alley. Fry, you lying sack. Sorry, you lovely artist who may have fibbed. Let's chat. Okay, 1:30. Go back. 1:30. Jacked up the brakes in his car. Okay, so let's dispute this because she said that she was working on the car until 1:45. I thought that said at 1:45, but she was doing it until she took her break. Bless. We talked to the mechanic at the orphanage. She said she was working on the car until 1:45 p.m. You couldn't have tampered with the brakes at 1:30. She would have seen you. The eyes. Now you're calling me a liar? I ain't calling you a truther. Meg's the liar, always changing her mind whenever it suits her. No one said her name. Oop. You know what? We got nothing else to talk about, cop. Do you know Meg? I ain't telling you anything. He's hiding something. We just need to force it out of him. Force it out of him? A way to prove Fry and Meg know each other. Do I have any evidence like that? We do, because we have the spray paint. Take a look at this, Fry. Oh my gosh, your spray paint was in the garage with FN written on it. It's like writing your name in your underwear. Know exactly who this is. We found the spray can from the garage Meg works at. So what? It's just a can. See the FN there? I bet it stands for Fry Noyle, just like your other cans. The two of you did art together. Now tell us what you know. FN means found nothing. That's a weak comeback. Meg told us about you, Fry, about how you messed up and blamed her. It was her fault for playing dumb, not mine. I'm having a hard time believing you. That's a pretty bold bluff he's pulling. You kidding me? She asked me to come over that day twice. I bail her out and then she turns around and spits in my face, calls me a liar? How did you bail her out exactly? You know what? Forget it. I'm not saying another word to you. You either talk to us now or you can stew this over in a jail cell. Your choice. Alright, jeez, you're real pushy, you know that? Look, Meg and I went to school together, took art classes and stuff. We got close, real close, but then she up and tells me she wants to be friends. I'm like, yeah, whatever, so after graduating we stayed friends, but we kinda started drifting apart. Then out of nowhere, I get some letter from her saying she changed her mind, talking about all her feelings for me. Sounds pretty sweet, right? She wants to meet up at her old room the day of that accident around 1:50 p.m. So what happened next? Then the weird thing happens. Around 1 p.m., she calls me and asks me to go pick up a car brake pedal for her. So, I did. I brought it to her around 1:30 p.m. She gets all overjoyed and happy about it too. But then when I asked her about us, she asked like she had no idea what I was talking about. Can you believe that? She really used me. Just plays this sick joke, then wants to act like I'm the one lying about it. I ain't one to let that slide, so I just took those stupid brakes and left. So, you didn't mess with the brakes in Bill's car? No, I didn't. Then why take the credit? Apparently some lady from there saw me leaving and decided to blame me for it, so I decided to roll with it. If people think I nearly killed a man and got away with it, nobody would want to mess with me. Did Meg tell you why she wanted the brakes? I didn't ask, she ordered them online, so I grabbed it. Do you still have it? I returned it. Money probably got refunded to her card. I don't have a use for a car brake, and just because she used me doesn't mean I'm gonna steal her stuff. I see. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Noyle. Shh, whatever. Just get out of here and leave me alone already. Aww. Poor Fry. A letter from Meg sent to Fry Noyle professing her love for him and asking him to meet her at the orphanage around 1:50 p.m. Unused car brake. Apparently, Meg requested Fry to buy replacement car brakes around 1 p.m. the day of the accident. However, Fry never delivered them. So what now? We got a new lead to follow up on. Let's check it out. Okay, so let's maybe go talk to Meg. Stage manager, yeah, just show us how to change the volume. Rat, sure. But first of all, our half-hour fight call. Please let me go home. Oh, don't you love that? Let's talk, I guess, do we talk? Yeah, maybe we talk. I want to talk to her about that letter, but I don't know. 1:50. Okay. Meet at the orphanage around 1:50. So do we have something that said... This is just talking about the brakes. All worn out. She didn't have any brakes, so I got them myself. I ordered them online, and then I went pick them up when I got off work. No, you didn't. You sent... What's-his-face? Fry. So, your unused brakes. Requested Fry to buy them. There we go. Literally, truly would take me 30 seconds to be like, here's the level section, slidey up and down, goodbye. Please release me. I love a good long rehearsal, don't you? An interesting thing happened today. We paid a visit to the Fry Noyle. He claims that you asked him to pick up those car brakes for you just before the accident. You two got into a fight about something, and so he left with them. You didn't pick up those brakes. Tell us the truth. Please, Meg, don't keep lying. You've already lied twice now. Please, I beg of you. It was an accident, I swear. Tell us what happened. It was me. I broke the brakes. I was under the steering wheel of the car, and I must have been putting my weight on the pedal. I thought it would be fine, but I ended up snapping the bridge in half. That's when I asked Fry for help. After he left with them, I tried using metal glue and tape to repair it temporarily. Then I went on break, hoping it would be fine. But then they failed when Bill tried to drive it. Was Bill aware of this? I was gonna tell him, but he got back before I finished my break. I didn't have a chance to tell him. The glue and tape must have come off while he was driving. I didn't get to explain what happened until after the crash. Hold on, if it was an accident, why didn't you tell the police that? Rhymes. If my boss found out that I nearly killed a customer, I'd have been fired for sure. The landlady said she saw someone leaving the parking lot, and so that's who took the blame. Bill and I never told the truth. We just agreed to her side of the story. So he was trying to protect you. The person leaving, was that Fry? He said he left at 1:30. How could the landlady have seen him? I don't know. Maybe he lingered around a bit. He was very upset about that stupid letter. I told him I didn't write it, but he didn't believe me. That was the last time we spoke. If you didn't write it, then who did? I don't know. It must have been a cruel prank. I'm really sorry about everything. Don't be. Bill should have told me. Detective, what do we do? I was really looking forward to catching the one who hurt my friend, but not like this. Not like this. Miss Assistant, I need you to do me a favor. Head back to the station with Meg. We need her to give us the full facts of this case. Am I under arrest? It's just a routine procedure as long as you'll come willingly. Excuse me. If you cooperate, I'll make sure this doesn't appear on your criminal record. Can you do that? I understand. I'll go. What about you? Oh, sorry. What about you? I'll keep investigating what we actually came here for. Tell the others I said hello. Great. Not good sign when my mouth's getting dry already. I was yapping before we started. Whew. Meg claims that she accidentally snapped the brakes on Bill's car less than an hour before the crash. Nobody was informed about it. That's what they all say. This will all be fine if you cooperate. I mean, I hope she cooperates. We were there on a different case. I don't know how this all, I mean, I know how it all ended up like that, but we lost focus for a second. April 24th, 12:40 p.m., Azure City Police Precinct Number 5, Station Lobby. I'm back, Miss Earl. I brought a guest with me. I was expecting you to. Detective Hunt called and told me what happened. I thought I told you that this case was closed, but I suppose we can worry about that later. Miss Konecki, right? I'm Sue P. Earl, and I'm the head clerk here. Do you mind coming with me? I want to get the full story. Sure, okay. Don't worry, Meg. Just tell her the truth, and everything will be fine. Well, I hope she'll be okay. Justy, you're back! Yay! Sophie, don't surprise me like that! Sorry, I'm just happy to see you! You solved the case! If you keep going like this, you'll be a full detective before you know it. Thanks. But I wish you could have been there. This was your first case. Don't worry about it. Better to be solved by you than let it go cold forever. But no buts. We still have a bigger case to solve, so chin up. How did things at the orphanage go? Did you and Red find anything on BG Turtles? No, nothing at all. Whatever's going on, it looks like the orphanage has nothing to do with it. Well, I did some digging myself. From what I could find, the charity could legally transfer the money, as long as it was agreed to by both the charity and the orphanage. The money would also need to be used within the confines of what's permissible for charity money. Specifically, it can't be used for the benefit of anyone at the charity or the orphanage. But I couldn't find anything on BG Turtles LLC itself. So where do we go from here? If only we still had Chandra's proof. Well, why don't we try talking to her again? Who, Chandra? Yeah, maybe she can point us in the right direction. It's worth a shot anyways. You've got a point. Let's go. You wait in the interrogation room, I'll go grab Chandra. Yeah. Char, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Accidentally. April 24th, 12:50 p.m. Azure City Police Precinct number 5, interrogation room. Time to interrogate. Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you holding up? As well as I could be, given everything. Did you find out anything? Unfortunately not. We don't have much time to much to go off of right now. All we have is your claim, but without any proof, we've got nothing. We thought you could help us. Well, I'll help however I can. What do you want to know? I wanted to ask, why exactly did you decide to steal half the money from the safe? You must have had a reason. I thought I went over this before, but I guess I can explain it again. I saw stream started at 3 and my mind auto-completed as Pacific. I'm still stuck in the past. Welcome, Incredible. How are you doing? Owen had me help him with the accounting work for the charity money. While I was going over the numbers, I learned that part of the money was missing. I dug further, and that's when I was able to find the name BG Turtles LLC. So the amount of money that was supposed to be in the safe wasn't there. If we took half the money in the safe, it would make it obvious what the true amount was. Then the Eubanks would be exposed for their theft. That's pretty clever. So how much money was supposed to be in the safe? Roughly 380,000 alms. That must mean the amount was actually in the safe was 355,000 alms. Wait, that's it. Sophie, the police recorded the amount of money in the safe, right? They should have. I'll go check with Sue. We'll need to confirm that the fundraised amount as well. Do you know where we might find a record of that? Well, the Eubanks should have it. Right, I doubt we'll get them to cooperate with us willingly. I don't think either of the Eubanks would be happy if we showed up at the estate again. Well, we could always try their office in the city. I'm sure they'd have records there. Good idea, let's give that a shot then. Thank you for your help, Chandra. Good luck. So helpful. I hate to keep bothering Chandra, but she's the only chance we have. Could the Eubanks really have stolen the money themselves? If so, then why? Maybe it's like Detective Hunt said, they do it because they can. But I can't shake the feeling there's more to this story. Hey, Justy, I'm back. Sophie, what did you find out? You were right, there were about 355,000 alms recovered from the safe money. Aha, now we just have to find the Eubanks' records and they'll have nothing to hide behind. You're all pumped up all of a sudden. It's just, after seeing what Chandra went through after her firing and how much the orphanage means to Detective Hunt, I can't let all of this be in vain. It's up to us to solve the case now. That's the spirit. I like this side of you, Justy. Anyways, let's head out. We can take the police cruiser. Why would we ever do that when we have Zephyr? Hang on, I still haven't recovered from the last time we rode that. My head and stomach were spinning for the whole next day. Aw, come on, we'll get there so much faster. Just hold on to me, you'll be fine. But, I don't know, I need this romance to happen. I love them, I ship them. Needless to say, I hugged the ground as soon as we arrived. April 24th, 1:30 p.m. Eubank Investments lobby. Wow, so this is Eubank Investments. It's just as cold and dreary as I expected. They could at least hang a painting or two. Judgy, judgy. Excuse me, can I help you with something? Ah, why does every person in the city sneak up on me? We're with the Azure City Police. I'm Detective Sophie Swift, and this is my assistant, Justina Smith. Police officers, huh? Well, Eubank Investments is always happy to cooperate with the police. What can I assist you with, officers? At this point, you might as well just hand me a badge. Well, you could start with your name. Oh, my apologies, how rude of me. My name is Lowell Ledger, Executive Assistant. Now, was there some reason for your visit? We're here to investigate the Klaus charity, and I'm aware that Eubank Investments handles the fundraising. Klaus charity. I'm sorry, but you'll have to take up that matter with the president. President? Well, can we speak with him then? I'm afraid he's not here at the moment. He's a very busy man. Hang on a moment, we didn't come here just to be turned away. We suspect someone involved with the charity may have embezzled some of the money. All we need is to verify the amount that was raised. Surely you can help us with that. That is, if you have nothing to hide. Embezzlement, huh? Yes, well, I'm sorry. Yes, I believe I can help you with that. One moment, please. Well, that certainly got him in the mood to cooperate. What do you make of all of this, Sophie? Do you really think the Eubanks are hiding something? You saw Chandra's file. There's clearly something Mr. Eubank doesn't want us to know about. As for why, I'm not sure, but right now we should confirm that Chandra's info is correct. You're right. By the way, about the accident case. I don't have much to say on it. I'm just glad you and Red were able to solve it. I just thought you should know. Your early investigation was invaluable to us. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to track down Doughboy. That was what led us back to Meg in the first place. I should have figured all of it out on my own. Red trained me himself. He vouched for me to take on the car crash case. And I failed him. I failed Bill, and I failed myself. That's not true. You're a great detective. You could have arrested Fry as soon as you found him. I certainly would have. But you didn't. You even wrote why in the case file. I spoke with the primary suspect, Fry Noyle. He said he broke the brakes and his motive was to gain street cred. But when asked for details, he refused to explain how he broke the brakes. Given how upfront he was about motive and opportunity, not explaining the means is unusual. This has led me to believe he is lying and is not our culprit. With no other evidence, I have no grounds to keep Fry Noyle as a suspect. Now tell me, were you honest when you wrote that? I was. Then you knew you did the right thing. Today, Bill told us a lot of employers turn people down for a criminal record no matter how small. You stopped that. No matter what I think of him, he shouldn't have been arrested for crimes he didn't commit. If you ask me, that makes you a great detective. You really mean it? I do, and we're gonna prove it now. We'll crack this embezzlement case and reveal Eubanks' secrets. I'm still here. Ah! Not again! How long has he been listening to us? Here is the file you so politely requested. Take a look. I assure you all of our dealings are above board. We'll see about that. Let's see, it's a pretty boring financial document. Thankfully, I'm pretty good at reading those. Total amount fundraised, 380,017 alms. Interesting. According to the recovered charity money and Klaus charity records, approximately 25,000 alms are unaccounted for from the fundraised money. Mr. Ledger, are you absolutely certain that this is the correct amount? I can attest to its accuracy. Is there some sort of problem with that amount? Ooh, should I reveal the discrepancy to him? Do we just tell him? I don't know, he's a suspect. He has to be a suspect, right? You a little shifty. I'll reveal. Why not? I trust my suspects. Mr. Ledger, is it true that Owen Eubank stored all the fundraised money himself? He did, yes. We counted the amount of money that was stored in the safe. There's about 25,000 alms missing from the total amount. Missing, you say? Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Likely story. Thank you for your help, Mr. Ledger. So now what? I think it's time to go have a chat with Mr. Eubank about this. With the proof we have, it's sure to be a contentious confrontation. We'll head out when you're ready. Do you mind if we linger here for a second, Mr. Ledger? If you must. Alright, well, I'm gonna chat with him a bit. Educator, how you doing? Happy Tuesday to you. Grand, thank you for the 32 months of being a sexy, sexy snack. Love to see stale snacks. Alright, let's talk to him about president. You said something earlier about a president? That would be Anton Chambers, my boss. He's quite the ruthless businessman. It's easy to tell how he got his position. He's never afraid of risks. He never shies away from seizing opportunities when he sees them. In that way, I strive to do the same. Business is sink or swim. You either make it or you don't. Eventually, you have to realize that sometimes your success has to come at the cost of others. You might think it's cruel, but that's just how the world is. Those who deserve success are those who don't shy away from reaching it. What an awful way to look at things. What an awful thing to say to someone's face. I think you can be successful without undermining others in the process. That sort of naivete won't cut it here. Eubank Investments only hires those who are willing to do whatever it takes. If this is the sort of people who fill the business world, then thank the gods I didn't stay in management. What can you tell me about Eubank Investments? We're one of the most successful real estate and investment firms this side of the Azure Bay. Our company is behind a lot of the city's recent major developments, including the transformation of the Sunrise District. Recently, we've even begun expanding our plans eastward past the Junal Mountains. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm fighting for my life here. It sounds like the company is doing very well then. I didn't fully warm up my voice today, I don't think. We've routinely broken our projected revenue, and that shows no sign of stopping. Business is good. Of course, that's dependent on the continued success of our developments. There's been some recent trouble, but it's nothing we can't turn around. Recent trouble, huh? I'm sure it's nothing, but I'll remember that for later. Alright, let's look around the office. This must be the reception desk. There's a place back here for someone to sit, but the receptionist must be gone. Hey, look! There's a bowl of candy back here. I'm sure they won't mind if we swipe a couple pieces. Hey, you can't just run around taking things without asking first. You're a detective, you have to set a good example for everyone. What if this candy is an important clue? You never know. It probably doesn't even taste good. Free candy never does. You're no fun, Justy. There's a vase of pretty yellow flowers here. I think it's fair to say Mrs. Eubanks put these here. She really seems to like yellow flowers. I remember seeing similar ones at the estate. She said they represented optimism. How do flowers represent such abstract things like that? Like, who looks at a flower and decides what they represent? I think it's a bit more complicated than that. Hold on, I wonder if there's any cheesy lines attached to this. May our profits bloom as beautifully as these. What kind of saying is that? I don't think I've ever seen this before. It must be the company's logo. Looks like a giant E in the shape of a skyrise. That's kind of clever. Ugh, I hate corporate logos like these. They're always just plain and uninspired. Just everything is so uninspired today. Just meant to be inoffensive and easily remembered. I don't think a corporate logo needs to be much more than that. We're in the heart of Azure City now. I don't think I've ever been around here before. Well, this whole area is the primary financial district. There's not much here except offices and corporate headquarters. You can't see much from down here, but I bet the higher floors have great views of the city. Hey, Lowell, do you think you could give us a tour of the upper offices? No. Well, it was worth a shot. There's a lot of comfy-looking furniture in here. Well, they aren't as comfy as they look. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we check the cushions? You never know what sort of clues we might find. Oh, in the cushions? All I found are some coins and a faded receipt. Oh, score! I've got an unopened piece of gum. I'll trade you for the coins. Deal. They're so cute. There's a vending machine in the other room and there's a nut here for a snack. Sucker. Okay, let's go to the Eubank estate. Yes, these paintings that she does not like. April 24th, 2 p.m., Eubank estate, foyer. To think I'd be back here again. It almost feels like yesterday. Toasty, no! He's barreling towards us. Aha, gotcha. Oh, hi there, Fi. Long time no see. Miss Justina, Miss Sophie, you're back! It's nice to see you again, Fi. How have you been? Well, Toasty and I really miss Oliver and Chandra. Father's making me clean my own room now. It's not fair! Talk about spoiled. And we don't get any more of Oliver's extra special curry. Don't worry, Fi, there's plenty of curries in the world for you to enjoy still. So are you guys here for more hide and seek? Not this time. We're here to speak with your father. Is he around? Aww. He's in his office. I'll take you there. That would be great. Thank you. All right, let's race. Justina, it was yesterday. She's like, ah, man, I'm back here again. Like, we're still in the middle of the case, Justina. Now she's making a game out of it? Well, I better hurry there. Back in the lion's den once more. Father! The nice police officers want to talk to you again. Thank you, Fi. Why don't you run off and play now? Okay. So, it's you again. Just how many times exactly are you going to invade my home before you're content? Hopefully this is the last time. We needed to talk to you about the Klaus charity. This nonsense again? What is it now? I thought you should know. Chandra recovered from her injuries today. I'm quite aware. We had just dismissed her from our employment. She claims you've been embezzling money from the charity. You... Hey, don't get mad at us. Those were her words. Regardless, we wanted to ask you what you know about BG Turtles LLC. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never heard about that in my life. As if. We know you stole Chandra's documents on it. Please, sir. Why don't you just come clean already? We've already caught you. I want you to consider your words very, very carefully, clerk. I can have you blacklisted from every job in Azure City and beyond. Now he thinks he can threaten me? Whoa, no need for that. Let's all just calm down. We aren't accusing you of anything at this time, Mr. Eubank. We just want to hear your side of things. Are you really going to entertain the baseless words of that snake? It would be irresponsible for us not to look into it. Besides, if there's nothing wrong with your statement, we won't bother you again. Fine, but this is the last statement I'll give you. Grant, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate ya. Every year, our company fundraises money for the Klaus charity. After the money is collected and counted, it is stored here for safekeeping. We were making arrangements to transfer the money to the Klaus orphanage when our little incident happened. Because of that, all the money we collected is either still there or in your possession. Okay, so according to Owen, all the fundraised money, charity money, is stored in cash at the Eubank estate. He denies that any of the money was missing. I mean, we knew he was gonna say that. So that's what he wants to claim, huh? If it's alright with you, we'd like to go over that with you in more detail. In the meantime, do you mind if we poke around a bit? Don't overstay your welcome. Alright, let's talk about president. I heard Eubank Investments has a president. What can you tell me about them? That would be my compatriot Anton Chambers. What does he do exactly? As president, Anton handles all the day-to-day management of the company and our business ventures. Recently, he secured us numerous new property developments. In essence, he is the beating heart of the company. Huh, so I guess you just sit around all day and collect a paycheck? I assure you my role involves a lot more. As CEO, my responsibilities revolve around our company's future. With it, I carry the very soul of Eubank Investments. Sounds to me like you're just the ideas guy. I'm tired of this discussion. Drop it. I think I poked a nerve there. I mean, yeah, it was kind of rude. Do you know anything about the car accident that happened at the Klaus orphanage last month? I heard about it, yes. Thank the gods that nobody was harmed. It's a real shame about that car, though. A classic like that deserved a better death. It's not quite dead yet. Bill's having it repaired. Is he now? That would cost him quite the penny. I can hardly imagine how he can afford such a thing. Now that I think about it, how did Bill wind up with the money? I should ask him about it later. It sounds like you and Bill are acquaintances. We've met before, obviously. After all, my company has a lot of ties to the orphanage. But our relationship is strictly a professional one. I don't have any connections with him otherwise. On one of my trips to the orphanage, he happened to show me his car. A real beauty, that one was. So you don't know anything that goes on at the orphanage? I'm afraid not. Our only dealings at this stage involve the charity. Doesn't sound like I'll get anything useful out of him on this topic then. Alright, let's take a look around. What's up here? The History of the World, Part 0. Shouldn't it be Part 1? That book covers history before humans. We were only around for less than a fraction of this planet's life. This thing is huge. Have you read this whole book? Cover to cover. Though now I only go back to specific portions of it. After all, how can we inhabit a world that we don't truly understand? If you read it, you might learn a thing or two. It's never a bad thing to broaden one's horizons. Right, maybe I'll check it out another time. What's down here? Where in the world is carbon dioxide? Isn't this a children's book? It was Phi's favorite when she was younger. I used to read it to her every night. She's going to be a wonderful scientist someday. Scientist? What about the family business? I would prefer that she follows her own path rather than my footsteps. Says the guy who wants her to be a scientist. What's on here? Fiesta Fantasy 6 soundtrack. Stop snooping around. Sorry. Though, is that video game music? What of it? Fiesta Fantasy has some of the most beautiful music I have ever listened to. The 6th game is where the composer truly shined. I didn't mean to offend, it's just surprising is all. I always figured you for the type to listen to classical music all day. I can't stand classical music. I guess you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. What about you, Sophie? What kind of music do you like? I've been listening to some of the classics lately, like the band White Keys and Black Stripes. Have you heard the one-hit wonder Take You Out by Gavrilo and the Black Hand? No, I haven't. Give it a listen. His other work is great. He should have taken off beyond one song. Everyone seems to have their own musical tastes. I mean, I feel like most people do, Justina. Maybe I should expand my own beyond indie rock and coffeehouse jazz. Oh, she does sound like an indie rock coffeehouse jazz kind of gal. Do you mind if I turn on this lamp? The room has sufficient light. It would be a waste of electricity. Then at least open the curtains a bit more. The light in this room is perfect for my taste. Equal parts moody and hopeful. Is he a vampire? By the way, why is your office here and not at Eubank Investments? I have an office here, but I have an office there, but I prefer this one for more private matters. Ooh. The walls have ears. You can never trust them. That's why most important matters are discussed here. Sounds like paranoia to me. Alright. Justina, it never occurred to me that different people could have different opinions. I really learned something today. You know what? At least she's evolving as a human. Good for her. So I investigate travel. Should finish investigating here first. Oh, am I not done here? Oh, maybe I was supposed to do something with his statement. Oops, sorry. Every year, our company fundraises money for the Klaus charity. After the money is collected and counted, it is stored here for safekeeping. We were making arrangements to transfer the money to the orphanage when our little incident happened. Because of that, all the money we collected is either still there or in your possession. Alright, we have to do something about this. Okay. According to the recovered charity money and Klaus charity records, approximately 25,000 alms are unaccounted for. Okay. All the fundraised charity money is stored in cash at the Eubank estate. Alright, so maybe I'd show him the charity money thing. Still there or in here. Okay, so let's dispute that. Charity money. There we go. Mr. Eubank. I'm sorry to say, but that's a lie. What are you talking about? We already checked the numbers. There's around 25,000 alms missing from the charity money. Of course, you already knew that, didn't you? I don't know anything about that. Tell us what you did with the money. Tell us what you did. That money was accounted for perfectly. Your clumsy officers must have miscounted it. A likely story. Unfortunately for him, I already have a good idea as to where the money went. I just have to show it to him. Actually, Mr. Eubank, I have a better explanation. Take a look at this. Okay, where did the money go? Orphanage expenses. All paid for. Rent payments. I'm assuming it's the... Not the... Where is it? I just also... The ledger? No, that's not it. Where the stolen money went. Where did the stolen money go? Phoebe, how are you doing? I'm here for the cute pixel art, cute crimes, and cute struggle bus riders. I love it. We're here for cute embezzlement issues. So we have to figure out where all this money went, and I don't know where it went. 25,000 alms were transferred from the charity fund to the Shell Corporation BG Turtles. Oh, maybe that's it, because that's the... Just use her statement. I didn't know. We don't have, like, formal proof of it, because he took the proof. Duh. According to your former maid, Chandra, those 25,000 alms were transferred not to the orphanage, but somewhere else entirely. A shell company, BG Turtles LLC. Ugh. And would you look at that, the amounts match perfectly. You stole the money, didn't you? BG Turtles is your company and you tried to hide the proof. Of all the places to steal from, your own charity? You're stealing money from an orphanage. Enough of this. I will not stand here while you make up slanderous lies about me. You want the truth? I'll tell you the truth. In your sloppy investigation, you've overlooked several things. First of all, I already stepped down from my position at the charity. All I do is store the money. All of its decisions are made by my associate, Anton Chambers. The money was transferred before it even reached me. You can confirm that with Anton. What? Oh my gosh. Apparently, the Klaus Charity Board recently voted to have Owen Eubank step down from his position as director, and his role was transferred to Anton Chambers. You can't handle the truth. I thought for sure he was the culprit. So you claim. Alright then, Mr. Eubank, we'll go confirm this with Mr. Chambers, but if his story doesn't match what you told us, we'll be back. Do what you must, I have nothing to hide. Where can we find Mr. Chambers? He should be in his office right now at our headquarters. Here. Show this note to his assistant, Lowell. He'll take you to him. Thanks. Alright, when you're ready, we'll head there, Justy. Let's go. Back to Eubank Investments. April 24th, 2:45 p.m. Eubank Investments, lobby. Ah, you two are back again. What do you want now? Hello, Lowell. Thanks again for that information you gave us earlier. Is that all? Actually, we're here for something else now. We need to talk to Anton Chambers. Really now. And what business do you have with him? Does it matter? We just need to talk to him. Well, as I told you before, he's busy. Still? This is important. Yes, I'm sure it is. Unfortunately, his business is more important. So why don't you just sit tight until he's done? If you don't like that, then I'd be happy to book an appointment. The nerve of this guy! I just want to interrupt everyone's workday. Hey, Sophie, can't we just force him to let us talk with Anton? Unfortunately not. It's better that we just wait here a bit. There's gotta be a way to get to him quicker. Maybe I can show him what Owen gave us. Okay. Owen's card. We had a talk with Mr. Eubank, and I think you should take a look at this card. Mr. Chambers' office is on the 6th floor, if you'll follow me. I thought you said he was too busy. Let's just go along with it, Justy. This is our chance. Right. I still can't shake that feeling. Is Anton our culprit? Or does this conspiracy run deeper? There's only one way to find out, and it lies beyond the office door. Deep breath, Justina. Imagine we enter his office and find his corpse. Oh, that would have been great. We haven't had a murder yet. Only attempted murder. No one's died. Darn. April 24th, 3 p.m. Eubank Investments President's Office. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Mr. Chambers, 2 detectives are here to speak with you. Now I've been upgraded to detective? I'm busy right now, Lowell. They can wait. Unfortunately, sir, it's rather urgent. Take a look at this. Thank you, Lowell. You may go. Yes, sir. So, you're the officers who have been causing us so much trouble recently. Nah, that's Detective Hunt. He can't keep his head out of anything. We just want to help an orphanage. And why are you here to bother me, exactly? We're investigating the Klaus charity. Investigating? What possible reason could you have to investigate us? We're but a humble charity. One of Mr. Eubanks' former... excuse me. One of Mr. Eubanks' former staff claims that some of the charity money has been embezzled. Huh. And you have some proof of this, I presume? We have enough to suspect some foul play. Do you mind if we ask you some questions, Mr. Chambers? If you must. So, you're the president of Eubank Investments. That I am! The company would be nothing without me. Not to discount Owen's work, of course, but if that man got his way, this company wouldn't be half the size it is now. Sounds like you two have some disagreements. Business is cutthroat. You either sink or swim. Without direct, aggressive action, you'll fall short of the competition. Owen doesn't understand that. However, much of a skilled negotiator he may be, not every problem is solved at the bargaining table. Maybe it's just me, but everything this guy says feels a bit ominous. So, you're the head of Klaus Charity. Why do you run it and not Owen? Owen found himself with too much on his plate. I, however, don't mind the extra workload. I took control of the charity several months ago. Owen, of course, retains a ceremonial role in the organization, and he stores the fundraised money himself. But anything that happens to the funds themselves falls under my purview. So what Owen told us is true. However, that just means Anton here is the one truly responsible. Maybe I should have a chat with him about the missing money. What can you tell me about the Klaus orphanage? We helped set it up and the charity benefits it. While I think the cause is noble enough, I think Bill is still a bit misguided. Misguided? A cheap motel like that is no place for children. I think it's about time Bill looked for a more suitable location. But of all the property in the city he could choose, he stubbornly sticks to this one. Hey, it's not that bad. Plus, Bill's got his reasons for it. Besides, what else would the motel be useful for? The motel isn't what matters, it's the land it sits on. It's situated on a property gold mine. That land could be put to much better use. That whole area ought to be transformed into new luxury townhouses and condos. A plethora of Azure City's finest would love nothing more than to settle their families right next to Whitehall. And what about the kids at the orphanage? Don't they deserve to go to Whitehall too? How simple-minded of you. I wouldn't expect you to understand. What's that supposed to mean? Is he wearing a gun? I think so. You know, investments is a dangerous business. Okay, I didn't even notice that. Good catch. So, already a little bit sus. What if it's like a price gun or something? Mr. Chambers, we wanted to know, have you been embezzling money from the Klaus charity? Huh, coming out swinging, are we? What a preposterous accusation. 25,000 alms are missing from the charity money. If you're the one who runs the charity, then I imagine you'd have some knowledge about this. Huh. A word of advice. Never shoot unless you know what your target is. Yeah, I know what happened to the money. I had it transferred to another company. What was the name of it? BG Turtles? So you admit to taking the money. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I never said I took it. Bill Klaus asked me to transfer it. What? What are you talking about? Wait a second, Bill asked you to? Surprised, I thought you would have figured it out already. Hang on, why would Bill ask you to transfer money there? It's not my business to know. He said something about needing it to pay off some expenses. Now, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but if both the charity and the orphanage sign off on it, it's perfectly legal. So long as the money is used to pay the orphanage's expenses, of course. As far as I'm concerned, once the money is transferred, it's Bill's responsibility. That may be the case, but do you happen to know who owns the company? Huh. You sure you want the answer to that? You may not like what you find out. But I'll tell you, if only to stop this little charade. Bill Klaus owns BG Turtles, LLC. What? I must say, I didn't know it myself. My assistant Lowell did some digging. That's how I found out. Huh, sounds to me like you don't know old Bill as much as you thought you did. Now, let me make something very clear to you two. All of our dealings here are nothing but above board. We have nothing to hide. So, if you want to go around accusing anyone of embezzlement, it sounds to me like you should be talking to Bill about it, not me. Bill, he never told us anything about this. That can't be right. Surely he has good reason. Sophie, what do we do now? I don't know. I wasn't expecting that at all. Red isn't gonna like this. Let's head back to the station. We can regroup there. When you're ready, let's go. Right. Bill. The betrayal. I still don't know who Bill is. Bill runs the orphanage. And he's the nicest guy, the only one who didn't give me sus vibes. Bill! What happened? These are some imposing bookshelves. Let's see. There's a bunch of boring business books and Solar Wars: Rise of the Space Bears. That's a sci-fi classic right there. It's a thrilling tale about a small farm boy who goes on an epic galactic quest and finds the unlikeliest of allies. I think I've heard of this before, but I thought it was a movie. Indeed, this is the novelization of it. I'm a huge fan of the entire Solar Wars franchise. Movies and books and all. Some people think they're a bit cheesy, but the world itself isn't very exciting and very exciting and nuanced. I see. Oh man, Justina judging people for playing video games and watching Star Wars. This is a very fancy looking chair. Is this real leather? This thing must have cost a fortune. I spend a lot of time in this office. It's only right that I have the best chair that money could buy. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Sorry, I can't read today. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. If I have a subpar chair, it would be uncomfortable to sit here. That inevitably leads to subpar work, and I don't tolerate subpar work. I think you could get a decent chair for a lot less. You can't put a price on quality. This chair will last a generation. My successor will be able to sit in this very same chair. I guess I didn't think of it that way. Chalkboard. Hey look, a chalkboard. I don't like this chalkboard. I didn't think you would, Justina. I really didn't think you would. Why not? It's covered with numbers. It makes me feel like I'm in math class again. Ugh, numbers. Could you imagine on a chalkboard? Ugh. Aw, come on. Math class wasn't that bad. I think it's overhated. Don't get me wrong. I like the logic problems we sometimes get, but staring at a bunch of numbers just makes my head hurt. I always preferred art class. Is something wrong? Art class and I never got along. I always wanted to get done quickly, so I botched just about every project I did. One time I thought I made the cutest little clay pot, but when it was fired, it completely fell apart. I think her approach might have been a bit flawed. Is this math? Judge Stina. She's so judgy. It's not Bill Nye the Science. Oh, not Bill Nye the Science guy. He would never. This is Bill the orphanage guy. Wow, you got quite a view of the city up here. It's the best view of the financial district you can get here. Nothing brings me joy like the powerful imagery of skyscrapers dotting the horizon. It's a testament to humanity's power and determination. Walking on the street, I always saw these buildings as imposing over me, but up here it feels like I'm on top of the world. If you like views of the city, I have a secret spot I'd like to go to when I need to clear my head. Maybe I can take you there sometime. Just kiss already, I swear. I need them to just... Please. I would love that. Date confirmed. Free Infinity, how are you? Alright, let's go to Bill, I guess. Oh, the police station. Sorry, we have to regroup first, and then we can interrogate Bill, because how dare he? April 24th, 3:30 p.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, station lobby. There's no way what he said is true. Gods, I hate this. I'm with you there. Our work is never easy. So what's next for our detective in training? I'm just a humble clerk, but I hate to say it, everything is pointing to Bill as the one behind the embezzlement. We should head back to the orphanage. Good, you're back. Oh, sorry, Sue. I finished taking Meg's statement. How'd it go? She cooperated perfectly. Now it's up to the chief what happens next. He wasn't very happy about the case being reopened without his permission, but I explained the situation to him. He's willing to make an exception in this case. The three of you really need to be more careful. I can't keep covering for you like this. I'm sorry. Meg, I wish you had told me the truth from the start. Hey, Sue, I'll make it up to you. Let me handle the paperwork for this case. Well, that's the first time you've ever volunteered for paperwork. Given that my clerk is off playing detective, it's all yours. Great, let me see the file. I'm gonna be buried in a pile of paperwork when this is over, aren't I? Something about all of this is still bothering me. Sue, I'll finish this paperwork later. I want to go look at the car again. I swear, you detectives never make my life easy. Just get it done by the end of the day. Thanks, Sue. Poor Sue, she's just trying to get through her work day. Come on, Meg, I'll take you back on Zephyr. I got a motorcycle helmet with your name on it. Heck yeah, I've never ridden a motorcycle before. But don't worry about me. I already got my own. I pray the gods she can handle Zephyr better than me. I'll take Sophie to the garage so I can show her the car. I wish you luck. Time for me to find Detective Hunt. Then I punched him in the face! You were always good at that. Detective? Who did you punch? I can explain. Do I even ask? Yes, who did he punch? Explain then. I was talking about punching someone in a fighting game. I started right before you came in. Remember after the closing night of the musical we did in high school? We went to the arcade for the after party and you beat me in front of the rest of the cast. That doesn't count. You were worn out from all the singing and dancing. You're normally too good at fighting games. Hang on, you did theater? We both did. Bill was our top singer and I could win any dance battle thrown my way. I just can't see you as anything less than a detective. Not just Justina saying theater is less than detective work. Gross. Taco Bell acquired, chill time activated. I love to see it. Less than? I'm shook. Justina, right to jail. I'm getting carried away. I need to talk to you outside, sir. Huh? Oh, sure. I'll be right back, Bill. Duty calls. Bill is also a theater kid. My heart is broken. Bill, how could you? Is something wrong, Miss Assistant? It's about BG Turtles, and you're not going to like it. Sophie and I went investigating the charity, and well, according to them, Bill had the money sent to BG Turtles, which he owns. If that's true, then Bill is our culprit. You know I don't trust the Eubanks, right? I do. And you think they're telling the truth? As much as I hate to admit it, I think so. There's nobody else it could be. Then, let me take care of this. Everything all right, Ernest? Listen, Bill. We didn't really come here because of the accident. We're investigating claims of embezzlement surrounding the orphanage. Does the name BG Turtles mean anything to you? What about it? You mind explaining your relationship with it? I have nothing to say. You know I can't just accept that. Answer the question, Bill. Don't make this any harder than it has to be. And if I don't, well, then we'll have to discuss this further at the station. Miss Assistant, bring the car around. I have a few things to say in private. I don't think... Please, Justina. Yes, sir. Not his bestie! You're still here? Just moving the car. What's with the look on your face? Maybe some magic can cheer it up. We have to bring in Bill for questioning. We believe he's involved with the embezzlement. What? Well, I can't say I'm surprised. What do you mean? I mean, I'm not surprised how quickly you changed your approach. First you go after my husband, and now Bill? I never said your husband was guilty, he was just a suspect. My husband has always been innocent. You're grasping at whatever straws you can. Unfortunately, we don't have time to discuss all of it. We need to go. It's true! Bill, what happened? Sorry, but I'm not speaking to anyone without a lawyer. That's quite alright, Bill. I'll take your case if you'd let me. You think I'm innocent? We worked together for years. You always put the children before anything else. I mean, her last client, she thought was innocent also, and that was not true. Do lawyers exist in this universe? Yes, this is one of them. She was, very convincing in the interrogation room, though, so... I worry. You always put the children before anything else. I'm sure this is all a big misunderstanding. In that case, I accept. I'll be heading to the station then. Don't forget about me. I'm coming too. What for? Bill's my friend. I know he'd never do such a thing. I'm going to I'm not going to let you arrest him without giving me a chance to give my statement. In that case, you can join us in the interrogation room. I'd like to ask you a few questions anyways. This is gonna be a long day. Oh my gosh. Once again, I was headed to the interrogation room to finish this case once and for all. Detective Hunt didn't say anything to me the whole ride back. I'm worried about him. I don't know if he can lead an interrogation like this. Only one way to find out. End of Case 3, Part 1. Oh. April 24th, 4:30 p.m., Azure City Police Precinct Number 5, viewing room. I took the opportunity on the way here to reorganize some of my notes. Hey, Detective Hunt? Yes, Miss Assistant. Are you sure about this? I'm worried about you. Bill's your friend. You shouldn't be here. I appreciate the concern, but I have a job to do. That comes first. I won't let our friendship get in the way of finding the truth. Don't worry, you're a real interrogation room veteran at this point. We'll solve this together. Red! Sue just told me what's going on. Are you seriously going through with this? I am. Red, he's your best friend! He is, but I knew what I was doing when I signed up for this job. This case isn't just about Bill. Eubank Investments is involved too. If I don't do it, no one will. I have to see this through to the end. Red, let me handle this. I can question him. Sophie, I admire your tenacity, but you haven't handled an interrogation room before. I don't think you're ready. Actually, sir, I think she is ready. All this time, she has been proving herself. Without her, we wouldn't even be here. We wouldn't have solved the Lear case without her. Not to mention, she could have just taken the easy route and arrested Doughboy, but she didn't. She knew he didn't do it. And she was the key to us figuring out Bill's involvement in the first place. Let her have this, sir. It's time for you to step back. Justy. Besides, I'm a real interrogation room veteran, remember? I'll be there too. Huh. I guess I've been outvoted. I never thought I'd see my own assistant tell me to step back. Alright, fine. The room is yours. I'm counting on you two. I won't let you down, Red. Aww. If everyone involved has a conflict of interest, does that just kind of cancel it all out and let them all work on the case? I don't know how everybody is involved in this crime. Everyone is friends with everyone. It's because it's a small town, but wild. Justy, did you really mean all of that? Of course I did. You're a phenomenal detective, Sophie. You just need a chance to shine. It'll be an honor to conduct this interrogation with you. Just kiss, please. Alright then, let's go. Right behind you, detective. I think we need a bigger room. The legal capacity of a room this size is 6 people. You're more than welcome to leave. Tempting, but I want to see this case to the end. How about we get started? Let's see. Interrogation basics. Step 1. Confrontation. The detective confronts the suspect directly. Mr. Klaus, we have evidence that shows you've been embezzling charity money meant for the orphanage. What kind of evidence? We found proof that 25,000 alms fundraised by the Klaus charity were redirected to a shell corporation, BG Turtles LLC. According to Anton Chambers, Bill owns BG Turtles and he requested the transfer. Ooh, she likes us. I will never forget the time she told us we were cute. And it was like locked into my brain, and now that's all I want. I ship it. I swear I didn't do anything wrong. While my client does own the company, he hasn't broken any laws. That money doesn't belong to him. How can you possibly defend that? Hang on, Justy. I haven't gotten to step 2 yet. Step 2. Establishing a motive. The detective tries to determine the motive for the suspect's actions. I know your job isn't the highest paying, but stealing money from children is wrong. I would never steal from the children. We are cute. We are very, very cute. Everyone in the game is cute. Then I'd like for you to explain why you had the money transferred, Mr. Klaus. Go ahead, Bill, just like we talked about. Gods, please let us get to step 3. Bill Klaus's statement, the transferred money. All of the money that was sent to BG Turtles was used to cover costs incurred by the orphanage, which I had paid for out of pocket. It was a way to quickly pay myself back while I waited for the full donation to arrive. Bill's pretty good at the whole accounting thing, you know? He paid the orphanage's rent from his own account and then came up with the BG Turtles idea to cover it. As the transaction was used to cover the orphanage's own costs, nothing criminal was done here. Release my client immediately. Please, we're done now. See, obviously nothing wrong with this statement. Hey, Sophie, is that true? Is it really legal to loan yourself money like that? It's a bit unorthodox, but I suppose there's nothing criminal about it. Is it possible we overreacted? Maybe. Maybe a tiny bit. Maybe this was all okay. No, the way he acted at the orphanage, he's hiding something. Someone must have slipped up with their story somewhere. I just have to strike at the right time. Okay, all the money that was sent to BG Turtles was used to cover the cost incurred by the orphanage, which I paid for out of pocket. So we can look at this, but it says 15,000, not 25,000. Okay, so maybe that's it. All of the money. Actually, Mr. Klaus, that can't be true. According to your own records, your expenses last month didn't exceed 15,000 alms. Obviously, I used the money to pay for the rent as well. That ledger only covers our other expenses. Where did you get that anyways? So you're claiming you used it on rent money. Got it. Fine then, Mr. Klaus, let's return to your statement. There's gotta be a problem with that explanation. All the money that was sent, okay, paid for out of pocket. It was a way to quickly pay myself back while I waited for the full donation to arrive. Let me double check rent stuff. Okay, so you said the 10,000, so 15,000 for the expenses and then 10,000 for rent. Bill is cuter than any Phoenix suspect. I agree. He's just a cutie patootie. Jotting notes. Stealing from kids is wrong. I think so. Okay. What about, because wasn't there something about paying rent that was, any money raised can only be used to pay for the orphanage expenses. Okay. Rent payments. Paid on time from the orphanage's account. So it wasn't paid from the turtle account, it was paid from the turtle account. It was paid from the orphanage account. Right? Okay, yeah, which I paid for out of pocket. Got you. So he did pay for... Right? I'm assuming. Let me just question him on some stuff. Hold on, why would you have to cover things out of pocket? The Klaus Orphanage's income comes directly from donations from private or public entities, like the Klaus charity. Last month, when I was reviewing the accounting, I realized we were short around 25,000 alms. We simply didn't have enough money to cover our costs. I either had to fail to pay rent or pay it myself. So they just suddenly came up short? No way that's true. It was a way to quickly pay myself back while I waited for the full donation to arrive. Are you winning? I don't know. Trying. What about rent payments? See, that's what I was like. He said he paid rent on top of the 15,000, and we don't know. I don't know how much rent is, but it checks out. He paid it from the orphanage's account. I don't know. I feel like that checks out. Is this something you've done before? In all my years as the director, this was the only time. We've never been short on cash like this before. I can assure you there's nothing wrong with what my client did. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, after all. According to our research, BG Turtles started only recently, so I suppose it does line up neatly with the facts. Bill's pretty good at the whole accounting thing, you know. He paid the orphanage's rent from his own account and then came up with the BG Turtles idea to cover it. But he didn't pay from his own account. He paid from the orphanage's account, right? We're on the struggle bus. We already won. Your rent was paid on time. How did he owe 25,000? For the expenses. He said 25,000 total, right? Let me show the rent real quick, because the rent payment came from the orphanage's account, not his personal account. Is that what it is? If he paid from the orphanage's account, how did he pay it himself? That's what I'm thinking. Let's go with that. Milkman, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, let's go with that. Contradiction. Unfortunately, Annie, that's not true. According to your own statement earlier today, the orphanage has always made rent payments from its own account. Annie doesn't know what she's talking about. Look, the expenses got a bit mixed up, and I thought you were a pro at this whole accounting thing. Annie, when they asked Bill to testify, they meant only him. I didn't do anything wrong. She's the one with the evidence. Detective Swift, I request that Annie Card be removed immediately. Sorry, but she's a key witness in this case. I'm gonna keep her here. Please, for the love of gods, Annie, don't speak unless you're spoken to. Look, I get it. I'll stay quiet. If you pick a card. Back on the topic at hand, if you didn't use the money to cover your rent, what could you possibly need it for? What do you have to say for yourselves? Oh, wait, no, that's too mean. This is all a misunderstanding. The money was used for a completely different purpose. And what purpose is that? I'll clear this whole thing up. Let me explain. Let's try that again. Bill Klaus's statement, the money's purpose. All of the money I transferred was used to cover our maintenance expenses for the past month. There was a storm that moved through last month, and that caused a lot of damage to the property. We weren't expecting the increased costs, and I needed to have the repairs done quickly. Therefore, I had no choice but to cover the costs myself, and then pay myself back through BG Turtles. So that's his story now. Convenient how he only tells us this now. Well, there's no way I can disprove his claims about the storm damage. However, there's no way this is the full story. Something about his explanation must not line up with the facts. If I follow the money, I'm sure to find the problem somewhere. Okay, all of the money I transferred was used to cover our maintenance expenses for the past month. He was paying for OnlyFans, right? I mean, he might have been. More power to you, Bill. 25,000 alms just for maintenance? Isn't that a bit high? There was a lot that needed to be done, and the costs ballooned fast. I ended up sorry. I ended up asking, I don't know what that was. I ended up asking a lot of Meg, and I was not going to let her work for free. What sort of costs? My client is under no obligation to list everything he paid for. If you want to litigate every expense, go ahead and get a warrant for it. Hey, detective, do you think we could get a warrant for that? In order to obtain a warrant, you'd have to present your case to a judge. You'd need to explain what you're searching for and provide a justification for its relevance. I don't think it's gonna help us either way. I'll just depend on the evidence I already have then. There was a storm that moved through last month, and that caused a lot of damage. What kind of storm? I knew there was a storm last month, but how could it have caused that much damage? It's an old property, so it takes a lot to keep it maintained. Andy could attest to that much. Yep, if it weren't for Meg handling maintenance, that place would have fallen apart by now. Hang on, you're telling me Bill has to cover rent and maintenance? As part of the orphanage's lease agreement, they agreed to help maintain the property in exchange for much cheaper rent. Considering what they were asking for, it was a good deal. The costs normally aren't too high, but the storm set us back a lot. I guess that makes sense. Let's continue. We weren't expecting the increased costs, and I needed to have the repairs done quickly. Wow, a game that acknowledges warrants, right? What's the alms to dollars conversion? No clue. Bill, we were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. I swear. I don't want Bill to lie to us like this. I honestly just want to believe him. If what you're saying is true, why did you not mention this before? Financial information should only be discussed on a need-to-know basis. Disclosure of sensitive information would put not only the orphanage in trouble, but also all the children as well. Think of the children. Think of... I didn't know that was going to be the next line, I'm sorry. Think of the children. Yeah, think of the children! I suppose so. Therefore, I had no choice but to cover the cost myself and then pay myself back through BG Turtles. Why did you not just wait until after the fundraise money was transferred? I'm the director for an orphanage and I only take a meager salary. I can't afford to spend money like that. I had bills I needed to pay. Then why not get a loan? What is wrong with you? Stop badgering my client. This is called an interrogation room. We have to badger. There was nothing wrong with his actions. Yeah, stop badgering him. Sorry. Okay, let's find where he messed up here. Didn't he only pay out 15,000 through BG Turtles? He did. Which we already called him out on. And then he was like, well, I paid rent with the other bit. All the money I transferred was used to cover our maintenance expenses for the past month. Okay, because it says 15,000, that's what he used. And then 10,000 for rent. Where are the maintenance receipts? Let's see. Oh, here's the insurance company, but this is for the car, I think. I don't think this is for the damages. A letter from Bill's insurance company disputing his claim for damages on his car. What's the insurance letter? Why did insurance pay for damages for the storms? This is from when his brakes were cut, and so his car, not the storm. Rent payments paid. Orphanage's lease. The lease agreement between the motel and the orphanage under which the orphanage cannot be evicted except for unpaid rent. Why aren't there maintenance receipts though? That's what I want to know. Did we see anything about charity money? Approximately 25,000 unaccounted for, which we now know. Yeah. Ooh, the love letter has nothing to do with any money. What's the landlady's window? The landlady's window, we can see into the motel and the garage. So it's just like in the office of the landlady's office, you can see out. So when we were investigating the car brakes being cut, that's how they saw the culprit, suspect. But it also has nothing to do with the money. Unless I show the ledger again, just to like, I don't know what it's wanting me to show because it's like, clearly you're lying. Gotta go enjoy the struggle. Awesome, Milkman. Thanks for stopping in. We'll see you soon. Didn't Bill not pay rent? Didn't we establish that? He did pay rent, didn't he? Rent to Annie. All of the orphanage's rent payments in the past month were paid on time from the orphanage's account. All the money I had transferred was used to cover our maintenance expenses for the past month. Okay, so where are those receipts? There was a storm, caused a lot of damage. We weren't expecting increased costs, and I needed to have repairs done quickly. Therefore, I had no choice but to cover the cost myself and then pay myself back through BG Turtles. Annie said it was from his account. We called her out. Yes, we did. We already called him out on that, so. And then he corrected himself. He's like, oh, no, that's not what I meant. It wasn't rent. It was the storm problem. Let me just show the ledger again. I mean, I already did this, but okay. Sorry, Bill, but we already know all your expenses for the past month, including maintenance. The amount that was used this month is far below the missing 25,000 alms. How did you... Didn't we just tell him that? How did he mess up again with the exact same problem? How did you know that? I found the orphanage's ledger when I was searching your room. Hey, I never said you could look at that. Detective, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but you can't use evidence that was obtained illegally. On the contrary, Bill told us directly that we could search his room. I shouldn't have to tell you this, Ferris, but you don't need a warrant when consent is given. Bill just forgot very quickly. I'm like, Bill, we just showed you this. Is this true, Bill? I didn't think they would... This is why you consult me first before you talk to them. No matter how we got it, the money couldn't be used to cover maintenance costs. There's a good reason for that. I gave the money directly to Meg. The money reimbursed her for the parts and labor she did. This doesn't make any sense. Something isn't adding up here. Any ideas, Detective? I think he's telling the truth. Somewhat. I think the real question we should be asking is there some other reason Bill would be giving Meg money directly? Do I have evidence like that? Another reason Bill would be paying Meg money, that must be... the car, right? It's expensive and difficult to get the parts for the car. The evidence doesn't work here. I'll try again. Another reason Bill would be paying Meg money. Not the car. Why Meg claims that she accidentally snapped the brakes. Why would he be paying Meg? Because it violates the orphanage agreement for money? Oh, maybe I showed the agreement? But I think we're trying to find what is the thing he was paying Meg for. Because, yeah, the lease says that they can't be evicted unless the rent is not paid. So I don't think that's it. Maybe it is. But why was he paying Meg? Maybe it's her car? For Meg's car? Evidence doesn't work here, I'll try again. Another reason Bill would be paying Meg money. How would he be paying her money? Rent payments, orphanage lease. I mean, it says Bill has hired her to repair. Oh, maybe I had to pick her instead of the car. I had to say it's her. As it turns out, I know exactly why you were paying Meg money. She's been fixing your car for the past month. See, we had it. We just had the wrong piece of evidence, but we knew what we were doing. Okay. She's been fixing your car for the past month. You had to pay her for the work she did. Well, that's quite the claim. But my client has insurance. Why on earth would he need the charity money to make those repairs? Ha, that's easy. Let me show you. This is why Bill needed money from the charity to repair his car, because his insurance didn't cover it. Inside Bill's office, I found a letter from his insurance company. They disputed the damages on his car and denied his claim. I doubt Bill had the money on hand to pay for the repairs, especially with his meager salary. Therefore, I think you stole the charity money in order to pay for your repairs. Now, hold on just a second. My client did not steal even a single ohm of that money. And even if what you're saying is true, so what? His usage of the money was perfectly fine, as I will explain to you now. Rebuttal, an ironclad defense. I'll concede you one thing. My client did, in fact, repair his car with that money. However, that car was just as much the orphanage's car as his own. I used that car for everything. Without it, I'd be screwed. He considered the car repair a maintenance expense, and so he had some of the charity money transferred to cover it. You will find that it was perfectly above board. Now let my client go. But why did he do it? Because he sucks. Why did you not tell us this from the start? If Annie didn't open her mouth, he might have explained it. I'm just trying to help. If he really needed the money, why would he use a secret shell company? If I think about it from that angle, there must be a reason. Okay, my client did in fact repair his car with that money. However, that car was just as much the orphanage's car as his own. I use that car for everything. Without it, I'd be screwed. Okay. Interesting. But if it doesn't belong to the orphanage, it doesn't matter. I guess you could claim it as like a work expense, you know? Like if he's running errands with the car, like it's the company car kind of thing. Consider the car repair a maintenance expense, so he had some of the charity money transfer. Okay, wait. Let's see. Shroom, how are you doing? Welcome to stream. Bye, stream streak. Objection. Whatever, sure, how are you doing? Do they call it the not the orphan mobile? I mean, I think they just call it the Batmobile at that point. If it's a mobile, so... Never mind. What was I doing again? I lost track of it. Car repair and maintenance. What's the question about? Was this plan really the only way to fix your car? It was the only method I could think of. Every other option would take too long or be impossible. I simply had no choice. When you lack the means to pay for yourself, you're willing to try anything. Anything implies both legal and illegal, I wonder. Okay. I want to see, because without it, I'd be screwed. But doesn't he currently not have a car? What about public transportation? You don't really need a car to get around the city. Please, the public transportation here sucks. It's too unreliable. What's wrong with our public transit? Our bus system is great. You miss a bus, you have to wait half an hour for another. And if a bus breaks down, then what? You're simply out of luck and have to walk. I prefer only depending on my own driving rather than leaving it to the wheels of fate. Well, he's right. I was late to my high school a few times because of the bus. Okay, let me see. Because I think... Because isn't his car a rare model, and parts for it are expensive and difficult to come by? See, I don't know where to go from here because it's like... I think his car is still out of commission, right? You use it for everything? Let's just present the car. Sorry to say, but that's a lie. And this evidence proves it. Is that all? What do you mean, is that all? I don't know how to tell you this, Justy, but I don't think that proves anything. Oh, well, I must be thinking too far ahead. Let me try again. Okay. The car was just as much the orphanage's car as his own. I don't get it. I don't know where we're going wrong. What's sus about this? Can only be used to pay orphanage expenses. Both parties have passed through. To Annie, all the orphanage's payments paid. Magic cabinet, Meg's car. I don't know. To me, it checks out. Red rope. Broken brakes. Delivered the brakes. This is the money that's unaccounted for. Literally, this holds up. I don't know. Okay, let's run through this again. Why didn't you tell any of this sooner? Considered a maintenance expense, and after all, it's maintenance on my car. We really did have a lot of storm damage. That's why I had the money transferred from BG Turtles. We simply didn't have enough funds to repair all of that and my car. If your insurance did cover the repairs, would you have set up BG Turtles? Of course not. I'd have no need for the money. Ironically, I almost got tricked into workers' compensation insurance when making it. What do you mean? Our country requires all businesses that hire full-time or part-time employees to have insurance in case of on-site accidents. Bill is saying that he almost paid for it despite BG Turtles not having any employees. You should know this, Justy. Did you not read all the paperwork you signed before you started working here? No, I just signed my soul away. Bill must have been really determined to go through all of that. Okay, the car is just I don't know what's wrong with this. Nadine, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. No, I did not read the paperwork. I did not read the terms and conditions before I signed. How do you think I picked up groceries and supplies for the children? How do you think I carry them around where they need to go? Doctor's appointments, sports games, dental visits? The car is absolutely vital to the orphanage. I suppose that makes sense. Continue. Okay, I use the car for everything. What about public transportation? We asked him about that already. And he says public transport sucks. And then it's a maintenance thing. So the only way you could do it, yes, it was the only way. Could do it legally or illegally. Everything was above board. Nothing about this whole affair seems above board to me. I don't think Chandra would risk her job over some perfectly legal transaction. Who's Chandra? She's the former maid of the Eubank estate. She's the one who found out that the money was being sent to BG Turtles. She was fired for her actions, you know. I didn't know this would happen. If she really thought something was wrong, she should have told us herself. Her actions say more about her character than yours. I think he really feels bad about it. Okay. What? I don't know what to show them. I really don't. I think I'm stuck. 25,000 were transferred. BG Turtles. Okay. And he says that... She's contradicting herself? Is she? What did she say that's contradicting? I'll concede you one thing. My client did, in fact, repair his car with that money. However, that car was just as much the orphanage's car as his own. I used that car for everything. Without it, I'd be screwed. He considered the car a maintenance expense, and so he had some of the charity money transferred to cover it. You will find that it was perfectly above board. Now let my client go. Where does she contradict herself? The car maintenance, so... What did her statement say? Let's see. Her statement. According to Mrs. Eubank, any money raised by the Klaus charity can only be used to pay for orphanage expenses. Both parties have passed every audit. And she's claiming that the car repair is an orphanage expense. That was her original statement. And so then here she's saying maintenance expense for the orphanage. So I feel like it's still above board, right? Both parties have passed every audit. I don't even know where to... Maybe I'll just dispute it like that. Let's see. Sorry to say, but that's a lie. Oh, see, that's not it. What do we do? Maybe disputing the above board part with her statement. Okay. Where it's all above board. They dispute with this. Ah, that might have been it. Wrong statement to dispute with. Okay. Ferris, it seems like you forgot what you told us earlier. The charity money can only be used on anything directly related to the orphanage. It also cannot benefit someone at either the charity or the orphanage directly. His car belongs to him, not the Klaus orphanage. That directly violates the national charity standards. The real purpose of BG Turtles was to hide the money so he wouldn't get caught in his next audit. There we go. Thank you for that. I feel like it was a little technicality on the wrong statement, but also like I thought she was just saying that it was an orphanage expense. Okay, got it. I can't believe you, Bill. That money was raised for the kids, not your car. You win. I give up. Ferris, you did your best to help me. Thank you. But there was nothing wrong with what I did. I used my car every day for those kids. When Rena was sick, I took her directly to the hospital in my car. When Lloyd wanted to visit his father and he missed the bus, I drove him in my car. That car was just as important to this orphanage as you and me. But the government would never see it that way. This was the only way. Ferris, you knew this, didn't you? I did what was best for my client. I've known him for years. He would give an arm and a leg for those kids. If he says it was necessary, I believe him. So that's why you defended him? Bill's a good man. I don't want his reputation ruined. Annie, you agree, right? I did before coming in here. What he did was wrong. I'm not going to defend his character anymore. Annie! No, she's right. It was wrong. No matter how I spin it, this was all done to fix my car. Detective Swift, I'm sorry for lying. Let me at least give my full confession. I think we skipped towards step 8, but if you're sure, the room is yours. Justina gets mad hyped seeing a solid desk she can slam. She's ready to slap those hands down. Bill Klaus's confession, the full truth. I confess, I had Anton send 25,000 alms to my own company, BG Turtles. By doing so, I was able to circumvent the law and avoid an audit. I swear that may have been my car, but it's the unsung hero of the orphanage. If only that kid hadn't loosened the brakes on your car, then we wouldn't be in this mess at all. I guess the gods work in mysterious ways. I guess we're finished here, right? Not so fast, Justy. Don't forget, we're not just after the embezzlement case. Look over that confession again. I swear I heard something weird in there. It's almost like I'm the detective here. Still, she seems quite certain of it. I had Anton send 25,000 alms to my own company, BG Turtles. By doing so, I was able to circumvent the law and avoid an audit. I swear that may have been my car, but it's the unsung hero of the orphanage. If only that kid hadn't loosened the brakes on your car, then we wouldn't be in this mess at all. The kid being... this kid. Fry claims to have visited the orphanage. He admits to causing the accident, but he didn't cause the accident. We know that already. Nick, how are you doing? Welcome to the Struggle Bus. Welcome aboard. How are you doing? Gosh. That kid. I mean, but we also know it was Meg and it wasn't... Yeah. I don't know if this matters because it's not really part of the confession. But maybe I can say something about it. The brakes weren't loosened. This was just the broken brakes of the whole thing. Annie, why are you saying the brakes were loosened? Everyone knows the brakes were the reason for the crash. Nobody ever reported how the brakes failed. In fact, Meg told the police recently that she had damaged the brake pad. So why do you say the brakes were loosened? Well, I just guessed. I don't think that was the case at all. In fact, the brakes were loosened. Wait, they were? Remember when I said the brake incident was bothering me? I looked back over the car with Meg and we discovered that the brakes were loose. No one told me this. Are you saying that Meg didn't cause the car crash? I don't think she did. The brake pad was damaged in the crash, but someone else clearly intended to cause the accident. Detective, you don't really think. Bill, we can finalize your confession later. Annie Card, you are hereby under arrest for the attempted murder of Bill Klaus. Plot twist. You don't have to speak to us, and you're free to have a lawyer present to your questions, but at this time, you're not free to leave. I guess I have a phone call to go make. April 24th, 5:24 p.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, viewing room. I shouldn't have any need for the evidence related to the embezzlement anymore. I'll consolidate my evidence to just the accident case. Okay. Good work, you two. For a couple of first-timers, you did well. Excuse you, but I'm a third-timer. But really, Sophie deserves credit. Without her, we'd have gotten nowhere. Oh, please, you were the one slamming the table. I just helped out. I guess you want your case back, Red. As much as I would love to jump back in, it's not my case. The car crash was always yours, Sophie. Go finish what you started. Can't do that. This case would have gone cold if not for you. You deserve this. Listen, Sophie, you need to learn that not every case you work on will be solved. Sometimes the evidence is destroyed. Sometimes a lawyer will have it thrown out. In those cases, you just have to accept that life won't always have the answers. So when there's a chance to try again, take it. You might never get the chance again. Thank you, Ernest. Well, one case down, one more to go. Mind if I cut in? Oh, Detective Swift, I'd like to stay. If she really is the suspect, I want to give my side of the story. Certainly, whatever you can give. Thank you, Detective. How helpful. And Ernest. You're the biggest idiot I know, Bill. Detective! But I know you don't have an evil bone in your body. We can talk later. For now, we have to wait for Annie's lawyer. I'm taking over Annie's case. Of course you are. You are? It's for the good of the Eubank investments. I'll need a moment to speak with her before the interrogation. This is going to be tricky. Bill, can you think of any reason Annie might try to harm you? Of course not. We've worked together for years. Besides, I was with her the whole day. She never had a chance to mess with my car. Is that so? Well, good luck to you two. You'll need it. Yeah, she did. She showed him a trick and she stuck him in the little closet thing that has like the pop-out back. Ugh. Solved it. It has to be. It has to be that. She had the perfect opportunity. Well, good luck, you two. You'll need it. Thanks. Gods, how does anyone expect me to solve 2 cases in one day? Paris Girly Pop, every time you defend someone, they go to jail. Yeah. I mean, on that one, at least she knew Bill was guilty. Dearly beloved, we have gathered here today to... Sorry, wrong page. Miss Card, as we explained earlier, you are being held under arrest for aggravated assault and attempted murder. What do you have to say for yourself? My client denies any wrongdoing. After all, I think you are forgetting one important detail. You have a suspect the whole time, Fry Noyle. I was wondering about that. Bill, did you see anyone running away from the garage before you started driving? Hell no, Annie was the one who saw them. I did, and I can explain it. I bet you can. This Now You See Me sequel is wild. Annie Card statement. First trick, a suspect from nowhere. That day, I was in a meeting in my office with Bill around 1:50 p.m. I was the first one to leave, and that's when I saw that kid running from the property. At the time, I didn't know why he was there, but he must have been there the day that sabotage the brakes. Oh yeah, he confessed to it too, didn't he? Any ideas, Detective? It's clear they want to pin this crime on Fry. So our angle of attack would be to unravel Annie's trick. Right. Way to unravel Annie's trick. It's true Fry was there that day, but Annie must have set this up by sending that love letter. That means there's bound to be an issue with her statement. Okay, so that day I had a meeting in my office with Bill until 1:50. First one to leave, and that's when I saw the kid running from the property. At the time, I didn't know why he was there, but he must have been there that day to sabotage the brakes. Oh yeah, he confessed to it too, didn't he? Okay, so let's say he wasn't there to sabotage the brakes because we have the letter. He was there because of this letter that was sent. Actually, Annie, we already know why Fry was at the orphanage that day. Fry got a love letter, supposedly from Meg, who invited him to the orphanage at a very specific time, 1:50 p.m., which would just so happen to be right around when you claim to have seen him. However, Meg never wrote this letter. It was a fake. Someone else wrote this letter and sent it to Fry. Someone who was familiar with Meg's life. Someone at the orphanage. Why on earth would someone forge a love letter? You're grasping at straws here. Simple, that's because someone wanted to frame Fry. It's obvious that someone wanted to pin the crime on Fry, someone who knew they'd see him at that exact time, the only person who could have forged the letter, and the only person who claims to have seen Mr. Noyle fleeing the scene. It was you, Annie Card. You sure do love your wild stories, but it's just that, a story. Don't get me wrong, you've spun quite the narrative, but it's all circumstantial. Do you have anything actually concrete connecting my client to that letter? She's right. I know Annie wrote that letter, but I have no way of proving it. Unfortunately, that letter was typed, so we can't do a handwriting analysis. You see, Annie, they don't have anything on you. You'll be out of here soon. Besides, my client never went anywhere near the garage that day. That's right, I was in my office the whole day. Bill was right there with me. He can attest to it. She's right, we had meetings all day while the kids were at school. Then let's start from the beginning. What were the meetings about? Anton Chambers came to visit us in the morning. The three of us spoke about the future of the Klaus orphanage. Anton arrived around 12:30 p.m. and Bill arrived at 1 p.m. To put it simply, he was hoping I would move locations. At the time, I told him that moving was not negotiable. He left right around the same time I did. Move the Klaus orphanage? That was never brought up until now. I should keep that in mind. I can ask him about it later. Let's see. When a suspect claims to have an alibi, press them until it breaks. We know that the brakes had to have been tampered with during Meg's break between 1:45 p.m. and 2 p.m. Miss Card, please give us your statement as to your whereabouts during that time period. Annie Card's statement, second trick, Annie Card's mundane meeting. I never left my office until after the meeting had ended. Anton and Bill were there as well, so they can confirm that. The meeting itself, all we did was talk business, nothing unusual happened. There was never a moment where those two weren't watching me. Any thoughts, Detective? If Annie tampered with the brakes, she had to have left during that meeting. Meg was around before the break, and she wouldn't have had time after the meeting. Something must have happened during that meeting. She's hiding, and that's our clue. Good luck, Justy, you got this. Thanks, Sophie. All right. You didn't leave the office, and then they were there, and then the meeting itself was just business, but it wasn't because we tried a little magic trick. Meeting itself, all we did was talk business. You didn't say that earlier, though. She performed a magic trick for Bill at 1:45. Nothing unusual happened? That's weird, because that's not at all what you told us earlier. Earlier today, you told us about your meeting with Bill, and it just so happens that you told us about a certain event that happened during it. Namely, you said you showed off your new magic trick. That doesn't sound like business to me. I always perform magic tricks during my meetings. I just consider that part of business. She wanted to show us a rope trick before our meeting ended. I protested, but Anton was interested. What kind of rope trick? It's pretty simple. A member of the audience would tie my hands with rope, I would walk inside a cabinet, and a moment later I would walk out with the rope undone. Aha, nobody saw you after you entered the cabinet. You could have snuck out then. You can't be serious. That they would have seen her if she walked out of it. She was in there for a bit, but she was clearly struggling to do her trick. After all, she kind of failed at it. It's true, I couldn't get the rope off, so I had to give up. I still had my hands tied when I came back out. That's what I get for not practicing enough. Wait, what? Bill, is that true? Yeah, I tied her up myself and Anton confirmed it was tight. When she got out, she still had her hands tied. Anton had to cut it to free her. It was pretty tight too, so she had to cut it pretty short. A rope trick? Heard that before. Annie's bindings. Before entering the magic cabinet, Bill tied Annie's hands tightly with rope and then Anton checked it. After she exited, Anton had to cut the rope very short to free her hands. Alright. Et voila, your case crumbles once again. For the entire length of the meeting, my client was either watched by two witnesses or she was inside a box with her hands tied. So you see, there was no possible way that my client could be guilty. Detective, I demand you release my client immediately. No way, it can't end like this. Hold on, let me check Red's notes. Cabinet, do you mean the one near the door? Yep, that's the one. It's used for a lot of tricks. I see. In that case, I'd like to hear a little bit more about the trick itself. Is that really necessary? This is my interrogation and I will conduct it as I see fit. Now, Annie, if you don't mind, I can give you the basic rundown, but remember, a magician never reveals her secrets. I'm about to, though. Annie card statement, third trick, Maggie Sean's extraordinary escape. As part of my trick, my hands are to be bound tightly before I enter the empty box alone. The audience then watches the box closely, which is sealed shut and locked. There's nothing inside of the box and no other means of escape. But voila! A few moments later, Maggie Sean appears having escaped her bindings. Or, well, that's what was supposed to happen, but I couldn't get out of the rope. Okay, well, there's nothing inside of the box and no other means of escape. Lies. Because the back of the cabinet opens up. The back of the cabinet has a hidden door and there are wheels underneath it to allow it to be moved easily. Lies. Actually, there was a way you could escape. There's a false panel at the back you could exit through. That's the secret to your little trick. Stop ruining the magic! I'll concede that she had a secret way out of the box, however... Have you forgotten where in the room the cabinet was? It was right up against the wall. Even if she did escape, she'd be stuck. What if the cabinet wasn't flush with the wall at that time? Then how did she leave the room? The only exit is the door. Where she would have been spotted? Unless you're about to propose she used magic to leave the room as well. Did you, Annie? If you pick a card, I'll tell you. Drat, this is going nowhere. The panel is the only way she could have left without being seen. There has to be a way. I just gotta think. How did Annie leave the room without being spotted? There's a hidden door in the room. She distracted Bill and Anton. She moved the box. She used magic. I moved the box because it's on wheels? Moved the box beforehand? After all, it's been a month. We have no way of knowing it was in the same spot as it is now. Bill, do you remember where in the room the cabinet was? Not really. She tends to move her furniture around a lot, so it's hard to keep up. Then Justina could have a point. We just have to show an area where she could have put the box that would allow her to leave unseen. Where the cabinet could have been, it must be... the window, maybe. This reminds me of a game called Death Trick, a mystery game where you alternate between a detective and a magician. We played the demo. I haven't played the full game yet, but that was very fun. She definitely used magic. You mean the obvious window? It could be the window, because the window, if she went out the window through the back of the cabinet, it would block the view of the garage, so they wouldn't see her anyways. That makes perfect sense. There's exactly one spot the cabinet could have been that would allow Annie to enter and exit the room unseen. And that place is the window. Just think about it. The cabinet would have blocked their view. She could slip out of the back of the cabinet through the window and to the garage. Then, when she was done, she simply snuck back in and pretended like her trick failed. Even if the cabinet was placed in front of the window, how could you explain the rope around her hands? She couldn't just open it and jump out while tied up. It's obvious, isn't it? She really was able to untie her bindings. Her trick worked, just not in the way anyone expected. Annie, tell them how your trick really works. I can't do that, a magician never... How did you escape the bindings? I'm supposed to have someone purposely tie the rope in such a way that I could slip my hands out. I thought it was good enough to get out of the rope anyways, but I failed. And there you go. While it is possible for her to escape the bindings, she could only do so if Bill purposefully tied the rope in a way that enabled it. Bill, did you do such a thing? No. There you have it. Unless you want to claim the box has a hidden blade inside, Annie couldn't untie herself. Crap, she's going to fight me tooth and nail on every detail of this. If that's the case, let's hear Annie's statement on the matter. You really don't know when to give up, do you? I didn't come this far just to give up when we are so close. If this case is dead in the water, I want to sink with it. If the detective is up for it, so am I. I think we should revisit the she used magic concept. I know, she could just be magic. Go ahead then, waste our time even more. You're supposed to help me, don't encourage them. Let them flounder, they can't prove any of this. Fine, but this is the last time. Annie Card's statement, the final act, Maggie Shaw's impossible escape. There's no way I could have escaped that rope alone. Bill would have had to tie it in just the right way, and Anton would have had to have not noticed. The only way out of the rope at that point would be cutting it, but even if I did cut the rope, it would be too short for me to tie my hands again. It's not like there was an extra rope lying around for me to use. Like, we're just gonna lie straight to my face now? A box in the garage for storing rope. It's full of tangled, frayed rope. Meg claims there was originally one long spool of rope inside. Actually, Annie, there was extra rope lying around. Meg keeps a box of rope in the garage, which just so happens to be the place you were going to anyways. This is ridiculous. How can you prove any of that? You know, something was bothering me since I found that box. It was full of short pieces of frayed, tangled rope. They would have been completely useless. The way the rope looked, it was almost as if it came from someone cutting up knotted rope. That doesn't prove anything. The rope could have come from anywhere. Hang on, I'm not done. Meg also said something else that was interesting. There was supposed to be a long spool of rope inside, but when we looked, it was missing. Almost as if someone took it. And I know exactly who that person was. Then how do you explain how Annie got the rope off in the first place? As we already explained, it was impossible for her to untie herself. It all comes down to this, the final piece of the puzzle. How did Annie escape the bindings? The question I should be asking is, when did Annie escape the bindings? Before she entered the box? While she was inside the box? After she escaped the box? Maybe there's something inside the box. She escaped while inside the box, then she needed some way to cut herself loose. Did she have a means of doing so? Way of cutting herself loose inside of the cabinet. Or maybe she did it beforehand because he had the knife. don't think I actually have anything for that, now that I'm looking at it. Home from work, lovely. Now I have to go for my run. Yes, being adult never ends. It's gonna feel good though. After you get it done, the feeling after a run's so good. No, I don't think that's right. I need to think. There's gotta be an answer. Let me try again. Okay, so the question, when did she escape? And when did she escape the bindings? I think before she entered the box. That she would have had to do so without anyone noticing, unless someone in that room helped her. So, if someone in that room helped her... Oh, I guess I can't show this. Oh. It's crossed out. So it means not the knife. Hey, how did she get out of it? Now I'm thinking about it. I don't actually know. Cut herself on the window. I don't think there's anything in the garage that could have... I mean, could have used the broken brakes and just... I don't know. Don't think that's right. I don't know if I have to get both correct, maybe that's it. If she escaped the box first, I'd need to explain how she was able to exit it with her hands tied. I'd also need to show a way she could have freed herself while outside. I don't have evidence like that, I don't think. How did she get out? Hold on a second, accomplice. See, that's why I was like, if she had somebody help her out, but I don't think I can I? It's got it crossed out. That's why I'm like, I don't want to present it again. Oh, I can. Okay. It was crossed out like I couldn't choose it. Gotcha, gotcha. All right. Anton was the last person to check Annie's bindings before she entered the box. He also had a knife on him, as we established, meaning he had the rope before Annie entered the box. He got the rope before she entered the box. Anton? What are you? That doesn't... It's obvious the two of them were working together. That's ridiculous. You can't prove any of this. We can certainly pay Anton a visit and see what he tells us. We only need one of you to talk. So how much do you trust him to keep his mouth shut? Detective, I don't understand. Why would Annie attack me? She has no reason to. Actually, Bill, I know exactly why. The reason Annie attacked you was... The two of you were working together. She wanted the orphanage gone. She wanted revenge. She wanted money. Gosh, I think it's... Because they wanted to move the orphanage, right? As much as I hate to admit it, I think she wanted to scare you. She wanted you to move the orphanage to a new location, and so she set up this plan with Anton to make it happen. After all, Anton was pretty interested in buying it. The motel isn't what matters, it's the land it sits on. It's situated on a property gold mine. That land could be put to much better use. That whole area ought to be transformed into new luxury townhouses and condos. A plethora of Azure City's finest would love nothing more than to settle their families right next to Whitehall. That's not... If he wanted it out if I wanted him out so badly, why didn't I just evict him? I'm his landlord after all. Come on, we both know that wasn't possible, and this explains why. You can't get evicted because of the lease. Your contract was ironclad. There was no way they could force you to leave. You'd have to do so willingly. So their plan was either to scare you into leaving or kill you. What? Ready to talk yet, Annie? Or should we go pay Anton a visit now? If you talk first, it will make your life a whole lot easier. A good performer knows when to throw in the cards. Fine, I confess. Annie, why? I don't understand. We worked together for 5 years. You helped raise the kids as your own. If you just decided to move out, I would have done everything to help, but you wouldn't do it. You're too stubborn for it. I didn't have another choice. I thought if I scared you and the kids, you'd leave. What better way to do so than have you get hurt? And the funny thing is, it worked. It worked. After the car accident, the kids were scared, so I agreed to the move. I thought Meg caused it, so I played along with their story to keep her safe. I knew for a long time that a motel was no place to raise children. A more conventional home would be better. And that was the straw to break my back. So I agreed to move further away on the condition that the students could at least finish their semester in May. I see. So then, why did you want him to move? When I first inherited the motel, I had a few offers to buy it, but then what? Live off that money for a few years and then go have a real job? At the time, I had no goal, no motivation. Bill offered something no one else could, a chance to do something good. So I took it. I figured that even if I died, I at least helped some kids have a better life. Then I discovered stage magic. I had something I was not only good at, but something I wanted to do. But then I was trapped in a place I could no longer sell when I needed money more than ever to perform my magic around the world. That's when Anton came to me and offered me a way out. He gave me the deal of a lifetime. He'd buy the property for enough money that I could finally pursue my dream. All I had to do was get Bill to sell. Real jobs, blech. I know, right? She said F them kids. Magic is more important. That little... We did not agree to any of that. If Anton agreed to buy it, he was going around us completely. He can't make promises like that without informing me. He said it was prime real estate. We just need Bill gone. Do you have any idea what the hell you two were doing? If the public finds out about this, it would ruin Eubank investments. How is that what she's worried about most? Bill could have died. Why didn't you tell me what was going on? There had to have been another way. If you could have paid the same amount, I would have sold you the whole place, but you couldn't. I had no choice. I can't believe this, Annie. What are the kids gonna think? Could you really look Meg in the eyes and tell her that your career was worth more than my life? I took the calculated risk that you'd be driving too slow for it to be dangerous. His life isn't a calculated risk. To think I defended you! I believed in you! You know something, Ferris? I never liked you. You act all high and mighty like everything in life is fair, but if you stopped working right now, where would you be? Living it up in a mansion doing whatever you want. If I had your money, I could be free to live my life however I want. And would it be worth it? Knowing that it comes at the cost of those kids' homes? Bill would have found another place. I was done worrying about other people for a change. I think we heard enough. Let's finish this case up. Wrap it up, boys. After we finalized her confession, Annie was taken away. Ferris left without another word. She looked even angrier than usual. April 24th, 8:12 p.m. Ooh, long day. Azure City Police Precinct number 5, viewing room. Justy, we did it! We really did it! Come here! Are they gonna kiss? Oh my gosh. I'll take it. Is this a hug or is she trying to kill me? We did it! We solved the case! You did it! I'm so proud of you! Light fading, lungs failing. You okay over there, Miss Assistant? You're turning pretty red. Can't breathe. Help. Sorry, I guess I went a little overboard. More than a little. I wanted to be the first to say, great work, both of you. You solved 2 cases in a single day. I'm pretty impressed with how you two did in there. You make for a great team. I think I may have to give you my assistant, Sophie. I think I'm ready to just be a clerk again. I don't think I can keep doing this. But you're really good at this. You can't stop now. Hey, why don't you go take Zephyr for a victory? Why don't we take Zephyr for a victory lap after this? We can celebrate properly then. Please, not Zephyr again. I can't believe it. Annie, she could have killed me. And all over the orphanage, no less. Was everything a lie? Did the orphanage mean nothing to her? To think she would throw it all away. Come on, Bill, you know that isn't true. Actually, I know for a fact that it isn't true. I can prove it. Here's the proof that Annie really did care about the orphanage's residents. Ouch, I don't think she did. Send her to jail. How did she care? She cared because, she was helping Meg pay for the car parts, right? Provided her with the parts and taught her much of the process. If it wasn't for Annie, Meg would have never found her true passion in life. She taught Meg everything she knew about working with machinery. Plus, she helped Meg completely rebuild a car. I don't believe that was all for nothing. I think she really did value the orphanage, and you too. I just think she felt stuck, and that made her desperate. Thank you, Justina, was it? I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble. And Ernest, I'll talk to you later, Bill. I have a lot to say to you in private. Anyways, what are you doing here still, detective? I thought you'd be home by now. A detective never rests until his work is done. Besides, there's one more thing we need to take care of. Why don't you go wait inside? I'll be right back. Any idea what's going on? Only one way to find out. Oh. What's this about? Well, you two were the ones who kickstarted the sprawling affair. So we wanted to give you a little update. We solved the embezzlement case. One explanation later. Wow! So the Eubanks didn't take the money. I guess I may have jumped the gun. Cheer up, Chandra. It's thanks to us the orphanage is getting all its money. Hey, don't be too proud of yourselves. You still committed a crime. So what now? We can certainly put in a good word with the prosecutor. As short-sighted as your robbery was, it did help us uncover the real crime. If only I hadn't been caught. Just accept it, Hannah. We lost. But thanks for trying to cover for me. Anytime, partner. Next time I'll take the truth to my grave. Please don't. You gave me enough of a headache last time. No more next time, please. Afterwards, Sophie and I went out to celebrate our victory, and as expected, I got completely swamped in paperwork the next day. Sue said I had to do double the work to make up for my little adventure. I told her I was finally ready to retire from my detective work, and then a new case popped up, and I was called upon once again for so much for retirement. End of case 3. My gosh. We can go to case 4. May 1st, unknown. I just want to know what the next crime is. I'm stoked. This is Detective Ernest Hunt's office. I'm away from the office. Please leave a message. Hello, my daughter gave me your number. I would like to report a murder! I've been waiting for this one! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Finally, someone died. May 1st, 7:58 a.m. Azure City Police Precinct number 5, station lobby. I'm so tired. I stayed up way too late last night. Oh, how I love a job where I didn't have to be up so early. It's been about a week since I last got to play detective. In the end, we had a lot of trouble building a solid case against Anton. Detective Hunt refuses to give up, though, and he's devoted himself to investigating everything he can about the man. I've barely even seen him over the last week, but for all his effort, he got Anton Chambers to come in for questioning today. As for me, things have pretty much been returned to normal. I can expect another long, boring day of paperwork. May 1st, 8 a.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, station offices. Good morning, Miss Earl. I'm ready for work. Justina, what are you doing here? Should I not be here? Don't tell me I got fired already. You're supposed to be at the crime scene right now. Did Ernest not call you? Crime scene? What crime scene? What's going on? Oh, Ernest. You see, there's been an incident. You remember Anton Chambers, right? Of course I do. Detective Hunt has been investigating him. Why? Mr. Chambers was murdered last night. He was found dead this morning. What? I mean, that's what you get when you're, like, in the middle of a whole embezzlement case. I think I speak for us all when I say we're all absolutely offended that the Pixel characters didn't get murdered sooner for you, Nina. I know. I'm like, we had attempted murder, and that's as close as we got. I am stoked. You're a week late, sir. Like, glad we have a murder, and I'm glad it's somebody we already know, so we've got some info on him. I mean, I know he wasn't the nicest guy or anything, but murdered? We just got a call this morning. He was found in the alleyway outside of Nickel and Diamond's Antiques in the, oh my gosh, in the Sunrise District. Hang on! That's my dad's store. Oh my gosh, if her dad murdered this man. Perfect. This would be my favorite case. Seems like you're starting to understand. You better hurry, Justina. I'm afraid your dad is one of the suspects in this case. gods. No, 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 I've gotta hurry. May 1st, 8:13 a.m., Azure City Sunrise District, Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. Dad! Dad, where are you? Justina? Okay, Dad. Dad, are you okay? Never mind that, what are you doing here? This is my dad, Ash Smith, owner of Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. He's a professional glassblower, and this quaint store is his pride and joy. He's been running it ever since I was a kid. He's a little eccentric and maybe a bit clumsy, but he's totally harmless. He won't even so much as kill a fly. To think there'd been a murder here of all places, and that my dad would be wrapped up in it. Gods, please tell me this is all just a bad dream. Sir, please put down the molten glass. Ah, Justy, you finally showed up. Sophie, what happened here? Please don't tell me you actually consider my dad a suspect. Whoa, whoa, slow down, Justy. Let's take this one step at a time. We've just begun our investigation, so I can't really say anything for certain right now. Don't go worrying about me, Justina. This detective has been treating me fairly. Oh, but all those police running around, on the other hand, they've already knocked over one of my plants. Dad, I really think we have bigger things to worry about right now than a knocked over plant. Sophie, let me join you for this investigation, please. I'll help you find evidence that proves my dad's innocence. I wouldn't have it any other way, partner. Let me just give you the rundown on what we know so far. Okay. No, we don't. Who was knocking over this gentleman's plants? It is important. It could have been the culprit. Our victim is Anton Chambers, the president of Eubank Investments. He was found dead this morning in an alleyway behind Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. He has been here since last night for a business. He had been here last night for a business meeting, and that was the last time he was seen alive. Our preliminary findings indicate that he died last night and that his body has been left in the alleyway until its discovery. He was shot twice, once in his right abdominal region and once in the chest. There are also 2 puncture wounds found on his chest. We believe the shot to the chest was the cause of death. Finally, his wallet was missing from his body, leading us to suspect that this may have been a robbery. Ooh, that's a lot. The victim's body was shot twice, once in the abdomen and once in the chest. 2 puncture wounds were found in his chest. The time of death was sometime last night on April 30th. What about the murder weapon? Were you able to find it? Not yet. The culprit must have taken it with them. We only have our preliminary findings right now, so we don't even know what model of gun it was. Anton's wallet was missing from his body. Was the motive behind this crime robbery? Puncture wounds? Nosferatu. Nosferatu. We just sent his body to the coroner so we can expect a more detailed autopsy report then. Oh, sorry. Spare me the details, please. It jumped ahead of me. I was trying to sip. Well, you can learn more about it when you read the report. Okay. Look at you, Justina. I finally get to see your police work in action. Or should I say, Officer Smith. I keep telling you, Dad, I'm not a cop. I just help out in the investigations. Which admittedly is pretty strange. Moving along, could you tell me about what happened? Sure can. Let me start from the beginning. Yay. I would legit love if the fact that a plant got knocked over is a vital clue. I know, like, bring it back to the plant. Last night, Luna Hart, the owner of this building, held a meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. You know me, I'm no good at all that stuff, so I finished cleaning up the store and left. I gave my keys to Luna so she could lock up the store afterwards. When we opened the store this morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual, but when I went to the alleyway to throw away some trash, that's when I saw a body. I got closer, and I saw Anton. He was face up in the middle of the alleyway. Oh, not face up. Sad. I knew it was him because I saw him come into the store last night. Well, I called the police right after that, and you know the rest. Okay, when Ash arrived at the store this morning, he found Anton's body in the middle of the alleyway. He called the police afterwards. When I gave you Detective Hunt's number, I didn't expect you to use it so soon. You told me that you trusted him, so I thought it was best to reach him. But to my surprise, Sophie here was the one who showed up. That's because Red works in robberies. I'm the homicide detective. But back on topic, you mentioned Mr. Chambers by name. Did you know him? I've known him for years, or at least known of him. We only spoke directly for the first time last night. And why is that? Anton was looking to buy back the store. He and another fellow came here last night to try and buy the store from Luna. The meeting had ended at around 7 p.m., but I left shortly afterwards. I worry that something must have happened to him right after he left. We can't rule that out yet. We still have some investigating to do, but for now, you were the last to see him before he died. Is Detective Hunt around? Excuse me, is Detective Hunt around? Sue told me he tried to call me. I think this is best discussed elsewhere. There's a park nearby. Let's head over there. Let's head there once we're done here. All right. Did she not want to say anything with my dad here? Okay, partner, let's get started. All right, let's chat. Say, Mr. Smith, what can you tell me about yourself? Oh, I'm nothing special, Miss Detective. I'm just a humble glass blower. A pretty good one, if you ask me. All the glassware here is made by him. It's the store's specialty. I take a lot of pride in my pieces, but I won't be selling them for much longer now. Huh? Why's that? Well, because the store has been sold, of course, but I also feel like it's time for me to hang my pipe up, so to speak. Besides, that just means I have more time to devote to my lovely plants. My dad's been absolutely obsessed with plants recently, ever since he started with his own garden last spring. Now he's constantly trying to push them onto me. I keep telling you, Justina, if you just started your own veggie garden, you'd save a lot of money on food. And I keep telling you, Dad, I don't have room in my apartment. Besides, I just end up killing them all anyways. Come on, Justy, it can't be that hard to keep a plant alive. As if, plants are very fickle creatures. Justina is just upset over the time she killed her class plant in 2nd grade. Oh, that's so Justina. Judgy Justina. Murderer. She was so excited when the teacher put her in charge of it, that poor plant was dead within a week. Hey, it was very traumatic, you know. It wasn't my fault either. How was I supposed to know you could give a plant too much water? That was a long time. That was so long ago, though. I'm sure you could do a better job now. I have enough plant blood on my hands in this lifetime. I'll pass. I wanted to ask more about the meeting last night. Can you tell me who was all there? Well, I don't really recall. I didn't stay for the meeting. I remember seeing Anton, though. He had a real mean look to him. Do you have any idea why Anton might have been interested in buying this property? Well, aside from the fact that his company used to own it, no. Hang on, Eubank Investments used to own this building? Yep, Luna's dad bought it from them 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you say? That's around the time Eubank Investments was founded, wasn't it? Sure is. This whole area was how the company got their start. Back then, the Sunrise District was nothing like it is now. This used to be a quieter residential area. Eventually, though, the city decided the land was more valuable than the people were. That's where the Eubanks came in. They offered to transform the area into a commercial district in exchange for city funding. Soul Heart struck a deal with them to purchase this building. Thanks to that, my dad was finally able to open the store. Unfortunately, not everyone here was so lucky. The new development meant higher prices. A few got bought out, but a fair number of people were forced out by the costs. The old Sunrise District only lives on in people's memories now. They had no idea there was so much history here. It's still got a lot of charm to it. Once this case is done, I'll take you to see all the cool spots. Date night. I'm curious as to why Luna owns this store and not yourself. Well, that's because she inherited it from her dad, Soul Heart. Soul and I go way back. I was the one who told him I wanted to open my own glass store. Trouble is, I was never any good at all that business stuff. And, well, I can't say I ever had the money to buy property for myself. That's when Soul and I agreed to go into business together. He'd buy the property and handle all the operations. That way, all I had to do was make the glass. Of course, once Soul died, I was struggling to run the store all by myself, so I had to get a manager to help me. Unfortunately, she left last month. Why'd she leave? I'll give you a hint. She started a new job at the local police precinct. Justy, I had no idea you ran a store. Well, the best I could at least. Justina was ruthless. She'd fight tooth and nail during business meetings. She even scared away a couple suppliers. They were trying to scam you. If it hadn't been for me, you'd have been paying triple the price for materials. People were constantly trying to swindle my dad. Customers tried to take advantage of him all the time. That must have been where you learned your interrogation skills from. It sounds like you were pretty good at your job, though. Why'd you stop? Well, it wasn't really for me. Not to mention, I was kind of doing it for free. Dad couldn't really afford to pay me for it. Dad's ready to retire, and once Luna decided she wanted to sell the building, there wasn't much point in me sticking around. Plus, I felt like it was time for me to move on. I wanted to find my own way in life. You really love your family, huh? Of course I do. I'd do anything for them. This place was my whole childhood. I couldn't just see it fall apart. Well, I'm glad we have you at the precinct now. Aww. Speaking of family, Mom and Jean must be worried sick. I'll call them and let them know you're okay. Don't worry, Justina. The detective let me call them this morning. Why did you call me then? Well, I knew you'd be here sooner than later. She told me you'd be coming. Well, I wasn't wrong. Still, I thought Red was going to call you. So, who's this Jean you've been keeping a secret from me? She's no secret. She's just my younger sister. I didn't know you had a sister. Why am I just now learning that? Those two don't really get along. When they were younger, Justina tried to throw Jean's favorite doll into the glass furnace. They've been butting heads ever since. Justy. I was just a kid. She's the one who's still holding the grudge. You can at least show a bit of remorse. Justy, a problem since childhood. Alright, let's investigate the crime scene. What's with all these plants? I thought this store sold glassware and antiques. It's like a jungle in here. Blame my dad. Ever since he got on his plant kick, he's put them everywhere he can. Oh, but the plants really liven the place up, don't you think? All they do is take up shelf space that we could be putting product on. But what's the point of all that product if nobody wants to spend any time in here? That doesn't change the fact that this is a store, not a botanical garden. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter now. I'll have to relocate all these plants soon. What a shame. I think they really like it here. They're plants, Dad. Plants don't have feelings. Justina. Oh my gosh. My gosh. Justina's sister's whole thing is flipping tables. Judgy McJudgerson, plant murderer, doll murderer, and vibe murderer. Who's the real murderer here? They sure do have feelings. Plants are living beings, just like you and me. You know, Justy, while plants do lack a brain, it's possible they might be more intelligent than we give them credit for. I think we have bigger things to worry about right now than plant psychology. I've never seen a camera like that. It's the best on the market. So she has all the recordings from last night? Well, yeah, but this is the only camera we got. We can only afford one. So I doubt it can tell us about the murderer. Still, I can't hurt to keep it in mind. Okay, the store has only one camera and it records everything and sends the footage to Luna. Wow, these animals are so pretty. I love these little rabbits, especially, say, I'm glad you noticed that, detective. Do you want to know how you make a glass rabbit hole? What? Want to know how you make a glass rabbit hole? Dad, you just glue it back together. A rabbit hole. Oh. Dad, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Justina. Oh, sorry. I couldn't resist. He's always like this. I swear every time I come here, his puns get worse. When you're a parent like me, you'll understand. What's this thing here? Some sort of metal detector? That was one of Soul's ideas. He said it wasn't some ordinary metal detector. It instead has some kind of fancy computer brain in it. It's called AI, Dad. Same difference. He said it scans for weapons that pass between it and alerts us if it finds anything. It's supposed to store a log for the police to look at, too. Are we sure that thing even works? I've never once heard it go off. It always felt to me like it was just there to look intimidating. Well, I thought so too, but I do remember hearing it go off last night. Of course, that was probably from Anton. He had a gun with him. Oh yeah, he like has that thing in his holster. Randomly. But Luna didn't seem to care. Do you know if we'd be able to take a look at those logs? Talk to Luna, I'm sure she could get that for you. We'd better write this down for later. An intelligent detector at the store's entrance. It beeps loudly when detecting weapons and stores a log of its findings. Ash claims it went off once last night when everyone entered. With all the plants here, the glass animals have their own jungle. It was my idea. If my dad wanted to start growing plants, he might as well make it a theme. This whole store would look so much better without all these plants covering the merchandise. I can see it. So clean. So easy to organize. If only my dad just didn't have these plants. Why does she hate plants so much? I mean, minus the one plant murder. I don't know. Justy! You alive in there? Huh? Sorry, I was just daydreaming of a better life. You can daydream later. We have a case to solve. You're right. That's a timeline I'll never see. Dad, why is your soil on the floor? That's a lawsuit waiting to happen if someone slips on it. Give your old man the benefit of the doubt. I didn't do it. You didn't? Then why is it there? It was here when I got here. I was going to clean it up, but with Anton's death, I haven't had time. It seems there are some clay shards here too, like one of the plants fell. Someone knocked over that plant. I mean, it has to be the murderer. The plantless store vision is like a scene from American Psycho. What's wrong with you, Justina? Oh gosh. Man, why do you hate plants? And if you have you considered murder. I mean, why, what's the problem with the plants? You murdered one plant when you were a child, and now we hate plants. It is a clue. Look at the plant that fell, the pot shards. Then where did it come from? I better take notes so I can clean it later. Okay, soil and broken pot pieces found at the store. Ash says it was here when he opened up the store. Alright, I think that about wraps up things here. Let's travel to the park. Okay, this is a spooky park to go on a date to. But okay. I'll take it. May 1st, Azure City, Sunrise District, Sunrise Park. Hey, get out of here! Stop contaminating my crime scene! Shoot! Looks like Detective Hunt is here, chasing birds away. Ah, there you two are. Welcome to my little domain. Hey Red, Justy finally joined us. What's going on? Why did we have to come here to talk? Since last week, I have been looking into Anton Chambers in preparation for interrogating him today. And I think I have something that might help you two. But you have to keep it to yourselves. That's why we can't tell anyone, not even your dad. You're joking, right? My dad's completely trustworthy. My gut is telling me it's fine, but it's Red's case, so I'll play by his rules. If he wants to keep it a secret, I'll keep it to myself. I knew you would understand. Let me catch you two up on what I learned. Yay. I think the jacket gets worse for me every time I see him. Is it just the color? I don't know. Maybe it's the red and blue combo. I think it's a fine jacket. Anton Chambers had been using kind words to convince property owners to sell the Eubank investments. I was able to get a list of code names of those whom he convinced to sell. While I was able to figure out most, there was a code name I couldn't figure out. The code name was Big Hen, and it's related to Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. But so far, I haven't found the connecting thread between the two. Right, according to Hunt sources, the codename Big Hen is for someone Anton plans to strong-arm. Might be connected to Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. It's like somehow he's getting redder. It's the texture and color clash. Gotcha. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hunt. You could have changed jackets between cases, maybe. Where did you get a list of codenames? I know a guy. Oh, you know a guy, I know. Red here has a way of getting information. Maybe if you became a real detective, I'll teach you the tricks of the trade. Between this and figuring out Hannah's bank account had money, he certainly knows more than he lets on. Back to the case at hand. What the heck does Big Hen mean? Don't look at me. I gave blood, sweat, and tears just to get this far. When I found out he was buying the store, I thought the two might be connected. Did he win the bid for the store? Come to think of it, I never did ask. If he did, then maybe it was code for Luna. Luna does own the store, so maybe. Have you spoken to her yet? I haven't gotten a chance to speak with Luna yet. Let's go talk with her. Right, you'll probably want me there for that anyways. Huh? Why's that? Luna's deaf, so you'll need me to interpret for you. Just talk normally and I'll translate. She carries a book with her, so she'll probably just write down her responses for you. I've never met a deaf person before, but that sounds simple enough. Before we do that, why is there crime tape around the tree? Sophie, did you not tell her? Sorry, Red, must have slipped my mind. After I got the call, I wanted to check the park. It was across the street and would be the perfect escape route. That's when I found Anton's wallet and gun here. Looks like whoever killed him took them and dumped them here. Huh? Why would anyone do that? When a robber steals a wallet, they don't just grab the money, they take the full wallet. Then when they are safe, like in this park, they take what they want and dump the rest. As for the gun, we haven't figured that out yet. Was there anything left in his wallet? Just a parking ticket for Eubank Investments. All his money was gone. Not much going to go on, but I better update the evidence anyway. What about his gun? Completely empty, but we know it's his from its design. He was pretty famous for having it. I already sent it in for testing, so until then, we don't have much to share. Okay, Anton's gun was left at the park overnight until Detective Hunt found it. The chamber is completely empty and nothing else was found on it. Now you're caught up to speed on everything. When you're ready, we can head back to the store. Alright. Watching over the park. So why... Sorry, this music is a bop. So why are you out chasing pigeons in the park anyways? I'll have you know, I'm hard at work investigating, but I've also got to protect my crime scene from avian-related intruders. They could be walking on an important piece of evidence. This park looks pretty empty to me. Don't you want to investigate the actual crime scene? Red isn't good with death. That's why I was given homicide. I admit it was too much pressure for me. Money and items can be replaced, a person cannot. So I stick to robberies and the like. Besides, someone's got to do it. Have you done this before, Sophie? Well, this is my first case with a body. Calling Anton's family was the hardest thing I ever did. I like the upbeat music while we're talking about a dead man. It should be, otherwise you wouldn't be the Sophie I know. It's not an easy job, but it is important. Thank the gods Bill and Chandra survived. This is the last day of school, first day of summer vibe. Not murder investigation music at all. I can't believe someone would kill Anton. I mean, sure, he wasn't the nicest guy, or a particularly good one. He certainly didn't make many friends for himself. Still, how do you handle it? Does investigating murders not, like, get to you? A little, but I was a patrol cop long before I even ever got promoted. Working the beat like that, you get desensitized to stuff like this. All we can do now is find out who killed him and bring them to justice. Anton may have had a lot to answer for, but he still had friends and family who cared about him. Knowing that solving this will bring them some peace of mind is what keeps me going. The music doesn't fit any of the mysteries right now, but it's a bop, you know? Just vibing along. It's just, you know, beach episode. So I guess you've met my dad now. What did you think? You two have pretty different personalities. I expected him to be a lot more like you. He's always said that I'm more like my mom. My sister Jean is more like him. I love him, but he really drives me nuts sometimes. Your family sounds fun. I'm kind of jealous. I'm an only child. You should properly introduce me once this case is over. Sure, she wants to meet the family. Sure, but if Jean says she wants to do your makeup, you better run away before it's too late. It starts out innocent, but before you know it, she'll turn it into a multi-hour-long makeover session. Alright, let's take a look around the park. This tree has a hole in it. What happened? There was a gang fight here a few weeks ago. Can't you tell from the music? And someone pulled a gun. One shot ended up in this tree. Is the bullet still inside the trunk? Yep, it's too deep to retrieve it without cutting the whole thing down. This poor tree, it's scarred for life now. May you live a long and healthy life despite your wounds, Mr. Tree. I'm expecting them to break into a flash mob any second now. So this is where the wallet and gun were found? Pretty much. They weren't buried here, but we dug around to see if there was anything else. I'm surprised no one else found these first. If someone did and we had to go hunting for it, it would have wasted a lot of time just looking for it. Best not to question it and focus on solving this case. Fair point. I won't look this gift horse in the mouth. Is there romance in this game? Can we date Swift? I'm getting vibes. Okay, so Swift told us that we were cute, like in case 1, and I haven't let it go since. So anything that they say, about each other, I'm all for it. Like, I ship it, I want it to happen. I'm hoping by the end of the game they're together. Aha! The culprit must have left some more clues in this bush. Justy, I really don't think that... Evidence! Here I come! Youch! The only thing in that bush was just a bunch of thorns. Wow, it's a beautiful day out today. You can see the Junal Mountains really well from here. Have you ever climbed them before? No way! I don't have that kind of stamina. I'm more than content to simply watch them from afar. You're really missing out, Justy. It's quite an experience. When you're up there, the whole city seems so small in comparison. Plus, you'll never have a better view of the Azure Bay. I'll tell you what, after this case, I'll drive you up partway on Zephyr. No, it's okay. Really, I'll pass. Okay, let's move back to the store. Yeehaw! Praise the gods above! Oh my gosh, who is this? What in the world? Sounds like Harris. He was one of the people here last night. If he was here last night, then he's a person of interest in my book. Let's go get his story. Sounds like he's in the workshop. I can show you the way. Oh, let's go to the workshop. Who is this? May 1st, Azure City Sunrise District Glass Workshop. And you're certain about this? Truer than the morning sun. He claimed all of it. Mrs. Eubank, what are you doing here? The same reason as you, Anton's death. Y'all know each other? It's complicated. Well, I won't pry into all that business. You folks must be with the police. Allow me to introduce myself. Name's Harris Newbuck, future owner of this establishment. Nice to meet you, Mr. Newbuck. But I thought this place would be bought out by Eubank Investments. How did you outbid them? I was gonna buy this place outright till old Anton decided to swoop in and try to outbid me. I reckon I lucked out when Luna chose me, and his bid's dead as a doornail now. Anton has plans to buy this store for Eubank Investments, but after what happened with the Klaus orphanage, I requested he hold off for now. And yet he completely ignored my request. If the press were to find out, it would be very harmful to Eubank Investments. I think her flame grew 2 sizes bigger. That said, it seems Luna went with Mr. Newbuck's lower bid. How did you manage that, Harris? Old Anton might have had the money, but I got something he ain't got. A dream. A dream? While it was a bidding war, Luna still had complete control as to whom he would pick. Based on what Mr. Newbuck has said, it seems he was able to convince Luna to sell it to him. Why would Luna do that? I better talk to her about that. That said, I read the contract. Luna doesn't fully inherit the right to sell this place until she is 18. So last night's meeting isn't legally binding, and Luna could change her mind. So there's a chance Harris could lose his bid. Sounds like he could stand to benefit from Anton dying. Now hold your horses. I don't like how you said that. Let me just make one thing clear right out the gate. I didn't kill nobody, and I didn't know he died till today. I knew nothing about all this legal nonsense till now. Well, I reckon you're being quite defensive, Mr. Newbuck. Nevertheless, he's got a point. I suppose it couldn't be that easy. You three can talk it out amongst yourselves. I'm going to step out for some air. I'd hate to trouble you, Mr. Newbuck, but since you're here, we'd like to take your statement about what happened last night. I reckon I got a moment to spare. Let's see here. There are 12 people in the city and they're all committing crimes. It's great. Well, as I said, I was here last night to try and buy the place. Except no matter what I offered, that dang Anton would always bid higher. Shook me for every last penny I had. I was gonna fold, but bless Luna's soul for picking me. Now, as I said before, I didn't go shooting the man. I ain't even own any type of gun to shoot him with. I ain't got the heart for killing, even when I'm angry. Harris claims he only won the bidding because of Luna. He doesn't own any guns and claims he couldn't never kill anyone even if he was angry. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Newbuck. We also have some follow-up questions. Well, get on with it then. I ain't got nothing to hide. I should go outside and speak with Ferris later when I can. If Luna isn't here, she must be in the break room. Better go there as well. Can't hurt to ask Harris some questions first. Can you put the scissors down? They're just like up in the air. I feel like everyone has to hold a weapon at this point. Buying the store. If I may ask, why are you looking to buy the store? It's been my dream to open up my own barbershop. Oh, it's the scissors. Okay. Give a fella a proper shave and cut and there ain't nothing he can't do. Of course, you ladies are always welcome as well. One of my styles, the fastest way to a man's heart. I think I'm fine, thank you. I can't say I'm after a man's heart. I like my hair the way it is. You're not after a man's heart because we all know it. Oh my gosh, Swift! What about a woman's heart? Saying what we were all thinking. Well, I reckon my artistry would make even the lassies swoon. Maybe I need a haircut. Who's she trying to impress? Sue? Justina. Can you tell me how you knew Soul? I gave him a haircut, actually. You'd be surprised how close we get to our clients. Haircutting's a real personal thing. So after I learned his daughter was selling, I decided to buy it. Why open your barbershop here of all places? Surely there's cheaper real estate elsewhere. Yes, I'm so excited. I need the plot to thicken between them. Sir, can you make my hair appeal to my coworker here? Please. Let me tell you something, lassie. This here is about to be real good business. All them new rich folks moving in, gentrifying the place. I reckon those business folks gotta get a haircut somewhere. That sounds ambitious. You know, that's actually not a bad idea. Prices around here have been going through the roof recently. Any businessman worth their salt would want a store in this area, assuming they can afford it. Alright, becoming a barber. What got you into the whole barber thing, anyways? Well, my pa taught me. Same as my grandpappy taught him. It's a form of art in my family. My family's been passing down for generations. I may not use the same tools as some of them fancy partners with their easels and whatnot, painters with their easels and whatnot, but my clippers are my brush and the hair is my canvas. And the way I see it, what I really do is help people express themselves. They got a vague notion of what they want, but it's up to me to get them there. I never thought about hairdressing that way. That's fascinating. You didn't strike me as the artsy type. What? So judgy. What? Just because I got an accent and wear boots means I can't appreciate art? Maybe that was closed-minded to me. Alright. Let's investigate. This is some of our prototype glassware. We always get the shapes down before we move on to the colored glass. It's kind of like drawing a sketch before you start painting. Or creating a flowchart before cooking a new dish. Yeah, hang on, what? Finally, some self-reflection. This is our furnace over here, and this over here is to help protect you from the heat. You can adjust it with these wheels to make it go further or backwards. You know your way around glass. How come you didn't take over the business? It's not for me. It never clicked like it does for the rest of my family. I wanted to find my own path. I just happened to end up at the station. Gotta say, I'm glad you ended up where you did. You know what? You want to make a piece for the station. I want to see your work myself. I'm not exactly good. Oh, Justy, the quality of it doesn't matter. All that matters is you put your heart and soul into it, and it will turn out perfect. And maybe after this case, I'll make you something. Ooh, a gift? Is this supposed to be hot? It should cool off eventually. I'm glad no safety inspectors around to see this. Alright. I guess we... Not investigate, sorry, travel. Travel to the break room. So we can find Luna. May 1st, Azure City Sunrise District break room. There you are, Luna. Hey Jay, I was just cleaning up the break room. So who's this with you? Is this that pretty detective girl you told me about? They're laying it on thick in this case. I really do like it. Luna, time and place. Let me introduce you to Luna. This is my friend, Detective Sophie Swift. Sophie, this is Luna Hart. Nice to meet you, Luna. Anyways, what you doing there, Jay? I'm here to investigate the murder. Both you and Dad are suspects. But we didn't kill him, so we're fine. That's still bad. What if the detectives arrest you on bad evidence? Hey, I didn't mean you. I meant the other. Oh, never mind. I just want to solve this case. What happened last night? I heard you sold the store. I did. Okay. I decided to sell the store to Harris because I believe in his dream. It might have been less money, but I feel like I was making an impact by helping him. Despite losing, Anton took the bid quite well. I even saw them talking to each other by the computer before they left. Afterwards, I cleaned the whole store before locking up for the night. Then I opened up the store, and you know the rest. Alright, Luna agreed to Harris's bid because she believed in his dream. She saw Harris and Anton talking to each other by the computer before they left. Thanks, Luna. Do you mind if we look around and ask you some more questions? That's fine, go ahead. Alright, meeting Anton. How come only 2 buyers were here last night? Did no one else offer to buy the place? Well, originally I was going to sell it to Harris. He was a friend of Dad's and he seemed really excited to take this place over. Then I got contacted by Anton. He must have found out that I was selling the place. I wonder why he was so dead set on buying this place. Don't tell me he planned to put luxury condos here too. It's even stranger when you learn that he didn't have permission to do so either. There must be some reason for it. Well, I do know that Eubank Investments used to own this property before we did. I don't remember much from then, but maybe it could shed some light on it. We'll take what we can get. Can you tell us what you remember? Well, it involved the accident. I was in 10 years ago. Accident? What accident? It's not important. It happened so long ago. It's alright, Jay. I don't mind sharing. You're sure? When my dad was looking for properties to buy, we visited this building. But when we were investigating, one of the upper floors collapsed, and I was pinned underneath the rubble. I'm sorry, that must have been awful. My dad ended up settling with an agreement with Eubank Investments. They sold this property a lot cheaper and a lot quicker than they would have otherwise. They also helped repair the damages. Luckily, there was no permanent damage. The builders were the ones at fault, but Eubank Investments was liable. They got off better with the deal than if it went to court. They even added sound absorption to the walls free of charge. Now you can't even hear anything in here from the front of the store. So I'm grateful for the Eubanks, if only because they cared enough to accept responsibility. And you never met any of the Eubanks the whole time? No, I only heard about the process afterwards. Interesting. Thank you, Luna. I'm going to write down what you said about the sound absorption walls. Sound was reduced in the workshop, and no sound from the front of the store can be heard in the break room. Alright. So, Justy, why didn't you tell us at the station you knew sign language? It's not exactly a selling point on a resume. Is it not? Jay and Jean both learned when our dads started working together. It was kind of fun slowly watching them pick up the language one sign at a time. I picked it up faster than Jean. She would get so mad when she couldn't understand us. Don't give me that look. It's one of the few times I got ahead of her on something. Got ahead? She was kind of better at me at school, just a little. Sign language was one of the few things I could boast over her. But she caught up. Now we can all talk together without my notebook. Oh. I've been hearing about your dad a lot today. I understand he passed away recently? He did. It's been really hard. I knew it was coming, so it wasn't unexpected, but that doesn't make it any easier. His death was expected? Sol had a terminal disease which affected his nervous system. It started getting a lot worse in the last 5 years of his life. He started losing a lot of his fine motor control, and eventually he was partially paralyzed. Can't imagine what that must have been like. part was when he couldn't sign anymore. I was told he could still speak, but only with his mouth. It was the only time I ever wished I was hearing. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Detective. He was a good dad. I prefer to remember the good times we had together rather than the bad. I'm sure he'll have a great next life. Plus, I still have Jay and her family. They started taking me under their wing. Of course you do, and don't forget it. Oh. I hate when I do all the self-care stuff and I still feel bleh. Like I did all the things. Give me my happy chemicals. I'm being scammed by my own brain. I'm so sorry. I'm like, when you want that endorphin rush, I know. I'm like trying to think of any food. Food is always also great, you know? Some good food. But sometimes it's just like one of those days, which I hate. You and Justy are pretty close. Did you guys grow up together? Yep, Jay and I would play together when we were little. She was always so supportive of me. When I came out as trans, Jay was the first person I told. I'm glad you did. I've always been really proud of you. She's the little sister I never had. Wait a second, you have a sister. Like I said, a sister I never had. Justina and Jean never got along. They're complete polar opposites. But I consider them both my sisters too. I learned different things from both. Jean taught me a lot about fashion and makeup, even if I don't really bother with it much. In fact, she bought me this bow I always wear for... sorry, I missed it. Read too fast. But Justina always showed me how to be confident in myself. We had a lot of adventures together and some misadventures. That's really heartwarming. You should try to get along with your sister more, Justy. Hate to break it to you, but some things just aren't possible. Stubborn, stubborn. Luna, do you mind if we see the contract for selling the store? No problem, here you go. Now where is it? What are you thinking? According to the contract, it goes into effect the moment Luna turns 18, but it can't be canceled. It can be canceled at any time until then. Luna, is there any reason why you would cancel the deal with Harris? Nope, I'm happy with the terms we came up with last night. Better write down the contract details, just might come in handy. The contract signed by Harris Eden Newbuck. This contract will go into effect when Luna turns 18 next week. Luna can cancel this contract anytime before her birthday. Forget the sister, justice for doll and plant. Struck down in their prime. Hey, Luna, you know those two metal detectors in the front of the store? I'd like to take a look at the logs for them from last night. Sure thing. Just let me print the... sorry. Sure thing, Jay. Let me just print them out for you. Goodness gracious. I swear I've been flubbing my words all day. Here you are. Looks like it tripped twice last night. Thank you, Luna. Did you say twice? Yep, I guess Anton must have tripped it again when he was leaving the store. No way that's possible. My dad would have heard it. Not if he was in the break room. What do you think, Sophie? It is strange. According to Ash, she only heard the detector go off once. Had he been lying to us? No way, why would he lie about that? There must be something else we're missing. I wonder about that. For now, let's write it down. Okay. Investigate. The fridge, please. Why do you have two fridges here? We got the smaller one for free. We ordered the bigger one, but they sent us the smaller one? Justina had to fight tooth and nail to get our money back. Gods, I hated that. I had to prove that they spent the wrong one. They sent the wrong one and contact our bank to stop the transaction. It took a week before they admitted they were wrong and sent us the right one. We even got to keep the smaller one as an apology. I'm bringing you along next time I call customer service. Thanks for grabbing the local newspaper, Luna. Yeah, even a week later, Eubank Investments is still in the news. Can you find it in the news? Azure City Council axes plans for light rail expansion, approves motion to add 12th lane to freeway. It's a shame, there's already enough lanes on the highway as it is. Maybe one more lane is enough to fix our traffic problem. I doubt it. Studies show that adding lanes is the worst way to reduce traffic. I don't believe it. How is adding more bad? Anything else? 5-year anniversary... Excuse me. Sorry, that was like... I felt attacked. 5-year anniversary of the prison escape of Ben Gole and the how and why. Who's that? He's the only person to ever escape the Azure City Penitentiary. Penitentiary. You know what? With the amount of like flubs I've had today, I wouldn't be surprised if I was saying that wrong. They never found the guy, and no one has heard from him since. In our country, the presumption of death is 5 years. Next week on the anniversary, he will be declared dead. Must have been quite the escape artist to stay hidden that long. Anything else in there? Found Eubank Investments. Eubank Investments, the dark side of Azure City's famous urban developer. Yeah, it's right here. It looks like last week's scandal is hitting them hard. Only in the public eye. It doesn't seem like their business dealings are taking a hit. Eubank Investments is a private company, so we can't know for sure. I bet the press will love the latest story of Anton's death, but it will only make things worse. I think I will keep this newspaper for now. Okay, so we have the newspaper clippings. Escaped prisoner Ben Ivangol will be declared dead next week after 5 years. Eubank Investments is getting bad press from last week's scandal. Penitentiary pasta prison. Oh, lock me up. I would love to go to a pasta prison. University pamphlets? Yeah, there's an all-deaf university in New Grapetown. They've already accepted me. Oh wow, congratulations! I didn't know there was an all-deaf college. It's why she's selling the place. She needs the money to move east. My mom lives out there, but she can't afford to support me the whole time. With this sale, I should be fine until I graduate. So, what are you studying? Astronomy. I've always been fascinated with space and the stars. Jay and I used to go stargazing a lot when we were kids. I think that's how my love for it started. That's how I picked, that's also how I picked my name, Luna. I want to learn all I can about it. Sounds exciting. I can't wait to hear about what you discover. And don't think you can just escape from us either. You'd better come home to see me. Come see me on your holidays. Luna's here. I'm sorry. Luna's on her first step towards her dream. I'm so proud of her. Hands. Those are some big hands. I made it myself. They're modeled after my dad's. Must have been a large guy. He was, but he never yelled with them. Jay says he was a loud person when using his voice. He talked pretty loudly with us, but signed so calmly. I honestly don't know if it was because he lacked confidence in signing or because he was always nice to Luna. Alright. Back it up. Alright. Well, I think we've gone everywhere. I guess except the alleyway, where the body was found. Whoops. Oh, hey, there's graffiti. Donut graffiti. We know who did that. May 1st, Azure City Sunrise District Alleyway. Huh. Is someone crying over here? Hang on, that sounds like Mrs. Eubank. Oh no. A certain oil, yeah. Ferris? You two again. Look, if you want to look around, fine, but please leave me alone. Ferris, what's wrong? I just want it to end. This case? This whole scandal, everyone is getting dragged in. My family, my friends, my company. And now Anton is dead. Why would someone kill him? Sounds like you two were close. He's been with Eubank Investments since the beginning. He helped build this company. He was a bit blunt, but he was a good man. Now to find out he has been going behind our backs. If only I found out sooner. Instead, I wasted all of my time defending criminals. Criminals? You mean Annie? Annie, Bill, Oliver, I believed in all of them. Instead, all I did was waste my time. Time I could have spent looking after this company. Maybe then Anton would still be here. I think you did the right thing. Everyone deserves a fair defense. If you didn't fight for them, who would? A public defender? I'm not even a criminal lawyer. Most public defenders don't give their clients much time of day. Oftentimes they are overworked and underpaid. How can they be expected to provide a good defense under these conditions? You fought for them better than anyone else could have. I mean, what if we got it wrong? We'd be sending an innocent person to jail. I never expected to hear all of that from a cop. Hey, I didn't get into this business just for their paycheck or a sense of power. I want to help people. I want to catch the real criminals, not just the first option I find. I can tell this means a lot to you. She's really passionate about this. Now I just want to help her solve this case even more. There is nothing you or I can do can bring Anton back, but you can help us find who's behind this. Help us, please. All right. How can I help? You knew Anton better than any of us. What can you tell us about him? I'll tell you what I know. Yay. Anton was a real gun enthusiast. He carried his pistol, Brutus. He named his gun. With him everywhere. He bragged all the time about how good of a shot he was, that he only ever needed one. He only ever carried one bullet in his gun just to prove his point. He never once let the thing out of his sight either. Wouldn't even let anyone touch it. This is partly because his gun has a flash drive attached to it. He carried all his work-related info on it. Aside from that, he was dedicated to his work, really dedicated. When he made up his mind, nothing could stop him. Okay, Anton always carried one bullet in his gun and has a flash drive attached to it. He wouldn't let anyone touch his gun. He named his gun? I never understood it, but I won't speak ill of the dead. Seems he cared about it, though. A lot, though. We'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Fez. This will help a lot. Never call me that again. Oh, come on. How about Fairy or Fairbear? You know, city ordinances restrict the usage of motorcycles in this area. You know what? Let's go look around elsewhere. Never seen Sophie look more scared in her life. Alright, let's check. What are those buildings in the back? They used to be some small businesses, a family club, a loan office, and a beauty salon. Used to. They closed down. Couldn't make enough to keep going. That brick wall in the back wasn't always there. People used to be able to go from one street to the other. It was raised a few years ago because of property dispute with the building owner on the other side. But it killed a lot of traffic for those few stores. How sad. They've been closed off for a couple years now, and no one has wanted them since. Thankfully, the former owners were able to relocate to another area. Then it has a happy ending. It was a happy ending. I just wish they didn't have to move in the first place. Do you know anyone who would want to kill Mr. Chambers? You didn't hear this from me, but Anton had just gone through a terribly messy divorce. His ex-wife fought him hard in the courts. Those two hated each other. Aside from her, there's certainly some businessmen around here who don't think the best of him, but I can't imagine any of them would resort to murder. I checked on the family connections already. His wife has been away on holiday for the past week. So all we have are a bunch of empty leads. Not exactly. We know our culprit is either hid their intentions well, or this was a crime committed in the heat of the moment. I'm surprised then that this area isn't filled with, with people who want to sleep in the alleyway. I mean, yeah. Potentially just for the animation sake of the game. Looks like Anton has been making a lot of moves recently. The orphanage I could understand, but why this place? Unfortunately, I can't disclose any information about the company or our ventures. You know something, don't you? This could be critical information. I have to place the interests of the company first. What could Eubank Investments be hiding? Literally everything. Eubank Investments has been hiding everything since day one. I want to push her on it, but I have a feeling it won't get me anywhere. Okay, let's take a look. Dumpster. We better check this dumpster for clues. You never know what you might find lying in one of these. It's empty. Well, yeah, yesterday was trash day. They probably picked it up in the afternoon. Besides, I doubt the culprit would have been dumb enough to throw a gun in the trash. I think it counts. Let's add it to the evidence. Trash was picked up yesterday at around noon. The contents of both the large dumpster and the small can were collected. What's this thing here? That would be our mailbox. It pulls open for you to drop mail inside. Excuse me. I wonder, could the culprit have dropped something in there? Unless they're the utility company, I doubt it. What about the place next door? They've also got one. I'd rather not go over there, actually. Why not? It just looks like a harmless little toy shop. Don't let that fool you. It's all smiles until they realize you aren't buying anything, and then they turn into vicious snakes. What's with this ominous brick wall back here? That wasn't always there. You used to be able to walk through to the other street. Yeah, we just talked about this. I doubt the culprit would have been able to climb over this. That would have meant that they'd have to pass by the front of the store. Unless the culprit was a ghost! Justy, don't tell me you actually believe in ghosts. Of course I do! They're very real and very dangerous! They say those who anger the gods are forced to forever haunt our world as spirits. I never want to encounter one. You didn't strike me as the superstitious type. You can call it whatever you want, but I'd like to avoid being haunted. Don't worry, I doubt that ghost will haunt you. You're too cute for that. Hey, cut it out. I'm really serious here. Aw, come on, I'm only teasing you. Here we are, the scene of the crime. Something on your mind? You know, I've always seen these in movies and TV, but seeing it in real life is haunting. When I was younger, I used to play out here with Luna. Once we played cops and robbers. Luna shaped her hands like a gun and pretended to shoot me as the robber. It's kind of surreal how much has paralleled this crime. Being here now makes my childhood feel like it was so long ago. Sorry, I should really focus on the case. Don't be sorry, I'm glad you can open up to me about this. But you're right, we have to solve this case if only to get your dad off the suspect list. Right, so is there anything I should know? Aside from the body being found here, we don't know much else. It seems likely our culprit may have lured Anton in here in order to rob him. We were also told he drove here, but both his keys and car are missing, so the same person who killed him could have used his car to escape. That means his keys, wallet, and gun were all taken, yet they dumped the gun and the wallet at the park. If they escaped in the car, why not drive away with both? Maybe they couldn't drive away with them. Maybe. I just can't think of a reason why. I'm gonna add the keys as missing with the wallet. Alright. I'm not superstitious, a little stitious. Oh, great. He's back. Who's he? The Doughboy. He's a local graffiti artist. He goes around town spraying pastry-themed graffiti, and he's made our store his favorite spot to hit. We paint over it the next day, but he keeps coming back. Ryan Noyle, I still have his information written down from the clause case. But I think it looks pretty. Why give him such a hard time? It's bad for business. It makes the whole area look shady. I keep trying to convince my dad to do more about it, but he just brushes it off. I don't care how talented or creative he may be, he should be painting on an easel, not our walls. And look, he even left his spray paint in the smaller trash can there. How strange. It still has plenty of paint. Huh, I just thought of something. What's up? The Essential Beat Cop Handbook, Chapter 8, Section 7. Most graffiti artists work under the cover of night. Did you memorize the whole thing? That's not important right now. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That we need to throw Doughboy in jail for his vandalism? No, Small Fry could have been a witness. We could go talk with him. Maybe, but knowing him, he won't be at his usual spot this early in the morning. We should gather as much evidence as we can here before we visit him. Hold on, there's something else here. What's all this? Is this confetti? It's got some weird writing on it. This isn't ordinary confetti. This was left behind by a taser. A taser? Did someone use a taser on a clown? Not quite. Consumer tasers have confetti stuffed in their cartridges. Each one has the taser serial number on it. It's so we can track them down if they're used in a crime. Really? I never knew that. In any case, it lets us know that the taser was used here. We should look up the owner then. I'll call Sue to ask her to look into it. She can look it up while we're investigating. Better add both to the case file. First, the spray paint. A can of spray paint left in a trash can. It still has plenty of paint. Now the confetti. Confetti from a consumer taser. It has the taser serial number to look up the owner, found near the small trash can by the graffiti. Ooh. Okay. So, oops, sorry, travel. Park, I guess the wall. I should get more evidence around the store before talking to Fry. I've looked at everything. Maybe I have to review statements. Last night, Luna Hart, the owner of this building, had a meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. You know me, I'm no good at all that stuff, so I finished cleaning up the store and left. I gave my keys to Luna so she could lock up the store afterwards. When we opened the store this morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual, but when I went into the alley to throw away some trash, that's when I saw the body. I got closer and I saw Anton, that's his name. He was face up in the middle of the alleyway. I knew it was him because I saw him come into the store last night. Well, I called the police right after that, and you know the rest. Okay. I don't think I have anything that contradicts any of that. Okay, victim's body was shot twice, one in the abdomen, one in the chest. 2 puncture wounds were found in his chest. The time of death was sometime last night on April 30th. Anton's wallet was missing from his body. It contains no money. His car keys are missing, and the only thing inside is a parking ticket for Eubank Investments dated for yesterday. When Ash arrived at the store this morning, he found Anton's body in the middle of the alleyway. He called the police afterwards. The store has only one camera, and it records everything and sends the footage to Luna. An intelligent detector at the store's entrance. It beeps loudly when detecting weapons and stores a log of its findings. The logs indicate that it was tripped twice last night, but Ash claims it went off only once when everyone entered. That's the thing. Can I bring that up? About... Because I thought that he would have had that in his statement, but I don't think that he did. Hadn't noticed anything. Can I say this? Or maybe I have to like... I want to present that and be like, hey, how did you not hear the second time? Finished cleaning up the store and left, gave my keys to Luna so she could lock up the store afterwards. When we opened the store this morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual, but when I went into the alley to throw away some trash, that's when I saw the body. I got closer and I saw Anton. He was face up in the middle of the alley. Okay. I think we're done with you. I think that you, my father, are telling the truth. I'm not biased or anything. All right, let's go to the workshop then. What's your statement say? As I said, I was here last night to try and buy the place. Except no matter what I offered, that dang Anton would always bid higher. Shook me for every last penny I had. I was gonna fold, but bless Luna's soul for picking me. Now, as I said before, I didn't go shooting the man. I ain't even own any type of gun to shoot him with. Are we sure about that? Soil and broken pot pieces were found at the store. Ash says it was there when he opened up the store. Oh, maybe I can dispute his thing earlier of where he said he didn't see anything unusual. Maybe that's it. According to Hunt's sources, the code name Big Hen is for someone Anton plans to strong-arm. Might be connected to Nickel and Diamond's antiques. Anton's gun was left at the park overnight until Detective Hunt found it. The chamber is currently empty. Nothing else was found on it. Harris claims he only won the bidding because of Luna. He doesn't own any guns and claims he could never kill anyone even if he was angry. Luna agreed to Harris's bid because she believed in his dream. She saw Harris and Anton talking to each other by the computer before they left. Sound was reduced in the workshop and no sound from the front of the store can be heard in the break room. A contract signed by Harris Eden Newbuck. The contract will go into effect when Luna turns 18 next week. Luna can cancel this contract anytime before her birthday. Anton always carried one bullet in his gun and has a flash drive attached to it. He wouldn't let anyone touch his gun. Trash was picked up yesterday at around noon. The contents of both the large dumpster and the small can were collected. Around noon? Oh, but I think our dad said that he came in the morning to dump the trash. I don't think it was yesterday. Can of spray paint left in a trash can. It still has plenty of paint. And then the confetti. Okay. Which we have to talk to Fry about. Gotta go. Late Christmas gift. Mama's taking me to a Brian Reagan stand-up show. Have fun. Go enjoy. I hope you have a great time and we'll see you soon. I'm gonna talk maybe to him about the soil. Yeah. Because I feel like that checks out. Everything you said checks out. Let's go back to the store. And then we can also go back to the alleyway, I think. But I want to try something here. You know me, I'm no good at the stuff. Cleaning up the store and left. I gave my keys to Luna. When we opened the store this morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual, but the pot was broken this morning. Okay, doesn't matter. That's not unusual. A broken pot, no problem. All right. Let's then go back to our other suspect in the alleyway. I should go over her statement again. Anton was a real gun enthusiast. He carried his pistol Brutus with him everywhere. He was a perfect shot, so if he had his gun drawn, he would only need one shot. But he only ever carried one bullet in his gun just to prove this point. He'd never let the thing out of his sight either, wouldn't even let anyone else touch it. This is partly because his gun has a flash drive attached to it. He carried all his work-related info on it. Okay, wait. The chamber is empty, nothing else was found on it. So wait. Let's see if he had something like a flash drive. Okay, let's see. Ha! Ferris, are you aware that his gun was found at the park across the street? No, I wasn't. Was it not found on his body? It wasn't. Red only found it by assuming the culprit would escape through the park. But when we found it, there wasn't a flash drive attached. And if you say he always has a flash drive attached, someone must have taken it. Mrs. Eubank, would there be anything valuable on it? Something worth taking? That seems unsafe, but what do I know? The flash drive on a gun? I don't know. Tiny bit unsafe? I can't say for sure, but knowing him, it's likely. He did like keeping his cards close to his chest. Then maybe money wasn't the primary target for our thief. I'll update the evidence on Anton's gun. What now, detective? How are we supposed to find the flash drive? We still don't have proof our culprit even has the flash drive. For now, let's focus on finding a primary suspect. Thanks again, Fairby. I mean, Mrs. Eubank. Trying to come up with a cute nickname for her. Alright, so no flash drive on it. Let's now see if we can go to the graffiti. No. Alright, we still have to keep looking around here. I have investigated everything. I've talked to you about everything. Wonder... Yeah, we can talk to her about some stuff. Hey Sophie, do you like my hair? Hey, since there's like a murder and like all this crime going on, like first of all, most important question, what do you think of my hair? Why do you ask? Meeting Harris has made me start to wonder if I should get a haircut. Who knows, maybe it's time I try out a new style. I think you would look good with shorter hair. Or maybe you could dye it a fun color. I don't think I could ever dye my hair. I like my natural color too much. Maybe you just need a fun hat, like a beret. What, you don't reckon a 10-gallon hat would suit a fine lassie such as myself? I think you're spending too much time around Harris. Seeing Ferris so sad nearly broke my heart. Mine as well. Hiding her regret must have been hard for her. You handled her very well. You're pretty good at cheering people up. She reminded me of myself after failing my first case. It lingers in you until you feel like giving up on everything. When you stood up for me to take over the case, it gave me courage to stick with it to the end. I only wanted to give her that same courage. She's grown so much in the time since I met her. Aww, Swifty. Sophie, what do you think makes a good graduation gift? Luna's graduating high school next month and I want to get her something nice. Well, what does she like? Let me think. She's really into computers, but I don't know much about that stuff. Luna always goes on about how she needs to upgrade my phone. I need to upgrade my phone and laptop, but I don't really see the reason. If it still works fine, why change it? When was the last time you bought a new computer? Like 10 years ago? Oh my gosh. Even I know that's too long. Don't tell me you still use a flip phone, Justy. Of course not, I just haven't upgraded it in a while. My gosh, living in the Stone Age. If he ain't into you, it ain't the haircut, I assume. Probably not the haircut, you know? Let's go to the break room. That's the only other place I didn't go back to. Let's check that statement. I decided to sell the store to Harris because I believe in his dream. It might have been less money, but I felt like I was making an impact by helping him. Despite losing, Anton took the bid quite well. I even saw them talking to each other by the computer before they left. Afterwards, I cleaned the whole store before locking up for the night. Then I opened up the store, and you know the rest. Okay. What else is, like, weird? Brooks Honor, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Ryzen 12-year-old computer model I got 8 years ago. But it's still a new computer, right? My god. Wallets. His car keys are missing. The thing about the gun, the chamber is currently empty and missing a flash drive with valuable information. Which makes me think that's what they were doing on the computer, is they had a flash drive. Maybe I can say something about that. Make an impact. Felt like I was making an impact by helping him. And I saw them talking to each other by the computer. I want to see if maybe I can bring it together with the flash drive somehow. Why am I submitting evidence? She's family. She wouldn't lie to me. She's still a suspect, Justina. Right? Oh, man. What if she's the murderer? And we're just, like, moving right past that. Okay, I think she's clean. I don't think she's got anything that I need to really talk about. Tom took the bid quite well. Okay. Well, let's go back to Harris then. So maybe he's got something. I mean, I feel like I've... Let's see. As I said, I was here last night to try and buy the place. Yes, you were. There's nothing wrong with that. Except no matter what I offered, that dang Anton would always bid higher. Alright. Shook me for every last penny I had. I was gonna fold, but bless Luna's soul for picking me. Now, as I said before, I didn't go shooting the man. I ain't even own any type of gun to shoot him with. I mean, I have this gun, but I don't know. I don't think it's really relevant. Alright. As I said before, I didn't go shooting the man. I ain't got the heart for killing, even when I'm angry. The problem that I'm having is there's 2 holes in the body. And there's only 1 bullet in the gun. No gun, but he does wield those scissors rather threateningly at times. It's true. And the body has 2 holes, so maybe there's scissor holes? Shot twice, 1 in the abdomen and 1 in the chest. 2 puncture wounds were found in his chest. I don't know. Alright, let's go back to the store. Break room walls. Maybe I can talk about trash day. Although, I feel like Justina's gonna be like, that's my dad, I'm not gonna present evidence to my dad. Gators and Kate, how are ya? Is anyone hearing me? I keep sending messages, but they're not making it into chat. This one did. I hadn't seen any previously, though. That's weird. I see you. Burger, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Alright, confetti. Those are all the people I can talk to, so I'm a little confused as to how I can present any other evidence besides... I don't know. Alright, because he did say something about the trash. Let's, like, look at the trash again. Oops, sorry. Last night, Luna Hart, the owner of the building, held a meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. I mean, everyone's agreed on this. You know me, I'm no good at all that stuff, so I finished cleaning up the store and left. I gave my keys to Luna so she could lock up the store afterwards. When we opened the store this morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual. But when I went into the alley to throw away some trash, that's when I saw the body. I got closer and I saw Anton. He was face up in the middle of the alleyway. I knew it was him because I saw him come into the store last night. Well, I called the police right after that, and you know the rest. That seems good. I don't understand. What other things do I need to investigate? She won't let me go here. Should get more evidence around the store before talking to Fry. What's wrong? I feel like everyone's telling the truth. Maybe I should show the puncture things. I don't think this is relevant. I don't know. Dad, sorry, but you're going to jail. I'm not taking the fall. She doesn't want to talk to family or friends about any of the evidence that they could be lying, because why would they lie to her? I have so much evidence and nothing to do with it. Alright, confetti from a consumer taser. It has the taser serial number to look up the owner, found near the small trash can by the graffiti. A can of spray paint left in a trash can. It still has plenty of paint. Trash was picked up yesterday at around noon. The contents of both the large dumpster and the small can were collected. Anton always carried one bullet in his gun and has a flash drive attached to it. He wouldn't let anyone touch his gun. Escaped prisoner Ben Ivangol will be declared dead next week after 5 years. Eubank Investments is getting bad press for last week's scandal. Contract signed by Harris Eden Newbuck. This contract will go into effect when Luna turns 18 next week. Sound was reduced in the workshop and no sound from the front of the store can be heard in the break room. I feel like I've gone through everything. Let me double check I've talked to everybody because I feel like I have. Talked, investigate. There's nothing else to do here. In the park. Talk, done. Investigate, done. Travel to the store. Talk, all done, minus the statement, which I can't find anything weird about that. Gotta find that missing taser, which we can, find the taser based off of the confetti. And I don't know why we're just not doing that. If not for the second shot in the chest, I'd say he could have shot himself while being tased. I'm like, there's two shots. There's taser confetti. I'm not sure where we go from here, because I would like to investigate the confetti, but she's not letting me leave the store yet. Technically, a single bullet could ricochet off the chest ribs and exit lower. I mean, slim chance, but it could still happen. Letting stream walk me home from the office, so my bad connection must be eating my messages. Ah, that might have been it. Gotcha. Quick off topic, I found this little inhaler thingy and I can finally breathe better. Okay, proceed. I'm so glad you can breathe. That's a good thing. Get the air in and the air out. That's all we ask. Continue living. Any connection to that still full can of paint? Yes. So the can of paint, this is where my frustration's coming in. The can of paint is for the graffiti wall. So we found the confetti and the can of paint kind of in the same area by the graffiti wall. And that brings us back to a suspect from the previous case, Fry Noyle. And I want to go speak to Fry, but she says I should get more evidence around the store before talking to Fry. So, because Fry is the graffiti artist who would have the spray paint. But I feel like that's my next lead. But she's like, you're missing something here still. And I'm like, I've talked to everyone. I don't see a contradiction in what people are saying. So if anyone has an idea of what sounds fishy, we need to dispute something, get more evidence for somebody in the store. So that could be in the store, the break room, the alley, or the workshop, with the 4 places we keep going back to. Lippeaster, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's go back to your statement, because I have to dispute something. That's gotta be something here. Luna Hart, the owner of the building, held a meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. So yes, that's right, because Anton and Harris were here together, each trying to purchase the property. You know me, I'm not good at all that stuff, so I finished cleaning up the store and left. Okay, which checks out. That's what you said you did. I believe you. Okay, an intelligent detector at the store's entrance. It beeps loudly when detecting weapons and stores a log of its findings. Logs indicate that it was tripped twice last night, but Ash claims it went off only once when everyone entered. And I want to ask him about it, but there's nothing in his statement that contradicts this. It's just something he said. But can I go back to, like, a conversation topic, maybe? Maybe I'm missing something there. I didn't know if there was a, thing. Back. Investigate the metal detector. What's this thing here? Some sort of metal detector? That was one of Soul's ideas. He said it wasn't some ordinary metal detector. It instead had some kind of fancy computer brain in it. It's called AI, Dad. Same difference. He said it scans for weapons that pass between it and alerts us if it finds anything. It's supposed to store a log for the police to look at too. Are we sure that thing even works? I've never heard it go off. It always felt to me like it was just there to look intimidating. Well, I thought so too, but I do remember hearing it go off last night. Of course, that was probably from Anton. He had a gun with him, but Luna didn't seem to care. Do you know if we'd be able to take a look at those logs? Talk to Luna. I'm sure she could get it for you. But we can't, like, dispute it again? You know? Like, we just asked Luna about the logs, and Luna said it went off twice, not once. Which is why we have this here, but I don't know how to, like, how do I tell the game that I know this? Is it possible to conclude there was another witness? Whoever was painting got interrupted. See, but that's why I want to go talk to the graffiti artist, but she won't let me. She won't let me do it yet. Soil and broken pot pieces found at the store. Ash says it was there when he opened up the store. Okay. The problem is I don't think that Luna's gonna try to... Not Luna. I don't think that Justina's gonna try to prove him wrong, and it would have to be... Harris says something's wrong with Harris's thing. But Harris also seems so airtight. Like there's nothing wrong with what he's saying. Well, as I said, I was here last night to try and buy the place. Yes. Except no matter what I offered, that dang Anton would always bid higher. Shook me for every last penny I had. I was gonna fold, but bless Luna's soul for picking me. Now, as I said before, I didn't go shooting the man. I ain't even own any type of gun to shoot him with. I ain't got the heart for killing, even when I'm angry. Like, none of that is suspicious. Did it go off again when someone left? That's what I'm thinking. That it went off when he came in. Maybe the culprit took the gun and then left with the gun, and then it beeped again. But I don't have any more information on that. Oh no. Maybe I can show him the report. I didn't go shooting the man. Are you sure? Don't think it's relevant. I think I'll hold off on this for now. But nothing, I don't know. Was the type of gun disclosed? No, I think because anything that would be useful is going to be done after we figure out what is the contradiction. That's the only thing we have to find out right now. Because they're still running tests on they have to figure out what gun was used. We have to figure out whose taser this is, because the confetti from a consumer taser, it has taser's serial number to look up the owner, found near the small trash can by the graffiti. So, it could be anything, but we don't have anything that's a direct contradiction to what he's saying, so I'm not sure what the game wants us to do, even though I'm sure we can all come up with reasons for why things happened. I want to just go talk to Fry, but she won't let me. Anton always carried one bullet in his gun. I don't know. Luna agreed to Harris's bid because she believed in his dream. She saw Harris and Anton talking to each other by the computer before they left. Harris claims he only won the bidding because of Luna. He doesn't own any guns and claims he could never kill anyone even if he was angry. Oh my gosh, I have a dog. Scared me. Anton's gun was left at the park overnight until it was found by Detective Hunt. The chamber is currently empty and missing a flash drive with valuable information. I don't know what the game wants me to do. Looked at everything. Also, can I see the computer? Is that anywhere? I really don't know, guys. Took the big quite well. I tried to show her the flash drive here, and that didn't do anything. Or the gun, at least. Thought those were cat ears for a second and got excited. False alarm, just a bow. I thought they were cat ears this whole time. It's a bow. I really also thought they were cat ears. I don't know. Any thoughts, guys? I don't have a single clue. I can't believe I'm immediately stuck. I haven't made any progress. Clean the whole store before locking up for the night. I mean, this was found. Oh, thank gosh! My word! I'm like, there's gotta be something. Luna, if you cleaned the store last night, why is there a pile of dirt on the floor near the entrance? Well, you see, I didn't clean the front of the store, so who knows how long it was there yesterday. I think we could figure out when the soil appeared. Here's how we can prove how the pot broke. How the camera? I feel like the camera would have seen everything, right? The camera in front of the store was recording the front of the store yesterday. The camera in the front of the store was recording the front of the store, just so you know. All we need to do is check it. You have all the footage. I can't. Luna, what's going on? Why can't we see the camera footage? I can't hide it anymore. I broke the pot. I'm so sorry. If you broke the pot, why didn't you just tell us? Because everyone in this game is a liar. The pot contained a rare Gelia that Ash had been trying to grow. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I broke it by mistake last night. I happened to look out the alleyway window and saw a ghost. Oh, what would you look at the time? I had best be going. But Justy, this could be important. Luna, please tell us all the details about this ghost. Don't look, Justina. Keep your eyes closed until Sophie says otherwise. It was like a shadow hovering over the dumpster, keeping its body still while moving its head. When I saw it, I knocked over the pot. Then it ran off. And when I saw what the plant was, I quickly brought it back to the break room to save it. It took me 20 minutes. I ordered a replacement pot and had planned to sneak it back in. I just didn't want your dad upset at me. I even deleted footage from right around when the pot broke in case you checked the footage without me knowing. Sounds like you saw someone in the alleyway. Since Justy still has her eyes closed, I'll update the evidence. Justy, you can open your eyes. So it was a person and not a ghost? That means she must have been seen our culprit. But why would our culprit be hovering around the dumpster? Let's keep our options open for now. I'm sorry, I didn't think it would be an issue. But you kept a very important clue to yourself. You should have been honest from the start. And deleting footage? What if we needed that? She wasn't being malicious. It seems like an honest mistake. I get that, but still. Something is bothering you. You're not normally this tense. Because Luna and my dad are suspects. We can't help them if they keep secrets from us. And losing your cool over a minor lie isn't going to help. Just accept it and move on. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, Luna. I shouldn't yell over it. I forgive you. You will solve this case, no problem. Thanks, Luna. We will do our best. But Luna, also, you have to understand that if you had told us that sooner, how helpful that would have been. I was running around aimlessly. Alright, maybe we can go to the graffiti wall now. Thank goodness. May 1st, graffiti wall. New suspects. Ah, crap. Not you again. Doughboy, were you at my dad's store again last night? What's it to you, Greenie? I thought you and the jerk cop said you'd leave me alone. And what are you doing here again? Hey, Small Fry, long time no see. We saw your big donut you left, Doughboy. I ain't talking to any more cops, so beat it. Listen to me, Small Fry. There was a murder last night outside Nickel and Diamond's Antiques. If you were there, I need your statement. No way, I ain't saying a word. You better talk, or Sophie here will book you for vandalism. Not to mention hindering our investigation. Justy, that's not... Alright, fine. I'll talk to you stupid cops, but I swear I didn't see anything. Bluffing always works with this kid. I don't have much to say. Alright. Bento Wizard, how you doing? She shot Anton, the bullet went through him and broke the pot. I think that might have been what happened. So maybe I did bake a donut on the side of that store, but I didn't see anything, and I don't know nothing about a dead guy. So whatever happened, it was after I got my things and left. Happy now? Alright. Fry claims he made the donut and didn't see anything last night. I have a feeling it's going to be a struggle to get him to talk to us. Ain't it always a struggle? Alright, let's chat about you, Fry. I like that the eclair is, like, colored in a little bit more from the last case, that it was just an outline. Now it's got some paint on it. I see you haven't stopped being a nuisance since we last saw you, Doughboy. Heh, maybe a nuisance to boring losers like you. But my popularity has been soaring online. The doughheads are bigger than ever. I'm a star witness in that orphanage case. My pieces are selling like hotcakes. You're certainly not letting it go to your head at all. Hang on, your pieces? How on earth do you sell graffiti? Where I drop my art is up to me. Heh, but I've been known to be enticed by a bit of cash, if you catch my drift. Now people want you to vandalize their property? We're not all failures of an artist like you, Greenie. That's way too deep of a cut. Hey, be nice, Justy, to Justy, Small Fry. She's the one who started it. Oh, man. Confront with leftover spray. Something scared him. I'm going to go back to his statement and be like, why did you leave this can of paint there? I saw it. The trash was already taken out. Alright, Small Fry. Can you stop calling me that? I'm Doughboy. It doesn't fit. You're not doughy enough. But you're small and named Fry, so you're Small Fry. How does a person look doughy? It's not about looks, it's about feel. You know, Small Fry, you should call her Justy instead of Greenie. She's wearing green, therefore she's Greenie. But what if she decides to wear blue or pink? Then maybe she shouldn't wear green every time I see her. But I like wearing green. Alright, Meg? So, how have things been with you and Meg? What's it to you, Greenie? Relax, I was just wondering. Well, I haven't really talked to her since that stupid day. Even if that weirdo magician lady wrote the letter, I'm still... Forget it, why am I talking to you losers anyways? I think it's clear that Meg cares about you, Small Fry. I mean, she kept your spray paint around. That has to mean something. I'm sure she'd still want to be your friend. Just leave me alone. Poor guy. Let's investigate the wall. How does one look doughy? Ever seen the Michelin logo? Or the Pillsbury Doughboy? That's a Doughboy for sure. What a tasty looking cupcake. Do you have a sweet tooth, detective? Totally, I wish I could eat more. But I have to stay fit and healthy as I can. No criminal can outrun me and Zephyr, and I intend to keep it that way. That's why snack time is 4 o'clock on the dot and not a moment sooner. I see. I don't think I could maintain such a rigid snack schedule. Me neither. Snack time is all day. I love the golden crust. It makes the pie look extra yummy. I'm impressed. I didn't think you had had good taste in art. Unlike a certain other short-haired detective. Is that the best you got? I expected better from you. Oh wait, your name is Doughboy, so your insults are less than half-baked. Your comebacks are like glass. I can see right through them. Calm down, you two. Just look at the pie and relax. But he started it. Justina always trying to pick a fight. Hey, Small Fry, why did you pick chocolate for this one? Do I need a reason? I just like chocolate. No, but you already had a chocolate cake and eclair. Why not try something else? Oh, can you make a strawberry one? Make it extra pink with strawberries all over? I don't take requests from cops. Besides, strawberries are too sweet for my liking. But isn't chocolate also sweet? Well, duh. Chocolate and fruit are different types of sweetness. Sweet is sweet. There isn't a difference. Yes, there is, Justina. If you want fruit, you might not want chocolate, and vice versa. Oh my gosh. Poor Fry, he gets bullied every time we come talk to him. Of course there is. Fruits can't compare to the glory that is chocolate. You're the most stubborn person I have ever met. You're the most stubborn person I ever met. Both of you should take a look in the mirror and say that. Justina just talking nonsense about dessert. Justina says everything that comes into her head. No thought. I see you filled in that eclair more. Psh, I've been too popular recently to finish it, but this spot is starting to become a pilgrimage spot for the doughheads, so I gotta spruce the place up a little. How popular is this kid? There's so much spray paint littered around here. You need to clean up after yourself, Small Fry. So what? I like to have options. I try out different brands to see which ones I like. It's spray paint. How many brands could there really be? When you're as popular as me, you gotta stay top of the line in materials. There's been some posers who are trying to bite my style. I gotta defend my turf and my title. The Dreamland crew and their stupid fans, the Dreamers, have been moving into this area. I gotta remind them why the Doughboy rules these streets with painted pastries. When this is over, I'll be a nightmare on the Dreamland crew. Who knew vandalism could be so intense? Alright, so nothing real suspicious there. But let's review your statement. Maybe I did make a donut on the side of that store, but I didn't see anything and I don't know nothing about a dead guy. So whatever happened, it was after I got my things and left. But you left a spray can. Doughboy. We already know that's a lie, Noyle. You left your spray paint at the scene, still full of paint. I don't think you would have just left that if you weren't in a hurry. I think something scared you and made you run. So what was it? Did you witness the murder? So what if I left? That doesn't mean anything, Greedy. It was left there by mistake. By mistake in a trash can? Yeah, so it happens all the time. Let me explain. Alright, please do. Please lie to me more. So what if I left my spray can there? It happens to the best of us. I was there in the morning anyway, so it must have been in the trash for a while. All I did was the outline and I was planning to color it tomorrow. That's why I must have left before that guy died. Now I have to wait before I finish my newest masterpiece. I'm gonna look over his statement again. Something is out of place. Alright, let's see. What's wrong with this? It happens to the best of us. I was there in the morning anyway, so it must have been in the trash for a while. If you were there in the morning, why wouldn't you have seen the body? All I did was the outline and I was planning to color it tomorrow. Trash was picked up, right? The trash was picked up at noon that day. Oh yeah, he is saying he was in the morning, not this morning, yesterday morning. I see. Yes, trash was picked up. You're right. That's not possible. Trash pickup was that day and your spray can would have not been there. Time to bluff him again. They pick up the trash at 5 p.m., so the only time he could have been there was right around when he died. That's not true. They weren't there when I was there. So you confessed to being there at the time? Got him. I'm not getting involved in your mess. What happened to that guy with nothing to... Sorry, what happened to that guy has nothing to do with me. You little... Justy, calm down. We won't get anywhere if you get angry. He clearly knows something. We just need to squeeze it out of him. We can't force him to talk. Let me try talking to him. Listen, Fry, the man who died, he wasn't just some random person. He had a family and friends. A lot of people miss him. No matter what we do, he's never coming back. We are trying to find his killer, and we need your help. You're not a bad kid, just a passionate artist with a chip on your shoulder. So please, no more games, we just want to help. Fine, I admit it, I was there. That worked? How did she... You know, compassion goes a long way, Justy. So you were there, you saw everything. Don't get your hopes up, I didn't get involved. Let me explain. So there I was, painting my next masterpiece. I heard a door open in the alleyway, so I scrammed. When I ducked around the corner, and when I peeked out, a pair of guys were standing next to my masterpiece. But I saw one of them pull their gun and stayed hidden. Then bam! One gunshot. I wasn't about to be next, so I ran away after that. Why didn't you report any of this to the police? You saw a man get shot and you did nothing? I was scared. I mean, you know, I figured someone else would report it. I don't like cops. I wasn't about to sit through all your stupid questions. I would rather just forget it. Never want to see anything like it again. Alright. Did you at least get a good look at the shooter's face? Anything that can help identify them? Can't tell you nothing. Too much darkness. They were talking about money or something. I heard something about farm animals too. And to be clear, did you only hear one gunshot? Yeah, but there was another sound. No idea what. Was it another gunshot? I don't know. I was running for my life. How was I supposed to know? Was it or not? This is very important, Fry. Okay, yes, it was. Now lay off me already. You said you saw two of them. Was there anyone else in the alleyway before you heard the door? Nope, it was just me until then. Then our culprit came from inside the store. Oh no, that means my dad could be... Don't jump to conclusions, Justy. We know there were two people who were in that store with Anton, your dad and Harris. Oh, right. Whew, my dad might be innocent. We don't know. Slasha, how are you doing? Thank you for paying your struggle taxes. I don't know what they do, but I'm glad that you're paying them. If you stop being a judgmental bitch, Justina, you would realize being kind and compassionate goes a long way. Just a little bit. If we just paused on the judgment for half a second, maybe treated people like a human, it'd be great. Alright, hold on. Let me see if I have a picture. Fry, did the culprit look like this? No way, couldn't be him. He was the one that got shot. Hello? Huh? What did you say? The guy who pulled the gun. He aimed it at the person with the hat, just like that. But Harris is still alive. Then we have to bring him in. He can tell us what happened. I'm going to quickly write down what he said and head back. Maybe we should take a moment to think about this. Go over what Fry said. But Sophie, we haven't gotten a clue about who the culprit is until now. He's our only lead. We're burning daylight. I need to head back before he leaves. Oh my gosh. Justy, wait! There goes Justy, jumping to conclusions again. Mr. Noyle. Don't we love Mr. Noyle? He was actually very helpful. Did someone say judgment? It's a very judgy week. I can't wait to play Judgment on Saturday. Different type of judgment. Can I help you, ma'am? There was an eyewitness who claims he saw two people walk out of the store last night and into the alleyway. One of those people pointed a gun at someone with a hat just like yours. You're hiding something, Harris. What happened last night? Oop, those scissors. A witness, you say? You're surprisingly fast when you're in a hurry. Detective, is it true? Someone saw me? It is. An eyewitness who we know isn't lying. What happened last night? Did you kill Anton Chambers? You're barking up the wrong tree, partner. Got nothing else to say. Then we have to bring you back to the station for questioning. There we can get you a public defender and continue our conversation. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Mr. Newbuck, don't tell me you killed Anton. Ferris, please help a partner out. I swear on my mama's grave I didn't kill nobody. I don't got money for a lawyer and you're the only one I know, please. I'm not a defense attorney, why would you want me? If I have to put my life in someone's hands, I want it to be someone I know. Detective, can I see the evidence? I suppose it can't hurt. Mr. Newbuck, if I may, I want to take your case. You do? But didn't you just meet him today? Well, I'll be. You believe I'm innocent? There's something in the evidence that I want to see for myself. I'll meet you all at the station. Now she's our enemy again. Great. Come on, Justy, that's a good thing. Now Harris doesn't need a public defender. It's also less paperwork for you. There's no time to waste. Let's get back to the station. Never believe someone with a mustache and a hat. I don't know. He's seeming shifty. Thanks to Rye's help, we finally started to form what happened that night. But on the way to the station, I kept thinking about what Ferris said. I looked over the evidence again and again, not knowing what he saw. Then, when we got back to the station, I gave up and decided to go in head first. End of Case 4, Part 1. Oh my goodness. May 1st, 2:33 p.m. Azure City Police Precinct number 5. Viewing room. What's up, detective? You seem lost in thought. I'm looking over the evidence we collected. You best look it over once before we go in. We got a few uphill battles coming up. We have more than enough evidence to close the case. How hard can this be? Then answer a key question. Why would Harris Newbuck commit murder? Because, Justina just wants to make everyone guilty. She's like, you're guilty, and also you're guilty. I have no evidence to say that that's true. If what Smallfry said is right, Anton pulled a gun on Harris, but why would he? And more importantly, why did it lead to murder? I can't shake the feeling that we are missing something. Okay, now I'm nervous. This would be our first case without Detective Hunt's full support. And if it's not Harris, that only leaves my dad. Calm down, Justy. You're letting your nerves control you. Your dad is innocent and Harris knows more than he's letting on. There's so much we don't know. Listen, Justy, I'm worried too. I never had a murder case before. Anton Chambers had a family, one I had to call this morning upon getting the report. I'm scared of letting them down, but I know we can solve this case. How can you remain so calm? That's too much pressure for me. Because I have you. It's thanks to you and Red that I solved my first case. We're a team here, so let's have each other's backs. Breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. Okay. I think I'm good. Thanks, Sophie. I really needed that. No problem, partner. Before you two go in, I got something for you. I checked the taser number and it turns out the taser is unregistered. What do you mean unregistered? Since the taser is unregistered, whoever had it got it illegally. It's been a real pain too. Stun Inc. has no idea how a taser could end up on the black market, but I figured it'd be best to let you all know. Alright, the taser gun. An unregistered taser gun that fires 2 darts connected to the gun by wires into someone to stun them. Never believe someone with a tool embroidered into their head. That too. I don't trust a single person in this game. And, I don't know, the hat's not helping. Thanks for the last minute help. I was hoping for more information, but it will have to do. I was told the autopsy report is almost done. What else could be missing? Not sure, but I'll let you know when it's ready. Hopefully this goes well and we won't need it by the time we finish. Now, let's get the show on the road. Alright, interrogation time. My favorite time. May 1st, 2:36 p.m. Azure City Police Precinct number 5 interrogation room. Alright. Harris Newbuck, you are here on suspicion of murder. We have an eyewitness stating no one was in the alleyway except Anton and the culprit. How do you plead? Having looked over your evidence, your eyewitness's account is lacking in detail. Not to mention, he claims that Anton pulled a gun on my client and was only able to recognize him by a hat. If you want to hold my client here, then I demand more proof. In that case, Mr. Newbuck, did you walk into the alleyway with Anton Chambers? I keep saying. Mr. Newbuck, not another word unless needed. These two will twist your words against you like a snake on a vine. If you won't let him talk, then explain to us what happened. Certainly. This will be over before you know it. Excuse me. Rebuttal, the front door. My client had no reason to leave by the alleyway when the front door was an option. He would have walked out the front door of the store and no one would know. Ash Smith would have already left, leaving Anton and Luna in the back of the store. How Anton Chambers ended up in the alleyway afterwards is beyond me, but it didn't involve my client. Looks like she's not messing around, even trying her best to keep her client silent. If our witness is to be trusted, then Mrs. Eubank's logic must have a flaw somewhere. We should try and recall what was in the front of the store. Only my dad was still there. There must be something else we could use. Okay, my client had no reason to leave by the alleyway when the front door was an option. He would have walked out the front door and no one would know. That is not true because of the thingy-mabobby? The metal detector, but I guess he didn't have a weapon on him. Right? So I don't know. Let me just double check. Because we wouldn't know about the camera, so even if he was caught on camera, we have no evidence of that. The metal detector beeps when weapons go through, and tripped twice last night. But also this was there at the pot was there at the front. And I feel like do we think it's the camera even though we have no evidence of that? Because the camera was wiped. Maybe we'll present that. Mrs. Eubank, you say that no one would have noticed, but we don't need a person. I guess the camera counts. The camera at the front of the store would have recorded him, meaning we can prove if Harris left by the front door. We can't, because it was wiped. I don't understand why we're talking about this. I expected nothing less from you two, but there is one flaw with what you said. The camera footage was deleted after the pot broke, so anyone leaving by the front door afterwards wouldn't be recorded. Exactly. Why would I bring up evidence when I know that I was wrong? But Harris claims he left as soon as the deal was done. I'm aware, but I believe what happened is simple. My client left by the alleyway, but Anton left by the front entrance. Looking over the witness statement, the only recognizable feature was Harris's hat. If we conclude that Harris was there, the unknown person could be anyone. And I have an extra bit of proof Anton left by the front door. Quite the twist, do tell. Do you remember the metal detector? The alarm went off twice from sensing a weapon. We know it went off once when Anton entered the store. Ash confirms this. However, he never heard the second alarm, but we know that Ash left before Harris left. So the answer is simple. The second one happened as Anton left the store when Luna was the only person there. She didn't hear it because she's deaf. Then who did Harris meet in the alleyway? Questions that don't involve holding my client here, and need I remind you, you don't have proof he was even there. Just a claim that someone with a hat like my client's was there. Maybe if you hadn't rushed to bring my client in so quickly, you would have had noticed this sooner. She's right, we need better reason to hold him there. I may have been in a bit of a rush here, but there are too many loose threads. Detective, what can we do? Mrs. Eubank's theory requires that both Harris and Anton weren't in the same room together, so let's start there. Mr. Newbuck, can you tell us what happened after the deal was settled? Yes, ma'am. Alright. Harris Newbuck's statement, together with Anton. As y'all know, Anton and I never met till last night. Far as I knew, he was just some fancy-pants businessman. Nothing more. I've never been one for small talk, so I left after the meeting. My client had already won the bid. He had no motive to stay and talk with Anton. If Anton wanted to protest the bid, he would have gone straight to Luna. Detective, how are we supposed to disprove what Harris said? We need to think from the start. Anything for us to latch onto. Once we figure that out, we can get to the meat of this case. Something small. I might know what could work. Okay, but he stayed to talk after the deal. I remember that. He was just some fancy-pants businessman. Never been one for small talk, so I left after the meeting. I don't think that you did. Because Luna said that you were talking by the computer. That's not completely true. There was one thing that happened before you left. Luna says that she saw you and Anton talking around the computer. That's quite the detail to leave out. did see that Luna claimed to have seen them. But with all due respect, she didn't hear anything they said, and she didn't see them walk outside together. What they said isn't what I'm interested in. Mr. Newbuck, why were you talking to Anton near the computer? We had a gentleman's talk, nothing more. That got him defensive. Looks like we made progress. If he won't tell us anything, then we will answer it ourselves. Now you're full of hogwash. How can you prove such a thing? We'll get on with it. Then I will. Here is why you were talking to Anton by the computer. I'm thinking it's the flash drive. The flash drive. Anton would need a computer to show Harris. There was something on it that he wanted you to see, something you want to hide. Mr. Newbuck, is there something you would like to tell us? My client has no need to answer that question. But if Luna saw him with Anton, Harris was the last person to see Anton alive. She's right. If he truly is innocent, then his account of seeing Anton is important to solving this case. We need Harris's statement. Fine, but I'll make it quick. Harris Newbuck's statement, around a computer. Anton called me over to congratulate me on winning the bid. He was moved by my speech on being able to become a small business owner. He said Eubank Investments was going to withdraw from buying the store. The computer just happened to be there, ain't got nothing to do with this. He's getting angry at the thought of us knowing about the computer. We must be close. I doubt Anton was the kind of person who would congratulate him for taking his bid. I just have to prove why. Alright, call me over to congratulate me on winning the bid. Is moved by my speech. The computer just happened to be there. He said Eubank Investments was going to withdraw from buying the store, but I don't think that it was him though, right? It was... He only won the bidding because of Luna. He doesn't own any guns. I don't think he withdrew though, right? Alright, let's see. Saw Harrison talking to each other before they left. I don't know what contradicts any of it, but ain't got nothing to do with this. The computer is nothing to do with it, even though the flash drive is missing now. Okay, so it can either be this, and I think we have that newspaper clipping about from last week's scandal. Maybe something like that. That isn't true at all. I got the proof right here, so that's not it. That evidence is as worthless as gum on a boot heel. I see. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what is directly contradictory here, because besides just keeping on with the flash drive clue, I think maybe I can show him the gun doesn't have the flash drive on it. Let's try that. Oh, that's not it. Congratulate me winning the bid. Let's just chat. Let's chat about it. And was there anything suspicious about him? Nothing suspicious. Gave me a gentleman's handshake and everything. What's a gentleman's handshake? A handshake used by men to seal a contract, agreement, or deal. I take it you mean to say he accepted your win. Yes, ma'am, and you want to know why? He was moved by my speech, okay? What did you say that moved him? It was simple, really. It went something like this. Ever since I was a lad, my ma and pa worked tirelessly for our family. Woke up at the crack of dawn just to make enough. I think I get the picture. Let's move on. Said Eubank Investments was gonna withdraw. Okay. And he was being honest about withdrawing? He was as true as the morning sun. Guess there isn't much else to say. Computer just happened to be there. Okay. Was that computer used at all that night? Anton had some fancy data to show us. It all just kind of flew over my head. Of course, none of which could win him the bin. That was the only time we used the computer that night. Can't exactly disprove that. I gotta find another flaw. I literally don't know. Parking ticket for Eubank Investments. Camera. Soil. So I can't show him the gun that's missing the flash drive because that's not a direct contradiction. Only won the bidding because of Luna. So... I don't know, like something's fishy here, but... Maybe it's his thing, like he didn't withdraw? I don't know. There's like a tiny discrepancy I feel that I'm just not getting. I don't know if it's clicking for anyone else. Let's see, gunshot. No. Something that would prove he wouldn't congratulate him is what Justina said. I mean, maybe it's about Big Hen. There's no more information on Big Hen. I feel like it has to do something with Eubank Investments. That's at least the only thing I can go off of. There it is. Your portrayal of Anton Chambers doesn't line up with the facts. Detective Hunt has been looking into Anton and found out that he has been strong-arming business owners into selling to him. And one of the stores he was targeting was Nickel and Diamond's Antiques. Even if he lost the bid, he fully intended to get the store. Eubank Investments has a long history of being upfront and just company. Accusing the former president of such actions is slander. Red is willing to stake his career on this. If he says it's true, I'll stake this case on it. There's someone with the code name of Big Hen he was aiming to strong-arm, and Anton would have used as any means necessary to get the store. Then tell me who. Who is this Big Hen? And I want evidence to back it up. There's no backing out now. If we want to back up our theory, I have to figure out what the codename means. First, who do I think the Big Hen stands for? Big Hen. Maybe Luna? Luna's the deciding factor in this. If he can convince her, no one else matters. Do I have evidence to prove she's Big Hen? I don't know who Big Hen is. Big Hen. I feel like I totally glossed over that major clue. Here I was thinking it was an acronym. See, I thought so too. It's got like the dots in between. Maybe it stands for something. Who is Big Hen? According to Hunt's sources, the code name Big Hen is for someone Anton plans to strong-arm, might be connected to Nickel and Diamond's Antiques. Can you see everyone's names? Yeah. Luna Hart, Ash Smith, Harris Newbuck, and Justina Smith. Big Hen. Does Harris have a middle name? Oh, H-E-N! Oh, you're so right! Hold on, yes. If we go to Harris was his only competition for the store, it's possible he wanted to remove him, and we actually have evidence from the contract of Harris Eden Newbuck. Good catch. Mr. Newbuck, can you please tell us your full name? Harris Eden Newbuck. Eden's my pa's first name. Thank you, Mr. Newbuck, or should I say, Hen? What? Are you saying that Anton... Yes, Anton didn't talk to Harris to congratulate him. He was going to muscle him out of the deal. Hush your mouth. Your story got a hole bigger than a dog's bigger than a dog's ass during a buffet. His code was Big Hen, and all you did was explain the ending part. He's right. What does B-I-G mean? That's half the code name. This might be a shot in the dark, but I have to pick something. Then I'll explain it. Here's what BIG stands for. B-I-G. Maybe he's a fan of 90s rap. Could be. B-I-G. Oh, the Ben Ivan... What's his name? Goal? Ben Ivan Goal. The escaped prisoner. Mr. Newbuck, can you please tell us your full name? I already told you, it's Harris Eden Newbuck. Are you sure that's your name? Does Ben Ivan Goal ring a bell to you? Where did you... According to the news, Ben Ivan Goal escaped from prison almost 5 years ago. Soon, he will be declared dead. If someone tips off the authorities about where to find him, that could be very bad. Are you claiming that Harris has been faking his identity for the past 5 years? All we would need to do is test the fingerprints to match what the police have on the record for Ben Ivan Goal. Now, Mr. Newbuck, would you comply with our investigation? You're gonna find out anyway. My name is Ben Ivan Goal. I did escape from Azure City Penitentiary. I was born and raised in the Sunrise District. Everyone from my past to my accent, it was all oh sorry, he doesn't have an accent anymore. It was all lies. I was placed in jail for 14 years ago when I was caught holding the goods from a robbery gone wrong. My co-robber shot and nearly killed a police officer. Since they only caught me, they charged me for the shooting. The hat is fake too. My heart is broken. My sentence was 30 years to life, and during that time I became a prison barber. It's really hard not to do the accent now. Feels wrong without the accent. It's so wrong. Man, he was just putting it on for show. It was like I truly found my calling in life. But by the time I'd be set free, if I'm lucky, most of my life would have gone by. With some connections and some luck, I managed to escape. Had to change my life and start from scratch, but it was worth it. Did some small job haircuts here and there, then finally made a name for myself. That's how I met Soul. When he passed away, I tried to get the store he talked so highly about. To my shock, I won the bid, but just as I was about to leave... Mr. Newbuck, before you leave, may I have a moment? I reckon I got a moment to spare. A moment is all I need, Mr. Newbuck, or should I call you Mr. Goal? Did you say? I'm not one to waste time, so please take a look at this computer. You wouldn't want this information to get in the hands of the police, now would you? What do you want, partner? Oh, nothing much. Just for you to drop your bid and let me buy the store. How about we talk outside, get some fresh air? Fine by me. I bet those are safety scissors. He's all fake. Ugh, I imagine he has a Boston accent now. That's how we ended up outside. You know, if I could do a Boston accent, I would do it. You know, we have to ask, what happened in the alleyway? I begged him, anything but that. I needed the store, but he refused. I kept trying and trying. That's when he pulled his gun. But why did he pull his gun? Did you provoke him? He was trying to intimidate me, wanted to show that he had my life in his hands, but then aimed his gun upwards and fired, claimed it was a warning shot. But after he fired, Anton looked towards the alleyway entrance. I think he saw something. Then there was a loud sound and I ran off while he was distracted. Loud sound? What was it? I don't know. I was too busy trying to escape. If he was going to fire one shot, he might have fired more. I swear, I didn't kill him. I don't know how he died. You're about to do it for a second. I saw the wheels turn in your head. Mostly because I was trying to figure out how to do one, and then I was like, you know what? I don't think I could. I don't think I've ever attempted one. I also just need to figure out a new voice for him because it sounds wrong not doing the accent now. Harris, you were the last person to see him alive. Do you expect us to believe that? My client only wanted to hide his past. He had no motive to kill Anton Chambers. Anton knowing his secret is exactly the motive we need. To kill Anton and his secret doesn't get out. Then how did I do it? What did I use to shoot him? We still don't know anything about the murder weapon aside from it likely being a gun. And let me explain why it couldn't be me. Just watch The Departed. The Departed. I need to practice it. Maybe I'll bring in a new character with a Boston accent. I'll work on it. I've lived in Texas, so the Southern is a little bit easier for me because I can slip right into it because I know people who talk like this, but I don't know, anything Northern, can't do it. Harris Newbuck's statement, not having a gun. The only thing I've confessed to is being blackmailed by Anton Chambers. I don't even own a gun to shoot him with. If I did own a gun, no one saw me with one. Ask Ash and Luna, they were there the whole time. If they didn't see me with one, then there's no way to prove I came in with one. It's certainly easier to understand him since he dropped his accent. Okay, fine. But we still have a ways to go. We certainly have a solid motive now. If Harris shot Anton, he would need a gun. Now that those two walked into the hallway from the side door, maybe that changes what we established before. We better look over our evidence again and turn this around. Okay, the only thing I confess to is being blackmailed by Anton Chambers. Okay. Guess you have to move to Massachusetts next. That'll be my next move. I don't even own a gun to shoot him with. Even if I did own a gun, no one saw me with one. Ask Ash and Luna, they were there the whole time. They were not there the whole time though, right? Because Ash left. Unstable, how are ya? Confirmed, Justina's anti-Texas. Justina's anti-everything. I don't know what's wrong. She's never happy. Yeah, I don't think Ash was there the whole time though. Right? Because he said that he left. But why is it not in his statement? Oh man. Okay, shoot, because I was like, Ash left the store during the meeting, but I don't know why there's nothing that says that. No one saw me with one. If they didn't see me with one, then there's no way to prove I came in with one. Maybe the detector? Nina's moving around just to collect accents like the Infinity Stones and pull a big hen. Don't give it away! I don't know what you're talking about. Collecting accents like Infinity Stones over here. There is a way to know if you had a gun when you came into the store. The metal detector. It went off twice last night. But we already know why. It's when Anton entered and left. But you just told us that he walked down the alleyway with you. How could he have triggered the alarm twice? Neither Luna nor Ash carry any guns, so it couldn't be them. Then how come Ash only heard it once? I need to answer this. There can only be one reason my dad didn't hear anything. I know why. Here's the only way Ash didn't hear the second alarm in the store. It's because the break room, you can't hear it in the break room. Break room walls. Oh. He was in the break room at the time. It's soundproof enough that the alarm wouldn't travel there. And what proof do you have that he was there? We can ask Luna and Ash. We can ask Luna and Ash where they were when Harris arrived, but when they confirmed that, then we would know how Harris had brought a gun with him. He killed Anton in the alleyway and left his body there overnight. I keep telling you, I didn't kill nobody. Mr. Newbuck, don't let her provoke you. I can't believe you're still defending him. He's clearly hiding something. We all know it. I'm defending him to find the murderer. In case you forgot, being in the alleyway isn't proof of murder. He killed your friend, got my dad as a suspect of murder, and you still defend him? You're acting no differently than you did the last 2 times. Justina, take a walk outside with me. Now. Oh, Justina. Slap on the wrist. Mind telling me what happened? Sorry. Sorry isn't good enough. What happened? I got carried away. I shouldn't have gotten angry. Anger aside, you can't attack the lawyer. Mrs. Eubank is doing her job, and what you said crossed the line. I need you to act like a professional. I'll be a professional. Listen, I get that this case is more personal than our previous cases together. I want you to stay, but one more outburst like that and I will remove you. I understand. Ooh, someone had to call her out. I am so glad this happened. I'm sorry. If you want to apologize, do so to the 2 inside. Are you calm enough to go inside? Yeah, I am. Thanks, Sophie. Like I said, we are partners in there. I expect you to do the same if I act that way. Let's get back inside. Hold on, before you go. Miss Earle, did something happen? Before you 2 go back in there. There must be something I'm missing. They haven't proved Harris is the culprit, so there's a hole in their theory. But if he... No, Ferris, I can't give up on him. Doing so is what the true culprit wants. Mrs. Eubank? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking to myself, but we should be able to get you out of here soon. There's something you should know. Best not to say it here, the walls have ears. What matters is you haven't killed anyone. As long as that's true, I'll get you out of here. But if I did, like, not directly, but by... Sorry for the interruption. What? My partner just needed a moment to calm down. As for this interrogation, we contacted Luna and Ash at the store. They mentioned that Anton arrived first and was escorted to the break room, and when you arrived, only Luna was there to greet you. As it stands, my partner's theory still holds up. Great. Tell him he has a mustache. That's the ultimate proof is the mustache alone. Attack the lawyer immediately. She has a monocle, isn't it cute? She and her husband have matching monocles. Although he did, like, attack her by saying, like, in his statement one time, he's like, oh, yeah, her monocle's just decorative. Mine is real. It's prescription. I'm like, okay. Hers is cute, though. But Luna is deaf and couldn't hear it, meaning only my client can confirm if he did or didn't hear it. And right now, he is not going to answer that. I can't let him answer that, not until I figure out what happened. Detective, I know I lost my temper before, but give me another chance. I think I got it. Go ahead. Now's the time to go on the offense, find a flaw in her story, and then smash it like a teapot. She got a monocle just to match him, and he mocks her. SMH. I know! He's an awful husband, to be real with you. I don't know. Bad businessman, too. Detective's logic. What our witness saw. Our witness saw Anton and Harris in the alleyway around 7 p.m. Sunday night. They moved close to the small trash can and graffiti to talk about Harris dropping the bid. Anton pulled his gun on Harris as a means to threaten him. When our witness got scared and ran off, Harris pulled his gun out and shot Anton twice. After shooting him in the alleyway, Harris left the body there until my dad found it this morning. Disagreeing with their witness won't get me anywhere. I have to dismantle Justina's theory. If their witness was honest, then Justina must be forgetting something. This is a lot harder without anyone to bounce ideas off. I could use my own Justina. Alright. Well, I guess we're playing the other side now. Has her monocle fallen into her tea yet, or has she not been that surprised? I feel like she hasn't gotten that shocked that it's fallen off. Might be super glued on. Our witness saw Anton and Harris in the alleyway around 7 p.m. Sunday night. They moved close to the small trash can and graffitied to talk about Harris dropping the bid. Anton pulled his gun on Harris as a means to threaten him. When our witness got scared and ran off, Harris pulled his gun out and shot Anton twice. But we also don't have proof that he had the gun, but I guess that's what we're saying. After shooting him in the alleyway, Harris left the body there until my dad found it this morning. Is there anything that... I mean, we have this taser gun too. Because we have the confetti from the taser that was found near the trash can by the graffiti. Hold on, let's go back to where she said small trash can and graffiti. The confetti from the... Here's the proof, my client is innocent. Okay. I don't think this works here. The client will be fine, I just have to look over the evidence and pick the right one. I feel like the taser has to come in here at some point. Alright, let's just question. How do you know the time exactly? That's when the meeting ended. Both my dad and Luna were there. The meeting started at 6:30 p.m. and ended at 7 p.m. that night. Give or take a few minutes based on how long it took before my client entered the alleyway. Unless I can prove the time is wrong, I can't completely disagree with that. They moved close to the small trash can and graffiti to talk about Harris dropping the bid. And why would the witness remember such a spot? Because the witness made the graffiti and thought they were going to ruin it. If Anton didn't pull out his gun, he might have tried to yell at them to leave. But once guns were involved, he remained hidden to avoid getting shot. So their witness is a graffiti artist. If they cared that much about their work, I doubt they would mistake it. Better keep that in mind. Anton pulled his gun on Harris as a means to threaten him. How do you know they saw it? Everyone knows what a gun is, the shape can't be mistaken. But they only saw it for a moment, right? Well, yeah, if the witness kept looking at them, the culprit might have looked back, but they clearly didn't see a finger gun being pointed. So he only saw Anton pull a gun, but not Harris. If he didn't see Harris pull his own gun out, then that's good for our case. Okay, so maybe... because we don't know if it was a gun. How did we know it was a gun? Maybe I can show the taser now. I don't know. I feel like the taser has to be part of it. This is wrong, though. Okay. If Mr. Chambers was shot once, why shoot him again? The shot in the abdomen wouldn't be lethal, so if he shot there first, the second to the heart would be lethal. Why not just shoot the heart first? I don't know. Shooting one bullet is risky enough. Why risk a second one? If Harris needed to get away, an abdomen shot would have been enough. A question we can answer later. Better get Harris off the hook first. Okay, so maybe I can say something about the taser here. Shot him twice. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit question again. I meant to say dispute. I swear it's the taser. Something is here. Fry saw the taser gun and not a real, like, gun. Let me see. Because this has two little thingies. Oh man, taser gun is crossed off though. Was the body there when... Was the body where they say it was? I think so. In the alley? Our witness saw Anton and Harris in the alleyway at 7 p.m. Yeah. They moved close to the small trash can and graffiti to talk about Harris dropping the bit. Anton pulled his gun on Harris as a means to threaten him. When our witness got scared and ran off, Harris pulled his gun out and shot Anton twice. After shooting him in the alleyway, Harris left the body there until my dad found it in the morning. That's 3 shots. The witness only heard 2. 1 warning shot and 2 in Anton. Oh, witness only heard 2. I feel like I missed that. Okay, let me go look back at Fry's statement. Why would he leave the body there? Wouldn't he want to hide the body? Between his missing wallet and keys, this was clearly staged to be a robbery. He wanted us to find the body and go on a wild goose chase for the true culprit. Don't cry in my ear and tell me it's raining. I knew nothing about all this robbery nonsense till today. He's so angry he put his accent back on. But why would the culprit stage a robbery? This case is getting more and more suspicious. Alright, let me look back at what Fry said about this. Pair guys step out into the alleyway door and walk near his art. One pulled out a gun. He claims he heard but didn't see a gunshot. I think that's what, yeah, because that's also what we're saying. We had the 1 shot, and then our witness ran away, so we don't know what happened after that. So our witness, Fry, was like hanging out in the alleyway doing his spray painting thing at 7 p.m. He's like, oh my gosh, there's 2 guys coming out of there. One has a really fancy hat. And then they moved to the small trash can and graffiti area where Fry is painting his stuff. And they're gonna talk about like how Hat Boy needs to drop his bid. And then Anton whips out this gun, and then our witness, Fry, he's like, oh my gosh, a gun! And then he left, so now we have no more witness. No witness testimony past that. Harris pulled out his gun and shot Anton twice. After shooting him in the alley, Harris left the body there until my dad found it in the morning. As a means to threaten him. Maybe I can say something about how, because I don't think we have a thing that says that he was shot, right? I thought her dad said he found it somewhere different, but I might be misremembering. I think he said it was in the alley. When Ash arrived at the store this morning, he found Anton's body in the middle of the alleyway. He called the police afterwards. He did find it in the alleyway. But I think maybe something weird about, he pulled his gun, but we're not saying that he shot, right? Heard but didn't see a gunshot? What is the thing? I don't know what's wrong with this. 7 p.m. Sunday night. I saw a pair of guys step out of the alleyway door and walk near his art. One pulled out a gun at the other. He claims he heard but didn't see a gunshot. Okay. Contract signed. Heard but didn't see a gunshot seems like it's important, right? Maybe I can say like, oh, well, he said he doesn't own any guns? Alright, let's dispute with Harris's thing of like, I don't have a gun, I would never hurt nobody. No, that's not it. Alright, Fry said he heard a shot and a second noise. We asked him if the second noise was a gunshot and he said yes, but that is only 2 shots, not 3. Second noise may have been a taser, which would have been 2 barbs. Maybe the coroner is completely incompetent and mistook taser barb wounds for gunshots. See, that's what I'm thinking happened. And this is also like part of like Ace Attorney and these games where like we're thinking on the right track, I think, but the game needs to know that we're on the right track. So we have to spoon feed it a little bit. Because the game, if it does not have it written down, it doesn't count. Like, yes, he did say that, and I know the taser is involved somehow, but how do we tell the game that? What specific contradiction piece of evidence do I have to prove that? Because I actually think that's how it's going to end up being, that there were only 2 shots, and it's because the taser has 2 shots coming out of it, only 1 noise, though. I think that's how it ended up, because the victim's body was shot twice, once in the abdomen and once in the chest. 2 puncture wounds were found on the chest. Probably from the taser. The time of death was sometime last night. Okay, then the wallet was missing from his body. It contains no money, his car keys are missing. The only thing inside is a parking ticket for Eubank Investments dated for yesterday. Ash arrived, found the body in the alleyway. Camera is in the front of the store, but we don't have any evidence of that. Security detector 2 was tripped twice, so there are 2 weapons in the thing. Potted plant broke. Big hen. Anton's gun was left at the park overnight until it was found by Detective Hunt. The chamber is currently empty and missing a flash drive with valuable information. I guess, how did the gun get to the park? Is that what we're trying to prove? Harris claims he only won the bidding because of Luna. Can't hear anything from the break room. Why did they mention they moved closer to the trash can is throwing me off and making me think it's about where the body was or is supposed to be. See, what threw me off about that too, because look, they moved close to the small trash can and graffiti. And over here, when you look at the confetti, it says, confetti from a consumer taser. It has the taser serial number to look up the owner. Found near a small trash can by a graffiti. It's like the exact wording. That's why I'm like, I feel like it's gotta be about the confetti. So maybe I use the taser gun on this piece of the evidence? But like, that's the only thing where I see like direct like comparison. I don't know, like why does it say it so specifically? You're right. Close to the small trash can and graffiti to talk about Harris dropping the bid. But her dad also doesn't use exact words. I mean, I guess. No, it's not it. No contradiction there. It says the alleyway. Small trash can by graffiti in the alleyway. Alleyway door. They were all in the alley. Maybe I bring up the body was shot twice. I don't know. Maybe try that he didn't move the body statement? Okay, hold on, let's see. After shooting him in the alleyway, Harris left the body there until my dad found it this morning. There it goes. Oh, that took us a while to get there. This is what I'm saying, like, I feel like we're connecting the dots, but we have to figure out exactly what the game wants from us. Alright, sorry, Justy, but you weren't paying attention. Hey, that's Detective Swift's nickname for me. I'll allow it, it's too good of a nickname for only myself. What's wrong with your theory? Remember the crime scene from this morning? Doot, doot, doot. The body was found in the center of the alleyway, not near the graffiti. Oh, I see. If Anton was shot and fell, his body would have been where our witness saw them. Exactly. That's why Justina's theory doesn't work. But he could have shot Anton and moved the body. What matters is that he shot him. And what reason would he have? As far as he knew, no one was around. And if he wanted to hide the body, he would have pushed it into the dumpster. In fact, I think there's something else that happened by the art and small trash can that would help explain this. Then go ahead. Here's what will tell us what happened next to the art and small trash can. It's gotta be the taser. Confetti, you found some next to the trash can, right? Yeah, so? On its own, it doesn't mean anything, but when you combine it with this evidence, the confetti gives a whole new meaning. You know what? Long walk to get there, but we got there. We know exactly what happened. A taser was used in the exact spot your witness saw my client and Anton. I hate when the game is one step behind you, I know. But now we can use the whole taser line. So now we're back on the taser stuff where we were. We're back on track. But that doesn't show that Anton was hit with a taser, just that one was used. How do you know it was used on him? The puncture wound. The answer was with us from the start. Here's how we know the taser was used on him. According to the preliminary report, 2 puncture wounds were found on his chest, which I bet money matches the taser. All we need now is the autopsy report to confirm that. And once it's confirmed, then that will prove Harris didn't bring a gun. How does the taser prove that? Because my client will admit to triggering the detectors at the front of the store. I will? He will? But doesn't that... The detector was triggered twice, once from Anton's gun and once from the taser that Harris was holding. It might not be a gun, but its shape will cause it to trigger. We never tested it on gun-shaped items before. Well, Harris, do you confess to it? Yes, I did bring the taser. I can bring it in if needed. Why would you have a taser? After escaping prison, I needed something to defend myself. You never know when someone will figure out my past and try to turn me in. Getting a taser off the black market was my best bet. Ownership of an unregistered taser is illegal, but let's worry about that later. Sorry, Harris, this is the only way. Now that we have that settled, I request that my client be let go. He didn't bring a gun, therefore he couldn't have killed Anton. Sorry, but we can't do that. While we were outside, we also got some news from Sue. We got the autopsy report. It's not complete, but there is one detail that matters here. He was killed with his own gun. Hell yeah. What? Then that means anyone with Anton's gun could kill him. And if he was stunned by Harris's taser, Harris could have taken the gun and finished the job. I'll update the report for you. Give it a read. What did I do? I just admitted my client carried a taser and all I did was dig his own grave. Now he's as good as caught, all thanks to me. All that evidence I presented, what a waste. Annie was right to hate me. Everything she said was true. I'm sorry, Harris. I failed you. Most public defenders don't give their clients much time of day. Oftentimes they are overworked and underpaid. How can they be expected to provide a good defense under those conditions? You fought for them better than anyone else could have. Sophie is right, I did fight for them. I told Harris that I believed him, and I still do. I'm not giving up now, not until I'm out of options. I'm out of evidence, but I can attempt a gambit. Alright. I like that we get to play as her. This is fun. That would be a clever trap, except that it helps prove my client is innocent. It does? I don't see anything. I'll explain, but first tell me, how did you know my client did that? Simple, I'll give you the rundown with the new information. Thank the gods that worked. Now the hard part, finding a flaw before they notice I was bluffing. Detective's logic, stealing the gun. To set the scene, Anton had pulled his gun on Harris. To set the scene, sorry. When Harris had the chance, he tased Anton. Anton then fell to the ground, which gave Harris time to steal the gun. That's when Harris shot Anton twice with his own gun, which we already know can't happen because there's only one bullet in that gun. Once he finished, he ran off with Anton's wallet, keys, gun, and flash drive. This version does make sense on the surface, but they forgot something very important. There's no one else in the room who is better at solving this than me. This isn't over, Harris. Not until I get you home safely. Okay, so Anton fell to the ground. That's when Harris shot Anton twice. However, Anton, I think it's actually in your statement, carried one bullet in his gun. Detective, I think you're forgetting what I told you today. Anton only carries one bullet in his gun. Even if my client shot him once, he couldn't do it again. You did say that, but we have no way of verifying that he did so last night. We can only conclude that he had 2 bullets in his gun. I've known him for years. He wouldn't bring a second bullet. I refuse to believe that. Then why did our witness hear 2 shots? I already said he fired 1 shot in the air. That must have been the first shot. But if Mrs. Eubank is right and Anton only carries 1 bullet, that doesn't explain the second bullet. Then the answer is simple. A second bullet was never fired. But our witness said they heard 2 shots. This might be a shot in the dark, but I have to say it. Your witness only confirmed it was a second gunshot after you pressured them. That's why it's not in their official statement. You were leading your own witness. They were trying to run for their life, so they weren't giving it their full attention. In fact, my client even said he couldn't confirm what the second sound was. It's true. All I know is that it was a sound nearby. And I will give you a second chance. I'll give you a chance to prove it. What was the loud sound our witness must have heard after the first gunshot? Oh my gosh, hashtag called out. The second sound? I mean, it could have been the taser, right? Oh, the pot breaking. Oh, that was right around that time. That is right. So, The second sound was never a bullet. It was Luna dropping the pot, which, why does that sound like an innuendo? Luna is dropping that pot, which she only dropped because she saw a shadow in the alleyway. And who was leaving the alleyway after the first shot? No, none other than your witness. That's what your witness heard. Does make a bit of sense. It's not like she saw a ghost. Let me see if I understand your timeline of events. First, Harris and Anton walk near the small trash can. Next, Anton pulls his gun and threatens Harris. Our witness hears the first gunshot from Anton firing upwards as a warning shot. They run off, Luna sees their shadow and drops the pot, and Anton gets distracted. And in the confusion, Harris tases Anton and runs off. Yes, that's more or less what I believe happened. Then there are still some threads we need to pull. If Harris didn't kill Anton, who did? Anton was shot with his own gun twice, yet if you're correct, his gun would have been empty after the warning shot. How could he have been killed? It's not my job to figure out that part, only to get all charges against my client dropped. 420 pot drop. That's what it sounded like. This morning, you claimed that this was my robbery case. Maybe that happened after my client ran off. Mr. Newbuck, did you take Anton's gun, wallet, or flash drive after you tased him? All I did was take his flash drive. If he was going to blackmail me, I thought his flash drive might be something I could use. A blackmail Cold War. Detective, I can't accept Mrs. Eubanks' theory. Here's why it's flawed. Detective's logic. Anton being tased. The murder happened after the meeting ended at 7 p.m. Sunday night. That means he must have died right after the meeting ended. We know there was no one else in the alleyway besides our witness, Harris and Anton. We found no proof of a third party entering the alleyway afterwards. And even if a third party was there, that wouldn't explain why the body was moved to the center of the alleyway. We are finally getting to the answer, I can feel it. Their whole case has been built on the very idea he died in the alleyway right after the meeting. But is that truly the case, or are we missing something obvious? Okay, the murder happened after the meeting ended at 7 p.m. He must have died right after the meeting ended. We know there was no one else in the alleyway besides our witness, Harris, and Anton. We found no proof of a third party entering the alleyway afterwards. And even if a third party was there, that wouldn't explain why his body was moved to the center of the alley. All right, let's see. If he only took the flash drive, like how did the wallet and stuff get taken? Right, he did say he only took the flash drive? Because Anton's wallet was missing from his body. Let me explain why the body was moved to the center. Maybe the wallet. No proof of a third party? What else do we have? No evidence of a third party coming in. Feels like it might be part of something. What was his time of death? I don't think we have it. 9 p.m.? Time of death was between 7 and 9 yesterday. So it could be any time. Murder happened after the meeting ended at 7 p.m. Checks out. Must have died right after the meeting ended. The meeting ended at 7. He died between 7 and 9. I feel like that checks out. No, there was no one else in the alleyway. Do we know that? We found no proof of a third party entering the alleyway afterwards. No proof at all that anyone was in that alleyway. I mean, we have this spray paint that he left when he fled, but I don't know if he came back for it. Trash is picked up. We already got the confetti and the taser gun sorted. We know how that happened. If it was right after, I don't think there'd be a 2-hour window. I mean, I guess we can try that. He must have died right after. Okay. According to the autopsy report, he could have died as late as 9 p.m. I just assume that's how autopsy reports go. They're like, I don't know, like somewhere around here. Good call, I didn't even think about it. I'm like, yeah, 9 p.m. is definitely after 7. But you're right, if we're saying it would happen right after that meeting, we still had a 2-hour window. I understand that these reports choose times that contain a certain amount of speculation, but even with a margin of error, he could have died much later. Detective, is she right? Our coroner, Rebecca Lamort, is an expert in this field. She wouldn't throw out that time frame lightly. You're finally near the answer. After everything we learned today, if Harris is innocent, there can only be one solution. After getting tased, here's what happened to Anton. The truth is, the culprit was waiting outside the alley, the culprit was hiding in the dumpster bin, Anton simply left the alleyway, Anton shot himself. Maybe he left. He took the evidence and, not the evidence, the flash drive and ran? I don't know anything about autopsies. Me neither. I learned something new. If my client wasn't the culprit and no one else was in the alley, there's only one answer. Anton must have gotten up after being tased and left. It's the only solution that makes sense. Then he didn't die in the alleyway. Sorry, I've mixed up Anton and Harris with my thought process there, but I think we might still be on the right track. Your whole case was premised on the idea that Anton died in the alleyway immediately after the meeting, but I'll claim that premise is faulty given what we know. Your theory throws out everything we know about his death. How did his body get in the alleyway? The true culprit knew about what happened in the alleyway. If they killed Anton, then moved his body into the alleyway, the police would naturally think he died there. It was a setup so my client would take the fall. Then what about the wallet and gun? Why move those? The wallet must have been to make it seem like my client was trying to set up a robbery. But they needed to leave the gun. The gun and bullets allow anyone to be the killer. Hell yeah. Maybe John Cena's the culprit. Who knows? Autopsy reports will also usually tell you whether someone was shot or not. Because it says we have gunshot wounds and puncture wounds. And then we have the 7 to 9 window. So, I don't know. There's just so many lies and discrepancies. Elegant, welcome to the Struggle Bus. How are you doing? We struggle through games and life and all the things in between. Welcome aboard. That's why both were found in the park. Then why did he die? Where did he die? Dying within 2 hours after the meeting means he could have been killed anywhere. I can say for certain, but I don't. I can't say for certain, but I do know where to start. There's one piece of evidence that can tell us where he might have gone. Here's our best bet to find out where Anton went. Okay. Where did Anton go? I mean, we have the parking ticket for Eubank Investments. It says dated for yesterday, but at what time? Do we know? No one else was seen in the alleyway? It must have been John Cena. Exactly! Oh my gosh. That really makes a ton of sense. Inside Anton's wallet, there's a parking ticket for Eubank Investments. There isn't a time, but it is dated for yesterday, so we know for a fact he was there. It also means that his car was parked there at some point. Eubank Investments will be willing to cooperate with the police on this matter, but you will have to let my client go. Detective, what do you want to do? Mrs. Eubank, we will gladly take your offer. Does that mean you are no longer the prime suspect in this case? That said, you did have an unregistered taser on you. You will be charged with a misdemeanor and likely pay a fine. But I think we can all agree that's much better than murder. What about who I really am? I'm sorry, Harris, but... Detective, if I may, you told me in the alleyway that you wanted to help people. None of us truly know if Ben deserved the sentence, but he is trying to rebuild his life. Maybe it's not the proper way. Maybe he could have waited until his sentence was finished. But how will putting him away behind bars help anyone? There's no excusing what he did, but there must be a way to help him. I'm sorry, Ferris. I do want to help, but I can't help him, not like this. Can you change the punishment? Like, make him do community service? Community service isn't a replacement for what he did. Legally, the moment you escape prison, you are committing a crime. Those are 5 years of criminal activity that can't be ignored. Detective? The look in your eye tells me you don't want to. The detective inside me wants to follow the law, but my heart still feels guilty, like I'm tossing away your life. You may never have a life outside of prison again. I wish I didn't have to do this. Let me save you the trouble. And just turn myself in. Oh no, Harris. Harris, I'm sorry. Detective, can I have one last favor before I do so? Could you give Harris Newbuck a few hours to settle my affairs? I'll stay in the station. I just want to make a few calls before I do. After that, Ben Gore will turn himself in. I'll grant you a few hours. That's the best I can do. So please, make the most of that time. And with that, I believe we can bring this interrogation to a close. I don't know if they'll let you give him community service for that. Yeah, he might need to go to jail. Oh, I do miss his accent, though. That's the real crime. Ferris, thank you. You did better than anyone else I know. I know I'm a lousy defendant. I don't blame you. Blame if you want to walk away now. Anton was a dear friend of mine. Even if you didn't kill him, you still tased him. That said, you didn't kill him. You shouldn't take the blame for the true culprit. I just wish I could have helped you more. I don't have the money to pay you, but I promise to owe you someday. Boy, you're going to prison. It might take a while since I have to go back to jail. Yeah, it might take a very long time. How about we call it pro bono for now? If you want to pay me, how about a haircut on the house? I can wait until you get out of prison. You and your whole family can come. There'll be free haircuts all around. Aww. But real quick, what made you take up my case? Truth is, the detective wrote your statements down in the case file. The exact words were, I ain't got the heart for killing, even when I'm angry. Anyone could have said they didn't do it, but your words felt more earnest. I just couldn't turn my back on you after reading that. Well, I'll be. Such large faith in such a small molehill. A small molehill that turned out to be a mountain. I'll try and reach out to some attorneys I know. I'm sure someone better suited for this case can help you once you turn yourself in. I'm sorry, Detective. I was too reckless. I was so sure he did it. And now we still don't know who killed Anton. You're right, but we can worry about that tomorrow. We didn't catch the killer, but we have a new lead. And if you didn't remain level-headed by the end, we might not have gotten that. I just wish Ben could have gotten his dream. And if Ben didn't turn himself in, would you have done it? With a heavy heart, I would. Charging Annie for what she did was challenging enough. At least she can rebuild her life. But since he didn't commit murder, there's still a chance in the future. For now, we better find the one who tried to pin the crime on him. So you're gonna have to put the damn scissors down, man. Can't take those scissors to prison. Can't happen. Nice work, you two. Where have you been? Sue got me caught up, even told me you gave Ferris a bit of a pep talk in the alley. When I lost faith in myself, I had friends who told me I have to trust myself. She looked like someone who needed that advice as well. Whoever that devilishly handsome person was, he was right to trust you. And Justina, I was also told of you losing your cool. If Detective Swift didn't calm you down, pushing a witness hard could lead to being fired. I know it's easy to get caught up in the moment, but taking a step back is important. Yes, sir, I'll do better next time. You better, Justina. Best part of this whole case is that she got called out for being a horrible person at times. Just be nice. Don't lose your cool. But anyway, we still don't know who the killer is. We barely know more than we did at the start of today. I think it's best to sleep on it tonight. You don't want to overwork a single case. He's right, it's getting late, so we can start investigating tomorrow. Fair enough, it's been a long day. I had to stay in the office a couple of hours to catch up on my work. I didn't finish, but at least I did enough to keep my job. And then the next day, that was certainly a day I wouldn't forget. End of case 4. My gosh. Oh my gosh, we're on our last case! How did we get here so fast? Case 5. April 30th, 4:45 p.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5, station offices. Alright, everything should be ready for tomorrow now. Miss Assistant, there you are. Don't tell me Sue is making you work overtime again. Unfortunately, she needs me to get everything ready for our interview with Mr. Chambers tomorrow. Why, what's up? Some of us are around the station. We're about to go for drinks together. The new patrol officers think if they show off their badge, they're sure to get a date. Something about how ladies can't resist a man in uniform. I'm sure you can sneak away to come join us. I'm sorry, Detective, but I must have misheard you. You didn't just ask my clerk to skip work, did you? Especially when she's busy getting everything ready for your interrogation tomorrow. Because I'm sure you've got some reports around here you never finished filling out. Well, you see, I just meant that she's welcome to come join us after she gets off. It took 4 cases for Justina to be called out. It was a long road, but we finally got there. Also, how are you doing, Phoebe? I definitely fell asleep last stream. What happened with Bill? Oh gosh, Bill. Bill got off free, I think. No, I think Bill is still, I don't know, everyone's guilty in this game. Ended up that Annie was trying to kill Bill. That's how it ended up. He was trying to get murdered. Not trying to get murdered, oh my gosh. I don't remember, that was like a whole case ago, but yeah. Annie is in jail for attempted murder. Cutting the brakes. Not Annie, it was Annie. And she had no regrets either. Went straight to jail. There's a 40% chance their plan with the badge will work. Yeah, they might get dates. Who knows? Bill, trying to get murdered, got it. Sorry, not me victim blaming. It's not what I meant. Where was I? Tempting, but I have other plans tonight. Besides, I don't want to be the only girl there. Don't we have a drinking competition to settle, Ernest? I'd love to join. Oh, would you look at the time? Gotta run. Bill was asking for it with that name. Sorry, Bill. I didn't know you were gonna get bullied today. You weren't even in this episode. I never realized just how male-dominated the station is. We're kind of outnumbered. That's how it is at most of the precincts here. It's about a 4-to-1 in their favor. Anyways, we've got a lot of work to get done before tomorrow, and I'd like to be out before the sun sets. Yes, ma'am. 2 days later. May 2nd, 7:55 a.m., Azure City Police Precinct number 5 station offices. Sophie, good morning. I swear, if they don't kiss by the end of this case, this is our last case with them, and they better kiss. Or go on a date or something. I need something to happen. Last case was too flirtatious for nothing to happen. Morning, Justy. I've got some news. I checked the logs for the parking garage at Eubank Investments. Anton Chambers entered around 7:30 p.m. on the 30th, and it doesn't look like he left afterwards. So his car is sure to be still there. That means Eubank Investments is our possible crime scene, and we just secured our warrant. Then I guess we better get investigating. Looks like today will be another long day. Are there ever short days around here? We better hurry to Eubank Investments. We can be there in 5 minutes on Zephyr. Not again. Bill Red, Justina Swift double date? Maybe. I like it. Predictions, what's the context gonna be? A life-death situation kiss or all's well that ends well kiss? Ooh, I would love a life-death situation kiss. I feel like that's the only way it's gonna happen. Something's gotta push them to it. But I think we're gonna actually end up with an all's well that ends well kind of thing, like happy ending. Hold on a moment before you two leave. Sue, what you need? I wanted to ask, have you two noticed Ernest acting differently recently? Seems to be the same old goofball as always to me. Why? Do you remember the other day when Ernest went out drinking? Yeah, he left around 5 that night. What about it? Why you judging? According to Officer Johnny, he said Ernest disappeared sometime around 7, which was earlier than normal. Yeah, but we all know he doesn't actually drink, he just goes to hang out with everyone. The thing is, Johnny said he got a phone call an hour before he left, and that he started acting a lot more distant afterwards, before he left without much of a word. That's worrying. It's just a phone call, maybe he had a family emergency. Maybe so, but this happened on the night of Anton's death. The timing of it, I just can't help but wonder if it's a coincidence. So you think Red is hiding something from us? Hold up, this is Detective Hunt we're talking about. He's the most straightforward man I know. Which is all the more reason to be concerned if he's hiding something. It's just something to keep in mind as you investigate. I have to get back to work now. Someone has to do Justina's work until she's back. With any hope, this will be an easy case. Oh my gosh, what if Red's the murderer? I didn't expect to have a welcoming party. Oh, speak of the devil. Justina being here early. Are there cows flying? Hey now, I always show up on time. What good is being early if I don't get paid for it? For the joy of the job, of course. Find something you love and you will never work a day in your life. He's right, being at the station has never felt like a job to me. And you being here has made it extra fun. I'm just saying. Well, I certainly never had a job like this before. He seems relaxed now. Better ask him while his guard is down. You know, Detective, I missed joining you for a drink on Sunday. How did it go? Yeah, and thanks for the invite, Red. I only just learned of it. You don't work Sundays, and it felt like a people in the office type of invite. But sure, I'll tell you how it went. Oh, not the statement about his night out at the bar. Now kiss. I just want somebody to kiss by the end of the game. His jacket is only so disgustingly red because of all the blood he's spilled. How did we not see the foreshadowing? We called out the jacket case 1. It was all foreshadowing that he's the murderer. The blood of his enemies. We left the station shortly after leaving you and Sue. We headed to the local bar and I decided to grab a bubbly water. The patrol officers kept trying with the ladies, but kept getting shot down. Around 7 p.m. I had my fun watching them and left the bar. I went home afterwards. I needed some rest to prepare for Anton's arrival. Okay, Detective Hunt was at the bar until 7 p.m. the night of Anton's death. He claims he went directly home. If Sue's hunch is right, he's clearly hiding something, but we don't have enough information to properly disprove it. Anyways, we'll head out when you're ready, Justy. Alright, let's chat. You know, I like how you give us all cute nicknames, Sophie. Hey, finally someone appreciates my craft. Justy is very fitting for you. But I'm curious, how come Sue doesn't have one? Well, I just didn't see the point. I mean, Sue is so short and all. She already tried it. She started calling her Susie, and then she started getting loads of paperwork on her desk. It was a perfect nickname. I'll do my best to never get on Sue's bad side. Coffee run. Whew, all this running around today is making me tired. How about I go make a coffee run for us? I don't drink that stuff. Water is the only liquid I need. You sure? Starlight Coffee has the best lattes ever. It's a Justina guarantee to be a transcendental experience. Starlight, I'm quite partial to their caramel macchiatos myself. Sounds like this is more of a for you two than me. I might have missed my chance to get some this morning. Let's go get coffee day. I'm ready. Speaking of Sunday night, Sue said something about a drinking contest. What was that about? Oh, it's nothing. Those two had a contest a couple years ago. Red has sworn off drinking ever since. How badly did you lose? Listen, the less you know, the better. If you value your life, never go drinking with Sue. Alright, Sue, slay. My life? No colonel will ever be as scary as her. Oh no, Sue can drink someone under a table. That's what I'm getting. Let's look at this bush. All this time, I never noticed those flowers outside the station. Those have been here since I started working here. Dendromecon rigida? I will never know how to say plant names. I'm so sorry. Also known as bush poppy. I can say bush poppy though. They are fast-growing shrubs that are native to the area. It says here that they bloom in late winter to early spring, basically around the time you started here. Then I started working here at the right time. I see a lot of poppy flowers around here, now that I think about it. I don't think I've ever seen someone sit in these chairs. Those are for the general public to wait, not for us police types. But it looks so soft and comfy. I'd love to just take a nap here if I got the chance. With all the coffee you drink, I'd be shocked if you could take a nap. You could even nap anymore. Caffeine doesn't really work that well on me anymore. I have to drink that much just to feel it. I think my body is just too used to it. Maybe you should lay off the coffee for a bit. Take a tolerance break. But coffee. What are these for? This is the community board. It's so people can put up flyers for local events and businesses. Oh look, they're having a blood drive next week. We should go donate, Justy. They give you a free cookie afterwards too. Oh, you see, I'm actually really busy next week. Justy, it's for the good of others. Don't you want to help your community? I can't. I don't do well with needles. I hated getting shots as a kid. They don't get easier as an adult. Aw, come on, it's not that bad. We can go together. I'll be your moral support. I could even hold your hand when they poke the needle in. Come on. I don't understand how Justy is not getting it. Sophie's been flirting with us hard these last 2 episodes. Girl, same on the coffee. Coffee all day. Stop, I don't need to visualize that. You're making it even worse. She wants to hold our hand. All right, let's go back to Eubank. May 2nd, Eubank Investments Lobby. Back here once again. Looks like nothing changed. Good morning and welcome to Eubank Investments. Hi, a new person. Where we are investing in a beautiful future for you. Well, that's new. I'm Detective Sophie Swift with the Azure City Police. We're here to investigate the death of Mr. Anton Chambers. A pleasure to meet you, Detective. I'm Joy Collins, and I'll be happy to assist you today. What an honor it is to have you 2 officers in our fine police, I can't read today, I'm so sorry. I couldn't read the other day either. What an honor it is to have 2 officers of our fine police force today. I can read, I swear. Eubank Investments welcomes you both. In fact, I have it here that our president has been expecting you. President? Anton Chambers was the president. Have they already replaced him? Ah, there you are, Detective. Oh, you're the assistant from the other day. Let's see. Lowell Ledger, administrative assistant at Eubank Investments. It seems your information is outdated. As of today, I have been promoted to president. You became president? How did that come about exactly? Simple. With the tragic passing of our former president, Mr. Eubank has been in a state of shock. The two of us spent all day yesterday trying to deal with the fallout of his death. We didn't know that when Anton was last here, it would be the last time we saw him. So until matters are resolved, I have been promoted to president of the company in order to help our CEO in these troubling times. Seems too convenient. I see those eyes now, and those are murderer eyes. That's a pretty huge promotion. If I may ask, what time did you see Anton leave here? He left here at 6:20 p.m. on the dot. And that was the last time you saw him? Correct. Once he left, I didn't see him again. He showed up at my dad's store at 6:30 p.m. and it's not too far from here. That does line up with the facts that we know. Since we're here, do you mind telling us more about where you were that day? Sorry, but I'm rather busy right now. I really must be going. Being president of Eubank Investments has left me very busy. But Miss Collins is more than happy to book an appointment next time you'd like. This guy is really getting on my nerves. So if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting with Mr. Eubank to attend to. Sus. I can smell the blood lost off of his Joker suit. I guess we have to hunt him down later. Miss Collins, were you here the night of Anton's death? Absolutely. I work here Sunday through Thursday for 10 hours a day. 10 hours? How can you possibly handle that? Here at Eubank Investments, days just fly by with how much fun it is. Girl, blink twice if you need help. And the overtime pay certainly helps. Screw that PR nonsense. She's doing this for the money. Can you tell us what you saw that day? Absolutely. Anything for the wonderful cops who protect our city. Let me pull our recordings out. Recordings? I tend to use my phone to record things I want to remember. Good. Fun and investments. Pick one. Joy is AI in a body. You know what? She's doing it for the paycheck, and I love that for her. Get your bag, girl. Here's my recording. All right. April 30th, 6:23 p.m., Eubank Investments reception desk. I was informed that Mr. Chambers left just a bit ago. That night should be quiet until my shift ends at 8 p.m. Beep. I stayed on the first floor the whole night. As far as I know, he didn't return. All right, Anton Chambers left his office at 6:23 p.m. Joy was told he wouldn't return. Joy records important information on her phone. Good stuff, good stuff. Someone tell Joy the president left. Like, no one's listening. It's okay. Mind if we get a copy of this recording? Of course not. Anything to help. First time I heard a recording being used as a statement. So how else could I assist you two today? We'd like to have a chat with Mr. Eubank. Mr. Eubank is currently in the president's office. He has a meeting with our beloved president, so feel free to wait here until he's done. Okay. PR speak. You seem surprisingly excited about working here. Absolutely! Eubank Investments is all about building a better future. I'm the first face visitors see. It's important that I convey those values to them with a smile. I don't know how you do it. I did customer service once and I absolutely hated it. Having to fake a smile all the time, all while dealing with rude and entitled people. If you want my advice, look for something better before the creeps come by. The wonderful people working here are never like that. Besides, it's a great way of networking with the higher-ups. Huh? Yeah, you know, networking, rubbing shoulders with the executives. I'm making opportunities for myself for the future. I'm aiming for a degree in urban and regional planning. And if Eubank Investments has plans for the future of our city, wouldn't being so familiar with them give me a leg up? If I can make sure I'm on their minds, I'll have the job for sure. So that's why you're doing this. Exactly, I've got my foot in the door. Once I graduate, I'll already know the hiring managers by name. That's a pretty clever plan. I never knew there could be so much to a simple job like this. I'm in awe. I hate that she's always like shitting on people's jobs. She's like, just a receptionist. Like, why are you here? You know what? I support Joy. I do too. I'm like, do your networking, get your bag. She's trying to build her career. I love that. Sassy Chef, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Joy's gonna snap one day and get on top of the building with a rifle. You know what? She's working hard though. Girl bossing. So why do you record voice memos like that? I find it to be like keeping a journal, just with your own voice. Writing is such a pain, it takes so long and it feels so impersonal. There's also something reassuring about listening to yourself. No way, I hate hearing my own voice, I can't stand it. The first time I heard it, I thought it was really weird. I don't know how you do it. Once you listen to it a few times, you get used to it. Plus, I think you have a really lovely voice. Really? Yeah, you do. It's so passionate and energetic. It fits you so well. It's like a door to your soul. Sophie, I'm gonna need you to bring it down a notch as much as I want this to happen. I need you to take it down just a hair. Huh? Where did this... I mean, thank you, I guess. Sorry, I didn't mean to blurt that all out. My bad. Something the matter? No, I was just thinking. But your partner has a point. You have a wonderful voice. Thanks. Why am I blushing this hard? Anton's card. My gosh. Missing hints. I can't believe it. Justina. Justina's like me for real. Just whoosh. Oh my gosh. Like Sophie being very, very blunt. Your voice, door to your soul, I don't know. Joy, I like you, but don't you dare wreck my ship. Please don't. Oh, gosh. Make it a love triangle, actually. I'm okay with that. Miss Collins, we heard that Mr. Chambers' car might be here. Would we be able to see it? Of course! It should be in the parking garage. We have a specialist preparing it to be delivered to the family. They can give you details on the car. If Mr. Eubank's meeting is going to take a while, might as well check out the garage instead of waiting here. Alright, then let's do that. Well, actually, let's look around first. Sophie's been holding it in for 4 cases. She, like, let it slip last case, and, like, now it's just fully out. The receptionist desk. I guess we've finally gotten to meet its owner. I kind of want to poke around, but isn't that a bit rude with her standing right there? Wait, why is Sophie already going through it? Hey, Justy, check it out! Look what I found! Is that a toy mouse? Is this a cat toy? Oh, that thing! I have no idea where it came from. I found it by my chair Sunday night. We don't have any cats in the building, so I have no idea how it got there. It just showed up? Yeah, quite the mystery, really. Plus, when I found it, it was really gross and wet. It must have been in some animal's mouth. Any idea what type of cat? There was some orange cat with white fur nearby, but that's about it. Orange and white fur. Sounds familiar. Is there any way a cat could have been in here? Eubank Investments has a strict no animal policy. Only service animals are allowed inside our building. Dogs and miniature horses only. Miniature horses? Azure City legalized miniature horses as service animals. You didn't know? How am I supposed to know that? I didn't even know horses could be miniature. In any case, cats aren't able to become service animals, so if there was a cat in here, it must have been a secret. You're welcome to take the toy mouse. I've been keeping it here in case the owner comes looking for it. Alright, well, we only know one cat. I have a feeling it won't be useful, but I guess it's best to leave no stone unturned. A cat toy found by Joy on Sunday night. It was wet, had teeth marks, and there were orange and white fur nearby. Cats are not allowed inside Eubank Investments. Alright, flowers. Good to see these flowers are doing so well. It brightens up the place. Mrs. Eubanks brings fresh flowers every week. She said it was important to keep ourselves optimistic despite the circumstances. She ordered some red ones to give to Mr. Chambers' family. Apparently those represent remembrance. He may be gone, but his impact on the company will never be forgotten. Interesting. These flowers have a lot of meaning behind them. I think it's good to have a reminder of these feelings. Having these flowers on my desk every day helps make me feel a little bit happier. That's a nice sentiment, but I'll get some for my own desk. Something to get me through all the soul-crushing paperwork. There's something so unsettling about sitting in front of this logo. Unsettling? Quite the opposite. This logo embodies strength and hope. To me, it's a symbol I can see with pride. A representation of all the good work our company does. I don't know. To me, it feels like something you'd see in a dystopian film, like, the company is always watching. Well, that just means they can watch how well I do. It's nice to have your work recognized. If I can show it off well enough, maybe I'll even get a raise. No, it's definitely dystopian. Justina. Chill, it's a logo. She's like, ew, I hate it. I hate everything. Such windy weather on such a woeful Wednesday. But isn't today a Tuesday? I know, but it's the only day that starts with W. You can't keep the alliteration going without it. What are you, some kind of poet? It's nothing really, I just like wordplay, I guess. I think you have a really nice way with words, Justy. Have you ever thought of writing poetry? Not really. I'm not sure I'd be any good at it. What does it matter if you're good at it or not? I just think you have a really beautiful way of expressing yourself. I just want to see more of that. Why do my cheeks suddenly hurt? This is so embarrassing. She wants us to write poetry for her. There's a bunch of chairs and sofas here. It doesn't look like anything's changed since we were last here. What's up, detective? It doesn't look like anyone's cleaned here in a while. Huh? We humbly apologize for the state of affairs our office is currently in. At the moment, this office has been reduced to essential staff only. Most of the office is working from home, and Mr. Eubank has put the cleaning crew on paid vacation until... paid vacation after Anton Chambers is until... further notice. Normally, the crews would clean in here from 1 to 5 every day. What's the reason for the change? Mr. Eubank didn't specify, but I'm sure he has his reasons. Perhaps he simply wanted to give the staff a much-needed break. I'll add that what you said to the evidence. Okay, so Owen Eubank put the cleaning crew on paid vacation after Anton's death. Their last day was April 30th at 5 p.m. Interesting. Alright, let's go to the garage now. May 2nd, Eubank Investments Garage. Huh. Well, this is certainly a parking garage, about as plain as you can get. Were you expecting something different? I thought the Eubanks might go for something more extravagant. After everything you've seen of them, you still believe that? They live in a modest home, drive modest cars, and work in a simple and plainly decorated office. Just admit it, they're the furthest from extravagance you can get. I guess you make a pretty good point. Maybe I've misjudged them. I think you've misjudged most people, Justina. What are you two doing here? Meg? Forget about us, what are you doing here? I'm working. There was a car that got left here that I was sent to pick up. Something about the owner dying. In those cases, my company gets hired to tow off and fix up the car. We're investigating the death of said owner, Anton Chambers. How did your company get involved in this? It's quite simple. Alright, Meg making a reappearance. Our company got contacted yesterday morning. They told us that they wanted to repair the car for the family of someone that passed away. Given that I was most familiar with Eubank Investments, they wanted me to take the job. I've been working on this car since yesterday. Now look at her, she's a thing of beauty. Otherwise, the only unusual thing I found was other clumps of wool. What? Clumps of wool in the car trunk. Meg started working on Anton's car yesterday morning. She found some clumps of wool in the car trunk before she started working on it. Do you remember who contacted your company? Afraid not, I just took the job. I only got the call around 9. Do you think it's important? If Meg started working on this yesterday, then whoever contacted them knew Anton's car was here, yet no one contacted the police. I bet it was done on purpose. But what about the wool? Why is it unusual? I mean, I don't know. It's just weird that we brought it up. Because nothing in the car is made of wool. All the seats are made of leather. What do you use wool for? It's often used in blankets, rugs, gloves, upholstery, car seats. None of which I found in the car. I still have some of the wool if you want it. Might as well take some. Another mystery to add to the pile. Thanks, Meg. Do you mind if we look around? I don't mind. Let me know if you need anything. Let's chat. How are things between you and Fry? About as bad as it gets. We haven't really talked at all. I'd really like to be friends with him again, but I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I don't even know how to face him now because of Annie's fake love letter. I mean, we'd been friends for so long, I never even considered the possibility of him having feelings for me. I don't know. I feel so conflicted. I just don't want to hurt him. Don't you think you're avoiding the problem? Don't you think avoiding the problem is hurting him more? You don't have to date him, but you should at least be honest with him about how you feel. She's right. I don't think it's worth sacrificing your friendship over. You're right. I'll try to sort things out in my head and I'll go talk to him. Thanks, you two. Look at Sophie giving relationship advice. Meg, I know we didn't get a chance to talk after everything that happened last week. It's fine. I spoke to them last week and I'm still processing my feelings. What happened? Well, April 25th, Azure City Police Precinct Number 5 Station Offices. Flashback. Annie, Bill, you got a guest. We normally wouldn't allow it, but she's an exception. Meg, I can explain. The detective already told me everything. I just want to say a few things. After the crash, I started saving up to get the part you needed. I thought it was all my fault and I wanted to fix it. I know you use that car for the kids, but there has to be a better way. I never wanted you to feel responsible for the crash. It was my fault for leaving in a hurry. I should have waited until you came back. But maybe there was a better way. Annie, the Klaus orphanage was our home. I don't understand. Were we not good enough? Were we that much of a burden? If we all pitched in, maybe we could have made your dream come true. I never wanted the orphanage gone, just moved. You kids are important to me, but no amount of pitching in could have been enough. At the time, I felt like it was the only choice I had. But you never gave us a chance. I can forgive Bill, but I don't think I can forgive you. Listen, Meg, you're a gifted young woman. It took me years to find what I wanted. You already knew what you wanted to do the day you saw me work on my car. So go on and do it. I'm proud of you. Meg ran off. Go with me. I need to talk with her. I'm sorry, sir. You have to stay here. But she has already been through enough. She needs time. I'm sorry. I know it's tough. You two did the right thing, exposing her. I know that the person who died recently was the one who helped her. That's why I took this job for my company. I wanted to see this place for myself. Learn about who he was and why he was so evil. I've seen a lot of people as a traffic cop. If there is one thing I learned, no one is evil, selfish or nearsighted, but never evil. What he did with Annie was wrong, but he was a person at the end of the day. I'm sure there's good in him we will never see. Thanks. Sorry for getting off topic. Helping friends is worth getting off topic. So if you need to talk, come by my office at the station. I'll keep that in mind. The trauma! How were you able to open the car? Mr. Chambers' body didn't have his keys. His ex-wife had a spare key, and that's what I've been using. Has anyone turned in any other keys? Nope, I've had the only copy as far as I'm aware. Do you think the culprit threw the original key away? Maybe, but then why take the keys at all? There must have been something we're missing. Are there any cameras here? We could catch Mr. Chambers leaving his car. Afraid not. There are some outside, but none inside. Meaning we don't know exactly who was here Sunday night. Who knew a rich company could be so cheap? Justina. All the cars. Are these the only cars in the whole garage? Yeah, I bet this place is packed most work days. I wonder what kind of cars these employees can afford. I bet they buy the ones with heated seats. Trust me, adding those in manually is way harder than it might seem. But it already seems hard. Which one is Joy's car? Oh, none of these. I think she takes the bus every day. Guess that means she took the bus on Sunday as well. Alright. Let's investigate. Poster. It's a poster for a car wash. It looks like a good deal. I should take my car there. I didn't know you got a car. Built it myself and it's been running like a dream. No more buses for me. I'm finally free. Hey now, what's wrong with buses? I just prefer controlling my own travel time. Yeah, but there's less stress when you take a bus. They deserve more respect. This is not the first time Justina's been like, public transport. Which I mean, like, good for you. Seems like we have a champion of buses here. I used them all the time before I started driving, and they were great. And when I didn't have money, I could sneak into the back when the driver wasn't looking. Justy, how often did you break the law? That car wash is looking real good. This silver one is the beauty I was called to repair. What kind of work did it need? When this car was found, there were dents and scratches all around. I checked the area. It seems like the areas within the garage had scratches from his car. How was it damaged? The taillights were broken and some of the bits were on the floor. It seems he backed it up into the wall harder than normal and damaged it. Do you think he was just a bad driver? I doubt he did this every time he parked there. Something must have happened here the day he died. What do you mean? It's a custom-built stick-shift car, so it's pretty hard to drive if you're not familiar with the car. Anton drove stick? Color me impressed. Why, it's just a car. Have you ever driven a stick-shift before? No, but it's just a car. How hard can it be? Justina. Justy. My lovable, naive Justy. One doesn't simply drive a stick shift. It takes years of hardship to properly drive a stick shift. I watched an online tutorial and thought I could give it a try with this bad boy. I almost got into an accident just trying to start it. Is it really that hard to drive? Still, this is too strange to ignore, so I should write this down. Anton's car is a stick shift car that requires that someone learn to drive it. It had dents, scratches, and a broken taillight. Alright. Blue car. It's so cool that Owen drives an electric car. His car has all the new features. Adaptive cruise control to maintain a safe driving distance, a light-up trunk release to open the trunk from the inside, voice command features to adjust settings so the driver can keep his eyes on the road. Cars can have those? Progress is moving so fast. Trunk releases have been required for years, likely even in your car. But the rest so far are only in luxury cars. But those sound useful. Adaptive cruise control sounds like it can save lives. They should be like the trunk release. They are still new tech, so government regulation has been slow. If anything, the rich are the beta testers. They're paying extra for unproven features. That does make sense. I'll write this down. Alright, Owen's car has adaptive cruise control, a light-up trunk release, and voice command. The trunk release is so someone can open the trunk from the inside. That will be important. This red one is Lowell's car. His car looks pretty plain by comparison. I doubt he made as much money as the two heads of the company. Just your standard automatic with nothing too special. It even has hand crank windows. My parents' first car had hand crank windows. I used to play with them a lot as a kid. They are way more fun than just pressing down on the button. Why am I not surprised? I'm just saying I appreciate the little bits of effort to feel a breeze while in the car. Can we check out the inside? It's locked, so no can do. Can we break the windows and unlock it from the inside? You can't be serious. You can't damage a classic? I have half a mind to arrest you just for suggesting that. Arrest? I was only joking. Note to self, don't mess with the gearheads. I'll write this down. Alright, a standard automatic car with hand crank windows. We don't have access to the inside of the car because we can't break in, apparently. That's like illegal or something. Back into, I guess, travel. I don't have anything else going on, right? May 2nd, Eubank Investments lobby. Miss Collins, we are finished with our meeting. Send our guests to the president's office. Right away, sir. Good news, everyone. Mr. Eubank is ready to meet you two. When you two are ready, you can head up to the president's office. He's so cute. Wow, I wish our police station could connect that easy. Here at Eubank Investments, we pride ourselves on our fast-paced communication. When the CEO calls, I am here to answer. You just heard Mr. Eubank's voice over the speaker. Alright, the reception desk phone has a built-in speaker. It is connected to the president's office. We can head up when you're ready. Let's go. May 2nd, Eubank Investments, president's office. I'm glad you see it my way. Oh, it seems we have guests. Hello again. Welcome to my new office. He clearly is taking no time in moving in. Mr. Eubank, we have some questions we would like to ask you. I'm sorry, but I can't answer them here. I have to head home. Something urgent has come up. If you must ask, come visit me there. Oh, and I suggest we don't talk with the police. We had best not get involved with their investigation. Now, my boy, as our president of Eubank Investments, you represent the company. The sooner we answer their questions, the sooner they can be on their way. Take it from me, they won't take no for an answer. You're right. As president, I should leave them with a good impression. Too late, bud. Good day, detectives. Aw, man. Suspicious. Now, if you don't mind, can you tell us where you were the night of Mr. Chambers' death? Very well. I was at Eubank Investments the night of Anton's death, but I never saw him. I never went anywhere near Anton's office. I left this building at around 10 p.m. and went straight home. I didn't see anyone, including Anton. I wasn't aware he died until after I arrived at the office yesterday. Lowell says he never saw Anton Chambers in his office. He left the office around 10 p.m. that night. It's unknown where else Lowell was. Was there anyone else at the office that night? As an executive assistant, I was too busy to notice anyone. And what were you doing there on a Sunday night? That information is strictly for company executives only. Yeah, he's hiding something. Thanks for your cooperation. We have some follow-up questions. Very well, but as the new president, I have a very busy schedule. Time is money, and my time is very valuable. New mission. Waste this selfish jerk's time. Oh my gosh. Let's chat. So, how does it feel to be president? I admit if you told me 10 years ago I would take the role of president of this very company, I wouldn't have believed you. 10 years ago, that's when they started work in the Sunrise District. That's right, it's where I lived for most of my life. I was in high school at that time, and within a year from when they started, we were forced to move out. Forced out? Our apartment landlord kept trying to raise rent, trying to get higher paying tenants. Rent control stopped them from outright kicking us out. What happened? The lowest renters were offered buyouts, and when some said no, the landlord pulled underhanded tricks to make them leave. When they came to us, we just took the money and left. We weren't going to fight a losing battle. Must have been awful to leave. You grew up there. Sure, but it taught me a lesson that day. Blue-collar workers like my parents never get paid enough. So I took business management classes in college and started working my way up the food chain. When I saw an opening here a few years ago, I jumped on it and got the job as an administrative assistant. Still, I'm surprised you took the role. It was Eubank Investments that led to you leaving. It's small-minded to blame the company. The city paid them, and now the city has a thriving shopping district. But your family has to move out, don't you? Had to move out, don't you hate that? Eubank Investments is the reason the Smith family has a store. Would you have taken that away just for people like me? That's not a fair question. They could have built the shopping district without forcing your family out. Even if the law forced the landlord to let us stay, my family could never afford it. He did us a favor and made us leave. In a way, I respect him. He only did what he had to do. It wasn't personal, just business. And look where I am now. I suppose everyone won. I hope the other renters were able to find new homes. Alright, checking for blood. Detective, we should test this room for blood. Forensics is planning to look over the whole building later, but I got the means to check one room. Do you mind if we test the room now, Mr. Ledger? By all means, we have nothing to hide. No blood, but there is something else. A pal in forensics let me borrow this nifty device that can be used to detect materials of gunpowder. Sorry. Whatever that said. Gunpowder. I found some, but it's a strange shape. Strange how? It spreads across the whole floor, except in this rectangle area. If I recall, there was a rug here. So someone fired a gun and the rug was removed afterwards. Then that's proof he was shot here. Don't be so quick to judge. The detective just said there was no blood. If he had been shot here, he would have been bleeding as well. Maybe. I don't know. He's right. This device isn't enough to conclude that he was shot here. I suppose it wouldn't be that easy. Let's write that down. The president's office had no traces of blood, but there were traces of gunpowder everywhere except where a missing rug was. This is likely from a discharged gun. Wouldn't the blood have been on the rug? Which also could have been where the wool was coming from? I don't know. I don't know. Mr. Ledger, would we be able to check Anton's office phone? Why would you want to do that? This type of phone logs the last couple of calls. We might get a clue about when these phones were last used. Of course, just make it quick. We wouldn't want to waste time. It seems that this phone was used on Sunday night from around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. That means he did come back to make a phone call. I think you are jumping the gun, young lady. Okay, so if he came back here at 7, made a phone call, Red was at the bar, also got a phone call around 7 o'clock. I don't know, the pieces are piecing. That's what I was thinking. I mean, I think the rug is very, very important, and especially with the wool in the trunk. Suspicious. How do you know it was him? Who else would it be? Someone could have come in here and used it instead of him. He's right, it would be impossible to prove. For now, let's write it down. The president's office phone was connected to the reception phone on Sunday night from around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. at night. There's no proof who used it. Alright. Let's investigate. Mr. Chambers left behind a lot of books. More books than I could ever read. Now that it's my office, I'm making some changes. So what are you going to do with these books? The Chambers family is taking them back. Most of them are boring business books, or something silly like Solar Wars, Rise of the Space Bears. I haven't read it, but maybe it's a good book. If he had time to read, he had time to run a company. Maybe he read to relax. Relaxing is for retirement. I didn't get to where I am by relaxing while working. I got here with hard work and forward thinking, not wasting time with silly books. I'm glad he's not my boss. I bet he would regulate my bathroom breaks. I'd read that. I mean, I would read Solar Wars. Sounds like a fun book. Oh no, Lowell, why do you drink so much Kool-Aid? Oh no. He's like, I don't know. If you had time to read books, you wouldn't have time to run the company. Work is all that matters. This is a very fancy looking chair. Anton had great taste in chairs. I'm sure he would want me to take good care of it. Wouldn't you want to give this back to his family? And why should they get it? They didn't work for it. I like to think of it as a small reward for my years of service. A dead man's chair. Lovely. The president of Eubank Investments deserves nothing less than the best. What a greedy little man! So many numbers on this board. Get your eyes off the chalkboard! This information is strictly for company executives. Oh, come on! It's just a bunch of numbers and letters. Those numbers and letters are the very heart of this company. Not that someone like you would understand. We are planning a bright future for Eubank Investments, one that doesn't depend on the past. How exciting! Looks like you took to Mr. Chambers' role quite nicely. Our former president was a great man, but he thought Azure City was the center of the world. Such a powerful man with such a small view only limited the growth of this company. But now that he's gone, I'm going to clean his mess. We are going to throw out his old ways and go into new territory. What do you mean by new territory? One day you will find out. Let's just say that Mr. Eubank and I are on the same page. Once I became president, he gave me the necessary tools to help him out. By the time I left my new office, I knew my duties as president of Eubank Investments. Perhaps someday this will be Eubank Ledger Investments. Okay. If he's going to gloat so much, might as well write it down. Alright, a chalkboard inside the president's office. Lowell claims he started learning about the duties of being president of Eubank Investments yesterday. Lowell got exponentially super villainesque between cases. I know, he was like so normal last case and something happened. I don't know. This is my second time up here and the city looks just as impressive. It's certainly a sight to behold. It's a sight few others could ever see. Detective Swift, what do you see from up here? I think a lot of good people and a few others who would take advantage of them. But it's a city worth serving. And what about you, Detective Smith? What do you see from up here? You mean me? A city more complex than I can imagine. It looks so simple from above, but when you get down there, it can be overwhelming. For a pair of detectives, two are quite different. It's why we're a team. What about you? What do you see? I see a city where anyone can succeed with enough effort and the right mindset. It's a city the Eubanks always dreamed of, a city where everyone can have a bright future. And what of the homeless people on the streets? How did they fit into this bright future? Just because anyone can succeed doesn't mean everyone will. People like me just Just have the ability to do it. You succeeded because the president was murdered. Get off your high horse. Oh my god. You're only here because a man is dead. Alright. Let's, Oh yeah, we gotta go talk to Owen. Damn. May 2nd, House Foyer. Hello, anyone here? Hey, it's the detective ladies! I didn't expect you two to be here. We came to visit your husband. He couldn't stay in the office. We couldn't get a babysitter for Phi, and I have to head to the station to finish some business. Today's a holiday, so no school. Oh, right, it is. Crap. Was it a famous person's birthday? I can't remember. Now, excuse me, I have to go. Phi, dear, your father is busy with work, so be a good girl until I get back. Yes, Mom. Maybe Phi can help us. We are on a super important case. Do you think you can help us out? Sure. For some cash. You want money again? Without Chandra, I have to clean my own room, so I'm gonna save up enough to get my own Chandra. Credit where it's due, at least she's got goals. Phi, this case involves your mom and dad. We want to help them. Isn't that enough? Okay. It'd be so funny if I was wearing 2 monocles. Like, we just need to get rid of the bridge that she's got on her glasses, so just 2 separate monocles. The one time I'd appreciate Justina being snarky, you know, I need her to be snarky with all the business guys. Is it still May 1st in the game? I think so. Oh, May 2nd. It's May 2nd. It's the next day. The day after the murder. Thank you. Can you tell us where your parents were 2 nights ago? Sure thing. I was playing with Toasty when I saw my dad leave at 7 p.m. Toasty and I stayed home with Mom until he got back. He got home around 9 p.m. but barely spoke to us. They might have had what my teachers called a fight. I saw Owen leave his house at 7 p.m. Sunday night after Owen and Ferris had a fight. He got back home around 9 p.m. that night. Do you know what they were fighting about? I was scared, so I hid when they started yelling. I'm sure she just needed some alone time. A fight, huh? Might have been serious if both sides kept it hidden. We can stay and talk, but we don't want Mr. Eubank to wait too long. Alright, let's chat. Phi, did your parents tell you what happened to Anton Chambers? Oh yeah, Mr. Beard? He would come over to our house sometimes. Mr. Beard is quite the name. He has a big poofy beard, but he doesn't like Toasty, so I don't like him. I mean, fair. Oh, then forget what I said. It's likely best I don't tell her he died. So, what's new, Toasty? Toasty says he's been busy balancing playtime with nap time. Not enough hours in the day. Must be a busy cat. I shouldn't tell them I'm more of a dog girl myself. At least dogs do things. Justina! Oh my gosh, she hates cats! I should have known. She gives off cat hater energy. Ugh. Ain't that the truth, Toasty? Alright, plants. Damn it, kid, don't voluntarily talk to the fuzz. I'm like, yeah, you've given us all the information I need. The Plantanic brothers are looking much better since we were here last. Mom's been taking extra care of them lately. They do have a bright forest green color to them, perfect for indoor plants. You can tell based on the color of green? Of course I can! I used to study plants for still art. Wait, she studied plants for still art, but then she was so rude about the plants the last case? She's like, ew, I hate plants. I can't imagine the plants in here in this glass shop. I hate plants. I killed a plant once. Okay. Inconsistent backstory, but alright. Any seasoned artist can tell the difference between emerald and forest green. And the type of green of a plant tells you everything you need to know. Oh, tell us more! What about purple plants? I have to get back to you on that. My teachers were right. I should have studied more than just green. As a lifelong dog person, I've recently been thinking about getting a cat. I've been converted. Yes, cats are the best. And it's not that they do nothing. They're just easy. They take care of themselves. And they're very cuddly and cozy. These are some nice paintings. I guess so, but they're so boring. TV is much more exciting. TV can be exciting, but a fixed image has beauty to it and gets lost with movement. A single image, perfectly set to convey a single emotion. The artist has only one chance to express their feelings to those they will never see. That is the true beauty of these paintings. She really hated these paintings before, though. That's a wonderful choice of words. We don't get it. Kids and cats these days have no appreciation for art. Can confirm, Short Round does not appreciate art. This is such a large window. This is Toasty's favorite room. He likes to sunbathe. Toasty is a lazy cat. Cats are not lazy, they just know how to make every day count. A wise man once said, make it a great day or not, the choice is yours. That's Toasty every day. I wish I could be a cat. No job, no bills. Why couldn't I have been born a cat? That would have been great. I would have loved to be... No, I want to be my cat. I don't want to just be a random cat. I want to be a very spoiled cat. Investigate travel. Owen's office. May 2nd, Owen's office. Mr. Eubank, we arrived just like you asked. Mr. Eubank? Oh, it's you two. Sorry, I was just thinking to myself. Is everything alright? You seem different. Of course not. Anton was my friend. He just passed away and I'm expected to be alright? Eep, I'm sorry. Mr. Eubank, please calm down. My apologies, that was rude of me. Everything is just happening so fast, I don't know what came over me. I forgive you, I was just being insensitive like I normally am. I was being insensitive. I'm sure his soul is resting and he will be reborn soon. Anton didn't know the meanings of rest. I bet his soul is kicking up a storm from resting too much. I understand this is a tough time for you, but we would like to ask you some questions. I would prefer not to. When I last spoke with Anton, I didn't know it would be the last. The wound is still too fresh. I know it's hard, but the two of us just want to find out what happened. If it helps, you can keep it simple. Did the Always Sunny Abbott episode come out? Is it out already? I know what I'm doing after this. Oh my gosh, that's what I'm doing after this if it's out. I don't know, I haven't checked. I gotta check my my TV Time app that like lets me know when they have new episodes. We haven't had a new Abbott episode in so long. I've been waiting. New High Potential episode came out. I have to watch that too. Oh my gosh, I have TV to watch tonight. I'm excited. Thanks for the reminder. All right, here's what happened that night. Around 7 p.m. on the night of Anton's death, I drove to the office to get some work done. I parked the car in the garage and went into Anton's office. Anton and I spoke, but we got into an argument over where to take the company. I left shortly afterwards. Before you ask, I don't have an alibi for being at the office. I didn't see anyone else. Alright. Owen drove his car to the office the night of Anton's death. He had an argument with Anton about the future of the company. Sophie did say to keep it simple. Not having an alibi doesn't do you any favors. Was there no one else inside the building at the time? It was a Sunday night. We don't have anyone working weekend shifts. What about Joy and Lowell? They were all inside. We like having one receptionist on standby in case something happens. Joy enthusiastically volunteers for those shifts. Jeez, I wonder why. As for Lowell, I don't know. You would have to ask him. Oh yes, can't wait for him to tell us that information is strictly for company executives or some other crap. Thank you for letting us know. Do you know what time you two had your argument? No, I don't intend to check the time during an argument. Yeah, I wouldn't as well. What now, detective? Not exactly a lot to go on. I have a few follow-up questions if Mr. Eubank doesn't mind. As long as they are reasonable, I have nothing to hide. I actually trust him. I feel like he's telling the truth. My condolences. I didn't know the last time you saw Mr. Chambers was unpleasant. Thank you, detective. It's not the first time the two of us have fought. It just so happened to be the last. We had very different ways of running the company, but we always made it to work in the end. If I can offer some advice, always tell your friends and family how much they mean to you. Tomorrow isn't promised. Once they are gone, they are never coming back. I only wish I could have learned this before he passed away. I'll take your advice to heart. I should call my parents and Jean after work. You and Anton must have been close. How could we not be? We worked together for over 10 years. Back when we started this company, we both knew the Sunrise District was a disappointing part of the city. We turned the stain of Azure City into a flourishing flower to truly live up to the Sunrise name. That was just the first of many examples of us working as a team. But what about as friends, doing things that don't involve Eubank investments? Our friendship and our business work go hand in hand. You can't talk about one without the other. If we saw each other more, we might get sick of each other. Jesse and I hang out outside of work. We haven't gotten sick of each other yet. Aww. The only time I ever get sick around Sophie is when she's driving her motorcycle. Don't you think stain of Azure City is rather harsh? What about the people who lived there before? The poverty rate of the Sunrise District was around 20% before we started. Now, the poverty rate is around 7%. We raised 13% of the population out of poverty. You know, Lowell was from that area. His family was forced to leave because his landlord raised the rent. Perhaps that 13% were simply forced to move, lowering the poverty rate by removing all the people in poverty. I was aware of Lowell's story, but look at him now. The move only made him stronger. The same could be said about many others. That sounds more like wishful thinking. Alright, Lowell. But how can I maintain my perpetual state of denial about bad things if I tell my loved ones what they mean to me? I way over napped. Glad I caught the stream. How's little Miss Judgy? How are you doing, Purple Clouds? Welcome. Hope the nap was good. Judgy, be judging. We are interrogating innocent people again. You know how it goes. I was surprised Lowell was promoted to president. I thought he was just an assistant. Anton's death was hard on all of us. Lowell was willing to step up to fill the role, so I let him take it. That's still a big promotion. Wouldn't someone better qualified be better to take it? It's only temporary, just until I resolve some personal matters. Personal matters? None of which I want to talk about. We understand and will not press any further. About your personal matters. How's Ferris doing? The last couple of days have been busy. We hardly had time to speak. She's trying her best to hold it together. You should talk to her. She must be so worried about you. I can't right now. There's an important matter I have to deal with first. More important than your wife? Nothing is more important than my family, which is why I must take care of this matter first. He's clearly hiding something from us, but he just lost a dear friend. It's best I don't push him. Bye. Top shelf. What's in here? Golf Lessons 101. I see you found my old golf book. I bought that years ago. A perfect way to start learning the sport. You learned from this book? Indeed. I started learning just to connect with fellow businessmen. The best way to make connections is on the golf course, so I took up the sport, not expecting much. Turns out it was fun, and winning a few tournaments certainly gets your name around. I'm no sports type, but it doesn't seem fun to me. Just hit the ball and move on. Oh my gosh. I thought the same way, but golf is about timing, patience, and planning. There's nothing quite like it. The book is clearly worn, like it's about to fall apart. She thought some of her judgments, but it just wasn't the same. I like when she says her judgments out loud, because then we can judge her judgments. When she keeps it inside, it's a little too private. What's down here? Melody the Thief. It's a classic mystery novel. The main character, Melody, is an antisocial lockpicking thief with an extra sense no one else has. This allows her to solve cases no one else can. What kind of power is that? That's the mystery. Telling you would spoil it. You should read it, since you and the other detectives love a good mystery. Honestly, I don't have much interest in mystery novels. I just hate when others lie. It's literally our whole job. I just want people to be honest with each other. Is that so hard? Melody once said the same thing in that very book. By the end, she learned a very important lesson. It's not about who's lying or telling the truth. It's about the people you trust. Honestly, honesty is only as useful as the trust one puts in a person. Maybe I should read that book. Now I'm invested. What's on here? The Trickster Ghost. Stop snooping around. Sorry. I've never heard of this game before. It went a bit under the radar on release, but it's a modern classic. When did it come out? Let me think. I think right before Phi was born. No wonder I hadn't heard of it. I must have been 12 at the time. I hadn't really followed video games. You were only a little older than Phi is now. Where has the time gone? I suppose I'm no longer the spring chicken I once was. A young Owen Eubank. It's almost hard to believe he didn't always look this way. He was a child once. This lamp blends in too much with the room. It doesn't really stand out. It doesn't pop. What do you mean? Everything in this room has a dark and muted color scheme. Your suit stands out more than anything else in this room. Excuse me, this is my office. I'm supposed to stand out more. But don't you think a brighter colored lamp would just pop? You sound like my wife. She wanted to repaint the whole room yellow and white. A proper office needs to reflect its owner's soul, and I think this lamp is the perfect color for it. I suppose so. Does my bedroom reflect my soul? Maybe I should redecorate it. Okay. Well, I think we've talked to everyone about everything. Wasn't there more about I needed to know why he was here? This is the energy we wanted against the jerk. I know, like, we did not bring the same energy to this room. Police station. I think we've seen it. So I guess we have to find some discrepancies now. We've done everything. Who should we interrogate? Or I guess find a contradiction with? Alright, let's look at our file. Alright, Detective Hunt was at the bar until 7. He claims he went directly home. Anton Chambers left his office at 6:23 p.m. Joy was told he wouldn't return. Joy records important information on her phone. The cat toy found by Joy on Sunday night, it was wet, had teeth marks, and there was orange and white fur nearby. Cats are not allowed inside Eubank Investments. Let me see, did she, hold on, if I had a statement. Saw Owen leave the house at 7. After Owen and Ferris had a fight, he got back home around 9. Okay, so nothing weird, contradictory about her statement. Okay, saw Owen leave at 7. Drove his car to the office the night of Anton's death, had an argument about the future of the company. Lowell says he never saw Anton Chambers in his office. He left the office around 10 that night. Okay, I mean, that makes sense, because they were in the garage, right? Well, I guess I don't know where Anton would have been. I don't know where they had their argument. I thought it was in the garage for some reason. He left the office around 10 p.m. last night. Unknown where Lowell was. Lowell's car, Owen's car. And then Anton's car. Meg started working on Anton's car yesterday morning. She found some clumps of wool in the car trunk before she started working on it. We also have no cleaning crew. Is there anything weird about anything anyone said? I don't think so. Our company got contacted yesterday morning. They told us they wanted to repair the car for the family of someone that passed away. Given that I was most familiar with Eubank Investments, they wanted me to take the job. I have been working on this car since yesterday. Now look at her, she's a thing of beauty. Otherwise, the only unusual thing I found was clumps of wool in the car trunk. Okay, that checks out. I feel good about that. Let's go to Jerkface's office. Let's look at your statement. Okay, I was at Eubank Investments the night of Anton's death, but I never saw him. But he was here. So, okay, that. So at Eubank Investments, didn't see, never saw him. Which, I mean, I can't prove that he didn't, like, he could have just completely missed him. It's a big office. I don't know. Never went anywhere near Anton's office. I left this building around 10 p.m. and went straight home. I didn't see anyone, including Anton. You didn't see Joy? I don't know. I don't know, something about him is just so shady. I wanna catch him in the act. President's office phone was connected to the reception phone on Sunday night from around 7 to 8. No proof of who used it. What about the toy mouse and Toasty? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but like, we don't know where he was. Did he go by the desk? What did he say? Left this building at around 10 p.m. and went straight home. I don't think that's it. Okay. Well, let's try Toasty. Not Toasty. I'm gonna press Vi to get something to press him with. Okay. Let's try that. Let's get through this. Alright, and that. Let's maybe go talk to... Yeah. I don't think her statement said anything about where she was. Her statement was just that her parents had a fight. I was playing with Toasty when I saw my dad leave at 7. Toasty and I stayed home with Mom until he got back. But we have this thing. There we go. Vi, do you recognize this toy? That's Toasty's. I mean, it looks like Toasty's toy. It was found on the night you said you were at home. My theory is Toasty was there that night, and if Toasty was there, you were there. It's, the burden of proof falls on the accuser. Where did you learn that? Mom taught me. Of course the mother would teach her. She's right, we have to prove it. I suppose we need to ask Ferris. She would know. You can't! Ooh. See what happens when you talk to the fuzz. See, you just incriminated yourself, Vi. Oh my gosh. Me and Sophie on the same page. Alright. Mom was in her room the whole night. She didn't see me. When she's sad, she hides away. She didn't see me until this morning. Besides, I can't even leave my house. I had no way of getting there from here. I have a perfect alibi. Vera's hiding when she's sad is exactly what happened in the alleyway. But let's start from the beginning. Okay, hold on. Mom was in her room the whole night. She didn't see me. She's sad, she hides away. She didn't see me until this morning. Besides, I can't even leave my house. I had no way of getting there from here. I had a perfect alibi. Okay. Fair enough. You had no way of getting there. Unless you got into the trunk of the car. The trunk release. Well, it's possible she could have gotten there in Owen's car. She isn't able to drive it herself. We better prove who drove it than save this evidence for later. Oh, Owen drove it. She snuck into the trunk, right? Because it's got a trunk release? Right? I don't think this is really relevant. I'm telling you she got in the trunk. How do I show that she got in the trunk? Is there anywhere where he says he drove there? Yeah, so I'm trying to find if there's like a piece of evidence that's like exactly who was driving. Okay, because I'm like, it's apparently not saw Owen leave the house. Owen drove his car to the office. There we go. There was a direct line between your home and the office. Your dad drove directly to the office. You could have caught a ride there. There we go. No, I didn't. Toasty can back me up. Exactly. You tell him, Toasty. Can you or Toasty clarify what you mean? Sure. Dad would never let me ride with him into the office. If he saw me, he would have brought me back home. If there's nowhere to hide in his car, his office is boring anyways. I wouldn't want to go there. Okay, Mr. Eubank never did talk about Fi. Was he hiding Fi from us, or did Fi get there on her own? Come on, she got in the trunk. There's nowhere to hide in his car. There is a where you can hide in the trunk. There is a way you could have gotten to the office in the car. You must have hidden in the trunk of the car. If you were hiding there, you could have gotten there without him noticing. But how would I get out? I would be locked inside. There's a safety lock inside the trunk designed to allow anyone to escape. You could exit the car at the garage and leave the trunk open. That way, you could go back inside the trunk when your dad was leaving the office. Alright, you got me. I was hiding in the trunk. This kid is way too good at hiding. Hi, why were you hiding in the trunk? We went into the garage behind the house to hide. We were playing when I heard my dad coming, so I jumped into the trunk hoping he wouldn't spot me. Why did you hide? He doesn't like it when I'm in the garage because he says it's too dangerous, but it was the only place I could get away from the yelling. When I heard him walking, I hid in the trunk thinking he would go away. Then I heard the car turn on. That's how I ended up there. Can you tell us what happened while you were there? Promise not to tell my parents? I pinky promise. When the car parked, I waited until my dad left. When the coast was clear, I got out. So what did you do once he left? I just got out and played with Toasty. The garage was boring, so I went to the second floor. While there, I heard people talking downstairs, but I ignored it. Then there was a loud sound and Toasty got scared and ran off. He ran all the way to the lobby and I had to get him out. That explains how his toy got there. Can you tell us what the sound was like? Like those cop shows when the police start shooting the bad guys. The sound must have been a gunshot. I'd bet my money on it. Fi, do you remember what time it happened? I'm sorry, I was so busy getting Toasty I didn't check. It's alright, did you happen to see anyone there? Toasty and I didn't see anyone. So Joy wasn't there when you showed up. That timing is uncanny. That's too much speculation for my liking, but it's a lead. One last question, did you hear only one shot? Yeah, if there was another, Toasty would have run off again. Strange, why did she only hear one shot when there were clearly two? I'll write it down. Ooh. Vi and Toasty were in Eubank Investments' second floor when they heard a single gunshot coming from the lobby. When they got there, they didn't see Joy at the reception desk. We know how you got to the building, but how did you get back home? I saw my dad heading back to the garage, so I ran back to the car before him. I hopped into the trunk and he drove back. Was there anything unusual before your dad drove back? I heard my dad talking to someone. Did you see who it was? First rule of hide and seek, never risk being spotted. I kept my head down. Could you hear what they were saying? I couldn't. I only recognized my dad's voice. We better update Fi's statement. Thanks, Fi and Toasty. You helped us plenty. Thank goodness we got to the bottom of that. But please stop hiding stuff from us. You're making our job harder. I promise I'll stop. As long as you have enough money. Someone teach this kid you can't extort the police. Alright, let's see. Now that we know that, maybe we can talk to Lowell about something. I don't know what. Her little picture is kind of creepy. Those beady eyes. Okay, so let's see. Anton Chambers left his office at 6:23. When Joy was told he wouldn't return. Okay. What else do we have? Next, started working on the car. Lowell says he never saw Anton Chambers in his office. He left the office around 10 that night. It's unknown where else Lowell was. What else do we have that's weird? Okay, I was at Eubank Investments the night of Anton's death, but I never saw him. I never went anywhere near Anton's office. I left this building around 10 p.m. and went straight home. I didn't see anyone, including Anton. I was hiding outside Owen's trunk when he left his house at 7 p.m. Sunday night. She was also in the trunk before he left the office and could hear her dad talking to an unknown party in the garage. So therefore he would have had to like... Well, they left at 9. If he left at 10, then I guess I don't know. Someone teach Justina that you can... that once you give in to the kid's extortion, the lesson she learns is that you can extort the police. That's the lesson learned today. Don't think this is relevant. Okay. Is there anything I can do about Phi's new stuff? Like, she now has a new statement of... Could hear her dad talking to an unknown party in the garage. And I was thinking like, oh, if Lowell left and was in the garage, but I think there's like an hour difference between those times. Had an argument with Anton about the future of the company. I don't know, like, I just don't understand how you didn't see anyone. Never went near Anton's office. I wasn't aware he died until I arrived at the office yesterday. Okay. I don't know. I just want to blame him for something. Let me check Owen's statement again. Around 7 on the night of Anton's death, I drove to the office to get some work done. I parked the car in the garage and went into Anton's office. Okay. Anton and I spoke, but we got into an argument over where to take the company. They had their argument in the office, so therefore they were in the office based off of that statement. Okay. Alright, because he's saying never saw Anton in the office at all. Okay. So let's say went to Anton's office. Anton and I spoke. Let me see that never saw him in the office. Something like that. Something's wrong there. Went to Anton's office, but he didn't see anybody. Okay. Spoke. I left shortly afterwards. Before you ask, I don't have an alibi for being at the office. I didn't see anyone else. Ugh. Okay. I just feel like, how did no one see anyone? It seems weird. I never saw him. I never went anywhere near Anton's office. Oh, you're not saying that you didn't see him in the office. You didn't go near the office. Which checks out because Owen also didn't see anyone. Left this building around 10 and went straight home. I didn't see anyone, including Anton. Oh, I don't know. Someone's lying, and I don't know who it is. Garage. I don't think that you had anything sus anyways. You were at the bar. And then you got a phone call, which I think is connected to this phone call. Whatever phone call it was. President's office phone call. There's no proof of who used it. Maybe I can talk to Joy about, like, he did come back? Oh, wait, I can talk to you about Joy. Hold on. I don't trust that receptionist one bit. She's way too happy. It makes me uncomfortable. She's gotta be hiding something. And what gives you that idea? There's no way anyone can work customer service and not be dead on the inside. I should know. I had to do it once in my life. Just because you hated working customer service doesn't mean she does. Red is right. Some people just have different mindsets. I don't believe it. Maybe I'm biased, but no one loves customer service. Justina. Yeah, let's go back to the lobby, see what Joy has to say again. Alright, April 30th, 6:23 p.m. I was informed that Mr. Chambers left just a bit ago. The night should be quiet until my shift ends at 8 p.m. I stayed on the first floor the whole night. As far as I know, he didn't return. I've never been in customer service, but I've seen enough people that I'm on team no one loves customer service. Yeah. But she probably loves her job. It's alright. I'm all for Joy loving her job. Getting that bag. Networking. Killing it. As far as I know, he didn't return. Until you're thinking, what time was that phone call? Okay, wait. I should be quiet until my shift ends at 8. Stay on the first floor the whole night. Hold on. But like, I feel like she should have heard the phone, right? Did Vizdad ever say he talked to anybody? He talked to Anton. Drove his car to the office that night on Anton's death. He had an argument with Anton about the company of the future. The company of the future. Future of the company. Gosh, you know, I've been reading for that long when that happens. Yeah, he was talking to Anton. In Anton's office, where apparently no one was. Left a bit ago. The night should be quiet until my shift ends at 8. But there was a phone call. If Joy was on the first floor the whole time, why didn't she report the phone call? It's certainly strange. However, I think we should keep that to ourselves for now. Remember what Lowell said? There's no proof Anton was the one who used it. We can't prove this phone call was directly connected to Anton being in the office. So we better keep that in mind for now and save it for later. Okay, but then what else am I supposed to go off of if I can't just present my evidence? My shift ends at 8. I mean, was Fi on the first floor? Maybe it's that. The night should be quiet. Stayed on the first floor the whole night. As far as I know, he didn't return. No, I feel like there's something wrong. Don't think this is... Okay, so she didn't see Fi at all? Or she's just claiming that she didn't know that Anton came back, as far as she understands. Okay. I don't think it's really relevant. I think it is relevant because it proves that Anton was not. I don't know what the game wants from me. I really have no clue. Definitely something there, I agree, but I don't think we have it yet. We've gone everywhere. I've questioned everyone about everything, and I have investigated every scene. So I have all of the things, I just don't know whose statement has a discrepancy. And I feel like it's him, but I don't have any way to prove he's lying. President's office has no traces of gunpowder, but there are traces, blood, but there are traces of gunpowder. Missing rug. I and Toasty were at Eubank Investments' second floor. Wait, where is... Oh, I didn't even see this one. Hold on. When they heard a single gunshot coming from the lobby. They didn't see Joy at the reception desk. So that had to be after she left, right? I don't know. I told us that she didn't see Joy at her desk, but Joy didn't say she hadn't left her desk. She could have been on a bathroom break. Besides, we only have Fi's word on that. I better get more facts first. I like that Justina's like, you're on the right track, but I refuse to tell you that you're right. Here's his statement. We have to find a contradiction. We got stuck last time because I could not figure out what was contradictory about literally anything anyone said. Whatever, sure, how are you doing? Maybe the plant was shot. You know what? I didn't think to ask about the plant and his testimony. Excellent. Plant may have lost its life, but its legacy is justice. Alright, let's go over the statement. Around 7 p.m. on the night of Anton's death, I drove to the office to get some work done. I parked the car in the garage and went into Anton's office. Anton and I spoke, but we got into an argument over where to take the company. I left shortly afterwards. Before you ask, I don't have an alibi for being at the office. I didn't see anyone else. Okay. Well, let's take a look. Okay, Hunt was at the bar, so what does he know? Anton Chambers left his office at 6:23 p.m. Joy was told he wouldn't return. Meg started working on Anton's car yesterday morning. Anton is the dead man, for anyone who doesn't know. He's done been gone. Friday, how are you doing? Can you at least confirm your alibi by showing us your paperwork, sir? I mean, I don't know what he was doing. Did he have any paperwork? He says he doesn't know. He was just at the office to do work. Lowell says he never saw Anton Chambers in his office. He left the office around 10 p.m. that night. It's unknown where else Lowell was. Fi was hiding outside Owen's trunk when he left his house at 7 p.m. Sunday night. She was also in the trunk before he left the office and could hear her dad talking to an unknown party in the garage. And then Owen drove his car to the office the night of Anton's death. He had an argument with Anton about the future of the company. I guess he spoke to Anton in the office, so he talked to somebody else in the garage. So that's... No? Hold on. No, yeah, I parked the garage and went to his office. Okay. Anton and I spoke, so they're in the office, they're like, blah, 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 argue, argue, argue. I left shortly afterwards. Okay, so Anton's like over here, he's like, blah, 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 going to my car. And he doesn't have an alibi for being at the office. And he didn't see anyone else, but he did see someone in the garage, yeah? Just kidding. Wow. I think that might be the... I don't know. I'm hoping it's the lie because I can't figure out anything else. I didn't see anyone else. Where was that? Could hear her dad talking to an unknown party in the garage. Bless, 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 bless. Mr. Eubank, we have a witness who stated that you were in the parking garage talking to someone. Why didn't you bring them up? Oh. Well, hold on, who is this witness? I better not let him know his own daughter ratted him out. I don't know, tell him. You know, twist the knife a little bit. Might be nice. That information is highly classified police information. You expect me to believe that? Then tell me, who did I speak to? Based on our evidence, is there anyone he could have spoken to? Here's who you spoke to that night. Girl, I don't know. Who are you with? I mean... Anton... could have been in the garage. Who do we think he spoke to? Maybe Anton came out with him to the garage. Daughter needs to stop snitching. No one in this game knows the rule number 1 of talking to the police. She was just like, hey, so here's everything that happened. Miss Collins was away from her desk for a bit. She was. Okay. Nothing in here exactly says who, but let's try that. I should rethink this. I know I have the evidence on me. Perhaps it would make more sense to use someone's statement to represent them. Here's how. Okay, so it's not Miss Collins. Maybe it was Lowell. Lowell is the only person in the building whose movements we don't know yet. He's the only option. Lowell was the person, which makes it even stranger that you or him didn't say anything. Well, it was such a minor thing, it was hardly worth bringing up. Then, what were you two talking about? And why should I tell you about my private conversation? You said you had nothing to hide. If you must know, go ask him yourself. I have nothing else to say. In that case, we will go see him. Thank you for your help. Alright. Well, Lowell's not very helpful either. I am starting to think Mr. Eubank hates just giving a straight answer. We can't push him if he doesn't want to talk. Unless you want to try to drag him to the station. No thanks. Didn't exactly end well when Detective Hunt tried it. I do think he's right. We should go ask Lowell himself. For now, let's update his statement. Alright, so now if we go travel over to Lowell's office. Imagine playing poker with Owen. Anytime he bluffs, his monocle pops off. Wow. Owen, you've got to tell, you know? I won't tell you what it is. Alright. Let's see. Let's talk about your statement. I was at Eubank Investments the night of Anton's death, but I never saw him. I never went anywhere near Anton's office. I left this building at around 10 p.m. and went straight home. I didn't see anyone else, including Anton. No, wrong. Wrong. Spoke to Lowell in the garage before leaving. Lowell, Mr. Eubank told us that he spoke to you inside the parking garage on Sunday. What were you two talking about? Did he now? Why would he tell you about that? We know how to make him talk. It's simple, really. We were talking about the future of Eubank. Lowell, was that your fart? Oh my gosh. No, Philip farted on us. Okay, great. I feel nice and crop dusted. But such information is strictly confidential. There's your answer. I have already wasted enough time helping you two. I must get back to work. I won't let him shut us out of this. Better find an opening. Sorry, Lowell, but we can't accept that. What did you really talk about? You dare question me? I won't stand for such slander. Prove it. If you can't, then get out of my office. No backing out now. Then I will. Here's why you wouldn't be speaking to Mr. Eubank about the future of the company. Because he already spoke to Anton about the future of the company, right? I don't know. He wasn't president yet. Also, office phone. I mean, I guess we can bring up his statement again, huh? Well, oh, he only learned about being president yesterday, so maybe that's important. Mr. Eubank only started planning with you once you became president, but that was only yesterday. On Sunday night, you were just a glorified secretary. It seems you two won't leave empty-handed. You really want to know what we talked about? I have a bad feeling about this. I was speaking to him about Detective Hunt's visit. Visit? What are you talking about? Oh dear, did he not tell you? He was here Sunday night to see Anton himself. He was here! He didn't tell us. Oh yes, I called Detective Hunt myself. It seems our late president wanted to talk with him before meeting him the next day. In fact, I'm pretty sure Detective Hunt was the last person to see him. And where's your proof? He would have told us if he had been there. Here's my phone. It shows I called him that night. It's Red's phone number. It also shows that he called Anton a little after 7 p.m., which would be after his talk with Mr. Newbuck. Wait a moment. That means you knew Anton was here. You lied before. Shocker. Can you imagine someone lying in this game? I couldn't. I love how every time his monocle comes off, he just reaches into his jacket and gets a new one. Unlimited supply. It's great. His alibi should have been the employee who's hired to clean up the monocles. Lying? I know. Shocker. But why were you two in the garage? I was just grabbing something from my car when I ran into him. I think we have enough to work with. Thank you, Lowell. We will update your statement. Grabbing something from the car is just an excuse. Those two are hiding something. I agree, but if Lowell is honest about Red, that means he was the last person to see Anton before he died, which means Red is our prime suspect. But he wouldn't kill anyone. We can't suspect him. No, he wouldn't do that. Never mind, he's not a suspect. The same like Justina being like, we can't question my dad. He didn't murder anyone, I know. That's why we should talk with him now. Figure out what happened. He should be at the station. Let's head there. Okay, let's go to the station. I wish we could shout perjury at the suspects. That'd be great. Let's chat. I should go over a statement again. We left the station shortly after leaving you and Sue. We headed to the local bar and I decided to grab a bubbly water. The patrol officers kept trying with the ladies and kept getting shot down. Around 7 p.m. I had my fun watching them and left the bar. I went home afterwards. I needed some rest to prepare for Anton's arrival. Alright, which part of this is wrong? Headed to the local bar. Patrol officers kept trying with the ladies. 7 p.m. I had my fun watching and left the bar. Went home afterwards. But you didn't. Called it to come to... I called Detective Hunt to come to Anton's office around 5. Let's try that. Detective, what you're saying isn't true. You didn't go home. We spoke with Lowell and he said he called you to come to Eubank Investments. And more importantly, you spoke with Anton that night. I suppose this was always going to come up. Sorry I lied. Like everyone else. But I swear, if I thought it was tied to this case, I would have told you to. Ernest, this is serious. Right now, you were the last person to have seen Anton alive, meaning you are our prime suspect. I expect no less from you, Detective, but I am no murderer. Then what happened that night? Why were you even there? While I was with the boys, you know, because Sunday nights are for the boys, I got a call from a man named Lowell Ledger. He told me that Anton Chambers wanted to speak with me. And you agreed? At first I wasn't going to, but then he said he wanted to confess something. After that I agreed, so I left early and spoke with him. And what did you talk about? I'll let you hear yourself. I got it recorded. Why was this not brought to light sooner? You had it recorded and you didn't even give it to us as evidence? Let me play it for you two. Please, please do. Hello, Detective. Forgive me for being late. I had other matters to attend to. Let's not beat around the bush. Your assistant said you wanted to confess. If you're really so busy, this can wait until your police interview tomorrow. Yet you still came. The last time someone wanted to confess to me, she was attacked before she had the chance. I'm not letting that happen again, so out with it. I'll get right to it. If I come to the station tomorrow, I'll be sure to walk out a free man. I can get a team of lawyers to drag any case through the mud until you give up. It would be a waste of time for both you and me. So you want to confess now and save me some time? You don't really want me. You want the head honcho, Owen Eubank. I can prove all the evidence you need to get Owen locked up for good. And let me guess, I can get all that in exchange for dropping this case. Those are your words, not mine, but whatever happens next is your choice. I see how it is. You're scared. Scared we will find something on you. People like you are exactly the type that think they can bribe their way out of justice. If the Eubanks really are guilty of something, we will find it, with or without your evidence. I see. Perhaps you need some time to think about it. You have until tomorrow. I hope you can change your mind by then. Then we have nothing else to talk about. By the way, if you've got something to say, better to have you call me yourself. Once you're behind bars, you won't have anyone to do your dirty work. And then he died. How is this not relevant to the gays? Isn't it illegal to record it without consent? I mean, I don't know if he got consent or not. Maybe he did. Although, Hunt may be above the law. That's a lot to process. Sophie, any ideas? Red, you shouldn't have recorded that. Huh? Why not? Anton was clearly trying to bribe the detective. Justina, do you know what two-party consent is? Okay, so he didn't ask consent. I was trying to give him benefit of the doubt. Like, maybe he agreed to this. Nope. Both parties agreeing to something? Yes, but he's referring to the legal term. The law requires two-party consent before anyone makes an electronic recording of a private conversation. Without Anton's approval, what Red did was illegal. But he was only trying to solve it this case. There are no bad intentions here. Good or bad, it's still illegal for good reason. Without it, police officers could trick suspects into saying something out of context. That happened? It was part of a court case over 15 years ago, but yes. We are too young to truly know about it. Red, on the other hand. I wasn't intending to use this as evidence, but I needed something as proof for myself. Something that can help me get legal evidence. That's why I kept it hidden. I'm sorry, Red, but I have to report this to the chief. Sophie, I don't regret what I did. People like him, they only follow the rules that suit them. At least I'm doing it for the right reasons. As police officers, we have to hold ourselves to the highest standards. If we don't hold ourselves accountable, then we don't deserve our badges. If you will allow it, please wait until you solve this case. I will gladly tell the chief myself afterwards. Alright, but if you don't do so after the case, I will tell him myself. So now what? We can't use the recording? True, but Red was still there. As long as we keep out what they talked about, it should be acceptable evidence. This evidence may not be legal, but forget the law. What matters now is... Forget the law. What matters now is... Now you know I didn't do it. Can you tell us anything about what happened when you got there? When I arrived, I met with the receptionist, and she brought me up to Anton's office. She said Mr. Chambers called me earlier, and he was on his way. So then, Joy must have known he was returning. I'm going to update Red's statement. Anything else? Nope, he arrived, we talked quickly, then I left. A lead is still a lead. Then we better get back to work. We still have plenty of investigating to do. Alright, so Joy lied. Everyone's lying. My gosh. I'm surprised they're quoting real-life laws. I mean, this is very accurate. I've gotten so many lessons, legal lessons throughout this game. What we can and can't do, all the laws we've been breaking. Let's go to the lobby and tell Joy, why did you lie to me? My gosh. Anton's dead. Prove he didn't give consent. I mean, that is true. Again, illegal, but who's gonna prove that he didn't give consent? But now that it's in the open, you broke the law and established your motive. You've literally put us in a position to ask you to testify if you did or didn't kill the man. I mean, that is true. He should be. He's got an alibi, but we can't really use that. I don't know. I should go over her statement. April 30th, 6:23 p.m. Eubank Investment Reception Desk. I was informed that Mr. Chambers left just a bit ago. The night should be quiet until my shift ends at 8 p.m. I stayed on the first floor the whole night. As far as I know, he didn't return. Girl. Liar. Joy brought him to Anton's office. Oh gosh. Joy! I expected more from you. Miss Collins, we spoke to Detective Hunt. He told us you escorted him to the president's office the night of his death. That must mean you knew Mr. Chambers was coming back. I misspoke! I must have had the wrong date! But your recording said the date and time. Why did you leave out such an important piece of information? Eubank investment policy states that I can't answer such questions without legal representation. You are within your rights to have one, however, we will take you to the station. There, we can continue this conversation. After running around the whole of Eubank Investments, we finally had a lead. But did Joy really know all the answers? Was she our culprit this whole time? If Detective Hunt had told us what he did, we could have saved a lot of time. We could have. If he just started by saying, hey, I have a recording that may be illegal, but it's useful. Alright, end of case 5, part 1. My gosh. May 2nd, Azure City Police Precinct number 5, viewing room. Alright, Justy, you seem to have your head in the cloud. You alright, Justy? You seem to have your head in the clouds. Oh my goodness, hold on. When this is over, will Detective Hunt be okay? No, I think we should lock him up, to be honest. Can we dispute Beep? Oh, it did say beep as like her recording ended. We should have been able to dispute it. If he tells the chief he broke the law, what will happen? I'm not so sure, although he might have to take the highest punishment on the force. Highest punishment? Poor Hunt. I don't like it either, but his actions can't be ignored. But we can worry about him later. For now, he got us a lead. Whatever Miss Collins knows, we have to find out. Not so fast. I'm not letting you talk to her without me there. Until proven otherwise, she's innocent in my book. Do you honestly believe she isn't involved in this? I know she's hiding something. You two don't just bring people in for lying about their age. So you just decided to make our job harder. I'm here to make sure you do your job right. She is still an employee of my company. Even if she went all the way and killed Anton, I'm going to make you prove it without room for doubt. And if you get something wrong, I'm going to push back as hard as I can. Sounds like this is gonna be a fun time. When we solve this case, we can all get drinks together. You're way too optimistic, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, light flirtation today. Last time we were like heavy flirting. May 2nd, Azure City Police Precinct number 5, interrogation room. Chief is gonna bury that. Highest punishment on the force, 2 weeks paid vacation. I'm hoping so. For Hunt's sake, I hope so. Miss Collins, now that you have an attorney, let's get started. You claimed you were unaware that Anton Chambers returned to his office on the night of his death. However, Detective Ernest Hunt claims you escorted him to Mr. Chambers' office that night. Do you dispute these claims? My client acknowledges that she escorted the detective to see Mr. Chambers that night. However, visiting Mr. Chambers that night before he was scheduled for a police interview was highly unethical. Detective Hunt should have disclosed his visit yesterday when Mr. Chambers' body was found. He thought it was unrelated to the case until you proved Mr. Chambers didn't die in the alleyway. We can dispute Detective Hunt's actions another time. We are here for Miss Collins' actions. Why didn't you tell us that Anton Chambers returned to his office? I was unaware it was important. I depended on my recordings, so I misspoke. Excuse me. I mean, I misspoke too. Oh, please, spare me the weaponized incompetence. Can you tell us more about when you escorted Detective Hunt? Yes, of course. Joy Collins' statement. Press 1 for escorting the detective. Lowell had told me, Lowell, oh gosh, it's already bad. We just started today and I already can't talk. Lowell had told me a detective was coming and I was to bring him to the president's office. So when he arrived a little before 7, I escorted him to the office. Escorting the detective was the only time I had left my desk or had been in the president's office. While at my desk, I didn't see or know if Mr. Chambers' return. When I heard what happened, I thought he died before ever returning. If she never intended to tell us from the beginning, that means she didn't have time to prepare. I better use evidence she had no way of knowing to catch her off guard. Okay, Lowell had told me a detective was coming and I was to bring him to the president's office. So when he arrived a little before 7, I escorted him to the office. Okay, but he left the bar at 7. No, he got to the office at 7. Fine. Fine. Weaponized incompetence. Love it. Don't you just. Okay, 7. I feel like that checks out. Escorting the detective was the only time I had left my desk or had been in the president's office. Okay. The phone also is, I guess if she was escorting him at 7. Was she gone for an hour? Because she would have heard the phone, right? While at my desk, I didn't see or know of Mr. Chambers' return. Okay. I dispute this with Toy Mouse. That Toy Mouse was actually very important. I am glad that it worked out for us. When I heard what happened, I thought he died before ever returning. What is wrong here? But if they were calling and he didn't answer, you'd know. What do you mean if they were calling and didn't answer? Wait, where? I mean, I guess I can do the phone call. Let's see. Or maybe I should do the president's phone. There was that phone call in the president's office. She'd have to wire it to the office. I think the call was made from the office though, right? Let me check it again. All right, so this is wrong. Hold on, let's try that again. Bring him to the president's office. So when he arrived a little before 7, I escorted him to the office. Escorting the detective was the only time I left my desk or had been in the president's office. While at my desk, I didn't see or know of Mr. Chambers' return. So maybe if I say not her phone, but the president's office phone. The president's office phone was connected to the reception phone on Sunday night from around 7 to 8. There's no proof of who used it. I feel like the phone is important. I just don't know how it contradicts something. We know this isn't true, and I got the evidence right here. Doesn't seem like much to me. Maybe look over your evidence before you try to call us out for lying. The employees at Eubank Investments are sharper than a knife. Your tricks won't work here. Jeez. I made one mistake and she calls me out. I guess I'll have to think of something else. Okay. Lowell told me a detective was coming, so that's true because Lowell did say the detective was coming. He called Detective Hunt. And called Anton at around 7. Okay. So when he arrived a little before 7, I escorted him to the office. Unless it's something as minor as he came to the office at 7 and then a little before 7, which I don't think is important, but there was one thing previously that was just a slight little miswording. Okay, so that's not it. Okay, something she wouldn't have known. I escorted him to the office. Escorting the detective was the only time I left my desk or had been in the president's office. Let me just question her. Never left at all? Not even for a bathroom break? Nope, professionals are always prepared. I train my body to make sure I only use the bathroom when I'm off the clock, but I can't tell you how. It's a secret. That's all right, I don't need the details. That's a little too detailed for my liking. All right, she didn't even get up for a bathroom break. Ew. She's holding it. Also, pee on company time. Come on, girl. While at my desk, I didn't see or know of Mr. Chambers' return. Sounds highly unrealistic. Executive catheter. It's Anton's car. Alright. How? The reception desk phone has a built-in speaker. It is connected to the president's office. The president's office phone was connected to the reception phone on Sunday night from around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. at night. There's no proof of who used it. I just feel like when I heard what happened, I thought he died before ever returning. Vi and Toasty were at Eubank Investments' second floor when they heard a single gunshot coming from the lobby. When they got there, they didn't see Joy at the reception desk. Okay, so that checks out that was, she was gone to the president's office at the time, right? So that clears her of not having left her desk. Or having left her desk. Unless there's not a time tied to that, right? Owen drove his car to the office the night of Anton's death. He had an argument with Anton about the future of the company. Wait, did she say the only time she left her desk was... Only time I'd left my desk, but she did leave her desk before when Owen was there, right? Maybe that's it. She wasn't at her desk multiple times. Miss Collins, we have an eyewitness who didn't see you at the reception desk. I don't see the problem. They could have shown up when she was escorting the detective. The problem is that doesn't line up with our witness. Detective Hunt got there right before 7 p.m., but our witness wasn't in the building yet. Then go ahead, show us how you know this. Then I will. This is how we know the witness got there after Detective Hunt that night. The witness got there after Detective Hunt. How do we know? Hiding in Owen's trunk when he left his house at 7. She was also in the trunk before he left the office. That's not right. Witness saw Mr. Eubank leave his... Oh, it is right, okay. Our witness saw Mr. Eubank leave his home at the same time that Detective Hunt arrived. Since they were in the car at the time, they couldn't have gotten in there before Joy escorted the detective. Or, I guess I should say, she was in the car. Excuse me? What was she doing in the building at the time? We can't disclose any details. We pinky promised the witness. That's so cute. Well, Sophie didn't break the pinky promise if I'm the one who told her. And how do we know they were there? Do you only have their word? Your client found this cat toy earlier. Do you recognize it? Unfortunately, yes. It seems that the witness has a lot of explaining to do later. Back to the main point. Our witnesses were only in the lobby because they heard a loud sound. The exact words were, like those cop shows when the police start shooting the bad guys. When this is over, those two are grounded for life. Poor Fi. Aw, Sailor, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream, and thank you for 20 months of being sexy and snacky and stale. I love it. But can you even ground a cat? I've tried. You can't. You cannot ground a cat. I do believe your witness was mistaken. I heard a sound, but it wasn't a gunshot. It was a loud noise from outside. I simply left my desk to check what it was. So your witness must have simply been wrong. As the front desk receptionist, it's her responsibility to check if anything is out of place. Did you find out what it was? Sorry, but I couldn't find it. I still don't know what it was. Then tell us more about this loud noise. No, cats ground you. That is true. The first thing the witness has to explain is why would you talk to the fuzz? Howdy y'all, stale AF and proud of it. I love it. I love a proud stale snack, you know? Have to embrace all the crustiness. Joy Collins' statement, press 2 for a loud sound. I was at the reception desk when I heard a loud noise. I went around the lobby to find out where it came from. The only conclusion I could find was it came from outside. The inside was perfectly normal. I checked the whole area. There was nowhere in the building a gun could be fired. After I finished, I returned to my desk and returned to my work. Detective, her whole statement is that she didn't find anything. How did we prove she must have seen something? We need proof of something she can't just deny. We should pay close attention to her word choice. Ooh, okay. I was at the reception desk when I heard a loud noise. I went around the lobby to find out where it came from. The only conclusion I could find was it came from outside. The inside was perfectly normal. Was the inside normal? I mean, it was dirty. Well, I guess that's probably after. Perfectly normal. How did you see something? Pie and Toasty were at Eubank Investment's second floor when they heard a single gunshot coming from the lobby. And when they got there, they didn't see Joy at the reception desk. Okay. I don't know. I checked the whole area. There was nowhere in the building a gun could be fired. That says noise was from the lobby. She went around the lobby? She went around the lobby and she went outside. I went around the lobby to find where it came from. Like she walked around the lobby? The only conclusion I could find was it came from outside. The inside was perfectly normal. I checked the whole area. There was nowhere in the building a gun could be fired. But we did find gunpowder. I wonder if that's important. President's office had no traces of blood, but there were traces of gunpowder everywhere except where a missing rug was. This is likely from a discharged gun. There is only one area during our whole investigation we were able to prove a gun was fired. The president's office. I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. Are you saying the gunshot was from the 6th floor? Exactly. And where were your witnesses when she heard that sound? The 2nd floor. And she said it came from the lobby below them? Yes. Do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds? It makes no sense. You wanted a source of the gunshot and I gave you one. I documented our witness's response. Take a look. Putting aside what your witness said, there's a flaw with this theory of yours. No. Maybe question perfectly normal. Let's try to find out what normal means. I truly don't know what normal actually means, so didn't know how we were going to go with that statement at all. But gunpowder. We did find gunpowder. I completely forgot about it. I think he was killed in the president's office. They rolled him up in the rug, threw the rug in the trunk of that car, and then transported him to the alleyway. I don't know if that's actually what happened, but I'm gonna try to lead the game to that conclusion. Rebuttal. Press 3 for gunpowder in the room. While it does say that gunpowder from a discharged gun was found, it never says when. Anton Chambers carried his gun with him everywhere. He could have fired his gun any day before the day of his death, and gunpowder would have been picked up. I know that blanks also require the same powder without wasting a bullet. You can't prove that the gunpowder came from Brutus and not from a different gun. When you put it like that, what I said was kind of dumb. Don't give up now, believe in your theory. That gunpowder didn't just show up out of nowhere. It must have been there the last few days. Think about why it would be there and not removed. No one is normal in this game, which I love. I don't think anyone's normal here. Honestly, on the struggle bus, raise your hand if you're normal. That's what I thought. While it does say that gunpowder from a discharged gun was found, it never says when. Hands down. What's normal? It sounds weird. Anton Chambers carries his gun with him everywhere. We do know that. He could have fired his gun any day before the day of his death, and gunpowder would have been picked up. I know that blanks also require the same powder without wasting a bullet. You can't prove that gunpowder came from Brutus and not from a different gun. How can I prove that it did, though? Besides the fact that he only has one bullet in his gun at all times. I mean, I guess he could have fired it and then, like, reloaded it, so never mind. Okay. Cat toy. No cleaning crew. Cleaning crew was put on vacation after the death. So I feel like, wouldn't they have cleaned before the death? So the cleaning crew would have cleaned, but then on that night it hasn't been cleaned since? That could be it. Dents, scratches. Owen's car is all fancy. Lowell's car. Let me see if I can do something with the cleaning crew. I know that blanks also require. Could have fired this gun any day before the day of his death, and gunpowder would have been picked up. Let's see. The gunpowder wasn't from the night before his death. The cleaning crew finished cleaning the building at 5 p.m. before Mr. Chambers returned that night, but your husband hasn't had them come back since that night. So that gunpowder could have been there that night. Miss Collins, do you know why he hasn't gotten them back? Mr. Eubank didn't specify, but I'm sure he has his reasons. Perhaps he simply wanted to give the staff a much-needed break. I see. I'll ask him about it later. Then it seems we have to address the real question. How could both my client and the witness hear a sound from the 6th floor? And most importantly, why would they hear it from the 1st floor? Shoot, I need an answer. Miss Collins, do you still claim that the sound you heard was not a gunshot? All I can confirm is that I heard a loud sound, and as the wonderful Mrs. Eubank said, it's impossible anyway. We trust our witnesses, so it is possible. She's right, I can't just give up on my theory. I better look over the evidence again. The evidence shows how a loud sound can appear in the lobby from the president's office. The phone. The telephone. This evidence should be the answer. Sorry, Justy, that's not going to work. We have to think outside the box. Why would the gunshot only be heard from the 1st floor? That's a good point. Our witness only heard it below, not above. But why? There must be something I'm missing. This evidence shows from... okay, well... I proved how it could be heard on the 1st floor. I didn't prove how it couldn't be heard on the 6th floor. Or maybe it is... maybe I am right still, but maybe it's the reception desk phone. Okay, not the phone call. The phone. I was on the right track. I doubted myself. Miss Collins, there is a place for the sound to come from. The phone for the reception desk has speaker functions. If the speakers were on, it would play the gunshot from the president's office. But that doesn't make sense! How could the sound of a gunshot appear at the reception desk phone? The reception desk phone is not always connected to the president's office. She's right, you need to show how that would be possible. That means we need evidence that shows why the speaker played the gunshot. There must be something from the president's office that will... okay, well, I just went backwards. Here's the evidence that shows how the sound we heard was heard from the president's office. Okay, so now we show that there was a phone call 7 to 8. The president's office phone could have been connected to the reception desk phone. We know he had a phone call from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. that night. As long as the shot happened during that phone call, the speaker would play the gunshot. Then answer this, why was it connected? Are you saying he was shot during a phone call? Not necessarily. All that matters is that both phones were on. Let me think. Of everyone we know who was in the building, who turned on the president's phone? The person who turned on Anton's phone is... a ghost. Well, you know, Hunt's just skirting the law here. Maybe he just had the phone on so that you could hear everything. I don't know. Raina Jazz, how are ya? The facial expressions in this game kill me. It's so good. Hunt to record over the phone line? That's what I was thinking. You know, because he was just trying to get all this evidence. Fleur de Lis, how are you? I don't think it was Joy. Owen. Why would Owen do it? Maybe Anton knew he was gonna get shot, so he, like, put the call through. Did I miss something? Is a ghost an actual character in this? There has been the joke of there was a ghost in the alley in the last case, and Justina does not like ghosts. I don't know, I'm liking Ghost. Ghost is a good option. Detective Hunt was in the office that night. He could have done it. But he has no motive to do it. When we spoke to him, it seemed like he wanted to keep things under wraps. Using it to call the reception desk would only expose him and his conversation. Good point. I'll try someone else. Maybe Joy did it, so Joy could hear in on the conversation. Joy Collins, there's no way you wouldn't notice the reception phone being on, so you would have wanted it to be on, which means you turned on Anton's phone to eavesdrop on the detective's conversation. Oop. I'm okay, good. About to go do birthday stuff. So excited. Happy birthday! I hope you have fun doing birthday stuff. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Stream's going well. We're trying to get to the bottom of who killed this man. Are you accusing my witness of lying to us the whole time? I trust Justina's logic, so yes, Miss Collins is actively withholding information from us. Because why wouldn't she? I think you're missing something important. Let's see you counter my next point. Rebuttal. Please stay on the line for calling phones. My client works only at the front desk. She can manually connect the president's office phone to the reception desk, but only from the office. Yet she remained on the first floor the whole time. She has no power to do it from her desk. Thanks for the encouragement, but it seems we are at a crossroads again. Can't turn on a phone by accident, so we need to think of when. When we have a when, we will know. I should think over all the evidence again. What would she want to hide from us? I assumed she turned the phone on when she took the detective up. Right? Only works at the front desk. She can manually connect to the president's phone to the reception desk, but only from the office. Yet she remained on the first floor the whole time, but she took him up to the office. Did we just forget this main piece of information? There was one point when Miss Collins was in the president's office, when she escorted Detective Hunt up there. Yes, I was being a nice host and escorted him, but I never went to the phone. We can ask Detective Hunt if he remembers. The key word is if. It's her word against the detectives. How do I prove that? It's not like there are footprints we can use. Detective, what do we do? There is one thing that is bothering me. This whole theory is built on proof that a gunshot was played from the reception desk phone. Then why was the speaker on? If Miss Collins really did connect the president's office phone to the reception desk, she did it on purpose, meaning she would have wanted to overhear the conversation with Detective Hunt. She could have just placed it next to her ears like most people. My, detective, it seems you are poking holes in your own case. Have you given up already? Quite the opposite. This is a new way to prove Justina's theory. How am I supposed to know why the speaker was on? Look over all the evidence we collected. Ask yourself, why did she choose to do it? Once we prove that, this mystery is as good as solved. Then I need to think long and hard about this. Why would she have kept it on a speaker? The reason she had the phone on speaker is why? Distraction? I love that Swift is casually spinning her helmet. She's so cute. She's not hiding anything from the police. She's hiding her secret bathroom breaks from Ferris. She's like, I did not go to the bathroom. I promise. Never would I pee on company time. Why did you have it on speaker? Why would you put... Yeah, because you could have just sat back at your desk and listened to the conversation. So true. Always pee on company time. Truly. Why? Joy records important information on her phone, so maybe she had it on speaker to record on her phone? Maybe that's it? Joy told us that she records events on her phone. If she wanted to record the conversation between Detective Hunt and Mr. Chambers, keeping the phone to her ear wouldn't work. She would have the sound played by a speaker with her phone near it to get the best sound. Slay. That would mean Miss Collins recorded the whole murder. Miss Collins, will you willingly give your phone as evidence? Mrs. Eubank, you can't let them confiscate my phone. Legally, the law allows for them to take it if they get a warrant to access any data on it. However, I would advise you to let them know willingly. No, I can't. Miss Collins, I can't help you if you don't cooperate. Keeping information from law enforcement will only make things worse. If you have the recording of the gunshot on your phone, let us know. Alright, you got me. I was recording everything from the president's office. The recording ended when I heard the gunshot. Why didn't you record any more? I think the phone on the desk was hit after the gunshot and it turned off. That's when I went upstairs. Let's save the phone recording for later. Why were you doing it in the first place? I was doing so to help Anton Chambers' ex-wife. She wanted me to get dirt on him. That sounds exactly like her. To clarify, she's the one Anton is divorcing, right? Yes, her name is Vivica. In order to get complete custody of their son, Vivica needed to present evidence he was unfit. She told me last week that she would pay me if I could get any evidence for her. It's also why I was recording Mr. Chambers' movements that day. That explains why she had the recording for her statement. I get why Vivica needed that, but why did you do it? How much money could she possibly offer? Mrs. Eubank, do you know what the minimum wage is in Azure City? 18 alms an hour? Do you know how much I make? 20. I worked here for 2 years and barely make more than minimum wage. Oh, you know what? She's valid. Vivica offered me a side job that I could do while at work. Did you send this recording to Vivica? I did, but I still have it on my phone. Then we have the million question. Do you know who killed Anton Chambers? She's hiding her fanfic. She's like, yeah, I may have this murder on my phone, but also my fanfics. No. When Anton is sitting at his desk, I can usually hear everything. I was able to record everything between Anton and the detective, but after the detective left, someone came in. They were talking in front of the door, and the phone was too low quality to pick up everything they said. If you couldn't hear them, why did you keep listening in? I thought they would move closer to the phone. Sadly, they didn't. Then the gunshot happened, and the phone was knocked off. Did you hear anything else before the gunshot? I heard a sound like something heavy hit a wall, followed by something that crashed to the floor. Then the gunshot happened. Hitting a wall, then something crashing. Sounds like a struggle. A struggle, you say? Miss Collins, do you know what two-party consent is? Yes, that's why I tried to hide the gunshot. And during said struggle, was anyone talking? No, it was just the sounds I said. Then you know that we have to charge you for illegally recording 2 conversations. We also need to confiscate those recordings from your phone. We can keep only the struggle part and dispose the rest. We get to stay, guys! The struggle part stays, and we'll get rid of everything else. We're famous. Struggle must mention. But whatever she recorded could help us find the culprit. Why only keep the ending part? Mrs. Eubank, if your client was found guilty in court because of this recording, what would you do? Any lawyer would demand a mistrial. Miss Collins' illegal act makes anything said on the recording fruit of the poisonous tree. But legally, there is a loophole. Recordings of conversations are illegal, but other recorded sounds are perfectly acceptable. Meaning we can keep the struggle and dispose of everything else from the recording. I'll update the evidence from the president's office. Miss Collins, can you tell us what happened when you went upstairs? When I heard the gunshot, I thought Mr. Chambers killed someone. So I took the stairs and sneaked my way to the 6th floor. That explains why our witness didn't see you in the lobby. Why did you take the stairs? If I took the elevator, they might see me. It was easier to sneak in by the stairs, even if it took longer. When I got there, I didn't see anyone, but people weren't the only thing missing. Both the rug and clock on the wall were missing. They were there when I came up with Detective Hunt. Joy, do you know who removed them? I don't know about the clock, but I do know about the rug. It was Lowell. When I was looking around, I heard the elevator arrive at the floor. I ran to see what it was, and I saw Lowell carrying one end of the rug. It looked like someone was on the other side carrying the rug, but the door was closed just enough that I couldn't see who. What time did this happen? 8:25 p.m. Sunday night. I wanted to be there sooner, but climbing 6 flights of stairs in heels took the wind out of me. I wanted to follow Lowell, but I didn't know where in the building he went. I thought he went to the 1st floor, but I couldn't find him. If Lowell took the rug after Mr. Chambers was shot, he must have wanted to dispose of it. Something we couldn't find must have been on the rug. Justy, do you have any ideas? If Anton Chambers was shot in his office, it would make sense that he would be bleeding, yet we couldn't find any blood in his office. What if, after getting shot, he fell on the rug? That way, the rug would absorb all the blood and none would get on the floor. Mrs. Eubank, do you happen to know what the rug was made of? It's a wool rug. Why? We called it from like the first piece of evidence we found. Wool rugs are highly absorbent. Justy's theory about the rug absorbing all the blood makes sense. But that isn't proven yet. None of you have found the rug yet, so this is just speculation. Which is why we need to ask him ourselves. We need to bring Lowell Ledger here. Mrs. Eubank, would you be able to bring Lowell here? Let's go. Wool. Dispose of the rest. Darn right. I know. Struggle only. Of course I can. I'll drag him here myself if I must. But that doesn't mean I believe he's our culprit. Then let's return here once Mr. Ledger arrives. Alright, little recess. After that, Miss Collins was sent to Miss Earle After that, Miss Collins was sent to Miss Earle while Mr. Ledger was brought in. Because Lowell is the president of the company, Mrs. Eubank once again agreed to represent him. May 2nd, Azure City Police Precinct number 5, viewing room. Looks like Mrs. Eubank brought our star witness. I didn't think he would be so willing to come. You would think he would resist with every fiber of his eggplant suit. Eubank Investments is co-owned by both Owen and Ferris, so Ferris is technically his boss. She can fire him for not coming in for questioning. The fact she even let us bring him in for questioning surprises me. After what happened with Joy, I think even she knows Lowell is involved with this murder. And solving Anton's death matters more than their upstart president. How about you? Have you made any progress on Anton's case? It seems that Anton's bullets were being smuggled in. If I can find the bullets he was smuggling, that would really help us. Got any ideas on where to find them? Nice try, but a detective never reveals their secrets. I'm pretty sure that's just magicians. Au contraire, magicians got it from us. It's a well-known fact. Is that... No, never mind. Just let us know if you find any evidence for us. I should have something by the time you're done. Good luck in there. Thanks, detective. Let's all stare at each other. Lowell Ledger, you have been brought in to answer questions about the night of Anton Chambers' death. A gunshot was heard by a witness that night, and when the witness went there, they saw you. I already told you I was in the building that night. Then I will ask you a simple question. Are you involved with the death of Anton Chambers, including purposefully tampering with evidence? I was not involved with the death of Anton Chambers. May I leave now? Done. Easy. Magicians catching strays. Sorry, magicians. What my client means to say is you need something substantial to keep him here. We already have proof that a gunshot from the president's office happened that night. Were you unaware of it? My client has already told the police that he was on the 5th floor the whole night. There's no proof that a gunshot on the 6th floor could be heard on the 5th floor. I could hear gunshots from a different floor, but we can't say the same from floor 5 to 6. But our witness saw him heading towards the elevator with a rug. And what does a rug have to do with Mr. Chambers' death? We have reason to believe he died on that rug, and it contains evidence. Is there any proof of that? A previous witness saw you. While they saw that you had a rug, there's no proof of blood or any indication of murder. They took a picture of the president's office after the murder and the rug was missing. Given their testimony, we have reason to believe you were involved. I see. Yes, I was carrying a rug, but you are clearly missing context. Allow me to explain. Please do. Please lie to our faces. Lowell Ledger's statement, dropping off the rug. Mr. Eubank asked me to help him bring the rug to his car, so I went to the president's office with him and we simply took it. After grabbing the rug, Mr. Eubank and I headed to the garage. I simply left the rug in Mr. Eubank's trunk so he could take it home. Afterwards, I have no idea what happened to the rug. Can't we just get a witness who is completely honest for a change, or at the very least be upfront about lying? He has to be working with what he knows. Perhaps there's something he's missing. Something no one would ever expect. Okay. Let's see. Do we have evidence of... Said Mr. Eubank. Owen drove his car to the office that night of Anton's death. He had an argument with Anton about the future of the company. He spoke to Lowell in the garage before leaving. So we did know that. They were chatting in the garage. Oh, but Phi was in the trunk. Just kidding. Liar. Ugh, man. Simply took it. After grabbing the rug, Mr. Eubank and I headed to the garage. I simply left the rug in Mr. Eubank's trunk. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because a little girl and her cat were in that trunk. Say that to my face. Mr. Ledger, we have a witness testimony that Mr. Eubank didn't take it. If the rug had been placed in his car, they would have seen it, but they didn't. If Mr. Eubank didn't take it, where did it go? And who is the witness? I demand to know. Mr. Ledger, I can verify the witness and their location. They will be punished greatly for being on Eubank Investments' property without permission. Oh, she getting grounded. Poor Phi. With that answered, what happened to the rug? If your witness said I'm lying, you tell me. Surely if they didn't see me put it in the car, where would I have put it? Due to that witness's particular location, they were unable to see anything. I can only say that if you had put the rug in the car, they would have known. It's getting really annoying to see you beat around the bush. Keeping this witness's identity hidden is necessary for the future of Eubank Investments. That's a whole lot of words to tell him to shut up. But it is her daughter. It's kind of sweet she's keeping her identity a secret. We got Ferris on our side now. This is so cute. Then perhaps I'm misremembering all of this. We could have just left it by the car instead. Then someone could have come by and taken it. Nothing I could do about that. If that is all, the president of Eubank Investments is a busy man. You're not leaving yet. Aside from our unnamed witness, there were only 4 people there that night. Since one of them is our victim, the possibility of an unknown party is unlikely. Then where would the rug go? It can't disappear into thin air. I better come up with an answer and fast. Here's the one place Mr. Ledger could have put the rug. Who had the wool in their car? I can't remember. Dan scratches a broken taillight. Oh, it can't be Owen's car because she was in the trunk. Lowell's car. I feel like Anton's car had the wool. There we go. She found clumps of wool. There it is. Meg started working on Anton's car yesterday morning. She found some clumps of wool in the car trunk before she started working on it. This should be all the proof you need. That doesn't help, Justy. You better try again. Okay, maybe I have to pick his car instead of the evidence. Let's see, Anton's car. Why is that wrong? It was in Anton's car, right? Better try again. If not in Mr. Eubank's car, then he would put it somewhere only he would have access to. Here's the one place Mr. Ledger could have put the rug. Then he tried to drive away in Anton's car, but it was a manual, so he hit the garage. You know what? That makes a ton of sense. I mean, did he put it in his car? We didn't find wool in his car. Oh, we couldn't get into his car. I forgot. We couldn't open it. Yeah, all right. But how is there wool in both? All right. Let's see how this plays out. There were only 3 cars in the garage that night, including his, so he must have placed it in his car. But why lie about which car was used? Because if he put it in his car, that means he drove it somewhere, and we might find evidence inside. Again, nothing but speculation, and speculation is just a waste of time. Then I'm sure you won't mind if we investigate your car. We haven't had a chance to look inside. Absolutely not. No one in their right mind would ever allow the police to do such a thing. Oh, I thought he was like, absolutely not, I don't mind. He meant absolutely not, don't touch my car. Just kidding. If you want to search his car, you need a warrant. I doubt any judge would give you one if you can't prove you will find evidence. The rug would have been removed by then. What now, detective? Mr. Ledger, when you were in the garage, did you see Anton's car? Yes, it was there. What are you getting at, detective? If our theory is correct, then Anton must have already died before the rug was removed. The body must have been removed, but to where? Looking over the exits, the only options are the front door and garage. So that leaves the garage. If Mr. Eubanks' car wasn't an option, and Anton's car stayed there overnight, I think that leaves only one option. Mr. Ledger's car. Excuse me? Why would he possibly do that? I'm not sure why, but it would explain why he wouldn't want us to check his car. There might be evidence in there. Oh, Detective Swift, just quit joking around. Accusing the president of Eubank Investments of tampering with a crime scene isn't funny. The president who only got there after the former president died. If you won't let us take a look, then we will get a warrant. You can only get a warrant if you can prove for certain you will find something. As it stands, I doubt any judge will grant you a warrant. And why's that? If he needed a car, why would he use his own car? Let me explain. Rebuttal, a better car. If Anton's car was in the parking garage, Lowell could have grabbed the keys from the body. Afterwards, Lowell could have just driven Anton's car to Nickel and Diamond's Antiques and left the body there. After leaving the body at the store, Lowell could have taken a bus or simply walked back to pick up his own car. We know Anton's car only entered the parking lot once, so his car didn't leave the garage. Detective, does it really matter why he didn't use Anton's car? We need to cover all possibilities. We'll only be able to get a warrant if our case is airtight. This is a pretty high-profile case. One slip-up and our whole department will look bad. If the station did look bad, could I just say I was a clerk? Alright, we'll see. This is BS. A judge will sign a warrant for just about anything. I'm like, can we just please search this car as part of an investigation if he's a suspect? I don't know. If Anton's car was in the parking garage, Lowell could have grabbed the keys from the body. Afterwards, Lowell could have just driven Anton's car, but Anton's car is a stick shift. Before you poke holes in our theory, poke the holes in your own. Damn. When we spoke with the mechanic, she told us that Mr. Chambers drives a custom-built stick shift. Most people wouldn't be able to drive that. That is true. My husband started driving it once and almost crashed it. But this is nothing but speculation. According to the mechanic, there were dents, scratches, and a broken taillight before she fixed it up. But I doubt someone who drives their car every day would cause that. My theory is simple. He tried to use Mr. Chambers' car, couldn't drive it, damaged it in the garage, gave up, and then used his own car. Called it. And again, speculation on when the car was damaged. You can't prove that the car was damaged that very night. Mr. Ledger, can you drive stick? Because according to our evidence, your car is automatic. If you can, you will need to prove it. I don't need to answer. You'll just use whatever I say against me. Detective, we both know you need something more solid than that. Prove to us that his car was originally used to move the body. There must be something that shows his car was used. Better think fast. Here's proof Anton's car must have been used Saturday night. Because of the wool. I don't understand. Why can't we talk about the wool? The mechanic told us that they found some clumps of wool in the car. All we have to do is match it to the rug from his office. And how will you know if it matches that rug? It's long gone. We do have the picture of you with the rug. All we need to do is cross-reference it with the rug sold online. If the material matches, then we know it's the same rug. You detectives are more clever than I thought. But it's all for naught. After all, there's something important you simply can't explain. Sounds fun. Tell us what it is. I wouldn't even know where to move the body. Alright, more lies. Lowell Ledger's statement, finding the alleyway. What happened to Mr. Chambers that night was completely unexpected. If the plan was to pin it on his attacker, then I would need to know that information beforehand. But I had no means to speak to him about it before his death. After all, I was in my office the whole time before I carried the rug out. He must have known where Anton was attacked and where to move the body. Our aim is to narrow this case so we can reliably get a search warrant. If we can just prove how he would have known, that should be enough. There's only one way he would know, but how do we prove that? All for naught. Oh, you know he's evil when he breaks out words like not. Who uses that? What happened to Mr. Chambers that night was completely unexpected. If the plan was to pin it on his attacker, then I would need to know that information beforehand. But I had no means to speak to him about it before his death. After all, I was in my office the whole time before I carried out the rug. Okay. The whole time? The whole time. Started working on Anton's car in the morning. Lowell says he never saw Anton in the office. He called Detective Hunt to come to Anton's office around 5. He called Anton at 7. I was hiding in Owen's trunk. I don't know if he was in his office the whole time, but it seems like that would be suspicious. JWM, welcome to the stream. What's going on? Lowell, spoke to Lowell in the garage before leaving. I mean, that checks out. Lowell claims he started learning about the duties of being president of Eubank Investments yesterday. Gunpowder. I guess, yeah, he didn't see anybody. What's he lying about? Cannabis, welcome to the stream, and thank you for joining the struggle bus. What's going on? I don't know. Anton's car is a stick shift. Okay, Anton's car. Cleaning crew, the toy mouse. Literally, who saw Lowell? The most suspicious person? No one saw him that night? No means to speak to him about it before his death. The plan was to pin it on his attacker, then I would need to know that information beforehand. He wasn't at his office all night. He was talking to the other guy about the future of the company. I thought we disproved that though, right? It's in my office the whole time. Didn't he say? Because he said he spoke to Lowell in the garage before leaving. But we were like, oh, but you weren't talking about the future of the company because you just found out about the future of the company. Did he tell us what they actually ended up talking about? Or did we not get that out of him? I was in my office the whole time before I carried the rug out. Like, I just don't believe he was just sitting in his office the entire time. Never got the topic, just what they spoke, that they spoke and lied. Yeah. Okay. So that still holds up. He said he was in his office the whole time until he went to the garage, and then he spoke to Anton in the garage. So I feel like that still checks out, right? What happened to Mr. Chambers that night was completely unexpected. Were you unaware he was attacked Sunday night? As unaware as everyone else in this room, it was really shocking to hear about the taser. Shocking. My other client said it all happened in the heat of the moment. Not even he expected to tase Anton before it happened. I think we could chalk this up to being unexpected. Let's move on. If the plan was to pin it on his attacker, then I would need to know that information beforehand. But Lowell could have just moved the body there without knowing Anton had been attacked. All that was needed was that it was his last location. But the crime scene was clearly set up for whoever tased him. They wanted the police to think he was tased and then shot with his own gun. And it almost worked. So Lowell is right that he would need to know the information beforehand. But I had no means to speak to him about it before his death. Okay. There's no way the secretary told Lowell the secrets of never peeing on company time. I have a new theory. There were two people in the alleyway who could have told him. He didn't talk to Anton, he talked to Harris. And why would Harris tell him he tased Lowell's boss? Well, and do you have proof he ever spoke with Harris? No. I think I heard enough. For now, Anton would be the only person to tell Lowell he was tased. Okay. After all, I was in my office the whole time before I carried the rug out. Lowell, can you prove you were in your office that night? Of course not. How can I possibly prove that? I just wanted to confirm just in case. If he was lying about being in his office, where would he be? I don't think I have anything that can prove where he was. Tricky, tricky. Ernest visited Anton in his office at 7. There's a thing called cameras. I wish we had a camera. Can we not pull the footage? Anton Chambers left his office at 6:23. Okay. Cat toy was found by Joy on Sunday night. Owen Eubank put the cleaning crew on paid vacation after Anton's death. Their last day was April 30th at 5 p.m. Meg started working on Anton's car yesterday morning. She found some clumps of wool in the car trunk before she started working on it. Anton's car is a stick shift that requires that someone learn to drive it. It has dents, scratches, and a broken taillight. Owen's car has adaptive cruise control, a light-up trunk release, and voice command. The trunk release is so someone can open the trunk from the inside. A standard automatic car with hand crank windows. We don't have access to the inside of the car. The reception desk phone has a built-in speaker. It is connected to the president's office. Lowell says he never saw Anton in his office. How would you know that if you were in your office the whole night, right? He called Detective Hunt to come to Anton's office. Okay, so he says he never saw Anton in his office. Right? We can't get a warrant for anything. God, I know. If he wants to avoid this sort of thing, put a camera in there. Get some security. Let's see. I was in my office. I doubt this is it. Sorry, President Lowell, but your term has come to an end. Here's the proof. It's cute you think that would be enough to take this president down. Evidence like this is hardly worth my time. Why did I make such a dumb mistake? I can't let him win. I need something better. Okay, something better than that? It says he never saw Anton in his office. He called Detective Hunt to come to Anton's office around 5 and called Anton around 7. The president's office has no trace of blood, but there were traces of gunpowder, especially everywhere except where a missing rug was. This is likely from a discharged gun. Joy recorded a struggle in the president's office at 8 p.m. It recorded something heavy hitting a wall, followed by something that crashed to the floor, then a gunshot happened. A chalkboard inside the president's office, Lowell claims he started learning about the duties of being president of Eubank Investments yesterday. I was hiding out inside Owen's trunk when he left his house at 7 p.m. Sunday night. She was also in the trunk before he left the office and could hear her dad talking to an unknown party in the garage, which we found out now is Lowell. Owen drove his car to the office the night of Anton's death. He had an argument with Anton about the future of the company. He spoke to Lowell in the garage before leaving. I value the right to privacy, but you ain't getting the warrant until you arrest the culprit. Saves paperwork. Fi and Toasty were at Eubank Investments' second floor when they heard a single gunshot coming from the lobby. When they got there, they didn't see Joy at reception. Chalkboard. Did he learn of the duties of president before or after the murder? After the murder. So he only learned about it yesterday. The murder was the day before yesterday. Which is how we disproved his other thing. He was talking about, I was talking to Mr. Eubank about the future of the company. I was like, no, you just learned this yesterday. How are you talking about the future of the company? What happened to Mr. Chambers that night was completely unexpected. I mean, was it unexpected? They were arguing. Had an argument with Anton. If the plan was to pin it on his attacker, then I would need to know that information beforehand. I don't know. I think I'm stuck again. I had no means to speak to him about it before his death. You had no means to speak to him? Wait, didn't you speak to him though? Oh, just kidding. Not stuck. Struggle who? We do know you talked to Mr. Chambers. When you showed us your phone call to the detective, I saw you had a call with him that night, meaning you spoke to Anton after he had left the alleyway. You can't prove that. Even if we did talk, that doesn't mean he told me anything. Lowell, I think that's more than enough reason to request a search warrant. Mrs. Eubank, you're supposed to be on my side. Do something. My job is to protect Eubank Investments at all costs, including from within. I gave you enough of a chance to prove you're innocent. Now your lies are a liability to yourself and my company. Your best bet is to just confess now so we can finally know what happened that night. If they search your car and find proof, it will only make things worse for you. Ha, ha, ha. Why are we laughing? Oh, this is spooky. And all because I couldn't clean my car in time. Moving the body is a crime. One we intend to make you pay for. Yet, you don't even know who the murderer is. The closest you've got is me moving the body. Lowell, are you saying you know who killed Anton? Detective, how about a plea deal? You drop all charges against me and I'll tell you everything I know. You know, we could have started there. What do you have to bargain with? Simple. I know who the culprit is. I even have proof. You expect us to believe that? If you want the truth of the matter, you will accept my terms. You can't just move a whole body and expect us to trade that away. You two are only here because you are out of leads. You need my evidence. Unless you want to keep running around like a pair of headless chickens. If you fulfill your end of the bargain, then I can accept those terms. Detective? Don't worry, Justina, I know what I'm doing. Where's the evidence? Do you take me for a fool? I'm not giving it to you until you sign the official deal. But I suppose I can give you a tease. Owen Eubank was the one who killed Anton Chambers. Not your husband. Oh no. I know my husband. He would never do such a thing. Believe it or not, it happened. The two of us carried the body down the elevator to the garage. He offered me the role of president if I helped clean up his mess. I wasn't going to turn down such a wonderful deal until the police ruined everything. That's why I had my backup plan. Keep some evidence on Owen just in case. You are throwing my whole company under the bus just to get out of this. It's nothing personal, just business. Then as legal representative, I will look over any official deal written before he signs. I'm sure you and Sue will have plenty to talk about then. Mr. Ledger, you are to remain here for the time being. It will take a while to write up the plea deal. If you leave, it will be canceled. Understood. Mrs. Eubank, we will be bringing Owen Eubank in for questioning. I presume you will take up his defense? Naturally, I will request that no questioning can be done until Mr. Ledger's evidence has been fully verified. I agree. Once everything is settled, we will return here later with Mr. Eubank. For now, this interrogation is over. Lowell and Ferris were escorted to the chief's office to wait for his plea deal. We were also granted a search warrant for Lowell's car. As for Sophie and I, we had a little bit of time before we could go talk to Mr. Eubank himself. In the short time I've known him, I could never see Mr. Eubank as a murderer. Was Lowell's evidence truly enough to convict him? We had to wait for the plea deal before finding out. End of Case 5, Part 2. Oh my gosh, please don't leave me on a cliffhanger like that. Oh my gosh. Owen is sus because of stereotypes. I'm like, I don't think he did it. Lowell seems way more sus. Maybe a sentencing deal, but immunity is 100% off the table. I just don't trust him. Like, you kept evidence on Owen, or you kept things that would, like, frame him for murder. I don't know. I think Owen's innocent. He may be pretentious and what have you, but I don't think it's him. Also, but Owen was talking about, he's like, I have to take care of something for the sake of my family. What if it meant, like, take care of something? So it could be either way. I don't know. May 2nd, Azure City Police Precinct number 5 viewing room. That was stressful. It only feels stressful because it's not over. There are too many lingering questions. We have some time before the plea deal is ready. We should investigate while we can. But we already investigated Eubank Investments. Where else can we go? What we need is information. If Mr. Eubank really is the culprit, was it premeditated or an accident? See what I'm getting at? Something happened in that room that led to Anton's death, and I'd bet money it's related to the company. How do we figure out the motive? Let's start from the top. What do those two have in common? They both lead Eubank Investments. If only we knew how to find out more about Anton's business deals. Then we need to figure that out. And I know just who to ask. I think we should talk with Chandra Lear. Oh, yay. She worked with Mr. Eubank long enough to know something. Your dad, Ash, has been talking to Red. We should see if he learned anything since yesterday. Alright, so that's 2 people. Who else? Besides witnesses, we should also go see Red. If there are any updates on the body, he would likely know. Sounds like a plan. Let's go talk with all of them. Better clean up my notes. I don't need information about the lobby now. Red should be here. Let's look around the station first. Great. Lowell, I think, is the main culprit. I don't know. He's got murder eyes. It's probably him. Justina gets sick of this crap and decided to conduct a Chicago interrogation. I'm like, I just need... I don't want to investigate more. Just lock him up. I'm ready. Alright, let's move station offices. Lowell's just too sus to not be directly involved somehow. It was that evil laugh. It really threw me off. May 2nd, Azure City Police Precinct number 5, station offices. Detective Hunt, are you here? While you two were with Lowell, Ernest took Joy back to Eubank Investments. He did? Why did he do that? Since Joy is trying to cooperate with the police, she said there might be some evidence that could be useful. So they headed back to Eubank Investments. There's no time like the present. We should hurry. You could certainly go there now, but you wanted to speak with Chandra, right? She's waiting in the interrogation room. Ernest also left behind a gift for you. A gift? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the world's greatest illusionist, Maggie Shawn. Annie, what are you doing here? Why aren't you in jail? Pick a card and find out. Since Annie worked with our victim, Ernest thought she might know something. Sue, I had a whole trick planned. If you want that deal with our district attorney, no magic until this case is done. Fine, no magic until this case is done. She really wants that deal. So, what can the world's greatest illusionist do for you? We know that Anton wants to hide the Klaus orphanage, wanted to buy the Klaus orphanage and hide that from the Eubanks. Do you know anything else that could help us out? Lucky for you, this is one secret a magician can share. Yay. My magic wife. I mean, she should be in jail, but alright. I want to see a super gritty police movie with these characters. Oh, that'd be great. Anton's plans were to convert the old motel into townhouses, the fancy type. Oh, sorry. With a popular church and one of the best schools nearby, wealthy families would pay pretty handsomely for a spot. That's why he was lucky enough to get Bill to agree to move the orphanage back in March. Eubank Investments' plan to get property everywhere in Azure City. He never told me directly, but knowing close-up magic makes borrowing papers pretty easy. Alright, Anton wanted to convert the orphanage into townhouses. This was part of his plan to get properties, not just the orphanage, all around Azure City for Eubank Investments. Come to think of it, on the day we spoke to him, the motel isn't what matters, it's the land it sits on. It's situated on a property gold mine. That land could be put to much better use. That whole area ought to be transformed into new luxury townhouses and condos. A plethora of Azure City's finest would love nothing more than to settle their families right next to Whitehall. Turns out, he did spell it out for us. Speaking of which, what's a townhouse? They're smaller houses that can be bunched up together by cutting out extra space. They might sell for less each, but you can make more townhouses on a single plot of land, which leads to higher profits. Why not make more apartments? You can get even more units to sell. Because apartments tend to be sold to the lower class, and Anton wanted that upper class money. After all, the best way to make money is to take it from those who actually have it, who already have it. That's the magic of profit. Thank you, Annie. If we have any issues with your statement, then we'll let you know. When you're ready, we can head out. Alright. Rainbow Escape, how are ya? What case number are we on? Good afternoon as time zone all. We are on case 5, part 3 right now. This is the last case of the game. I guess we should chat. Alright, Ferris. Annie, how do you feel about Mrs. Eubank? Is that really important? You had some choice words for her during your confession. What I want to know is why. She was always out of touch, privileged to do whatever she wanted. She pretends to be so down to earth, all flowers and sunshine, but she never really understood people like me and Bill. We can't all just follow our dreams the same way she can. So yes, I only treated her nicely for work reasons. Does that answer your question? It does, but I think you're the one misunderstanding her. She really did see the best in you. She defended you because she believed in you, that you weren't capable of hurting anyone. I think if you asked her, she might have helped you with your dream. I think we should move on. Tell it like it is. So I heard Anton kicked the bucket. What happened to him? Lovely person. If we knew that, there wouldn't be a case to solve. All we can say is that he died a couple of nights ago. Your statement could help us solve this case. Though you don't seem upset about the news. We both just had the same goal in mind. Otherwise, we were no different from strangers. Same thing for you two, right? Isn't his death just another case to solve? She's right. I was more worried about my dad than Anton's death. Red once told me that we should never treat the dead like strangers. Ever since I took this case, I learned so much about him. The way he talked to people, his hobbies, his family. So to me, this case is like honoring the memory of a friend. I never thought of it like that. No, you didn't, Justina. You've never thought about anybody but yourself. Nor did I. It's just some wisdom taught to me the day I was promoted. Alright, we've chatted about everything. Let's check out the office again. What's this book here for? It's our BOP, Book of Police. It holds our rules and policies at the station, which you would know if you ever read it. I mean, I've been so busy doing paperwork and solving cases, not enough time in the day for everything. Then, when this case is finished, I want you to read this cover to cover. I'm starting to think she wants me to suffer. No, I'm thinking she wants you to do your job. That's it. Lynn is looking good as always. Do you hear that, Justina? Hear what? Your computer is begging you, please don't leave me. There's so much work to do. Don't worry, you wonderful machine. I'll be back soon. There's no pressure, but if you don't solve this case soon, we might have to sell her off. But Sophie and I finally named her last week. She's too young to be sold. Then you better hurry. Her life is on the line. As if I needed more motivation to solve this case. What's this medal for? It's from the mayor's office for our outstanding service to the city. Is our station really that good? Do you think Detective Hunt kept his title for his looks alone? I suppose not. Rewarded for solving the UO13 incident. What's that? Sounds like a case number. It was a case Detective Hunt solved a few years ago. Better to ask the man himself, but wait until after this case. I'll ask him later then. Maybe if I stay at the station long enough, I'll find out about it. Okay. Rules? I have to know the rules? Justina. Like, please, maybe read about your job. Let's go see Chandra in the interrogation room. May 2nd, Azure City Police Precinct number 5, interrogation room. Detective, I thought we were going to speak with just Chandra. Why is Hannah here? I figured maybe her partner in crime could help. As for why I brought you two in, I'm hoping you two could answer some questions. I already told you everything I know about the charity. It isn't about the Klaus orphanage this time. What we want to know is about Eubank Investments itself. Can you tell us anything we wouldn't know about the company? Well, there is one thing, but I can't. I signed an NDA with the Eubanks, plus it wouldn't be right. Eubank Investments has been hitting the red with a capital R. Hannah, you signed the NDA? I did nothing of the sort. If anyone asks, I have a top secret network of spies that feeds me information I need. So telling the police is forbidden, but telling friends is not? What do you mean by hitting the red? Ooh. That is a lie. Hunt is only here because of his looks. Sue likes having some office eye candy. Could be. Alright. Eubank Investments has been failing to make a profit for about a year now, with new investments not paying off. They need a bank loan, investors for their new projects, but they need a plan on how this money will be used. The bank won't just give a loan for nothing. They need to know that you can pay it off or that you can offer collateral. To get the loan, they need property that is worth investing in, so my sources found out about it 3 months ago. Eubank Investments needs a bank loan to keep the company going. They can only get it by getting property that is worth investing in. That's a lot more in depth than I was expecting coming from you. What can I say? My sources are great. And you better hope your sources don't get in trouble because of you. It shouldn't be hard to find land to invest in. I can't think of a few rundown areas that could use the investment. If I had to guess, they don't seem eager to invest in the poorest areas. My sources said the poorest neighborhoods are risky ventures. Mr. Eubank needs to find a safe investment or else the company is finished. Azure City is running out of risk-free land to invest in, so they haven't had the best of luck. This does add a lot of context. Thank you, Hannah. Tell your sources we thank them as well. Alright, risk-free investing. I still don't get why banks wouldn't approve loans to the poorest neighborhoods. Surely it's the poorest areas that have the most potential for growth. I might know why. There's a stigma against being poor. Growing up in the poorest East Bay, I was told to act like I was from the West Bay in school. My family didn't want others to view us as poor. If I had to guess, that stigma likely applies to bank loans too. Banks are businesses, but businesses are run by humans. If they think they won't make any money, even for dumb reasons, then they won't risk it. Economics can never be unbiased as long as humans remain biased. So Eubank Investments can't get a loan because the bank doesn't think they make profit off the poor. Exactly. Eubank Investments doesn't turn poor areas wealthy. They kick the poor out for the wealthy. At least that's what Hannah's sources told us. Hannah's sources, not me. I signed an NDA. Can't Eubank Investments get work from the city like 10 years ago? Eubank Investments appeared at the right time to get that funding. Now, the politicians of Azure City have moved on to other issues. Homelessness is a major topic, and Mayor Bolton's proposal to fight it isn't popular. So if the city has any money to spare, Mayor Bolton's opponents won't let him use any. I see. I should keep up with city politics. Maybe you should. Is Hannah really pulling the I'm not the one who made the pinky promise tactic? She is, and I love that she's using that, because then we're getting all of the information. With everything that happened the last few weeks, it seems that you are recovering well. It might look so, but I haven't fully recovered. I started getting seizures and the doctor thinks it could be permanent. I started taking medication to try and help. Seizures from being hit in the head? If the head injury is strong enough, it's possible. At its worst, it could be permanent. I'm not even allowed to drive until I can go half a year without a seizure. Lucky for her, best friend Hannah is here to help. Until she recovers, I'm going to try and drive her around the city as needed. Oh, so cute. I love them. In all fairness, politics is depressing. I mean, you gotta keep up with it, stay in the know, especially if you're part of the precinct, you know? Justina just needs to be better at her job. How come I can see the viewing room? Isn't it normally dark? We only keep it one way during interrogations. Since Chandra is here, we decided to make it more open. Make it casual. Exactly, we're all friends here, gotta keep things casual. I don't remember agreeing to that. How about coworkers, colleagues, work fellows? I know Hannah could be a bit much, but she's a good person. Not everyone will try to cover for a friend like she did. Alright, but I'm sticking to coworkers, and only for this case. I never noticed those books in the viewing room before. Are they for people to read while waiting? If you ask me, watching from the outside is a lot more fun than reading. Justina's like, books? Why would you read those? Ew. Tacky. Let's see if we can find... Oh, I guess not. I thought we could find Hunt. Let's go to the lobby. May 2nd, Eubank Investments lobby. Welcome back to Eubank Investments, where we are investing in a beautiful future for you. Hi Joy, what are you up to? The wonderful detective in red invited me to help him investigate. He said he could get me out of trouble if I cooperated, but he's currently in the president's office looking around. Thanks for your tip. Since you're helping him, would you help us out as well? Anything for our city's finest. She's such a suck up, but I do like being called finest. I have something recorded you might want to hear. Oh, yay. Books are bad, they might have rules in them. Reading is for nerds. Oh my gosh. I guess this is a good game to mention the book I'm currently reading. Murder Your Employer. Oh my gosh. What's it about? Is it about murdering your employer? It's very on theme for the game. April 30th, 7:05 p.m. Eubank Investments reception desk. At Owen's request, Lowell tried arranging a meeting between Owen and Anton. When informed, Anton declined the meeting. He gave no reason why. I should look into this later. Beep. I didn't tell Mr. Eubank that he declined the meeting. Better update her old statement. So if Mr. Eubank contacted Lowell, how did you find out? I best keep that information to myself. It's best not to ask. So what stopped you from telling Mr. Eubank when he got here? Because if I did, I wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on their meeting. 2 meetings worth of juicy information to send back to Vivica could get me a handsome paycheck from her. And look how that turned out. Lowell knew the meeting was declined. Anything else we should know? That's all from me. Your detective friend is upstairs. Thanks, Joy. We will head up there soon. We have a few questions to ask first. Alright, let's chat. A dude wants to murder his boss, does a bad job, and is brought to a school for aspiring murderers? That sounds lovely. So, do you think the Eubanks will let you keep the job? Mrs. Eubank said she will decide after this case is over, but she's a wonderful person. I'm sure she will find it in her heart to forgive me. I'm not gonna tell her she fired her maid for this exact reason. Maybe eavesdropping on Anton is different enough from robbery. How did you get involved with Vivica? She came in one day to have a meeting with Anton. We spoke a bit while she waited. I dropped some juicy rumors on her, and she asked if I could find any proof. Let's just say I know how to get info around here. I'm pretty sure you would have been fired if you got caught, but I didn't get caught until today. Juicy rumors, you say? Like what? Viveka wanted info to make the divorce go in her favor, so anything to make him look like a bad father. The big rumor was his gun and his small collection of ammo hidden in his office. We didn't find any ammo when we were in there earlier. Where would it be? I still don't know. I had to spend 2 days stalking him just to find something for Viveka, and the best I could do was catch him bringing in ammo, then walking out without it. The other detective is currently up in the president's office looking for that ammo. Then let's check up on Red. Maybe he found something. Who knew rumors could help us out? We heard the forensics team were checking Lowell's car. Were they able to finish up? They just finished up a while ago. You are welcome to visit the garage again. The mechanic can update you on what they found. Thanks, Joy. We'll ask Meg about it. Thank you. Betcha the ammo was in the missing clock. It's in something that's missing. Cause wasn't that the two things missing? The clock and what? The clock and the ammo, or the clock and something else? Let's see. Investigate. Done in here. Alright. That's lovely. Let's go to the garage. May 2nd, Eubank Investments garage. The rug. That's what it was. So we're thinking the ammo is in the clock, and the clock and the rug were missing. Interesting. My favorite detectives. Welcome back. Hey, Meg. We heard forensics finished looking over Lowell's car. Do you happen to have the details? Sure do. Thank goodness. The forensics team looked over the whole car, both the trunk and seats. They found small traces of blood and bits of white carpet in it. The blood belongs to Anton and the carpet matches the one in his office. Other than that, there was nothing unusual except this paper found inside the glove box. It has S2021 written on it. Better update Meg's statement. Had a fight, hit the clock, found the ammo, and bang. That could have happened. What does S2021 mean? You two are the detectives. Isn't it your job to figure it out? I mean, yeah, but why must we do all the hard work? The least Lowell could do is write down what it is. Come on, Justy. Where's your sense of adventure? Figuring this out is half the fun. It is so wrong to just want... Is it so wrong to just want the answers to be given to me? Then you shouldn't have been a detective. After this case, I'm going back to just being a clerk. We say this every case, though. Thanks for the update, Meg. Pixelated parking garage looks cool somehow. I love the art style of this whole game. It's so cute. All the locations, gorgeous. The characters, fabulous. You're welcome. I've got finishing touches to do on Anton's car. Good luck on the case. Alright, let's chat. Forensics team. What were the forensics team like? I haven't gotten a chance to meet them. Honestly, pretty boring. They only talked to me after they finished up. I think they just need someone to relay the results to you. They wouldn't even let me look in the car. Sorry. They wouldn't even let me look in the car. I only wanted to pick apart the car just a little. Sorry, Meg. The forensics team is filled with straightforward people. They tend to get overworked, so they don't have time to casually talk. Good to know I'm not missing anything by not meeting them. Love how Swift calls a murder case an adventure. Is it not an adventure? I love a murder case. I feel very adventurous today. Why must we do all the hard work? It's just give me the answer. Who did it? Do you know? Alright, we can look at the blue car. This garage looks so much emptier now. Mr. Eubank took his car back home. Even left me a nice tip for watching over the cars. You got paid to just be here? If that's how he treats his employees, maybe I should get a job here. I heard an executive assistant position had just opened up. You should apply. On second thought, no. I don't think I'm enough of a bootlicker to take Lowell's previous job. You know what, I think Lowell murdered to get up to the higher position, so Maybe we get Lowell's old position, murder Lowell, and then we'll be the president. Damn Skippy, we ain't licking boots. Not today. Alright, let's go to the president's office now. May 2nd, Eubank Investments president's office. There you two are. Sue told me that the big man himself is being brought in for questioning soon. Hey Red, you heard right. Owen Eubank himself is coming by. We need all the evidence we can get. Have you found anything? Not yet. I've been searching Anton's desk. I've tried getting into his computer, but I had no luck so far. It's password protected. There are also some updates on the autopsy report. Yay! I love an update. As you know, Anton Chambers was shot twice. However, gunshot residue was just found on his coat's right arm. The first shot was a non-fatal shot to the abdomen, striking his right rib. The second was a fatal shot that pierced his heart, from which death was almost instantaneous. After the bullets were removed, they were tested for fingerprints. Despite their best efforts, we couldn't lift any fingerprints off either one. Better just update his previous statement with the new info. Fingerprints can be found on bullets? Forensics have a way of lifting fingerprints on bullets, but it's very rare. Most of the time, the fingerprints get smudged to the point it's unusable. They were hoping that Anton, being a gun enthusiast, likely touched it so much that they were able to get a clean print. They almost got something off the first bullet, but no luck. The second bullet, no chance, so there's no way to prove he loaded it. But how is the lack of fingerprints useful? We take what we can get, perhaps it will come in handy. The gunpowder on his coat is what interests me. Where did that come from? They believe he must have fired a gun sometime before he died. However, we can't say exactly when or what type of gun. There was the bullet he fired upwards in the alleyway. Could it have come from that? Forensics tested it, but it doesn't match. They said the gunpowder only matches if he fired the gun around 3 feet from the ground. Maybe he shot at someone else with a third bullet. If so, we need to find proof soon. If he shot at someone else, they might have the bullet still inside them. The gunpowder evidence should be updated as well. Ballistics also have an update for us. Both bullets fired from the murder weapon entered the body perpendicularly and were close to their respective entry points. I mean, was that not obvious? It's official now. No room for doubt. I'll add it to the evidence. Okay, both bullets fired from the murder weapon entered the body perpendicularly and were close to their respective entry points. Thanks, Red. For now, let's look around the place. Alright. The Carmen Sandiego style names for all the characters are just great. Owen Eubank. Owen Eubank. It's very much like Phoenix Wright also. I love it. I like some punny names. Alright, what we missed. What have you been up to since we brought Joy in? I got the case file from yesterday all cleaned up and ready for you two. Yesterday's case file certainly saves me time, but how did you do that? Something about yesterday's case left me wondering. What was Anton going to do about the flash drive? So I looked over the whole case. Did you find something? Nothing at all. But something tells me it might be important, so I got it for you two. I'll take it off your hands. Alright, the case from yesterday, cleaned up by Detective Hunt, Harris Newbuck shot Anton with a taser, took his flash drive, and escaped before Anton could get up. Forensics. Come to think of it, you know a lot about forensics, Sophie. Oh no, I just know what every good detective should know. I doubt it. If Detective Hunt started speaking about fingerprints, I'd assumed he was an imposter. What? I feel like he knows things. It hurts, but it's true. Did Sophie not tell you she wanted to go into forensics at one point? She didn't. Why am I finding out now? It's not a big deal. I knew I wanted to get into criminal justice and I thought about lab work. Back in high school, I used to study it for fun. But over time, I wanted to be involved in helping the city directly. Being behind a desk all day wasn't for me. So I joined the police academy and worked my way to becoming a patrol officer. But forensics sounds so cool. You should have stayed on that path. But now she can use that knowledge as a detective. If you ask me, more police should learn forensics. A lot of bad arrests could be avoided if they learned the basics. I hate that Justina was like, why didn't you just stick with forensics? Your job sucks. Alright. Let's... Oh yeah, okay, we can look at everything in here. Detective Hunt hasn't been proving himself to be a good detective. I'm trying to think of a time he was one. Yeah, I don't know, he's breaking the law, he's hiding info from us. Maybe not the best. Like, we're just the clerk and all of a sudden we're playing detective, so you're right. Hey detective, do you think something might be a clue within these books? I don't think he's the kind of person to hide something in such an obvious place. You don't know that, I bet there's a secret hidden here. Why else would he have all of these books? People don't read, unless they're hiding something. To look smart, someone comes in and sees all the books and says, wow, he's smart. Or perhaps, bear with me, he read them all before. Nah, he was rich, he would pay someone to read them for him. You heard it here first, rich people don't read. Oh no. I'm gonna dig into these and look for a clue. There's 59 books in this room. Are you sure you want to check all of them? On second thought, maybe he just wants to look smart. What else are books used for? It's not for reading. Do you think these fancy chairs are, what's the word? Useful? Like, they serve a purpose besides showing off? Oh, I want to try. Detective Swift, you know we can't tamper with evidence until it's been properly documented. Yes, sir, I'll write down everything about it. The way she just slid off camera. All that just to sit on a chair? You could never be too careful on the job. Sue hates it when we don't document the evidence properly. I inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It's all clear. Then by all means, sit all you like. It's so soft and comfy. And why do you look so sad? Now I want one. Best not to look up the price. Your wallet shouldn't know. Don't tell your wallet how much that chair costs. That's not that many. They said 59? 59 books is literally not that much. I don't know. But the only reason he could possibly have them is to look smart. Miss Assistant, do you know what's written on here? Nope, it looks like just numbers and shapes to me. When I looked earlier, Lowell said this information is strictly yada yada yada. I bet he doesn't even know what it means. Sophie, help me move this. Yes, sir. Move it over here. Perfect. Is that a safe? I knew there was something hiding in here. But how did you... If he was willing to bring a package of illegal bullets here, he must have had some place to hide them. Oh well, we found where he hid the bullets. Not in the clock. Then how do we get in? Looks like it needs a code. Justy, do you have any evidence that might help? Evidence to help us open this safe. When I have something, I should bring it to Detective Hunt. Is it the S2021 thing? Do you think people on the street ever look up and see us looking down at them? Do they know if we were judging them from our tower? Nah. Nah. Why worry about that when the people on the street level are already judging you? Fair point. Hey detective, what do you see from up here? You mean from this window? Yeah. Lowell asked me the same question. I'm wondering what you think. I think it's a city of people. Wow, real original. Do you also think that chicken tastes like chicken? Justina. What I mean is people of all kinds of backgrounds live here. It doesn't matter the culture, origin, or background. We are all people in this city. The only dividing factor is money. If everyone was the same, it wouldn't be the city I know and love. Huh, that's deeper than I expected from you. Don't worry, I'm still a chicken tasting like chicken kind of guy. I just ask myself every day why I serve the city. I do it because of these people. I wouldn't want to work anywhere else in the world. Alright. I think I looked at everything. Great. So there is a safe back here. Used nice office chairs are cheap if you know where to look. Oh, used office chairs, yeah. Every once in a while, a company will go broke and sell off everything. At an auction, you can grab stuff cheap. I got a couple very nice steel case office chairs that retail for around $1,500 each for about $100 a piece. That's a steal. That's awesome. I guess we just keep looking around. Is there anyone else we can talk to? Oh, the store. We haven't been to the store yet. Dad! May 2nd, Azure City, Sunrise District, Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. Dad, are you here? Justina! Detective Swift, it's good to see you two. Is everything alright? Mr. Smith, we wanted to follow up on what happened yesterday. Oh, please, we are basically family now. Call me Ash. Harris called me yesterday to explain what happened. Looks like we need to find another buyer. There's some legal issues to settle since he signed the paperwork and everything, but thankful Gray is able to help sort it out. Gray? Who's that? Gray Earl. That's that nice clerk's brother. Didn't you know? Sue's older brother is a business attorney, like Mrs. Eubank, but works with all sorts of small businesses. I'm surprised she got you in touch with him. I'll tell you about it later. I better catch you up on what I learned. Oh, thank goodness. More info. Gray has been helping me make sure the store can sell after what happened yesterday. He says Luna should be clear from any legal troubles. I really liked Harris, seemed like a stand-up kind of guy, but I trust Gray to figure that out. Still, I doubt Eubank Investments would want the store. They have no use for it. Gray Earl has been helping Ash to make sure the store can sell. He doesn't know why Anton wanted the store. I'm glad he's helping you, but I wish you didn't need a lawyer. Let your old man worry about that. You have a case to solve. While you two are here, stay a while. Serious conversation aside, why hasn't anyone mentioned Sue's brother? You didn't tell me you had a sister until yesterday. It's the same thing. Yeah, but Gina's boring unless you need someone to put on a fashion show. She's so mean. I like barely heard that. Did you guys hear that sound alert? I heard like a whisper in my ear and it was spooky. Let me turn this up. Alright. We'll see. Alright. Just need to be nicer to your sister and everyone. Just like a general note. It's very, very quiet but present. Yeah, I like heard a whisper. I was like, what was that? Alright, I've turned it up, so hopefully alerts will be louder. I don't know what happened there. Also, hi everyone. Hi Phoebe. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. You should try taking an interest in her work someday. You should try taking an interest in her work someday. You might be able to bond with her better. But as for Gray, best lawyer I ever worked with. Gray must be a great lawyer. He has a pretty successful career. I think he could give Mr. Eubank a run for her money, both as a lawyer and as a tea drinker. I'm surprised Sue got you in touch with him. Sue asked him to help out for free in exchange for some glass animals. He's a glass art collector. Been here a few times and I didn't even know. But paying in glass is a perfect deal for me. Maybe after this case I should go meet him. He sounds like an interesting guy. Ghosts. Oh, 15 strum streak. 15 struggle bus rides in a row is a point of pride for me. It should be. That's impressive. After everything that happened with Harris, is it the right time to try and sell the store? I'll sell this place like a rattle on a snake. Wait, what? Yes, I will. I just wanted to say something fun like Harris. Like a rattle on a snake. I think you are fun just the way you are, Ash. Anyway, I'm sure Harris is already in custody. Our DA is pretty much more interested in our current case. Is much more interested. I feel like I'm just like making up words. I'm making my own story. So, I doubt she would want to spend too much time on him. Get that settled and move on. Is she really that busy? Up to the roof in cases and can only focus on the biggest ones. Let's take a field trip there. I can show you all the sites. That doesn't sound fun. A law office sounds like the most boring field trip. Words are hard. They are. Very hard. Alright. Are we gonna roast the plants again? You sure have a lot of plants in the store. I wouldn't say it's a lot. Yes, Dad, it's a lot. I knew it. Justina. Don't say that. Gardening is in your blood. These plants are as much your family as your mom and I. I wouldn't say that about your family, would you? You wouldn't say that about your family, would you? They're plants, Dad. Plants don't have feelings. We know you feel this way. Sounds like your family has a love of plants you don't share. My wife, Primrose, can make a patch of dirt into a beautiful garden. Give her a lump of wood and she will carve you whatever your heart desires. My dad isn't the only artist in my family. My mom is one too, just with plants. When I first met Primrose, my thumb was as far from green as can be. With the store being sold soon, I have been trying my hand at new types of art. I would have thought the two would be very different. That's the joy of life. We all have the chance to appreciate the things we used to hate. Like a seedling, we all grow in ways we can never dream. But unlike you, I doubt I will ever take joy in gardening. Ugh. Gosh. Paper Perjury is better when it's a bit of Mad Libs. Let me just add words in the blanks. It's great. We should get more cameras for the store. We are selling the store, dear. There's no reason to buy more. Let the new owner buy more if he's worried. Your dad's right. I know, I just feel guilty. I should have pushed for more security here. I was the manager here. I could have done more. Justina, you were a better manager than I could have ever been. You couldn't foresee Anton's death, let alone that he would be found here. It's the culprit's fault for the murder, not yours. So rather than feeling guilty, let's solve this case. I love all these little animals you make. Catching the spirit of an animal is both challenging and rewarding. Animals move, change, and interact with the world. I never get tired of making them, no matter how big or small they are. My dad has been making them as long as I can remember. I once thought he would make his own zoo. A glass zoo would be fun. Certainly easier to take care of a glass rabbit than a real one. Can you make me an owl? I would love to get one. When this is all solved, I'll make you one on the house. I feel like some of these are repeated from the last case. These conversations. This metal detector was surprisingly important yesterday. For helping us solve the case? Yeah, good job, metal detector. Now I can finally break you apart in peace. Break apart? That's so mean. Listen, after how annoying it was yesterday, it doesn't deserve to live. Justina's the murderer, okay? I don't... I'm doing my dad, no, the world a favor. Okay. I always like the green animals. They look so happy. Ever since you were a kid, you loved green. Even as an adult, you haven't outgrown it. I love how each color is given its own shelf. It was an idea Justina came up with after Sol passed away. She said that rainbows could attract the eyes of customers. And did it work? You know, I'm not sure. Come to think of it, how would I judge it if it works? Or whatever. Oh, whatever. It looks nice and that's all that matters. Jail for Justina. Oh, she's a murderer. Running wild. Justina may not be the murderer, but she definitely is a murderer. Awful. Sure, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Ash Ketchum in the game? Sadly, his name is Ash Smith.
You want to just team up with some blood-stained killer? Because I'm fine with that.
She is a bloodstained killer. Looks like you finally cleaned up the soil from yesterday. I'm glad I did. I'm not going to leave a dirty store. So, did you ever find out what happened? You know, the funniest thing happened. Ooh. May 1st, 3 p.m., Azure City, Sunrise District, Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. I think you missed. Oh, Incredibles 50 stream streak. Holy heck. I did miss it. Thank you for pointing that out. 50 stream streak. That's insane. And Rat Boy's fishing. You know. Reminds me of a sound alert suggestion I wanted to post. Ooh, yeah. I need all the sound alert suggestions. Please, we need some new 2025 ones. Rat Boy's got a scooter? Okay, well, I'm jealous. My gosh. Streaking with my bits out. Love a 7 stream streak, sure. 7 stream. You guys are on some streaks this week. That's crazy. I hope Justina and the detective are doing alright. Harris is a good person. I wouldn't want him to be a murderer. Oh, Luna, was it? What is it? Sorry. Ash, I need to confess something. I broke the pot here last night. I'm sorry. The pot over there? I was wondering about that. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll clean it right up. But it had your newest flower. I had to act quickly to save it. I thought you would be mad. Oh, I see. Luna, do you know why I got that flower? No, why? It was for you. You broke your own present, Luna. Damn. Luna's adorable. I really do love her. Blue Gilias represent love, something I want you to carry with you to college. I know your relationship with your mom is rocky, and none of the Smiths can be there with you. But we love you, and you will always have a home here. This flower was my farewell gift to you. I don't know what to say. Her tears. You don't need to say anything. I can see everything I need on your face. I remember when Justina and Jean went off to college. It was like Years of hard work raising them had finally paid off. You'd think I'd be used to it by now. Thank you, Ash. When you graduate, you can show me the flower and how much it has grown. I promise to take good care of it. I know you will, and don't forget to video call. I can give you all the advice to help raise the little plant. Or just call to let us know how you're doing. Oh, Justina doesn't deserve them. Can you believe it was Luna? Yeah, who knew? I'll keep the whole I already proved she did it to myself. My gosh. Alright, so now that we've chatted, I think we've been everywhere. Interrogation room, president's office, parking garage, lobby, station offices, police station. We've been everywhere. We have to go find a contradiction now. After that very heartfelt moment. Hiding tears behind a book is such a mood. I just know I'd kill the plant if it were me. Like, here's this new fancy plant I just got as your farewell gift. It will be dead in a week. The drama. Okay, so Hunt, whose statement does not line up with whose statement? Anton Chambers was shot twice, a non-fatal shot to the abdomen, striking his right rib, and a second fatal shot piercing the heart, from which death was almost instantaneous. No fingerprints were found on both bullets inside Anton. Lowell informed Anton about having a meeting with Owen on April 30th, 7:05 p.m. Anton declined the meeting, and Mr. Eubank was never told. Lowell's car has small traces of blood and bits of white carpet in it. There was also a piece of paper in his glove box that had S2021. I wonder if we can talk about the bullets with Hunt and then the S2021. Maybe that's the safe code? I'm so glad Strim has been with me while I lurk. I love it. My car got frozen in a 4-inch puddle on my street, and after watching me out every day for a week trying to move it, some jackass neighbor called it in as abandoned? So now AAA is on the way, and I'm just tired of Matt. I'm so sorry. No, that's awful. You want us to beat up your neighbor? I'm ready. Point us in the right direction. Ugh. Lowell's car had small traces of blood and bits of white carpet in it. There was also a piece of paper. Okay. Lowell says he never saw Anton in his office. We're gonna call Mr. Eubank in later. Anton wanted to convert the orphanage into townhouses. This was part of his plan to get properties, not just the orphanage. Eubank Investments needs a bank loan to keep the company going. They can only get it by getting property that is worth investing in. Gray Earl has been helping Ash to make sure the store can sell. He doesn't know why Anton wanted the store. Okay. He doesn't know, even though we have the statement of the property. They need the property. Let's see if I can bring that up at all. Really liked Harris, seemed like a stand-up guy, but I trust Gray to figure that out. Still, I doubt Eubank Investments would want the store. They have no use for it. Dispute that, because they do have use for it. Wants to convert the orphanage into townhouses as part of the plan to get properties, not just the orphanage. There we go. This neighbor is worse than Justina. She's just judgy on the inside. Yeah, Justina's just keeping it in, like, their thought bubbles sometimes. But yeah, that neighbor's awful. I'm so sorry. Pretty sure it's the same neighbor that threw a block party but didn't invite the children in our apartment building. So if you want to beat them up, you'll be in line behind me. I remember this neighbor now. Okay. Yeah, we might need to be rolling up. Struggle bus. Load up. Let's go. I'm so sorry. That's the worst. To start off your weekend like that too? Ugh. We have a witness who found out that Anton has been trying to gather property around the city. Anton could have used this property's location for a profitable development. He already tried that with an orphanage, and he was willing to do it again here, which is why we are trying to get as much information as possible. Why would he need property so badly? Evidence that shows why he needed property. Do I have that? I have evidence right here. He needs the good property. They can only get it by getting property that's worth investing in. It seems that he needs to keep gaining property to keep the company afloat. We believe it's connected to his death. The timing is impeccable otherwise. Do you know anything about Anton that could help us out? I see. I don't know how helpful it is, but I can tell you a story. The full story about what happened 10 years ago. You mean when the store was bought? Justina told me yesterday. There's a bit more to the story her mother and I left out. 10 years ago, Sol and I were looking to start a business and came across Eubank Investments. As you know, Luna was hurt and we spoke with the Eubanks at the time. Justina might have said they simply agreed, but they didn't. As Luna's hospital bills were piling up, Sol pleaded with Eubanks for support, but they ignored him. He wanted them to pay for the hospital bill and admit that they had lied about the quality of the building. But they refused to listen. You never told me about this. You were 12 at the time. A simple story was easier to explain. Anton in particular was refusing to budge one bit on the matter. He said that it was the building construction company's fault and they were in no way liable. They told Sol that he was at fault for not bringing in a safety inspector with him. Sol threatened to press charges against them for lying about the state of the building, and they finally got their attention. We spent hours in a single room trying to reach an agreement. It was almost pushed to court. Then suddenly, Mrs. Eubank gave in to our demands. She gave us the building and paid for Luna's hospital bill, provided we dropped the case. I'll update your statement. Why did she give in later? I can't say. Maybe it was Justina's mom. She was ready to throw a chair if I didn't stop her. Oh my gosh. I love the violence. You would think she was Luna's mom. Anton was not happy, but was powerless to stop it. But wasn't he president? He was, but Mr. Eubank took his wife's side, and that was that. As for why Mr. Eubank did that, my guess is they were married at the time. Of course he would support his wife. I wonder if Anton ever let that go. That's the full story of how we got the store. Why didn't you tell me all of this? You hid all these details for 10 years? Those 7 days of fighting weren't all for this building. They were for Luna too. We didn't want their money out of greed, but to have them pay for hurting her. But we agreed to tell you and your sister a nicer story. There's enough hate in the world, and we don't want the hate to be a cycle. When this all started, I was sure the Eubanks were kind and friendly because of what you told me. That's why I joined the embezzlement case on my first day. And how were they when you met them? Mrs. Eubank clearly was as kind as I was told. Mr. Eubank, he's scarier, a liar and controlling, but I don't see him as a murderer. That's what I'm saying. Justina, not everything is about you. True. This whole case, it's so complex. I don't know how we will solve it. I know, it is getting very complicated because a lot of stuff from previous cases are coming in. I feel like I'm losing the plot a little bit. I don't know if anything I told you will help you find the culprit, but if anyone can catch them, it's you. You really think so? You got that fire in your eyes, like a furnace ready to make beautiful glass. I've known you all your life, and I've never seen you more invested in anything like these cases. Even if no one calls you a detective, you are one to me. Trust me, I don't have to go far for someone to call me one, but thanks. I need that. I was still a little mad at you and Mom for hiding it. When you have kids someday, you'll understand. I think that's all we can get here. Okay. What else? Sounds like pretty much everyone wants to kill Anton. Maybe they should just kind of let it go this time. Yeah, I feel like he wasn't that great of a guy. Whoever did it, like, let's just let it slide. Okay, what else is contradictory here? He's done. So we now have 10 years prior, the Eubanks and Anton disagreed about selling the store. Owen overruled Anton, which made Anton resentful. Okay. Anton wanted to convert the orphanage. Owen had an argument with Anton. Volskar had small traces of blood and bits of white carpet. There's also a piece of paper in the glove box. Lola informed Anton about having a meeting with Owen on April 30th. Anton declined the meeting and Mr. Eubank was never told. Something about that seems weird, but I'm also gonna go to Hunt and see if I can talk about... Oh, present evidence. There we go. We need to open the safe. Got any ideas? I have evidence that could help us open the safe. Some kind of code. Here is the proof. The S2021. Forensics found this paper in Lowell's car. Put S2021 as a safe combo. I'll give it a try. Yay. I know Anton is the victim, but why does he sound like the culprit instead? Because he spent his life being the culprit. And then someone killed him. Probably for good reason. He wasn't a nice guy. Looks like forensics was right on the money. It's open. Let's check inside. And what do we have here? He has his own private collection of gun accessories here. This guy. Really liked guns, huh? Even as a hobby, this is a bit too much for my liking. But check this out, leftover bullet boxes. This looks like, oh, a pack of bullets, that's it? I expected something more illegal. It's because these are hollow point bullets. What are hollow point bullets? Here it is, they create a wider wound when they hit someone. Azure City made them illegal for civilians because they can be more dangerous than standard bullets. But politics aside, something more important is missing. This isn't a full package, 2 bullets are missing. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I think so. Is there any way to prove any of these bullets that shot Anton were from this box? I'll send this info to our coroner, Rebecca. She can confirm if the bullets match. There's something else. A clock? What's this doing here? The missing clock! I know that clock. It was on the wall over there on Sunday night. Come to think of it. I remember now. Joyce said she saw the clock was missing. Took you long enough. This is why you're the assistant and I'm the master. Brilliant catch as always, Red. But why hide a clock in here? It's stuck at 8 p.m., so I think it's broken. Someone didn't want anyone to find this. As for why, I'll leave that to you two. I'm gonna write this all down. Better to replace the chalkboard evidence with a safe and update all of it. Going back to bullets, with all these empty boxes, where did all the other bullets go? I got intel saying he would practice at a private shooting range with this gun. One that would let something as minor as illegal bullets be ignored. There are some really stubborn gun lovers in this country. So if he does use them regularly, that would explain why he needed more. So why was the code to the safe in Lowell's car? Oh, my dear assistant, you asked the wrong question. Detective Swift, what's the more important question? Let me think. Is it who else knows the code to the safe? Exactly, we can worry about how he knows later. Someone opened the safe, and so far, only Lowell and Anton could have opened it. Do you think Mr. Eubank? If you don't know, don't speculate, just keep it in mind for now. I'm going to update Meg's statement. Alright. Because Anton died at 8, maybe? I'm thinking, because they had their meeting at 7. The phone call was from 7 to 8, and Joy hung up when she heard the gunshot. So, she heard the boom bam bop. Something hit the wall and then hung up, which was right at 8 o'clock, so he probably died at 8. Makes sense. Now that you found the safe, what are you going to do? With all the evidence in the safe, we can say I have plenty of ammo. I'm sure you're just gunning to go after them. Your pun game is getting good, I have no more to teach you. But yes, I want to look into where he got the hollow point bullets. I bet he smuggled those into the city. You two got a murder to solve. Leave the smuggling case to me. We won't let you down, sir. Solving a smuggling case sounds fun. I hope we get a chance to help him someday. I mean, if he knows the safe combo, then he's the killer, right? Well, that's what we were saying. Who else knows the combo? Because we know he knows the combo, but anybody could have known that combo as well. He's not the only suspect. Let's see. I guess, who else can we talk to about what we just found? Cleaned up by Detective Hunt, took the flash drive. Anton wanted to convert the orphanage into townhouses. That was part of his plan to get properties, not just the orphanage. Who else can I talk to? I can talk to Meg. Lowell's car had small traces of blood. There's also a piece of paper with Anton's safe password found inside. Alright, the only other person I think we could maybe find a contradiction with is Joy. But I don't know what it would be. April 30th, 7:05 p.m. Eubank Investments reception desk. So night of the murder. At Owen's request, Lowell tried arranging a meeting between Owen and Anton. When informed, Anton declined the meeting. So that was like a 7 o'clock call. Meeting Denied. Gave no reason why. I should look into this later. I didn't tell Mr. Eubank that he declined the meeting. Something's off. Didn't tell Mr. Eubank that he declined, but he still came anyway? No, yeah, that's why. Duh. Stupid. Wait, but they had an argument. Wait, they did meet, didn't they? At Owen's request, Lowell tried arranging a meeting between Owen and Anton when informed Anton declined the meeting. But didn't they actually meet? I don't think this is really relevant. Okay. What's wrong here? Gave no reason why. I should look into this later. No. I think I'm confused by her statement altogether because they did meet. Call Detective Hunt. Called Anton Chambers around 7. I don't know. April 30th, 7:05 p.m. Eubank Investments reception desk. At Owen's request, so Mr. Eubank said, Lowell, get me a meeting with Anton. Okay. When informed, Anton declined the meeting. As it does say, Lowell called Anton at 7 on Sunday. And then Anton said no. Owen drove his car to the office that night, the night of Anton's death. He had an argument. Like, it feels like that's gotta be it. He gave no reason why. He gave no reason why. Maybe I have to find the reason why. Why did he decline? Owen overruled Anton, which made Anton resentful. Maybe that's why. Don't think it's really relevant. I don't know. Okay, I mean, the only other people I can talk to, because I talked to Hunt already. I feel like we got everything out of that. We could. I haven't found any contradiction with her statement yet. Nothing contradictory here. I just found out more information that that was the password and not just some random numbers. I can't talk to him. I can't talk to anybody else. I can talk to Annie. Anton wanted to convert the orphanage into townhouses. This was part of his plan to get properties, not just the orphanage. Okay, let's go maybe talk to Annie. Let's see. Travel to the office. Let's review your statement. All right, because I mean, we already know she's a liar. Anton's plans were to convert the old motel into townhouses, the fancy type. With a popular church and one of the best schools nearby, wealthy families would pay pretty handsomely for a spot. That's why he was lucky enough to get Bill to agree to move the orphanage back in March. Eubank Investments planned to get property everywhere in Azure City. He never told me directly, but knowing close-up magic makes borrowing papers pretty easy. 10 years prior, the Eubanks and Anton disagreed about selling the store. Owen overruled Anton, which made Anton resentful. Maybe that's it. I don't think it's relevant. Okay. She may be a liar, but she's cute! She's got the cute pass, it's fine. Oh no, I don't know. Joy and Annie are the only people I feel like I could potentially contradict. Oh, here we go. Hello. I'm back from my workout and very shaky. Eat something, please. Unless we're just like muscle shakes, but still eat something. Have we discovered the murderer? Not yet. He's still on the loose. I don't know what's more shocking, Joy spying on Anton or her being paid by Anton's ex-wife Vivica. For me, it was the ex-wife part. She must really hate his guts to have done that. Yeah, and we can't even listen to the recording either. This whole case could be solved. Don't worry, just muscles being very tired. Good, good, good. It was new. No. Do I look like I would murder someone? What Joy did was illegal. Using illegal evidence is just as bad, if not worse. Unlike Joy, the police reflect their values of their society. I want to be someone the public looks up to, which I can't do if I start breaking the law. But if you can't solve this case without such evidence, isn't that just as bad? I wouldn't want a police system that can't solve any case. I wish I had the answer, but I don't. Do you want us to answer that question honestly? No, I always want you guys to lie to me. I'm used to it. All my suspects are lying to me. Why should you be any different? That's your secret? You look harmless and then BAM! Got him. Well, don't tell my secret. But if you ask me, we don't need the full recording, just the struggle. Throw out the rest. Joy's other evidence was enough to get us this far, so let's finish what we started. Alright, Lowell ledgered. I can't believe Lowell helped move a body. I wouldn't do that. The blood and feeling of death all around. That's so tacky. I would never move a body. I'm Justina, and I'm better than everyone. Given that we couldn't find any blood in the building, he did a good job moving it. That's not the type of praise I expected. Tampering with evidence is wrong, but doing it right is tough. I should ask him so I know what to look out for next time. I would rather the knowledge disappear. It would make our job so much easier. Do you think Mr. Eubank really did it? He's not the most forthcoming, but I just can't see him as a murderer. We still don't know what happened, but I do know something. He seemed very sad about Anton's death. He did, but maybe he regrets it. Only regretting it after pulling the trigger. Twice. That's certainly possible, if only regret could turn back time. Lowell's plea deal should be ready. Come on, we don't want to miss this. Are you sure this deal is worth it? He moved a dead body and is throwing his own boss under the bus. Are we sure we can trust him? Too late now, come on. I really hope she knows what she's doing. Oh, I literally just had to talk to her. I didn't have to find contradictions. I've been burnt by the rest of the game, like, I have to find what's wrong. I just had to have a conversation with my girly pop, that was it. May 2nd, Azure City Police Precinct No. 5 Station Offices. Glad you could all make it. Mr. Eubanks is in the... I always say Eubanks. Eubank. Mr. Eubank is in the interrogation room. He will be ready if Lowell keeps his end of the deal. Gosh, you thought me like getting up and stretching my legs would help me read. Nope, still illiterate. I will only accept concrete proof. Anything less and I will demand defamation charges against my husband. Love her too late now attitude. You're doing great, sweaty. I have quite the audience. It's an honor to be the one solving this little case. Without further ado, here you go. A photo I took right after Anton died. You took a picture of him? He's like, aha, dead body. This is going on my Insta. What happened? When I arrived, he was already like this. I simply took a picture. Are we sure? Take a picture. Bro, why? Ooh. Hashtag selfie time. I'm surprised he didn't get in the picture. It could have been a selfie. When I arrived, he was already like this. I simply took a picture. If his body hit the desk, that would explain why the phone turned off and Joy couldn't eavesdrop. Where is Anton's body? It's out of frame because he felt closer to the door. You can't see it or the blood because of the angle. We confirmed the time was 8:05 p.m. that night. I see. I'll add it to the evidence. Okay, Lowell took this photo the night of the murder. Mr. Eubank had the gun near his right hand. Anton's body is out of frame. Oh, this is not a dead body. This is Owen. Just kidding. Yeah, okay, we can't see Anton. Taken at 8:05 p.m. that night. He's just unconscious? Mrs. Eubank, if you need me, I will be in the interrogation room with my client. I won't speak on this evidence until then. Why is he passed out? That's what I'm, like... How did he hit his head on the desk? How did this even happen? Lowell, this is a murderer right here. He looks like one. Well, I did my part. Now, if you would excuse me. Mr. Ledger, you will remain here. On what grounds? All charges have been dropped, remember? We need to determine whether this photo and the crime scene have been tampered with. Once we verify the authenticity, you will be free to go. Fine, but everything I gave is real. I look forward to being let go. I guess that's our cue to head to the interrogation room. End of case 5, part 3. I need to know that he did it. Bet $5 that it was recoil. Could be. Or at least that's the defense. He will say that it was recoil and he got knocked unconscious. Owen Eubank, thank you for being here. I've been informed of what Lowell has said, and he has lied to the police and has put my company at risk. I am no murderer. I understand your concern, but there are a lot of questions we need answers to, and we hope you can answer them. Is Lowell literally taking a photo and framing Owen? I think so! Everything is pointing to this being a framing. There is a perfectly reasonable explanation for what happened. My client was blackmailed. I believe you. Blackmailed by whom? Lowell? I couldn't say anything, or else he would pin the murder on me. If the press got that photo, my whole company would fall apart. Then my family. All I had to do was make him president, and he would help hide all this. But since it seemed he intended to pin it on me anyway, I will defend myself. If you're serious, then there is one key question to all this. Do you know how Anton Chambers died? I was attacked. I was afraid for my life. I had to defend myself. And that means it was you. My client was invoking his right to self-defense. It was the cat. I wanted to be Toasty. Okay, so you did kill him? One that he would have brought up to the police.
And there's no cops around. Anything's legal.
Had Lowell Ledger not attempted to blackmail him? Detective, can he just get away with it in self-defense? The legal definition of self-defense provides 3 factual elements. Justified fear, inability to escape, and using force only when needed. To assert your claim of self-defense, you will need to explain how you met all 3 elements. Mr. Eubank, the matter of you being blackmailed can be saved for later. My client can satisfy the legal definition, you will soon see. Then, let's start from the beginning. Mr. Eubank, can you please explain what led to him attacking you? Yes, give me a moment to remember. Oh my gosh. It's reminding me of that old game, The Scoop. Oh, I don't know The Scoop. I now need to look that up. Because I'm loving this game. Owen Eubank's statement, meeting him in person. Also, what's the legality on being represented by a spouse? Fair point. English Yagami? Oh, wait. Pakchi, welcome to the stream. We're gonna play some Judgment in a little bit. I want to find out who this murderer is, and then we'll switch games. While at home, something important popped up that required me to meet with Anton. I contacted Lowell to set up a meeting so we could discuss it in person. We agreed to meet in order to talk about the future of our business. After I parked my car, I headed straight to his office. When I got there, he pointed his gun at me and threatened me. I still don't know why. And what happened after he attacked you? Patience, Justy. We need to make sure his story lines up step by step. We need to focus on his statement first. And I better confirm he's telling the truth here. He clearly wants to make it seem as if he was tricked, but I doubt it's that simple. While at home, something... I don't know why I gave him a little voice crack there. While at home, something important popped up that required me to meet with Anton. I contacted Lowell to set up a meeting so we could discuss it in person. We agreed to meet in order to talk about the future of our business. No, you did not, because Joy said that you did not agree to meet. I'm gonna put this, excuse me, on a wish list. Like detective games. This is very fun. Paper Perjury, it's very much like Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright type of vibes. But it came out last month. And shout out Paper Cat Games, they gave us this copy to play, so I've been obsessed with it this week. We agreed to meet in order to talk about the future of our business game. After I parked my car, I headed straight to his office. When I got there, he pointed his gun at me and threatened me. I still don't know why. And what happened after he attacked you? Patience, Jesty. We need to make sure his story lines up step by step. I'm gonna focus on his first statement first. He wants to make it seem as if he was tricked, but I doubt it's that simple. Okay, while at home, something important popped up that required to meet with Anton. I contacted Lowell to set up a meeting so we could discuss it in person. We agreed to meet in order to talk about the future of our business. I don't think that you did, though. He declined the meeting. Mr. Chambers had no intention of meeting with you. You set a meeting with Mr. Chambers, but he declined it, meaning he didn't want to meet with you. Love the fashion. The suits are fabulous. Everyone is very well dressed. Apparently except for Detective Hunt and his red coat, though. It's unfairly judged. How did you? I contacted Lowell to have the meeting, and he said Anton was free at the time. Asking to set it up isn't the same as having Mr. Chambers agree to it. If I set a meeting, it happens. He isn't allowed to decline. My client wouldn't even know until arriving there. We already have your witness's testimony stating that he left our house before he was informed. What witness are you talking about? Who saw me leaving my own house? It's a long story. Even if he did leave before finding out, what matters is that Mr. Chambers didn't want to see him. And why is that? You are asking the wrong man. I can't explain his actions. But he wouldn't have attacked you for no reason, so it's in your best interest to tell us what the meeting was about. I refuse. I'm here to state my reason for self-defense, not talk business. If he attacked you, this could explain your need for self-defense. Seems I have no choice. Owen Eubank's statement. The B2TM plan. Our meeting was on finalizing details of the B2TM plan. Our meeting was on finalizing details. Oh, sorry, just read that. I wanted our company to grow beyond the walls of our city, to expand across this whole country. Anton and I both shared the same vision for the future of our company. I don't think that you did. I truly don't think that you did. We just had a few key metrics to work out, which we normally settle in my office. But since he had another meeting in his office beforehand, I decided to just go to him. These two seem to be on too good of terms to result in murder. Mr. Eubank wants everything to seem in his favor, but we have evidence he doesn't know about, so let's pick apart his story. Alright, so I don't think that you were on the same terms. Not the same no, sorry, I didn't mean to question. But alright. Was anyone else aware of these plans? Someone else at Eubank Investments who would disagree. The B2TM, that's really hard to say. B2TM plan is not finalized yet. Only myself and Anton knew about it. Might you have be forgetting someone? Oh, yes, my lovely wife as well. We were planning to announce our plans once the three of us agreed on all the details. No one else, not even Lowell, was aware. If anyone else was aware, these two weren't the ones to share it. We had better move on. Okay, hold on, let me... Yeah, dispute. You did not share the same things because you fought. Maybe. No! Yes, the butts to the max plan. B2TM. Butts to the max. Owen is so attractive. Is it the monocle? The monocle's cute. Anton was at the store to buy it. That would go against Owen's reasoning, but we need something stronger, something that proves why he would buy it. I should try a different piece of evidence. Why he would buy it? Okay, dispute. Okay, so not the statement about Owen overruling Anton, but the why he would buy it? Because Anton wanted to convert everything? Yeah. Everyone in this game is cute. Truly. And how are they all guilty? Mr. Eubank, Mr. Chambers' actions say otherwise. I'm sure you're aware Mr. Chambers was supposed to be brought in for questioning yesterday, the reason being that he wanted to use underhanded methods to take over the orphanage to build townhouses on the land. He clearly wanted more property inside the city. So we know he didn't agree with you. You guys were fighting all the time. That deal took place in March. The B2TN, the butts to the max plan started only recently. Yes, of course. He must have changed his mind since. But he never disclosed the sale of the orphanage to you. He hid that because he knew you would disagree. Well, both my client and I were completely unaware of his actions. Had we known, we would have stopped him doing so at once. As far as my client knew, they agreed on the plan together. Mr. Eubank, it seems you and Anton had different views of the company. Can you share how different you two could be? Detective, I don't see how such a question is connected to the case on hand. Your client claims he was attacked, but we want to know why. You are asking the wrong person, Detective. When I went to see him, he attacked me. The only thing I can tell you is how I defended myself. He's right, Detective. Why haven't we focused on that? We will get there in due time, but I don't think Mr. Chambers pulled his gun out for no reason. I think something happened in that room that led Mr. Chambers dying. Detective, I am the victim here. I was attacked by Anton, then blackmailed by Lowell. You're doing nothing but digging around in mud just to get me on a murder charge. You claimed self-defense, not me, but that only works if you're honest. Otherwise, it's just murder. Detective, my husband is no murderer. Then finding out why he was attacked should prove it. Fine. The sooner this is over, the better. I agree. He's innocent. Let him go. Lock up Lowell and be done with it. Owen Eubank's statement, business partners. It's only natural that he and I disagreed on a few things. But we had been a team for years, seeing eye to eye on every major issue. No. Lies. His data analysis skills were second to none when deciding our path forward, and I negotiated our company to where it is today. That's why I can't imagine what caused him to suddenly attack me. There's gotta be a reason Anton would pull his gun, but what kind of conflict would escalate to violence? It has to be something he wouldn't want us to know. Okay, so we've been a team for years, seeing eye to eye on everything. No, because 10 years ago you didn't. I'm gonna keep pulling this piece of evidence out until it's useful. There is a major issue that you disagreed with Mr. Chambers about. 10 years ago, to be exact. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Eubank Investments' first project in the Sunrise District. There was an accident at one of the stores, and in the end, the store was sold to Soul Heart. He worked with a glassmaker who told us that Mr. Chambers refused to accept any blame, but you outranked him and agreed to sell it at a discount. That was 10 years ago. How do you know that? That glassmaker is my dad, and the one who was hurt is my friend. Your dad is right. I sided against him when we started. My dad doesn't know why. Can you explain that? If you must know, it's because we asked him to. When Luna was hurt, had been only a few months old. At first I was on Anton's side, choosing to fight the claims that it was our fault, but hearing both your parents and Soul talk about the injury to Luna, I just couldn't do it. How could I be a mother and tell other parents their daughter's life wasn't our fault? So I asked Owen to try and help. Ferris was right. If that happened to our daughter, we would have done what... Sorry? Ferris was right. If that happened to our daughter, we would have done what your parents did. Anton was also a parent at the time, but he didn't see it our way. He thought accepting the blame would only make us look weak, which he said is a death sentence for a company like ours. But I trusted my wife more than I trusted him, so I made my choice. Then what happened? He told us he would accept our judgment and let it go. It was just one building and the district was big enough that we didn't need all of it. But he never truly let it go, and disagreements can lead to more violent solutions. Don't tell me you think. I'm saying that the two got into a heated debate and it escalated to violence. Boom boom bop. D-Jab, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. 1-800 monocles. Judgment mentioned. Ooh, who's fishing? Shroom's fishing. I think we're a wee bit too close to this case. I know, it's like the two of them are married and we have a dad who had the business deal with them. Oh, another scooter? There's two of you with scooters now. Slay. I love it. Yeah, I feel like this is all very, very personal and everyone is involved. An escalation is a two-way street. This is nothing more than speculation. Okay. Owen Eubank's statement, we are a team. He attacked me suddenly when we were supposed to have our meeting. Yes, I pulled rank on him in the past, but only when needed. And yes, him still buying the store is against the B2TM plan. But our company had a bright future long before that night. And I don't know about that. But when he attacked me, he threw all of that away. Detective, you kind of made him angry. All of the more reason to push this. We're getting close, I can feel it. If those two had an argument, we must get to the bottom of it. He attacked me suddenly when we were supposed to have our meeting. Yes, I pulled rank on him in the past, but only when needed. And yes, him still buying the stores against the B2TM plan, but our company had a bright future long before that night. Your company was in trouble. You needed a bank loan to keep the company going. A bright future? Except that isn't true. We have sources that say the company has been in the red. You needed new property to get more investors or a loan from the bank. That information is not public knowledge. If the police leak that information... Mr. Eubank, we have no intention of doing so. We only want to solve this case. And if you and Mr. Chambers had a fight, would it have been related to the company's financial situation? And that's why you didn't want to tell us? I was attacked. I was afraid for my life. I had to defend myself. Stop saying that. He has to say it. It's required to claim self-defense. Shut up, Justy. That said, his lawyer seems awfully quiet. Mrs. Eubank, is what we just said news to you? I did know, but I only found out 2 days ago. Ferris, you're not going to tell them. Owen, I completely believe you are innocent. What happened to Anton was not your fault. But these two are good people, and if there's anyone I trust to solve this case, it would be them. 10 years ago, you trusted my judgment. Please trust me again. I love that Ferris is on our side. Love that. When we got married all those years ago, I told you there was no other person I would trust with my life. If you believe it's important to share it, then I trust you. Thank you, Owen. How did you find out 2 days ago? After everything with Anton, I was preparing his defense the day before he was supposed to come in. Regardless of his actions at the orphanage, I was going to make sure our company's image wasn't damaged. That's when I uncovered something. Our company had stopped growing, with some investments not paying off as expected. Owen never told me. I handled all the legal matters, but he purposely kept some details away from me. So I confronted him and we started yelling. We should keep out the part where Fi overheard them. That was their fight. When you're so shocked you lose your monocle. Am I right? Relatable. Imagine the cleaners coming in after this interrogation. Why are there so many broken monocles here? My gosh. Components for a strong marriage. Matching monocles, and that's how you stay together. I love that. I told her at the time I would handle it. I had been trying to keep the company going by any means possible. I even started selling some of my older golf trophies to cover some expenses. Oh, that's why we didn't see trophies. That was like case 1, and we were like, why does he only have 1 trophy? That's so cute. Trophies? Surely they can't be that expensive. It wasn't much, but even a little bit of money helps. Collectors would pay around 1 million alms for one. For a trophy? What? That's more than I've ever seen in my life. I had a deal in Appleton ready, and I was sure it would fix everything. Anton wanted to keep investing in properties in Azure City. We couldn't afford to do both, so we needed to pick one. It was only after the embezzling that I started having doubts, but I wanted to handle it without meeting with the police. Even after the orphanage deal came to light, I still wanted to give him a chance. We were supposed to meet after everything with the police was settled, but once Ferris found out what I was hiding, I needed to speak with him that night. And you left in the middle of the fight? I had Lowell schedule our meeting, and I needed to keep it. I figured once I met with him, then I could explain it better to Ferris. But when I got back home, I couldn't let her know he was in the office at all. I wanted to keep my family away from Lowell's blackmail. Lowell says you offered the job to him. You said it was blackmail. Mrs. Eubank, were you aware of this before today? No, Owen only told me after Lowell asked for a plea deal. Mr. Eubank, what happened when you got there? When I got there, Anton told me he had to go. That's when I stopped him, telling him we had some important matters to discuss. He tried to push past me. I told him he wouldn't leave until we were done. I had plans set in motion in Appleton, and unless he had something bigger, we were going to present my plans to the bank. That's when he pulled the gun on me. I was so surprised, my monocle popped off. You know, hashtag relatable. Justina had the right reaction about the price of trophies. 1 million? You can just get yourself a fake trophy for a lot fewer alms. I mean, what are these collectors needing the, real deal for? It popped off? Only my right eye had proper vision for the next few minutes. I couldn't put a new one in, so what happened next is a bit messy. You said you think that backwater town He said, "You think that backwater town is going to save this company? You can't make a profit from poor farmers. So step aside before you regret it. Something important happened tonight that I need to settle." Better update his statement. So you could have stepped aside but didn't. Why engage him after he pulled his gun? As an exception to the legal definition of self-defense, our country's castle doctrine affords a person a special privilege. They can stand their ground in any place they own, including a place of business. My client was attacked inside Eubank Investments, which he owns. Thus, under castle doctrine, he can continue to claim self-defense even if he had the ability to escape. What's castle doctrine? She just told you. One's place is their castle, and they have a right to protect it. Applying it to one's company is a new one to me, but that's not the interesting part. What does "something important happen tonight that I need to settle" mean? I don't know. At the time, I didn't think about it. Perhaps we know. Here's what Mr. Chambers considered to be important from that night. Mr. Chambers wanted to settle what? Maybe the previous case of, like, buying the store? There's one matter that he could be dealing with. Harris Newbuck. He used his taser on Mr. Chambers right before stealing his flash drive and running off. If Anton was determined enough, he might have gone after Harris to get it back. That would make sense. Mr. Eubank, do you think Mr. Chambers would do it? Let me think. Ooh. Also, if it turns out Joy was the murderer, I bet it's because she was girl bossing too hard and we should let her get away with it. Yeah, if it's her, I'm okay with letting her go. She's working hard. She's not taking pee breaks. Owen Eubank's statement. Anton's personality. Miss Coffee Time, how are you doing? Welcome to the struggle bus. We're struggling. But I think we might be closer to the killer now, so welcome. I hate to say it, but Anton had a strong personality. But he went to his office to meet with the detective instead of going after Harris. He could have gone back to load his gun, but he only had one bullet that night. Yet he raised his gun at me. He would have shot me if I hadn't acted fast. We got our confession, right? The only thing my client is admitting to is being the one who started it. He isn't admitting to murder. She's right, and I think there's something strange in his recounting of the story. I think we should point that out first. I hate to say it, but Anton had a strong personality. I mean, yes, he did. But he went to his office to meet with a detective instead of going after Harris. Yes, that is true, right? He could have gone back to load his gun, but he only had one bullet that night. Maybe we can show that the safe was missing 2 bullets. If a bullet was missing, then it must have been taken, but this doesn't explain where it went. There's a better evidence to explain the missing bullet. Okay, better evidence to explain the missing bullet? The actual body? Mr. Eubank, there's a problem with that theory. Anton Chambers was shot twice by his own gun, meaning his gun was loaded with a second bullet. What do you mean he was shot twice? Were you unaware that the first shot wasn't lethal? When he raised his gun at me, I fought back. I hit his leg with my umbrella, and while Anton was distracted, fought to keep his gun within view of my right eye. We ended up hitting the wall at some point, then a bang. What happened next, I can't remember. It happened so fast, and the next thing I knew, my back hit the desk and the gun was in my hand. I was knocked out for just a moment, and that's when Lowell came in. When I checked Anton's gun, it was empty, so I thought my shot killed him. Did you ever check the body? I was so in shock, I just took Lowell's word. Of course you did. Oh no, it's Lowell. It's him. It has to be him. Arrest him. That's enough evidence. My mind was more worried about covering up the shooting than figuring out what had happened. I see why you hid the truth. It certainly makes you sound guilty. But if you only remember one shot before being knocked out, that means you weren't the killer. But hold on, how do we know he's telling the truth? I'm telling the truth because my wife says she trusted you two. I have no reason to hide this. He told me he couldn't remember what happened either. Even if he was lying to you two, he wouldn't lie to me. Then, who shot him? There was only one person who was in the room after the first bullet went off. Between the time of the first shot and Joy arriving upstairs, there was only one person there. Lowell Ledger. Lowell did it, this whole time! I'm thinking the same thing. If he saw the first shot, he just needed to fire a second shot to kill him. Then he could blackmail Mr. Eubank into thinking he pulled the trigger. I think we need to bring him in for questioning. You know what? I think we do too. I'm ready. That good-for-nothing weasel! How dare he! He killed my friend! Blackmailed me! And tried to pin his murder on me! When I get my hands on him, you'll actually commit murder. That felt good. Now, would you kindly drag Lowell in here and charge him with murder? We can bring him in again, but charging him is harder. We still don't have any decisive evidence. I'm going to stay. Someone has to make sure you do your jobs right. Mr. Eubank, please wait outside. We'll be back here soon. All right. May 2nd, Azure City Police Precinct number 5 viewing room. How are you doing, Justy? I think this is it. Lowell is the guy we've been chasing for 2 days. And right now, I'm not feeling anything. I guess my body hasn't processed it yet. Once this is over, we can finally close this case. Hold on, you two. Before you go in, you should know we checked the photo. It's real. He didn't fake it. That's good to know, but we never questioned that, right? In case you forgot, his agreement is that he would turn over evidence in exchange for us dropping all previous charges, meaning we can only charge him with murder. Otherwise, he's walking out of here. So the feeling I didn't have, it's back. Catching a murderer is way above my pay grade. We don't even have proof Lowell killed anyone. Hey, Sue, can you give us a moment? I do need to get back to work. Good luck in there. I'll get the paperwork ready for when you both solve this case. Hey, Justy, you trust me, right? Of course. Why? Breathe in, breathe out. I trust you. Then you'll be fine, no matter what. I have your back. We can do this, partner. Breathe in, breathe out. I'll calm down. Do you mind if we wait inside for them? Sure thing. Are we about to kiss? Oh man, Lowell's here. We can't kiss. Lowell Ledger, do you know why we brought you back here? What can I say? I couldn't leave anyway. Did things get settled with Mr. Eubank? It's settled, but we have one more question for you. Why did you shoot Mr. Chambers? Do you think you're funny? I gave you all the proof you need. And now you think I committed murder? Detective, evidence is everything. I expect some evidence before asking a loaded question. He's the only person who could have done it. Mr. Eubank was knocked out at the time. An excuse you two just ate up like wild pigs. Fortunately, I saw the whole thing. You mean the shooting? I was nearby at the time and looked at the window, into the window when I saw them. I thought you were in your office the whole time. I saw the whole thing from start to end, only afterwards did I take that picture. You expect us to... Perfect, just what I wanted to hear. Mr. Ledger, tell us everything you saw. Leave no details out. Fine, I'll walk out of here a free man anyway. Doubt it. Lowell Ledger's statement, what I saw. I looked into the window when I saw the two talking, but I couldn't hear them. Suddenly, Mr. Chambers pulled out his gun and aimed it at Mr. Eubank. Mr. Eubank hit Mr. Chambers with his umbrella, then took the gun while he was stunned. With the gun in his right hand... Specific. Mr. Eubank fired his first shot. Anton was hurt, but he lunged at Mr. Eubank. That's when the second shot was fired. But Anton pushed him back into the desk, and that's what knocked Mr. Eubank out. It's a long testimony. I asked for all the details, and he delivered. As much as you want, I have nothing to hide. After all, I'm no murderer. If he did see everything, he must have changed something to make Mr. Eubank the murderer. What would he change? Alright, let me go back to Owen's stuff. Owen and Anton got into a disagreement. Owen's monocle popped off when the gun was pulled on him. He can't see with his left eye. His left eye, but his right hand? Is that something suspicious there? This man is a lying liar who lies. Okay, I looked at the window and I saw the two talking, but I couldn't hear them. Suddenly, Mr. Chambers pulled out his gun and aimed it at Mr. Eubank. Mr. Eubank hit Mr. Chambers with his umbrella, then took the gun while he was stunned. With the gun in his right hand, Mr. Eubank fired his first shot. I'm like, maybe the monocle thing is the fact that he can't see out his left. If you shoot with your right, do you see out of your left? Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe it's just to mislead me. It's time to end you faster than your term as president. Here's the proof. Oh, was that evidence? I couldn't tell from how useless it was. You better hurry up. Time's a-ticking. I have a date with Freedom. I don't want to miss. There's no way you'll get away now. Okay. Well, the fact that he can't see feels important to me. Pulled out his gun and aimed it at Mr. Eubank. Mr. Eubank hit Mr. Chambers with his umbrella, took the gun while he was stunned. With the gun in his right hand, Mr. Eubank fired his first shot. Anton was hurt, but he lunged at Mr. Eubank. That's when the second shot was fired. If he lunged at, I mean, I don't know. Maybe because the picture, he's off camera. If he was lunging at Mr. Eubank, wouldn't he be like near him? Lowell took this photo the night of the murder. Mr. Eubank had the gun near his right hand. Anton's body is out of frame. Okay, that's not it. What's wrong with it? Alright, let me take a look around. Alright, Lowell took this photo the night of the murder. Mr. Eubank had the gun near his right hand. Anton's body is out of frame, taken at 8:05 that night. But Eubank didn't take the gun and only woke up with the gun in his hand. Let me double check that. Owen and Anton got into a disagreement. Owen's monocle popped off when the gun was pulled on him. He can't see with his left eye without it. I mean, that's the only evidence we have. Yeah, I don't think that he... Because he didn't... He said he woke up with it next to him. Suddenly pulled his gun, aimed it, then took the gun. Okay, maybe I show him the statement. Because, yeah, I don't think that he did, but I don't think we have evidence to prove. The words monocle popped off makes me laugh every time. My monocle popped off! I don't know what exactly I need to... Okay. I'm just like, this man couldn't see! Alright, let me go back here. Okay. Anton Chambers was shot twice, a non-fatal shot in the abdomen, striking his right rib, and a second fatal shot piercing the heart, from which death was almost instantaneous. No fingerprints were found on bullets. Alright. Lowell informed Anton about the meeting. Yes. We have the safe password. Car. Lowell says he never saw Anton in his office. He called... Oh, you never saw him in his office. Can I say that? You lied before? I don't know. That's not it either. Okay. No traces of blood. Anton had gunshot residue on his right coat arm from firing a gun. Okay. Wait a second. Suddenly, Mr. Chambers pulled out his gun and aimed it at— okay, didn't shoot, just aimed. Mr. Eubank hit Mr. Chambers and then took the gun while he was stunned. With the gun in his right hand, Mr. Eubank fired his first shot. Anton was hurt, but lunged at Mr. Eubank. That's when the second shot was fired. Okay, but if Anton had gunpowder on his... First shot went off in Anton's hand. Yes. Alright, I wonder which piece of the information I need to say that with. Gunpowder. I think I have to find like the right... which piece of the sentence is that? Okay. Mr. Chambers pulled out his gun and aimed it. He didn't aim it, he actually shot though. No, it's not it either! Oh no! I was like, we were on a roll. I was loving it. We're uncovering all the evidence, and now I'm stuck again. After everything you put my family through, okay. Alright. So gunshot residue on the right coat arm from firing a gun. Jury recorded the struggle in the president's office at 8 p.m. Sunday night. It recorded something heavy hitting a wall, followed by someone that crashed into the floor, then the gunshot happened. Something heavy hitting a wall. I don't know. Anton normally stores bullets in the locked safe. There are exactly 2 bullets missing from a pack inside. A broken clock, normally on the wall, was also found inside. Which is what the first loud noise was. You can't see with his left eye without it. I don't know. Both bullets fired from the murder weapon entered the body perpendicularly and were close to their respective entry points. I don't know. This, like, saying he had, like, with his right hand seems so specific. Couldn't hear them. Suddenly, Mr. Chambers pulled out his gun and aimed it at Mr. Eubank. Mr. Eubank hit Mr. Chambers with his umbrella, then took the gun while he was stunned. With the gun in his right hand, Mr. Eubank fired his first shot. Anton was hurt, but he lunged at Mr. Eubank. That's when the second shot was fired. But Anton pushed him back into the desk, and that's what knocked Mr. Eubank out. Second shot was fired, and then he got knocked out? Oh, I think it's about the timing of this. The gunshot happened, crash, and then the gunshot. Right? Oh, I don't know. It's not right. What's wrong with it? Wait, I feel like I've come up with multiple ways this could be wrong. It's the ballistic markings? What is it? The markings? The ballistics report? Both bullets fired from the murder weapon entered the body perpendicularly and were close to their respective entry points. What does that prove? Hold on. Took the gun while stunned. The gun in his right hand, Mr. Eubank fired his first shot. Anton was hurt, but lunged at Mr. Eubank, and then the second shot was fired. But Anton pushed him back into the desk, and that's what knocked Mr. Eubank out. What did the ballistic report? Which one does that contradict? Oh, I'm so frustrated. I don't know. Maybe I can show it with this one? It's not it either. After the second shot, death should be instantaneous, right? Oh, so he wouldn't have had time to push him? You're right, because Hunt did say it would be instantaneous. Let's see. The gun. The second gun is right hand. First shot. He lunged at Mr. Eubank. Second shot was fired, and then Anton pushed him into the desk. Okay, so from which death was almost instantaneous. That's still not it. Maybe I have the wrong piece of evidence? I mean, the wrong piece of thingy? Maybe I should do it when it's on the second shot. Second shot. No, that's not it either. Guys, I'm stuck. I don't know. I just know he's guilty. That's it. That's all that matters. Alright, I'm gonna start questioning him. I looked into the window and I saw the two talking, but I couldn't hear them. Why couldn't you hear them? It must have been loud. Eubank Investments has specifically made offices that work similarly to a soundproof room. This is to ensure that no one can listen in on the managers and executives. Both my husband and Anton agreed to have this built this way. They did like their secrets. The main thing we can all agree on is something's missing here. On statement 4? Okay, I'll go back to it. If you couldn't hear them, what did you see? Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. With the gun in his right hand, Mr. Eubank fired his first shot. And what's with the ballistics report? I'm glad you caught that, because I did not. I still don't actually know how that contradicted. Lowell, your story doesn't add up. If Mr. Eubank did shoot the gun from his right hand, it wouldn't match the first bullet's entry point. The bullet needed to shoot straight into the right side, but he couldn't do that with his right hand. What? If he wanted to just shoot Mr. Chambers, he would have aimed close to his chest. I must have been mistaken. Oh yes, I know. When Mr. Chambers pointed his gun at Mr. Eubank, the two circled each other. The gun was in his left hand, but from my angle, it was in his right hand. I still don't get it. What does that mean? I've had a lot of, oh, I'm so dumb moments in this game, but I don't think that was that. I don't think I understand that one. Can you explain that one? How did we get there? I'm not sure I followed that, but I trust Justy. I mean, I do too, but like, Friday, how did we get there? Care to explain? Because I'm so confused. I'm guessing the idea is that he was shot from the side, so if he shot from the right hand and hit his left side, not his right. But we have wrists. Can we not like shoot any side we want to? I've never used a gun. I wouldn't know. Was the first bullet into the side? Yeah, it was in his ribs. The first bullet was the ribs, and then the second bullet was the chest. I'm just confused. I'm glad we got there, but I'm very, very confused about that one. Then everything played out as I said, with the two switching sides. My left and right were mixed up, a simple mistake. Can you go into more detail on what you saw? I'm shook. Gun in the right hand would shoot a bullet into his left side. I guess. I feel like there's too many variables there. If so, that means the gun was pointing from the side, not from the front. I'll take it. A win is a win. Switching sides. Mr. Eubank was facing towards the door, with his back towards the desk. Mr. Chambers was the one who had his back towards the door. That's why I said it was Mr. Eubank's right hand, because I saw it on the right side of him. When Mr. Eubanks grabbed the gun with his left hand, he steadied his aim and fired. But he wouldn't have because he can't see out of his left eye. Does the left eye finally come into play? The man was blind. He lost his monocle. It popped off. Lowell, that explanation doesn't make sense. Mr. Eubank's monocle fell out of his eye when Mr. Chambers pulled his gun out. He's blind in his left eye without it. If he was gonna fire, he would have used his right hand. That way, he could see more clearly. But hold on, being blind in one eye doesn't make it impossible to fire it. My husband isn't useless with both eyes. Without both eyes. But Lowell did say steady, meaning that the shot was not fired as soon as it was stolen. Don't get so hung up on a single word, he still shot him. Then let me ask you one follow-up question. Was he wearing his monocle when he fired? He was. That's how he was able to take the gun and fire it. No, he wasn't. Take the gun and fire it before Mr. Chambers could react. You have my word against his. Lowell clearly wants his story airtight, and a missing monocle would be a problem. He needs Mr. Eubank to be the only suspect. Lowell, we can prove that he did lose his monocle. Here's how we know he lost his monocle before firing. I mean, he told me, and I believe him. How do we know he lost his monocle? Besides the fact that he said so. Oh, there's no monocle on his eyeballs. Look at that naked face. In this picture, you see Mr. Eubank without his monocle. If he had it when he was attacked, where was it? Simple, it fell off when he hit the desk. The force knocked it off him. Then where is it? Shouldn't it be around his body after hitting the desk? Well, it must be out of shot. He's right. It is, but I think I know why. Think about the positions of the two. If Mr. Eubank had his back towards the desk, even if it fell out when he was surprised, it would be on the floor. But if the two flipped with Anton's back towards the desk, his monocle would have fallen off and be out of shot. But that doesn't make sense. My husband woke up after this photo was taken. How did he get there? I was thinking about that. It's basic, really. During the struggle for the gun, they must have switched sides. But how? Mr. Eubank said something that stuck with me. I hit his leg with my umbrella, and while Anton was distracted, fought to keep his gun within view of my right eye. If what he says is true, then we might be able to figure out what happened. If Mr. Chambers pulled his gun out with his right hand, what would Mr. Eubank do? Well, let me think. He pushed the gun out of the way. I don't know my left from my right. If he had it with his right hand, he pushed the gun to his left. He would push it left because it was easier to do. Easier is not enough. We need a better answer. Remember, if he pushed it left, it would be in sight of his left eye. Try again. Okay, he pushed up. Because he didn't want to be shot in the heart. Even if he wanted to avoid the heart, he would be shot in the head. So it would be just as unsafe. Try again. I feel like I've lost the plot. I'm so sorry. He would push it right, aim it towards the right wall while keeping it in line of sight of his right eye. It's the only way to line up with what we know. Okay, stretch, but alright. We would move around his left side. He would move around his left side while avoiding the gun. That way he would be behind Mr. Chambers. But why would he do that? Why wouldn't he go for the gun? Simple, he didn't want to kill Anton. He must have tried to restrain him by grabbing him from the back to do so. Then how did he get shot? I should have some evidence. Here's the evidence that shows how the first shot happened. Oh no, I'm so lost. I was curious about negative reviews on the game and read up on them, and they mentioned some faulty logic in later cases. Oh. I didn't know this had negative reviews. I've been enjoying it so far. I'm willing to accept that it's a thing that makes sense, but I don't think the game established enough info for the player to reasonably leap about perpendicular bullets. That's what I'm saying. Like, everything has been pretty, go to this thing first and then that thing. So yeah, I wasn't quite jumping right to it. Okay. The first bullet. Bullets fired in the body, entered the body perpendicularly. I forgot what I was looking for. Something that proves how the first bullet was fired. A non-fatal shot to the abdomen striking the right rib. This evidence should be the answer. Sorry, Justy, that's not gonna work. I have to think outside the box. There were only two people in the room. One of them must have pulled the trigger, but how do I prove who did it? Oh, the first shot, the gunpowder on the arm. Forgot. Alright, the gunpowder on Anton's right coat arm. We know from the autopsy report that he had gunshot residue on his right arm. Mr. Chambers would only have had that if he fired a shot. He must have moved the gun closer to his right side once Mr. Eubank got behind him, meaning Anton was the one who fired the first shot, unless you believe he shot himself with the second shot. Proved Lowell lied and explained how the first shot was fired, but my client is still being accused of murder, not perjury. You still need to connect the bullet in Anton's heart to my client directly. Rebuttal. No proof of a murderer. There isn't any proof of Lowell even touched the gun. All fingerprints were removed from it, so anyone could have held it. Mr. Chambers loaded the gun with a second bullet to go after Mr. Newbuck. And even if Lowell loaded it, you couldn't even lift fingerprints off the bullet that was fired. She's right. If we had any evidence, this case would have already been solved. We have all the evidence we could ask for. The problem is putting it together. It's the details that matter, making sure everything we know lines up properly. Okay. Ferris, whose side are you on? I think this has to do with the fact that Lowell had the safe code. loaded the gun with a second bullet to go after Mr. Newbuck. And even if Lowell loaded it, you couldn't lift fingerprints off the bullet that was fired. She's on the side of whoever's conveniently keeping her company afloat. That is true. Touched the gun. There isn't. All fingerprints were removed from it, so anyone could have held it. Mr. Chambers loaded the gun with a second bullet to go after Mr. Newbuck. Guess. Something about the 2 bullets missing, though, is... Your rebuttal isn't gonna work here. Here's why you're wrong. They both reached for the gun. Yes, they did. Okay. Silly me, I thought you liked cold tea. Okay, better try something else. There isn't any proof Lowell even touched the gun. I mean, there isn't proof that he touched the gun. But he did have the code to the safe that has the bullets in it. No fingerprints were found on both bullets inside. Oof. Yeesh. Standard automatic car with hand crank windows. Lowell says he never saw Anton in his office. He called Detective Hunt to come to Anton's office around 5. Anton's office had no traces of blood. Anton normally stores bullets in the locked safe. There are exactly 2 bullets missing from a pack. A broken clock normally on the wall was also found inside. Cold tea, is that why you set it on fire? It's probably it, why her cup's always on fire. Does not like cold tea. Don't know. This is so airtight. There isn't any proof Lowell even touched the gun. All fingerprints were removed from it, so anyone could have held it. Mr. Chambers loaded the gun with the second bullet to go after Newbuck. I mean, that could have happened. But also, how did the clock get in the safe? I feel like that's also very important. And even if Lowell loaded it, you couldn't even lift fingerprints off the bullet that was fired. I'm just saying Lowell had the safe code to get into the safe and get the bullets. Just lock them up. How did the clock get into the safe? I just feel like the safe is important here, but I just don't know what it's important to. There isn't any proof Lowell even touched the gun. We know he took the picture when Mr. Eubank was knocked out and Anton was dead. He had the means to grab the gun and fire it. Being in the same room as the murder weapon isn't the same as using it. That leaves Owen as the prime suspect in this. He's the only one we know who was there when the gun was fired. I think Devil's Advocate must be hard on her. But if there's one time that she'll be overjoyed to catch the criminal, this is it. All fingerprints were removed from it, so anyone could have held it. That's true! Detective, were there any fingerprints on the gun? None were found. They were completely removed by the time we examined the gun yesterday. I removed them myself. I didn't want the police to go after Mr. Eubank after I just got promoted. And to cover his own tracks. I guess finding fingerprints isn't gonna help us here. Mr. Chambers loaded the gun with a second bullet to go after Mr. Newbuck. But we know he only carries 1 bullet in his gun. Why would he load a second one just for 1 person? The motive for why isn't important. He was the only person who would have loaded it. So it's only reasonable that he is the sole person who loaded both bullets. How do you know that? There has to be some proof he loaded it. And even if Lowell loaded it, you couldn't even lift fingerprints off the bullet that was fired. We don't know who loaded the gun, though, as there are no prints on the bullets. That's what I'm saying! She's basically contradicting herself, but I don't know how to contradict her contradiction. That's not completely true. Detective Hunt said they almost got fingerprints off the first shot. That's irrelevant. That would certainly be loaded by Anton. What about the second one, huh? Couldn't get anything. There you have it. No proof I loaded it. Of course, even if I did load it, I wouldn't be dumb enough to risk fingerprints on it. He's just showing off now. Can we present that, though? I've tried to. It didn't... And I also don't know which one to present it on. Let's see. No prints on the bullets? Ugh. Thank you. My brain is fried at this point. Mrs. Eubank, the evidence doesn't support that. According to the autopsy report, no fingerprints could be found on the bullets. We don't know who loaded them, including Anton himself. What if he loaded the first one, and our culprit loaded the second one? And what good is a lack of fingerprints? It means you lack evidence to prove I loaded it. That is true. Hunt was like, oh, lack of fingerprints is important. Remember that. And then I just immediately forgot it. If that's all you got, it's a waste of time. There must be something I can do with this information. Think, Justina. If Lowell did load the second shot, he must have done it after the first shot was fired, so there must have been some evidence he left behind. Well, there isn't. I'm in the clear, and you can't change that. The clock, though. When did we get to the clock? Why is it there? Lowell Ledger's statement, grabbing the bullet. Mr. Eubank could have grabbed the bullet easily. There also isn't any proof that Anton didn't load the second bullet himself. There was time between Detective Hunt leaving and Mr. Eubank arriving for him to load it. I didn't know about Anton having bullets in his office at the time. But you had the safe code. So if I wanted to kill Anton, I would have picked a different method. He's right, there isn't enough proof he grabbed the bullet. Let's rethink this. Go back to the basics. If he had taken the bullet, he had time to change up the crime scene, but perhaps there's something he couldn't or didn't change that goes against the facts. If she's right, what couldn't he change? Okay, could have grabbed the bullet easily. I don't think he could have because it was locked in a safe. I'm gonna just keep saying the safe until we're ready. That isn't true, Lowell. He doesn't keep all his bullets in an open space. When we went back to the president's office, we found a safe behind the blackboard. When we looked inside, we found that's where he keeps his gun accessories. We even found a pack of bullets with 2 bullets missing. What are you getting at? He puts his bullets in his safe. No one should have access to them, unless someone took them out. Someone grabbed the bullets from the safe to kill Mr. Chambers, and since Mr. Chambers didn't kill himself, and Mr. Eubank was knocked out, that leaves only you. But that was Mr. Chambers' safe. I couldn't access it. We have evidence that states otherwise. Here's how we know you could access the safe. The safe password. According to the mechanic, there was a piece of paper with S2021 written on it, which is the exact code for the safe. Care to explain why it was in your car, Lowell? And where does it say it's a safe code? You're the one saying it's a safe code, not me. There's no proof I knew what those numbers meant. And even if I knew what the code to Anton's safe was, his safe was hidden in his office. How would I know where it was? You can't expect anyone to believe that. While it's possible you could have opened the safe, that piece of paper is circumstantial evidence. There's too much room for doubt. You need more direct evidence to charge him. Detective, is she right? She is. We need to prove he opened the safe or was the only one who could have opened it. Damn. Oh no, that's all we had left. Nothing else to say? Then it looks like we are done here. It was fun, but that's all the time I have left. We're so close, we can't let him get away with this. Detective, there must be something left. We looked over all the evidence. He covered his tracks well. Mrs. Eubank, after everything he did, you can't let him walk out of here. He can't be charged for murder without stronger proof. And with that plea deal, all charges for moving the body are dropped. Legally, you have to let him walk out of here. I'm sorry, accepting his deal was a mistake. What options do I have left? Revoke the plea deal. Present the evidence of murder. I don't have evidence though, do I? If we can't catch him for murder, then we will do the next best thing. We will revoke the plea deal. Break the deal? I must be losing my hearing. Break my plea deal? The deal is done, signed and legally binding. You can't break it. That's not completely true. Unlike you, I read the whole thing. Call him out. It states that the deal will be null and void if the evidence was tampered with. Tampering with evidence isn't just changing the photo. If you changed the crime scene before you took that picture, it would also be considered tampered evidence. And if you read the fine print, it states that you have until midnight to determine that. check your watch. It's not midnight yet. You're supposed to be on my side. Whatever do you mean? As your lawyer, I'm telling you the terms of your contract. I'm sure the detectives already knew everything I said. Go ahead, do whatever you want with that photo. It's a real photo taken straight from my phone. Nothing about it has changed. Lowell must have set up that room to look that way, but what could we be forgetting? Looking at Lowell's photo, what is something he would change? In this photo, Lowell would have changed... Just see this movie, that's not a thing you can do? Oh wait, that is a thing you can do. He didn't read his contract. The clock. I think it's the clock. So, this is where the clock was. There's something in this picture that's missing. Where's the clock, Lowell? Show me the clock. I don't know, you tell me. The president's office had a clock on the wall when I visited Anton last week, but today it was broken and we found it in the safe. Someone had to place it there. You were the only person who could have. Why would I hide it? It was just a clock. The clock was broken at 8 p.m. and you couldn't let anyone know that. Otherwise, this other evidence wouldn't line up. Here's why you couldn't let anyone know the first gunshot happened at 8 p.m. Sunday night. Oh gosh, why? 8 p.m. Couldn't let them know it was at 8 p.m. because of the recording. No, that doesn't work. Okay, better look over my evidence again. Couldn't let them know it was 8 p.m. because... till 5 that night. My car is free, yay! My AAA guy Curtis is a miracle worker. Yay, Curtis! Oh, I'm glad your car's out. Taken at 8:05 that night. It's because the 5-minute time difference. In fact, Mr. Eubank said something to us earlier. I was knocked out for just a moment, and that's when Lowell came in. But that's not true. He was knocked out for much longer. If Mr. Eubank knew how much time had passed, that would break the illusion, and he would start suspecting you were involved. You think I moved the broken clock to the safe to trick Mr. Eubank? I do. Between opening the safe to grab another bullet and rearranging the crime scene, you needed time. How foolish. Your theory is as broken as the very clock you want to use against me. You left one single hole in your theory. How did it break? Are you saying that it's impossible? It is, and here's why. The clock... Okay. How does he have a counter for everything? My gosh. Let's go, Curtis. Said I would have never gotten it out without help. I guess the ice around the wheels was 4 inches, but the car... But under the car was up to 6. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you got help. And I'm glad it's done. Alright, a broken clock. 5 minutes for him to stage the scene. He's like, if I just move this over here, put the body there, gun on the floor, kick the body out of the way. Only Mr. Eubank and Anton could have broken the clock like you suggested, but those two never went near the clock. But we heard the thud. They stayed at the center of the room during their struggle, but they didn't, because we have the sound. It recorded something heavy hitting a wall. It's time to end. How is that wrong? Okay. Sorry, I thought I was onto something. They stayed in the center of the room during their struggle. Nor do they have any motive to break the clock. As you can see, there's nothing that would cause the clock to break. Never went near the clock, but the wall! But the wall! Okay, fine. What's wrong with it besides the... I swear they got thrown into the wall. Final statement? On the 5th one, as you can see, there's nothing that would cause the clock to break. And then say that getting thrown into the wall? Sorry, just picking the right statement. My weakness. I know why. Joyce said something today that I haven't forgotten. Sound proves the clock would break. I heard a sound like something heavy hit a wall, followed by something that crashed to the floor. Then the gunshot happened. Mr. Eubanks also said something similar as well. I hit his leg with my umbrella, and while Anton was distracted, fought to keep his gun within view of my right eye. We ended up hitting the wall at some point, then a bang. Then they banged. It seems during their struggle, Anton and Mr. Eubank hit the wall, the clock fell, then the gunshot happened. We have it recorded too, with the recording ending at exactly 8 p.m. Sunday night. That's when the clock broke, and since Anton had been shot and Mr. Eubank was unconscious, that leaves you with 5 minutes where you were the only person who could have moved it, which breaks your plea deal as you tampered with the crime scene in the photo. Where did you get that? There's no way that can be acceptable evidence. If the conversation was being presented as evidence, you're right, that would be illegal. Other recorded sounds are perfectly acceptable. You can't be serious. My deal, broken by some damn loophole. And since you were the only person who could have moved the clock, you must have been the one to open the safe. Anton was dead and my husband was knocked out. That means they can charge you for first-degree murder. Woo! Once this is over, you're going to need a good lawyer. No! No, no! No, no, no! After everything I did, damn it all! Vibes. A mood. Lowell, have you finally given up? Lowell, how could you? How could you kill Anton and frame my husband for murder? I already told the detectives, but I guess you wouldn't know. My family barely got by growing up, and I had to change that. That's why I wanted the job. I never cared about the company, I just wanted the money. That's literally everyone's confession so far. Money, money, money. But there's one thing I wanted more than money. Power. When I saw Anton get shot, I knew I could keep Mr. Eubank under my thumb. No longer would I be an assistant. I would have the power to make a name for myself. I went in, saw Anton's body on the floor, and was ready to take the picture. But then I noticed he was alive, bleeding out on the rug. I knew I had to finish the job. So you grabbed an extra bullet just to shoot him? He could have lived. He would still be here with us today. Perhaps. Perhaps he would have killed your husband if I hadn't stepped in. He wasn't the type to let things go. And how did you get the safe combination? Who do you think was helping him smuggle bullets in? It was extra work with extra pay. Not even Lowell knew about the safe, so it was a brilliant plan. A brilliant plan now in ruins. Lowell, I sympathize with you growing up poor, but your selfish greed was not worth a man's life. For that, you will be charged with first-degree murder. Sorry you're poor, but you did murder someone. Let's finish this case up. Let's. After we finalized his confession, Lowell was taken away. After 2 days of hunting for the culprit, the case was finally complete. I knew it was him. He was just so shifty. You just had to get rid of the clock. Tampered with the evidence. May 2nd, 7:47 p.m. Azure City Police Precinct No. 5 viewing room. She would have said, cool motive, still murder. You will be going to jail. I am so tired. Oh goody, I know how to get your energy back up. I can feel it already. Your heart is beating faster. Okay. Not again. Too tight. Oh, sorry. I got carried away. We just solved a murder. We don't need another. Are you going to do this every time we solve a case? Of course! It's the perfect way to celebrate. Wait a second. You said every time. You want to join in on more cases? I don't think I could do more. If this was my full-time job, I think I would quit now. After hearing Lowell's story, I think this job isn't for me. What do you mean? What do you mean? Now will they finally kiss? I'm just waiting for the smooch. That's all I cared about. I didn't care about catching a killer, I just wanted them to kiss. Earlier today, when he told us about him and his family being forced to move, I think he learned the wrong lesson from that. He wanted a better life for himself than his parents. I just wish he used that drive for good. I know he should pay for his crimes, I just can't help but feeling guilty. Justina, he murdered a man. It was murder. I don't think we can move past that. What do you mean? You have a good heart, Justy, even seeing good in Lowell. You're too good for this world with a heart like that. Mr. Eubank, what are you still doing here? Just wanted to see Lowell taken away. After what he put me through, it was very rewarding. As for me, My client may have been blackmailed, but he's still charged with moving the body, so he will not be saying anything else on the matter until his lawyer approves of it. Yes, ma'am. If only we had that power when this whole case started. But that aside, thank you both for catching Anton's killer. He wasn't perfect, but he was my friend. I wish you could have met that side of him, but maybe in another life. I hope so. It's been a long day, we had best be off. Until we meet again, detectives. Looks like you two solved the case. For a pair of rookies, you two punched above your weight and won. We couldn't have done it without you. Your investigation got us the evidence we needed. But I hope you haven't forgotten our deal. Now go tell the chief about what you did on Sunday nights. Illegal. Too late, he already knows. Sue told him earlier. He gave me the highest punishment on the force. A salary cut. Alright. Oh no, I hope it wasn't too big. Oh, don't worry about it. Us gumshoes know a thing or two about salary cuts, but I have been doing some thinking since this morning. I never should have met with Anton and recorded our conversation. I was blinded in my attempt to prove Anton and the Eubanks are rich elites who flaunt their wealth. You shouldn't be too hard on yourself. When I first joined you, I thought the Eubanks helped Luna out of grace, not guilt. I only had admiration for them, but now I see how naive we both were. They have their own complex emotions and problems. We only saw because we had to push the truth out of them. They're just people like us deep down, both flawed in their own ways. How about you both just admit you needed to listen to each other's side more and call it even? To the other side more often. I like the sound of that. Besides, this isn't the time for regrets. You two solved the case. Now we can finally move on to exciting new cases. I need a good night's rest and a cup of coffee before ever doing this again. In that case, how about we celebrate tomorrow? I think we earned it. Works for me. 5 cases in a row takes a lot out of a guy. Yes. 5 cases in 2 weeks and only now you're feeling tired? Then until then, I'm going home. Not so fast. You're not going anywhere until you finish the job you were actually hired for. But, sleep. You can sleep here overnight if you don't want to finish quickly. Can I at least get a pillow and a blanket if I do? Thankfully, I only needed to stay 2 hours to finish what she gave me, and it was obvious she was holding plenty back. She clearly expected me to finish up the work later in the week. While Lowell's arrest was the end of that case, there is still a bit more to this side of this tale to share. There is. May 3rd! Oh, we're on the next day. 8 a.m. Azure City Police Precinct number 5, station lobby. Alright, today is just normal. No surprise cases, no more panic. They did say they wanted to celebrate. What did they have in mind? Girl, I will shave your head, let me sleep. I know, working overtime? But also, Justina has been ignoring her actual job. I don't know how she keeps getting away with this. Right on time. Good morning, Justy. Hey, Miss Assistant. What's going on? Is this part of the celebration? Now that you're here, we have some news to share. We spoke with the chief, and he agreed to let you have this. Junior police officer badge sticker? Think of it as a kind of promotion. We can't make you a real detective legally, so this is the next best thing. Detective? You want me to become one? It was an idea we were throwing around, but we didn't think it was realistic. What does it take to be a detective? You have to complete police academy training and become a police officer first, which requires passing a written and physical exam. Oh no, not gonna happen. Written exams have never been my strong suit. But what do you mean by promotion? While you were hired as a clerk, news spread about your help solving one of the biggest cases in the city. The chief thinks if you could keep helping to solve cases, you should be out in the field more. I would need to find a new clerk, but I suppose helping the public is better in the long term. We don't exactly know what your role will be, but we can at least figure that out. We can figure that out later. What you say, Miss Assistant? Want to team up some more? Hey, Red, I called dibs on her first. We'll be right back. Give me a moment to think. What are we thinking about? Why do we have to think about this? Just say yes. What am I doing? Why didn't I just say no? This isn't me. This whole thing... Hey, Justy, are you okay? I know it's a surprise, but we didn't expect you to run off. I just needed some time to think. I don't know if I should accept it. If you ask me, you're a great help. Why don't you want to take it? It's just, I never thought my life would take me here. I grew up with an artistic family, and I thought that was my calling. I even thought I would take over for my dad someday. But even when I studied art and loved it, it never felt right. So I applied at random jobs until I got my job here. When I was standing outside this room on my first day, I thought it was just a one-time thing. Help the detective and that's it. So much happened since. Is this really me? Girl, yes. Is this my calling in life? Something so different from what I thought my whole life? Was all that time studying art in college a waste? No. And what if this is all a waste? So what if? Sorry, I'm rambling. You have nothing to be sorry for. I'm not exactly the best at giving advice, but life isn't always a straight line. Who cares if you studied art before this? Do you need everything in your life to line up perfectly? Well, no. Exactly. Maybe being a detective isn't for you. Maybe in 6 months you'll quit the station. Then you can keep looking until you find the path in life that's truly for you. But if you don't try, you will never know. And what if I let you down? What if we fail to solve a case because of me? What if... Stop saying what if! That's not the Justy I know. When I started having doubts in myself, you believed in me. You are a great detective and there's no one I would rather have as a partner. The choice is yours, but I hope you say yes. Then, we need to solve an art robbery someday. I can show off everything I learned in college. Oh, a priceless statue where the culprit leaves clues to its whereabouts. That would be perfect for us. But if we don't, I think any case we do together will be fun. Now kiss, 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 kiss. That's the Justy I know and love. Come on, let's head back to the others. We still have to put the sticker on your ID. Alright, let's go. Hint hint, Swift is your path in life. Maybe. While I wasn't made a real detective that day, I was cleared to help out in future cases. I was scared. Starting a new role is always scary. But Sophie was right. Even if it isn't my calling in life, I had to try. What lies in store? That's for future me to find out. End of case 5. Art robbery coming next. I want an art robbery. That sounds so fun. Epilogue. After my promotion, things remained relatively quiet at the station. Detective Hunt was busy as always. Sophie and I may have finished our case, but something major popped up. I offered to help, but he said, "Cases like this take a while to gather evidence." Oh my gosh. Risque? How are you doing? Oh, love a risque raid. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Epilogue. Shiny Queen, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Mediocre, welcome. Peach, Risky, how was your stream? What'd you guys do? What'd you play? Dear Gwen, welcome. Rachel, welcome. Welcome all you sexy, beautiful raiders. We are just finishing up Paper Perjury. This is like the after the fact, where everyone ended up. I love getting to see Obi-Wan in the wild. Me too. It's always special. I was about to say I'm immediately lurking to avoid spoilers because this game looks so cool. It's very cool. I enjoyed it. We're at the epilogue, so if you don't want spoilers, I don't mind you dipping. I'll get it. Cases like this take a while to gather evidence. When I start making some headway, I'll bring you back as my assistant. I suppose some cases can't be solved in a day or two. FYI, I go by she, her. Awesome. Love it, love it. Thank you for letting me know. But how's your stream, guys? Sorry, I feel like I ran through all the hellos and highs, but what'd you guys play? What'd you do? I need all the tea. I'm nosy. I keep thinking he looks like Willy from Stardew Valley. I think it's the red. We're playing some Last Train to Blue Moon Canyon. Oh, it's my favorite, Nancy. I love that. I hope you guys had a great time with it. I'm sure you did. It's always a good time. It's the best Nancy game. I guess in my opinion. I know not everyone thinks that. Gwen, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard the bus. We love Last Train. Stan it. Miss Earl started looking for candidates to help cover me while I'm out of the office, but it was harder than expected. I have a few candidates in mind, but on second thought, I'll keep that to myself for now. Cheeseburger. Love Last Train, hate Tino, and that's the proper take. I agree. That's right. TD Baldini, not for us. Shadra started applying for maid work everywhere she could, but she didn't get any offers from anywhere until... A friend of mine works for the Azure City News Network. They want me to interview for a journalist position. I have never done journalism before, but it can't hurt to try. Aww. She did find out all that stuff about them, so... Take a powder. Ew. Eubank Investments didn't get away scot-free. The orphanage sale was nullified and Appleton's mayor rescinded his deal with Eubank Investments. Eubank Investments had to file for bankruptcy, yet they were able to remain as a company. How that works is beyond me. We filed for a reorganization bankruptcy as a means to pay off our debts. I can give you a lesson in bankruptcy law if you'd like. No, thank you. Learning criminal law is more than enough for me. Bank investments may have downsized, but it will recover in time. We built this company with our very hands. We can rebuild it again. All about the toxic gossip trade. That is actually Last Train to Blue Canyon, the toxic gossip trade. Best part of Last Train is how much everyone hates each other. Yes, it's fantastic. Sophie and I got to team up on more cases, but none of them have been as intense as the Eubank cases, which I'm thankful for. Looking for a lost cat is much easier than solving a murder. I would think so. Our next big case is going to be the... My ship, it's sailing. Our next big case is going to the movies together. We just need to decide which movie. Just as long as it's not horror, I'm up for anything. But Super Ghost Death Trap just came out. I heard it's amazing. No, never. I'd rather do paperwork than go watch that. Oliver was charged with simple assault and pleaded guilty. It was supposed to be a felony assault, but Chandra asked the prosecution for a lower punishment. 1 paid fine and a month in jail later, he returned home to Appleton. Even after what I did, my family accepted me back with open arms. I'm going to restart my cooking career, one where I can keep my freedom and stay close to my family. Vi and Toasty were grounded for a month for what they did. Not the grounding, they solved the case. It was gonna be longer, but Sophie and I were able to convince the Eubanks to shorten it. She did help exonerate her dad of murder. Playing detective is fun. When we grow up, we will be detectives too. Right, Toasty? May the gods have mercy on your parents. Bill willingly stepped down as director of the Klaus Orphanage. Embezzlement, while normally a felony, was reduced to a misdemeanor given the circumstances. Because of this, he was allowed to keep his public accounting license and return to accounting. Got a raid and run to walk the pup outside, but enjoy the rest of the mystery. Thanks, Risky. Appreciate the raid. Go do the post-stream rituals, relaxation, walk the pups, all of it. We'll see you soon. Grounding a cat, good luck with that. It's not happening. I should count my blessings. I was able to go back to accounting at all. As long as the Klaus Orphanage is in good hands, that's all I can ask for. Annie's plea deal saved her from jail time, but she was given community service and a large fine. Ironically, she had to sell the motel to the Klaus Orphanage just to make up the difference. A sale that was lower than what Anton was offering. Now the Klaus Orphanage gets to keep the land itself and never has to move. My amazing magic trick leaked to the press. Now they want the full scope of my magical crime. The world's greatest illusionist, Maggie Shawn, will rise again. Oh, Maggie. With Bill stepping down, Meg was given the position of director. It's only temporary. I plan to find someone else who can better run it. I love these kids, but I also have a dream I want to follow. Peach Tea, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Struggle Bus, officially on board. As for her relationship with Fry... Oh my gosh, please. We talked things out and are going to rebuild our friendship. We both made some mistakes, but we both care about each other. As for myself, the dough heads are bigger than ever. I don't need your dad's store to show the world my art. My dad was able to retire and now only makes glass at his own pace. His hobby of gardening has started growing a lot since his retirement. It's just another thing for your mom and I to bond over. You should give it a try. No thanks. Taking care of my own life is hard enough. A plant is too much responsibility. Ben, I sent back to prison. As expected, he was able to become the prison's barber. He also regained his accent. In prison, I got more customers than you can shake a stick at. But soon, I'll be out of here faster than a hot knife through butter. I'm glad he got his accent back. With the sale, Luna started planning her move to college. She's growing up so fast. You better come visit me once I'm settled in, Jay. I will, even if I have to beg Sue for the time off. I better start planning for my trip before plane ticket prices go up. Joy wasn't fired from Eubank Investments. Really? But only because the Eubanks were willing to overlook her crimes. Justice for Chandra. Chandra got fired, but Joy got to stay? Just like Fi, it was thanks to her evidence that Anton's killer was brought to light. At Eubank Investments, forgiveness is our #1 virtue, and no one embodies that virtue like the wonderful Eubank family. As for myself, May 10th, 8 a.m. Azure City Police Precinct number 5, station offices. Good morning, Miss Earl. Morning, Justina. We finally got an applicant for that new clerk role. Since she will be filling in for you while you are out playing detective, I want you to interview her. Are you sure? I don't have anything prepared. Trust me, I think you can handle it. May 10th, Azure City Police Precinct number 5, interrogation room. So what makes you a good fit for this job? I have first-hand experience with the inner workings of this police station. Please hire her. Oh my god. I've even seen the process of bringing in witnesses myself. Jeez, I wonder how you got such an experience. The magician. Okay, that's better. Thank goodness it's not Annie. Thank you so much for playing Paper Perjury. Oh my gosh, Paper Perjury, thank you so much for letting us play you. Stop it. Go Hannah. I want Hannah to get that job. So cute. Ugh. I love it. All around, what a great game. I think there were some parts in Case 5 that were... logic was a little wonky for me, but all in all, great. And then everything also tied together. Perfect. This is fun.